here, as we've already got a BMW M1, which, what's more spectacular potentially than the first BMW M car. So what a treat to have that here, and it's right here to welcome everyone to the show, to set the tone of how fantastic the cars are going to be. So first of all, let's have a quick look around this car, because we always take the opportunity to have a look at an M1 whenever you get a chance, because they're rare. You don't get to see them all that often, and you don't get to see any ones that are possibly as immaculate and as clean as this. Although I can't imagine there are many M1s that aren't in good condition these days. But yes, it's absolutely fantastic to see this car up close and personal, even with some special matching luggage in the back there as well. But just have a peek inside of that engine bay as well. So we've got BMW's twin cam, straight six, individual throttle bodies, race engine basically, which is obviously what this car was really designed for, and ended up being used as a pro car, and lots of spectacular races there with wonderful F1 drivers and legends of racing that race them in around Europe. And then of course BMW then used the M1 for as a Le Mans car. They ended up turbocharging. They did all sorts of things with them. But I think there's something about the purity of these road cars and the kind of simplicity, and they kind of feel very much like the kind of original concept. The look of the M1 was very much sort of, I suppose, a spin-off of an early 70s concept car that BMW did called the Turbo, which had, unsurprisingly, a turbocharged engine. So a very different look, but the kind of wedge-shaped, the kind of very small and petite kidney grills at the front and the pop-up headlights, that was all sort of part of that original BMW turbo concept. So this is, but in some respects, this being an actual road car, this being a car that was built, and there were many of them, not too many obviously, but there were more than just one, and that's what makes this car, I suppose, even more impressive than a one-off concept, because it looks like a concept car. It sounds incredible with that wonderful BMW M88 engine. So yeah, it is really special thing, and this is just a wonderful thing to see. It's like a museum piece. It's absolutely spectacular. So I mean, yeah, this is a great example of the sort of cars that we are going to be able to have a poke around here today. I mean, I probably don't imagine we'll see many, or if any, other M1s here, but the absolute level of detail that has gone to in preserving this car, keeping it, show ready, I'm sure will be a very similar state that will, concept that we'll see throughout the rest of this show. Yeah, but the details of this and all the wonderful elements to it are quite exceptional, and it really is a very different car from anything else that BMW has really produced up to this point, and produced since. That we have had, I suppose, two-seater sort of sports cars with the i8, but that's a very, very different feel. I mean, as great as an i8 is, it's no M1. So that is we're gonna, it's a great car to show to start with, but it's also possibly, in some respects, in the best way possible, not necessarily representative of all BMWs, but it's quite exceptional. And I think the owner is around here somewhere, but I don't know whether or not he's willing to be interviewed about his car. But he looks like he's already in mid-conversation with someone else, so we'll possibly have to go and check back with him. But what we've also got, we can see we've got cars coming into coming in. Oh, I think we've attracted the owner away from his conversation there before. So fantastic. I believe this is your car.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, how long have you had it? And I want a quick question before we get too deep into it. While I remember, is this sort of original luggage from?
Yeah, it was an option. It was built for the car. Some people with M5s at the time bought it as well, but it was an option that is designed to fit.
Well, fantastic.
Exactly in the car.
There are, I mean, let's not dwell on the luggage. So as brilliant as it is, there are other aspects of the car which are quite spectacular and quite impressive. So how long have you had it, and what do you do with it other than take it to shows and keep it immaculately clean, obviously?
Yeah, I've had it about 12, 13 years now. I try and drive it a reasonable distance at least once a year. Obviously come to shows. I went to the BMW 100-year celebrations in Munich, so that's a reasonable drive. I've also been to a M1 club meeting in Switzerland, which again, it's a fair drive. So.
Fantastic. So it gets properly used. I mean, as a car that is it's obviously it's a sports car. It was, it has homologation routes. It's got race car routes. It's got, a motorsport engine. It's all those things. What is it like driving these sort of like long distances? Does it feel like it needs, a proper, a bit more rather than just a sort of casual cruise? Does it feel like it needs to do more? Is it quite good at that kind of GT car vibe?
It's not too bad. The main problem driving long distances, if it's hot, it gets very hot inside because you've got a big engine right behind you. The coolant pipes come down the centre console, so you've got, in effect, a big radiator down the middle, and the ventilation isn't great. The windscreen's quite raked, so if the sun's on the dashboard, that gets really hot. So it very quickly gets quite warm.
Well, I suppose that
from a driving point of view, it's very easy and comfortable to drive, actually.
Well, as
long as you're not too big.
Oh, really? Is it okay?
You're more than about 6 foot. Your head's on the ceiling.
I'm 5'11". That's fine. I'll take it out next if you want. If that's that's fantastic to hear. That's fantastic to hear because like I say, I think the fact that it gets used and the fact that it gets enjoyed and all those things, and that is the element that I think that certainly the legend of the M1 is that it's just how great a car it is as a usable car. That BMW didn't just throw this thing together thinking, oh, we'll make this into a thing and it will end up being, it'll be kind of a nice flagship model, but no one will ever drive it and no one will ever care. But they went to the absolute detail to make sure that this car was not only sort of, looked fantastic, it was also a spectacular car to drive.
Yeah, it is. It'll keep up with a lot of modern things. Obviously, it's not very fast by modern standards, but it's still pretty fast. It's about sort of maybe a fraction over 5 seconds to 60, which in 1980 was, not slow.
That is fantastic. It's fantastic that it gets used. It's fantastic that you appreciate some of that speed. But yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Fantastic. Right, and we have, we'll be back in a bit later. We'll catch up with more cars and more parts of the show. Thanks very much.
Nice car. Shame about the wheels. Don't let your style be curbed by damaged alloys. Whether you need them fully restored or just fancy a change, the Wheel Specialist is the UK's industry-leading wheel refurbisher. With over 1 million wheels refurbished and repaired, the Wheel Specialist brings you long-lasting guaranteed finishes, quality workmanship, as well as a warm welcome in our showroom. Already trusted by thousands of public and business customers, you can be confident that your wheels will get the specialist treatment. The Wheel Specialist. Get your quote today. thewheelspecialist.co.uk.
You join me in the trade village at BMW Live, where there's obviously some brilliant trade stands. Now we're joining, you're at the first trade stand here, and I'm a little bit biased because we're at my magazine's trade stand. That's what I'm going to be here doing. We're selling each copy of our magazine that we've got, issues that we've got. We're selling subscriptions. We've got our newspaper, which gives you a bit of a taster of the magazine as well. So we've got all that here. We've got our 1M, that's our sort of one of our kind of cars that we feature frequently in the magazine from our little sort of long-term section, but a bunch of other stuff. So that's fantastic. They're going to be here. So come down and join us, chat to me about the magazine, and I'll try and sell you some. We've also down here as well. We've got Hampton Auctions behind us as well. There's a few other trade stands too, and we've got the trade village is sort of a sprawling thing. So join me as we sort of like walk throughout thing. We're going to go and head up towards the gravel area where there's a lot more. A few more stands with some performance type, modification type businesses that you can grab some go faster parts for your BMW. We can see we've got Performance M there, K&N filters. Everyone knows K&N. Sytner are over here as well. We've also got one of the sort of major sponsors of the show, Car Gods, and they do all of the things that make all these cars quite so spectacular and shiny as they are. They are a car cleaning company and detailing products thing. They've got an M2, it looks like, and an M4 on their stand. So yeah, we'll go and have a quick look down here and see their range of stuff that they've got. So yeah, this is their wonderful matte green M4, which looks fantastic. So it looks like what we've got here, and a whole bunch of car cleaning products, and everything from car shampoos to waxes. There's all the brushes and cloths and things that you might ever need. So, and also some t-shirts and things that you can have a look at and make sure you get all the stuff you need to get your car show ready and clean. And then we've got this is Car Gods I think they are one of the main sponsors of the show, and we've got a couple of things. So let's move our way down through the rest of the trade village as well. So we've got a selection of smaller BMWs on the Performance M stand. So we've got an M140, an M2 CS, I think actually as well, or at least certainly with a CS bonnet. And we've got and then we've got this brand new M2, another fantastic new M2 with it. Looks like we've got some modified parts in it. Got an MMR tuning box on there. Fantastic colour, few sort of splitters and things too. This is seems that we've got a selection of suspension and bushings and stuff there. So this is what you can come down and this is the Performance M guys. How you doing? Everything going well? What have you? Give us a shout about what you've got, what you're selling here today, and what you're here for, and what you're doing.
We've got MMR panel filters, MMR springs. We've got spacers kit here as well. We've got the very popular Powerflex for the rear subframe and diff for the F20 platform for like your 140, 240i, the 340i and a few other models. Got these very popular as well, plates. 10
Everyone loves a good jazzy plate surround.
Bit of another more Powerflex here with the brackets for the M2.
Is this a diff bracket?
Correct, yes it is. We do sell these as a kit with the 2 bushes. Not with us today, as we sold the last set. Got some more coming in early this week.
I can tell you, this is much lighter than you think it's going to be. I was giving myself sort of a bracing myself to pick that up, but actually that's quite, it's not going to do much in holding those things down, actually, if the wind gets up too much.
Yeah. But yes, we've also got our VBT Performance M daily brake package. Really good piece of kit, 475 quid, with our current offer on it at the moment, 10% off these as well. We've got the famous as well, Bilstein B8s. We've got the other one there, that rear one. Yeah. These combined with the MMR springs for the 140, 240i, they're absolutely fantastic. Which completely transforms the car from a not very good ride and road holding from standard. So
yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for go. I'm stood behind you. That's like I'm like an official person, and I'm going to get up behind there. Thank you very much for we kind of just hijacked your stand there, and you were very good. Thank you. Excellent stuff. Great stuff. And they've got a new M3 Touring here. This is sort of, I suppose, the kind of the it car of the moment, the M3 Touring, and particularly in this green. And has it got these sort of orange interior as well? Yes, that sort of combination is certainly becoming really popular with people because it looks utterly wonderful. And you wouldn't have thought that it would work quite as well as it does, but as soon as you see these two colours together, it's just incredible. And I mean, everyone always wanted an M3 Touring, and finally BMW created one, and it is going down. It is as popular as you would imagine. It's and it helps that it's also quite incredible to drive and it's phenomenally fast. Who needs to go that fast while carrying that much luggage? No one does, but it's brilliant that it exists. So yeah, fantastic. Catch us later and we'll show you some more of the show. We are right at the front of the show here, with all the cars coming in, and they are greeted by an example of some fantastic things from each region that we've got here that are represented by the club. So we're going to have a walk through and have a quick look at what we've got there, because there's some wonderful cars. Again, just quite remarkable just how amazingly clean and shiny and spectacular all of these cars are kept. I don't know how, hopefully they're all, I'm sure they're all getting used as well. But first of all, we're going to start with this. Again, we started with an M1, another very, very early M car, and this has also got M car roots, even though it's maybe not the first M car, arguably not the first M car, but looks like we've got an M535i here, an E12, and this is just utterly fantastic. They are, again, super rare, really. I mean, it's incredible that we see that these are the first cars that we see when we're here, because they're all sort of like the cars that you never get to see any other time. I suppose this is what BMW Live is. This is what the club shows offer, is the sort of just a spectacular range of incredibly rare, incredibly well kept, wonderful examples of cars that you don't get to see at any other normal show. I'm sure that these cars go to other shows as well, but to be in the same place as all these cars is a very rare thing to do. And then, so the next car we've got, so this is from the Central West region. We seem to have we've got an E39. I'm not entirely sure what sort of model it is, and I'm not entirely sure where it's from either, because it's not a UK plate, but either way, it looks utterly wonderful, and yeah, it's a fantastically prepared example, and it's absolutely, it's going to tell us what it is in there. It is a 525i in Cosmo Schwarz, metallic, which, if that isn't a great name for a colour, I don't know what is. Right, let's carry on moving, and we're going now to the northwest region with, I think this is a fire orange M4. Someone might be able to correct me on the exact colour of it, but this is fantastic. M4 competition, I imagine, with those wheels, with those wheels too. And these are some of my absolute favourite M cars. These turbocharged ones. I know that they're maybe not as pure as some of the earlier ones, but they are outrageous, and I think that's kind of what an M car should be. So it's very fun. Yeah, it's great to see them, and great to see that there's a lot of love for those cars here too. We're seeing a lot of M4s and M3s and a lot of M2s come in as well. So yeah, it's really fantastic. They're kind of appreciated by the entire crowd. Right, and a car that is definitely appreciated by the entire crowd, an original 8 Series, an E31 8 Series. These are just the most exceptional looking cars, I think, when we consider that, with the M1 that we saw at the very start of the show, with its pop-up headlights, the reinterpretation of that design language into something that is a kind of a GT car rather than a supercar like the M1 was. And this is what they did, is create something that was just completely unique. There is no other car like an 8 Series. I think there is. A Mercedes equivalent is maybe a convertible. The Porsche equivalent is maybe like a 928, and then just BMW carved their own path with the 8 Series. It went down this kind of completely outrageous route. It takes up so much space for so little interior space, but it's indulgent and outrageous. But it looks spectacular, and it's utterly beguiling, and so very much kind of its time. It's utterly fantastic. So far we've had a great range of cars. When it comes to, we've got some sort of very early 80s, we've got sort of late 80s, 90s, and then we've got sort of some more modern stuff. And we've got a very more modern car here. We've got the new M2, but it can't be that new, because there's an awful lot of work has been gone on this. It's not straight from the showroom. This has been worked over with an awful lot of carbon fibre under the bonnet, an awful lot of sort of like fancy bolts to keep it nice and clean and spectacular, and it's got little carbon fibre winglets and aero bits. It's got a huge wing on the back. So this is quite a spectacular. A lot of attention has been paid to this car, and again, like all the cars here, lots and lots of attention. None of these cars have ended up here by accident. They are cared for, well looked after, and that's why people bring them to these shows. Is because not only do they enjoy them and want to show them, but people are going to enjoy seeing them. It's spectacular to see all these wonderful things. And even if there's a few modified cars here, and honestly, if they're not, modified cars aren't your thing, it doesn't really matter, because actually, ultimately, there'll always be something that you can appreciate as well about all these cars. So whether it is the level of detail they've gone to in cleaning them, or whether it is, in fact, the level of detail they've gone in modifying them, and the care and attention they've paid towards them, you are going to be impressed by all of these things. And we'll show you much more of those things later as we go around the show. We have plenty of excellent cars here at BMW Live, obviously, but we also have some fantastic charities here too. So we have we're joined by the Air Ambulance. They've got a stand here, so if you're around, come down and visit them. And I'm joined by Danny, who's going to talk us through about what the Air Ambulance does and how important it is that they get some charitable donations. So, hello, Danny.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. We're really pleased today that we are BMW Live's charity partner for the event. My name's Danny, I'm here with Northwest Air Ambulance Charity, and we are a charity that gets no government or NHS funding. We rely solely on charitable donations. So we're here today to spread the word, play some games with the attendees, and hopefully someone will be a hero in somebody else's story.
Fantastic. So the Air Ambulance, I mean, what is it that Air Ambulance covers that isn't covered by anything else? What does it? Why do we need the Air Ambulance?
Absolutely. So we are the only charity in the Northwest that does pre-hospital care. So it's about bringing the hospital to the patient at the scene. The interventions that we do compared to the land ambulance, we can give blood at roadside, we can do surgery at roadside. It really is just a fantastic service that isn't funded. So we've got 3 helicopters that cover the Northwest and 4 rapid response vehicles that back up those helicopters. The crew are just incredible, really, really incredible people.
Fantastic. How often does the Air Ambulance, how often is it used? How often are these 3 helicopters being used?
So our helicopters get called out on an average of 7 times a day. So last year we did 3,200 missions across the Northwest, and right here in Cheshire, 520 of them.
Fantastic. I mean, obviously this is an incredible thing, and obviously what you're here to do is raise some money and raise awareness for the fact that how important this is. But I mean, on an average, how expensive is running 3 helicopters?
It's quite expensive. So across the year it does cost us £12 million to keep our operation active 365 days a year. So an average mission costs about £4,500.
Wow, I mean, £12 million at £4,500, still a lot of money. It's far more money than I've got. But that actually seems really reasonable for what you're actually offering as well. So you're delivering an airborne hospital essentially to an accident site or to someone who needs that thing. That actually seems incredibly good value. So I mean, hopefully you're going to do brilliantly here, and I'm sure that you will do, because it's an absolutely fantastic charity that's, as you can hear, is incredibly well worth it, and they're using that money very wisely. It seems they're very frugal with it. So absolutely, let's give them some more money. So yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much for chatting with us, Danny, and fantastic for you being here.
Thank you. Cheers.
Nice car. Shame about the wheels. Don't let your style be curbed by damaged alloys. Whether you need them fully restored or just fancy a change, the Wheel Specialist is the UK's industry-leading wheel refurbisher. With over 1 million wheels refurbished and repaired, the Wheel Specialist brings you long-lasting guaranteed finishes, quality workmanship, as well as a warm welcome in our showroom. Already trusted by thousands of public and business customers, you can be confident that your wheels will get the specialist treatment. The Wheel Specialist. Get your quote today. thewheelspecialist.co.uk
Well, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Oulton Park to this 750 Motor Club race meeting that also this weekend features BMW Live, the event put on by the BMW Car Club here at Oulton Park, where we have ahead of us a full day of racing organised by the 750 Motor Club, featuring plenty of BMW action, but also other categories. The checkered flag is just coming out on the penultimate qualifying session of the day, which is for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They will have a couple of 20-minute races later on during the course of the day. We've got one more qualifying session to come, and that is going to be for the ultimate BMW race, which will round off our programme here today, the actual race for that at the end of the day. But we're also going to see plenty more BMW action because the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is here for another 2 rounds of its ongoing series. And also the 116 Trophy Race brings budget level endurance racing action to Oulton Park for their 90-minute race this afternoon. 750 Motor Club here for the first of 2 occasions this season. We'll be back again in September, and alongside myself, Ian Soman, for commentary throughout the day is Andy McEwen. We'll look forward to hearing from Andy, and also during the course of the day we will hear from Kieran Mogg down in the pit lane, and we've been hearing already from Will Beaumont on the live stream, who's around and about the infield here at Oulton Park, where the BMW Live action is going on. We're on the full international circuit this weekend, 2.6 miles in length, and it produces very exciting racing here and a real challenge for the drivers, of course. And we will, as I say, be on the full circuit, where a lap time takes around about 2 minutes or more in some cases. At the moment, I can see out of our commentary box window the clouds are somewhat overcast, and as you can see on the screen now, the forecast is for much more of the same during the course of the day. Not much in the way of wind, but I think it should, touch wood, stay dry here at Oulton Park, which would be very much what we are after. As well as the BMW action today, we've got 3 other categories. We've got the F1000 Championship, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and as we've seen qualifying just now, the Armed Forces Race Challenge. And all 3 of those categories will have a race before the lunch break. During the course of the lunch break, we'll have a grid walk at around about 1:45. That is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, so you'll be very welcome to head over to the grid walk for that. And then we have 6 or 7 more races after that this afternoon, including for the 90-minute 116 Trophy. If you're here at Oulton Park, hopefully you've picked up your event guide, priced at £6. That's got all of the information about what's going on here at BMW Live, as well as entry list for the races. The official programme, though, however, is online, and it is on the 750 Motor Club website. You can find that on 750mc.co.uk. Head to the race calendar page, and you can download the official programme there, which has the most up-to-date entry lists. And also, by going to that page, you can access the live stream. If you're here at the circuit, you might want to have a look at the live stream as well to see what's going on at the parts of the circuit that you can't see from where you are. And you can also access live timing as well, which is provided by TSL Timing these days at 750 Motor Club Race Meeting. So head to the 750 Motor Club website, lots of useful links there. And in terms of BMW Live, there's lots going on all around the circuit in the infield. There's displays there from many of the regional centres of the BMW Car Club, the North East, Eastern, Central West, North West, Cheshire and Staffordshire, Central, Scottish, Cumbria, Mid Wales and Shropshire and North Wales regions are all represented, along with many other BMW, Alpina and modern mini car groups as well. And they're being joined as well today by Adam Morgan, the British Touring Car Championship driver, who I think at around about 11 o'clock is doing a question and answer session in the Fogarty Moss Centre. Also, he'll be doing an autograph signing session after that. We're also expecting him to be on the grid walk as well and hand out prizes for the BMW Car Club races after their first race, certainly. So it'd be good to see Adam Morgan here during the course of the day. Of course, He's 10th in the championship, in the British Touring Car Championship this year for Team BMW in the 330e M Sport. So lots going on here. I think there's drifting going on. There's a Scale X trick and a race sim as well in the Fogarty Moss Centre. There's a trade village as well, and a Meet the Author session where you can catch up with Will Beaumont and also Steve Stackley as well during the course of the day. So we've had the penultimate qualifying session for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and very shortly we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the next qualifying session. As I say, Andy McEwen is alongside me here in the commentary box. So Andy, good to have you with us at Oulton Park, and looking forward to a good day's racing, courtesy of BMW Live.
I hope so, yeah. Thank you for having me, Ian. Great to be here. Obviously, my favourite circuit in the country, being my local, but with good reason, really. It's a great place to go racing, and good to see so many people sort of piling into the track this morning. There's a good crowd on hand. Obviously, many of them here for the 750 Motor Club racing, but also the fact we've got all of the off-track activity as well makes it a great day out for everyone. So, yeah, good to see so many of you here. We're hoping the weather is going to stay reasonably pleasant for you. There's perhaps a small chance of some rain this afternoon, but that could spice things up with regards to the on-track action, but some really competitive grids here this weekend, and we're expecting to see some good close racing. I'm particularly excited actually for the Gazshocks 116 trophy that will be coming up in the afternoon, that 90-minute race. I do like a bit of long-distance racing, and that really is one of the great success stories of the 750 Motor Club, isn't it? That championship, that series that has really captured the imagination of so many teams and drivers. Good to see a big grid here. They're good-looking cars, and they tend, Ian, to produce some pretty good racing.
Yes, they do. Actually, it's going to be my first time seeing them this season. It's probably a bad thing to admit that, but I've missed the meetings at Brands Hatch and Silverstone where they've already been, but yes, they always provide some very entertaining racing. Although it might be a 90-minute race, it's a longer race. The car's very evenly matched, of course, and produce some really close racing. You've got the added strategy, of course, with 2 mandatory driver changes during the 116 trophy as well. So yeah, a bit of intrigue, something a bit different during the course of the day, and it's good to have them here as part of this sort of festival of BMW, really, BMW Live. We just saw the wide shot there on the live stream. It looked pretty busy, didn't it, on the infield with lots of BMWs parked up, and I'm sure the spectators' cars as well. But yeah, it looks nice and busy out there, doesn't it? Great to see.
It does indeed, yeah. You can see there, can't you, the crowd of cars that are gathered around the Fogarty Moss Centre, and great vantage point of the Oulton Park International Circuit that we're racing on down there at Cascade. You can see the cars coming down through Cascades, off down the Lakeside Straight, and then they reappear into your view over Hilltop and down towards the Hislops and Knickerbrook complex, where there's always a fair bit of action, and yeah, that's always a good hotspot for overtaking down there as well. A circuit where it is traditionally quite tough to overtake, but actually across the categories we've got racing here today, Ian, don't really expect that to be a factor, because we do see, even in series like F1000, for example, always really close racing. They're not massive cars, they don't fill the track, and so even at a circuit as technically demanding as Oulton Park, we expect some side-by-side action. Yeah,
we certainly do, and we've got the added intrigue later on as well of the historic 750 Formula Handicap race. We were chatting about that earlier here in the commentary box, where the aim is that all of the cars are set off at intervals with the intention that they will all cross the finish line at exactly the same time. It doesn't work out precisely like that usually, but it usually is quite entertaining during the course of the day and the race going on. So lots to look forward to in terms of the different categories of racing being put on by 750 Motor Club here today at this BMW Live event. Just making sure the circuit is absolutely clear before the cars are released out onto the circuit for the next qualifying session. I can see the marshals in the pit lane below us ready to signal them out onto the track shortly. And I should just explain for Oulton Park regulars who are perhaps wondering, Andy McEwen and myself are both here in the main commentary box today because we're commentating off the live stream. Normally one of us would be out there at Knickerbrook, enjoying the sights and sounds of that part of the circuit, but neither of us out there today, both here in the main box, and so we've got the screens in front of us, so we should have a good view of what's going on all around the circuit as well, which is not something we always have here, usually, Andy.
No, there's often a blind spot or two, isn't there, here? But I'm not saying I don't want to spend the day with you, Ian, but I'm a little bit sad not to be down at the Knickerbrook box. A, because it's a fantastic view, but B, I always get handed some sort of sweet treat in the afternoon, a donut, an ice cream. There's usually something that makes its way towards the commentary box. So
how do you manage that? I've never had that.
Oh, no, they don't do that for you, no?
I mean, I do enjoy working down in that commentary box, but that's never happened before.
Oh, well, no, okay. You need to get to know the regulars.
Now this is a shame.
Yeah.
Because this is one of the cars being brought back on the back of the recovery truck after the Armed Forces Race Challenge qualifying session, and it is the number 3 car from that session, which is that of Alex Rivette in the Nissan 350Z, the driver from Blandford Forum. So he had some issues clearly in qualifying. It looks like some kind of mechanical issue. I can't see any accident damage on the car or anything like that, but that's the reason we've had this delay. That will soon be heading back onto the infield ahead of the qualifying session for the Ultimate BMW race. And there we are in the pit lane. You can see that we have a camera on board the number 43 car of, as it says, SWAC. Steve Schweikart, he goes by the nickname SWAC as well. And it's good that we've got this onboard camera on his car at the moment. All we're getting is a view of the car in front of him in the assembly area, but hopefully by the time they head out, as we are about to now, because the cars are moving forward, and that's the number 9 car, which is Jason Rees in his BMW M3 E92 that's just heading beneath our commentary box, and they will queue up at the end of the pit lane here and then wait for the light at the end of the pit lane to turn green ahead of what will be, he said, finding his piece of paper, a 25-minute qualifying session for the Ultimate BMW race, although it's possibly been reduced because of the delays we've earlier had. It's now showing us a 15-minute session on the TSL timing screen, so possibly a slight reduction in the running time of this session because of the delays that we had earlier on. There are some entries that have 2 drivers, so they need to make sure that both drivers can qualify as well during the course of the session. They need to have done at least 3 laps each, although quite a few of the drivers are also in the BMW Car Club races, so will have effectively qualified through doing that. For those of you who are looking at the event guide, I can tell you that there are actually a few additional entries to the programme there. The 26 car of Paul Cook, or cars I should say, of Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis. They have a BMW E46 M3 a piece. You can add them to your entry list. You can add an extra driver into car 31 because Sam Holman is going to be joined by David Smith as the cars are now released out onto the circuit. Car 37 is an addition to the event guide as well, which is Robert Keogh, number 37 Robert Keogh, K-E-O-G-H in a BMW 325i. 43 is the car that we've seen, is Stephen Schweikart. Number 9 has gone off already. It's barely even got out of, well, he's not got out of the pit lane properly, has he? So not quite sure as much that. The smoke coming from underneath the bonnet. Well, this really is the curse of the onboard camera, isn't it? It's just on the grass. Oh. Yeah.
And has been in the barrier, I think.
Yeah, it looks like on cold tyres, he's had an off, unfortunately. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it, Andy?
Well, I was about to make the point that Jason had got that spot on because he got out at the front of the queue. He would have had clear track, no traffic, which around here in a multi-class race can be a bit of a challenge, especially in a shortened qualifying session. And unfortunately, that advantage lasted all of 5 or 6 seconds maybe into the qualifying session. It looks like he's dropped it, like you said, on cold tyres out of Old Hall, hit the barriers on the right-hand side of the track and come to rest on the grass. Now, that is, I would argue, in a fairly precarious position. There's grass and debris on the circuit as well. I know race control won't want to halt the session if they can help it, but
safety
they may have no
car
choice.
is being called. Safety car is being called, so the session will continue, but behind the safety car, which will mean that they can attempt to recover the car of Jason Rees. Of course, it means that drivers cannot set representative lap times while the safety car is out there, but it does at least keep the session moving.
Yes.
It does at least mean that drivers are getting the laps in that they need to qualify for the race later on today. I was telling about additional drivers. Another one is 40, which is Tristan Rogers in a BMW 116i 1600cc. And also, I've not got the detail on the car, but 161 David Nunes, NES, another additional driver as well. But we have a safety car already being called, and we have a BMW safety car, the regular MSV vehicle, I think this is, that's being brought out onto the circuit, and it will pick up the drivers as they come through, which they are already doing now, actually. So the safety car needs to get a wriggle on its way out of the pit lane to pick up the first car. And it's just about managed to do that. And the first car behind it then is the 93 car, which is Johnny Hayes in his BMW Compact. They drive not too far away in Shrewsbury. So a very unfortunate start to this session. You can see the recovery truck now is on the scene to haul that out of the way. Hopefully it will be able to do that without too much trouble, and we'll be able to get some more green flag running before the end of the session, Andy.
Indeed so. It could be a very frantic conclusion. A red flag is now showing, so they are stopping the session because we only had 12 minutes of the session remaining. And, yes, OK, completing 3 laps behind the safety car would qualify you to enter the race, but there does need to be some sort of attempt at creating a grid order. So, and you don't really want the really quick cars starting out of position. That can cause problems at the start of the race. So, I think we're going to see a resumption of the session, hopefully, perhaps a shortened session, but at least enough time to give them all 3 or 4 laps at speed to put themselves in a sensible position on the grid.
I suppose we ought to explain what the point of the Ultimate BMW race is. So there's the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which regularly runs with 750 Motor Club Pattern for 5 or 6 seasons now. But every year, for the last few years, there's also been this one-off Ultimate BMW race. And the idea is open to drivers and cars that are not eligible for the main BMW Car Club Championship, as well as those that are. Basically any BMW. And the idea is to find the as it says, the ultimate BMW, the fastest BMW that is out there. So that's the rationale behind it. There's no particular class structure in it. It's just about who is fastest on the day. And in each of the last 2 years, actually, it's been Kevin Clark that has won it. It's been at 2 different venues, Donington Park in 2022, and then it was run at Brands Hatch last year. I think Kevin Clark winning it on each occasion. I think he is entered here today as well in the number 33 car, so we'll see if he can make it a hat-trick. Kevin, a very experienced driver, of course. I mean, I primarily remember him from the Euro car days in the the mid-1990s, and Andy's sort of glazing over at this point because, that wasn't really a period of racing that he could have appreciated. But that's where I best remembered Kevin Clark from the Euro car V6 and V8s, but also successful in things like Brit Car as well. I think he's been a champion in that, and a very well-known name. A couple of years ago here at Oulton Park, had a very nasty accident, I think at the end of the Club Enduro race, just over there at Old Hall Corner, which was a bit of a nasty one, but he was soon back racing again. So cars, of course, now with the red flags having gone out, Andy, they're just going to be heading around, still behind the safety car, but they'll come into the pit lane, I would think, at the end of this lap.
Yes, they will do, and then line up, I guess, towards the end of the pit lane. I'm hoping this won't be a lengthy red flag. I think it was a red flag more out of, like I said, consideration for the fact they need to have time to set some fast laps, as opposed to an anticipation that this is going to be a long delay. So it shouldn't take too long to get the track ready to go again, and the drivers won't have to sit there for too long, we hope. But down through Hislops and Knickerbrook they head, led by the BMW safety car, and up and over Clay Hill. So important to get a good exit from that corner and carry the momentum all the way up the hill towards the double apex right-hander at Druids. And this final sector, I think, really part of the reason why it's such a popular circuit, this, amongst the drivers, because it really does give you a little bit of everything. It's got fast corners, slow corners. It's got 2 chicanes. I was chatting to a driver actually a couple of weeks ago here, and they said it's one of the few circuits that can have 2 chicanes, one after the other, and it still feels enjoyable to drive, because even the chicanes have a nice flow, a nice rhythm to them. It is a beautiful circuit, but as we've seen, it can catch you out.
It can. It certainly can. What we've got a moment, let's just think about some of the other things that are going on here at Oulton Park today. We've got BMW Live here. There's the car of the show, and one lucky owner is going to be selected by the chair of the BMW Car Club Great Britain, Dave Evans, as the best car of the show. A much sought-after prize, that one. There'll also be prizes for the best region and club stands as well. We've talked about the displays of BMWs and Alpinas and the modern minis out there. There's a chance to meet the author, Steve Saxty, even is going to be talking about his new book set, BMW Behind the Scenes, Will Beaumont of Verk magazine. He's also here presenting as part of the live stream, as we've already seen. You can practice your racing skills on the sim in the Fogarty Moss Centre. There's an extra charge for that. You can get your face painted, Andy.
Oh, wow.
So if you come back after the lunch break looking a little different,
Now you're talking.
We'll know why, because there's face painters on hand inside the Fogarty Moss Centre throughout the day. There's also a chance to get involved in some other arts and crafts, so something for the kid there. We've mentioned that Adam Morgan is here, the current Team BMW driver in the British Touring Car Championship. He's joining us here, and he's doing a Q&A session in about 10 minutes' time. I think that's due to start over in the Fogarty Moss Centre, and he'll sign some autographs, I'm sure, after that as well. So why not head over to that? And of course, you can also see the trade stands. We've seen the stand as well on the live stream for the North West Air Ambulance as well, where they're raising money for that very worthwhile charity indeed. And of course, for the kids as well, there's the Adventure Playground as well. So do make your way over to that, or have a go on the Scale Extra, which again is in the Fogarty Moss Centre. So if the on-track action isn't captivating enough, then there is certainly entertainment to be had in the infield or in the Fogarty Moss Centre during the course of the day. So lots to keep everybody entertained, Andy. And now, as we said, the cars have headed back into the pit lane. The safety car has slotted into its lay-by that it has. So this is literally happening right underneath our commentary position here. In fact, if you look to sort of the top left of your screen, you'll just about make the commentary. Andy's waving to see if we can just about see it through the window. I don't think we quite can be seen there on the live stream, which is probably a blessing for all of you. So yes, hopefully we'll get this session back underway very shortly. I think it was just the one car involved, and it's a great shame that Jason Rees had that accident. Hopefully the car will be fixed for later on. Jason, the garage owner, Park Limited in Pontypool in South Wales, who's 50 years of age. He's done some road rallying. He was second in class in the Welsh Road Rally Championship in a 1300cc Talbot Sunbeam about 30 years ago. But over the years, he's just done a few track days before getting involved in racing for the first time this year. I think he's done some races in a compact initially, and then he's switched this very powerful 4-litre V8, which hopefully we'll see back out again later on today. But the car you can see at the front there is number 93, Johnny Hayes, in the BMW Compact 2.8 litre car. Johnny, who with Paul Spiani is a regular driver in the Club Enduro Championship, which is regularly organised by the 750 Motor Club. Its most recent round was at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit about a couple of weeks ago. And certainly Johnny is a front runner in that. I think he's been a previous class champion as well. The cars lined up in pit lane. We're just having a look over to our right from the commentary box. It looks like the circuit is now clear, so hopefully it won't be too much longer before the session goes back underway. I did see a JCB manoeuvring, which is never what you want to see, but no, it doesn't look like that was going to do any barrier repairs or anything like that, because I've heard the whistle beneath us, and we are getting engines fired up, and the cars are going to go back out onto circuit, and there's still 12 minutes on the clock for this session.
Yeah, they had done a little bit of barrier repair work already with that JCB. It was actually coming back into position. So quite quick work there by the circuit staff and by the marshals. As always, big shout out to the marshalling team for keeping us vaguely on track after what's been a reasonably challenging morning. But the session back underway, 12 minutes on the clock. So they haven't shortened the session, interestingly. So growing ever more fearful for our lunch break, or lack of, later on today, but we are at least going to give the drivers 12 minutes to try and set a good lap time and put themselves as high up the grid as they can.
For everyone else's information, Andy's only just had his breakfast and already is worrying about lunch. I'm worried about the lunch break from the marshal's point of view.
Of course, me too.
Okay, that's who you were talking about. That's who you were worried about. That's good. Glad we've clarified that. So back out we go into this ultimate BMW qualifying session, and you can see here this is Shell Oil's corner, right at the far end of the circuit from where we are. And of course, it's good news here for Johnny Hayes, because he's got a clear track ahead of him now, so he can get the foot down and set a good lap time. I think it was the Anthony Seddon car that was just behind him, the BMW 120i, number 5, I think, was the car behind him in the queue. But of course, when you're preparing for qualifying, it's about trying to get your right slot in the assembly area, isn't it? And when you've got cars with a mixture of performance here, you might get some slower cars, like some of the more standard 116 trophy spec cars, and some much more powerful cars trying to pick their way through. And that's exactly what we've got going on at the moment.
Which is precisely why they all want to try and qualify well, because had we not been able to resume the session, you'd have had that very jumbled grid and slower cars at the front, quicker ones at the back, perhaps. A couple of the 116s there were going very slowly up around Shell. I thought at first because they had a problem, but actually I think they were just trying to get away from the quicker cars and sort of group themselves all together. So we do have a trio of 116s heading up Clay Hill pretty much as one, and that's sensible for two reasons. It gets you out of any sort of shenanigans with the more powerful cars, but also it means you can potentially work with each other. It's a technical circuit, this, but it has a reasonably high average speed, so cars such as the 116s, the slipstream's worth a little bit of time, and they may well try and work with each other throughout the session to try and set the fastest lap time possible. But yeah, this first couple of laps of the session, Ian, could be fairly busy.
Yeah, absolutely, I think it will be, and to be honest, there's probably not going to be much more than a couple of laps either, so it's going to be all important to try and set a good lap time as early as you can. Of course, these lap times that are being set now are 10 minutes something, because we had a longish break while that red flag was out. Just watching on screen now, the 66 car of Mark Colmer, a regular in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and he's had some good results during the course of this season so far. He's out in the pale blue BMW M3 V36, the driver from Arlesey. Bit of dust, was that being kicked up by somebody there? Not quite sure, but anyway, Mark Colmer continuing on his way in this session. And it's for qualifying for a race that this afternoon is due to be over 40 minutes in duration. It is scheduled to get underway at 5:40 as the last race of the afternoon.
I just had a car out of the pit lane late, by the way, Ian, and I think a change of number from your programme. Number 48, Stephen Scotton Woody, now appears to be running as 148, but that blue BMW late out of the pit lane, so hadn't made it out before the initial red flag, and hasn't made it out for the full restart either, so he's got 8.5 minutes now to set a time, but he's only just beginning his out lap. That car should be quick, though, provided they're not running into some early dramas already.
Yeah, and on the stream we can see the marshals with the blue flags waving to signify that there is a faster car trying to come through. We can see there on screen the number 7 car, that's John Brown, the Glaswegian, in his BMW E46 M3, bright yellow machine. Looks like he's going to be one of the faster cars out there. And there is the man that's won the ultimate BMW race in each of the last 2 years, number 33, Kevin Clark. He's out this weekend in the BMW M3 CSL, so I think that is one that stands a very good chance of being towards the top of the timesheets before the end of this session. We've also got the 116 car there, which again is, yeah, I think that's David Nunes, isn't it? So that's a change of number, not 161 as I had been told, but 116, I think David Nunes in his E30 M3.
Indeed so we have got the number 70 at the moment, fastest then, so to the top of the times they will go.
And that's another change of number, I think, which is Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis. Now they are actually in their own respective cars, and I think they're going to be relaying, so we'll have to try and figure out which one it is on track at the moment. That there is the 73 car, which is Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton, their E46 M3, the Matthew Sanders from Macclesfield, Jack Layton from Petersfield. That's Kevin Clark just going through shot, and he currently is second fastest, 5.5 seconds slower than the fastest car at the moment, but we're still really yet to get down to representative times. And that looks, I think, like the Wayne Lewis car, number 70, at the moment. So it's Wayne Lewis out there with his car provisionally setting the fastest time in qualifying.
And I suspect the reason that he is 5.5 seconds quicker than everybody else is that there is nobody else around him. Yes. He must have been quite close to the front of the queue, and Wayne has managed to get himself some nice clean air. He's barrelling out of Druids at the moment. There isn't another car in sight as he arrives down at the braking zone at Lodge, so momentarily we'll get another lap time from him. The benchmark at the moment of 1:48.2, but I reckon car number 70 is about to go a little bit quicker here on what may well be his final lap of the session, possibly, if he's going to come in and allow Paul Cook to head out in his place. His lap time is a 48.252, so finds a fraction of a second, but very consistent pace. 2 lap times there within a couple of thousandths of each other.
So this session going on, if you're looking for something to do off track, don't forget there's the drift taxi rides ongoing at the moment. I think that must be over on the Valley stage on the infield, so head over to the Valley stage on the infield and you can get yourself in a drift taxi ride. And Andy, you've spotted some damage there.
On car number 17, so that's the Gareth and Andrew Pywell E36, which has its rear bumper hanging a little bit loose. It's just heading through Old Hall Corner now. It's running the sort of classic Works BMW livery. And yeah, the right-hand rear corner, I don't know if that's just fallen loose or it's had a whack from something, but that is not ideal in a qualifying session. Won't be slowing him down, but it might well attract the attention of the clerk of the course, and would not be surprised to see him called into the pit lane to get it fixed.
Absolutely right. So we've got 5 minutes showing left on the clock, just over in this session. There's the 43 car of Steve Schreikart, just gone past the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon, the local driver from Tarporley, in his BMW 120i. But Steve Schreikart is our camera car for the purpose of this session, as well. Our surviving camera car. He's got a little bit further than Jason Rees, thankfully. Here you've got a couple of the cars heading through Britain chicane. That's one of the 2 chicanes that Andy was referring to. Oh, that's a bit close for a qualifying session. Getting on the grass there. Didn't quite see which number that was that got its wheels on the grass. It was the 66 car of Mark Culmer that was doing the squeezing. He's getting see headlights flashed at him now. I think we've all done that on the motorway, haven't we? It's the 1-4.
That's the Stephen Scott Dunwoody car, isn't it?
Yeah, 148 Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who was slightly late joining the qualifying session.
Yes, and that won't have improved his mood. He's about to catch that car again now, heading over Clay Hill. Hopefully a bit more room is afforded to him this time. Well, sort of. He's up the inside and will now go through, probably with a stern glance through the window at the other car as he made his way by. But Mark Culmer eventually has to let him through. But yeah, frustrating times this for Stephen Scott Dunwoody. He's not got a lot of time to set a lap, and of course that lap now has gone out of the window as well. And
talking of times, at the top of the times, it is still the Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook number 70 combo with a 1:47.069. Second fastest still Kevin Clark, but he has got a bit closer to the pace. He's nudged 1.7 seconds behind. It's done 1:48.842, so it's 70 from 33. Third fastest is number 87. That's Louis Woodward in the BMW M235i. We'll also see him out in the 116 trophy in a different car later on. He's 4 seconds slower. And fourth fastest, number 73, which is Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton in the E46 M3. Fifth fastest is Steve Scott Dunwoody in that 148 car, despite his various travails. And sixth is the car on screen now, number 7, which is John Brown, the driver from Glasgow.
Yes, it is. So still a bit of a spread of times then at the front. We would anticipate that to come down a little bit. I'd be interested to see whether Kevin Clark is in any traffic at the moment, or whether he's now finally got himself a bit of empty track, but we're not going to find out, or if we do, it doesn't matter, because the checkered flag has come out, the session ending 3 minutes early, and that actually is what happened in the previous qualifying session as well, that had been delayed starting. So the checkered flag is out, which does mean you can complete the lap you're on now, though, so there is still an opportunity for lap times to improve, which they do, but for the Wayne Lewis car that already had pole position by over a second, and they're now 2.6 seconds clear of Kevin Clark.
Yeah, 1:46.250 now. That's the 73 car. This is the Matthew Sanders Jack Layton car. That's currently fourth fastest. There is 87, Louis Woodward. Now he's currently third fastest, 4.8 seconds off the pace of pole position, but let's see if he can improve. Kevin Clark has just gone through. He has improved to 1:47.817, but remains in second place. So can Louis Woodward find about 3 seconds or so now to at least get himself up into second place? He's just heading up Deer Leap now for the final time. The 73 car just crosses the line ahead. No improvement there. That stays fourth, and Louis Woodward improves, I think, but stays in third position at the end of that session. Steve Scott Dunwoody is fifth fastest, and over the line now as well goes John Brown in sixth. So I think probably, and looking at the gaps further back, yeah, that's the top six sorted there, Andy, with, as we said, a slightly shortened qualifying session for the Ultimate BMW race. So fastest, number 70, Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook at 1:46.250. Second fastest, number 33, Kevin Clark, 1:47.817. Third fastest, number 87, Louis Woodward, 1:51.084. Fourth fastest, number 73, Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton, a 1:51.510. Fifth fastest, number 148, Steve Scott Dunwoody, 1:52.178. Sixth, number 7, John Brown, 1:54.742. Seventh fastest, number 66, Mark Colmer, 1:58.018. Eighth fastest, number 43, Steve Schreikart, 1:59.237. Ninth fastest, number 116, David Newlands, 2 minutes, 2:237. Tenth fastest, number 17, the Pywells, 2 minutes and 0.391 of a session. And that's just been a bit of a teaser, really, because I'm not sure there that we've seen anything that is hugely representative of what people are going to be capable of later on, Andy.
With perhaps the exception of the pole position car. Yeah, I agree with you. I think everybody else was really a little bit busy, stuck in traffic, didn't really get clean laps. They will all tell us, certainly, that they didn't get a clean lap and weren't really able to fully realise their potential. So kind of hope that's the case, really. A bit of a jumbled up start to the race, at least, will be in order if that is the case. The Ultimate BMW race, remember, our final race of the day, and it is over 40 minutes with that pit stop in the middle. So there is plenty of opportunity for a team who perhaps are a little bit out of position on the grid to gain that time back. But yeah, an intriguing qualifying session, and certainly a fairly dramatic one. There were a couple of cars, I think, that had tangles in that race. I noticed that session, I should say. The 87, I noticed, had a bit of damage done to the right front corner as well. That was the third fastest car, the Woodward car. So yeah, bit of a entertaining and perhaps slightly too eventful qualifying session, but it is now time to go racing for proper with our first race of the day, Ian.
Yeah, so just to explain the timetable for the rest of the morning, we've got the F1000 Championship. The cars will be heading out onto circuit for that very shortly. That'll be the fastest action we see this weekend, followed by the slowest action for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and then we'll have the Armed Forces Race Challenge. So 3 races before the lunch break. There is an opportunity during the lunch break to join the grid walk at around about quarter to 1. That is scheduled for as things stand, but as we've seen, times can be a little bit fluid. And then after lunch, we've got 7 more races for you, starting with the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and ending with the Ultimate BMW race, and lots more racing for BMWs and other cars in between times. That's all here at Oulton Park for BMW Live. You can see there on that shot the cars are heading into the pit lane at the end of the qualifying session. Now we're hoping that our man with the roving mic, Kieran Mogg, is going to be able to catch up with the pole sitter Wayne Lewis, or possibly Paul Cook. We'll just see who we can find. But before we go into the F1000 race, it'd be good to get some views of to what the track conditions were like out there before we go racing. And my gut feel is that the track conditions are pretty good today. It's a brighter day than it was when we started the live stream. Actually, the sun is trying to break through. It's not too warm, but not too cool either, apart from this commentary box actually. And I think we should be good for some good lap times being set during the course of the day.
Yes, indeed so. They've also done some resurfacing work over the course of the off-season as well. So yeah, the track quicker than ever. Right, let's hear all about it then, shall we? And head down to Parc Fermé and hear from Kieran.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we are down here with our first pole position for Paul Cook. Fantastic lap for you there. See, fantastic E46 as well. And I like the tribute to Mr. Ayrton Senna as well. 30 years since he unfortunately passed away back in 1994. But congratulations, starting off the day with a pretty impressive result.
Yeah, it's not my car. I'm sharing the drive in the race with Wayne Lewis. This is Wayne's car. It totally drives different to the car I drove in a qualifying session before. But yeah, we'll have some fun. We'll have some fun where we're starting.
And how are you finding the track conditions this morning?
Yeah, they're good. I love Oulton Park. Oulton Park's a great track. And once you get these tyres hooked up, it puts a smile on your face.
Excellent. And are you looking forward to the competition in the race, or do you think it's going to be a bit more tricky?
I don't know where the competition is, actually. I wasn't expecting to be here. And there's some quick drivers out there, some quick cars. So we'll have to wait and see.
Excellent. Well, congratulations then. And obviously we're looking forward to the race later on, and good luck later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll pass back up to the commentary box.
Yes, it's the first race of the day, the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship. The cars will be shortly released out onto the circuit for this one, and it's going to be a 15-minute race. The format is for all of the races today that the cars will effectively do a green flag lap from the assembly area. They'll form up on the grid and then go, the exception being the 116 trophy race where the cars will have a rolling rather than a standing start. So F1000's heading out onto the circuit now. These are cars manufactured by Jedi. They produce the chassis. They have a motorcycle superbike engine. The majority of them use Suzuki GSXR engines. There's a few Yamahas out there as well. And some freedom in terms of the transmission, fully adjustable suspension as well. And this is the second meeting of the season for these cars. Let's see how they're going to line up on the grid for this one. The grid's set by qualifying this morning. Rob Wellham on pole position in car number 5. A great fan of Oulton Park is Rob Wellham, and he was the champion from 2 years ago. So he lands on pole position in number 5, and beside him is last year's champion, mathematically enough, number 12, Tom Gadd. On the second row of the grid, it's the double Formula V champion, number 92, Craig Pollard, and 17, an excellent qualifying session for Chaz Heighton. Row 3 on the inside, number 42, James Claddell, another driver who's moved over from Formula V, and besides him at his local track, number 83, Matt Higginson, the multiple RGP champion. Row 4 on the inside, and you have the Penguin enthusiast, Dan Gore, and number 19, Sam Satterell. Row 5 on the inside, number 89, Mark Betts, and 18, Kale Cole. She's qualified well there in 10th place. Ryan Thomas, number 9, is on the inside of row 6 alongside number 35, which is Josh Dimmant. And then on row 7, it's 24, which is Bert Chapman. 77 is the car of James Hills. Row number 8, we have number 15, which is Dane Christensen, and 22, the ex-Clio racer Chris Keir. And starting at the back of the grid, he didn't get a time in qualifying, number 3, which is Tom Westworth. So the car's heading round onto the circuit ahead of a 15-minute race.
I may have misheard you, Ian. I apologise if I did. The penguin enthusiast Dan Gore.
Yeah, he loves a penguin.
What kind of penguin are we talking about here?
All of them. You look at his car, look at his helmet.
As in penguin wings and legs, not penguin
not
the chocolate
bar.
Okay,
no,
right.
Maybe those as well. But,
perhaps, right.
Yeah, there's lots going on. Don't forget sim racing in the Fogarty Moss Centre as well. So head up to the Fogarty Moss Centre for that. But for now, I think I'd keep my eyes glued to the track because you've got this fantastic F1000 race coming to the grid. It's the second meeting of the season for these cars. They had a triple header at Brands Hatch for the opening meeting of the season. Just 2 races here today. And after Brands Hatch, it was Craig Pollard that emerged with the lead of the championship. He got his first win in F1000 in the 3rd race there. But the wins were shared 3 ways. Rob Wellham won race 1. Easy for me to say. And Matt Higginson was victorious in the 2nd race of the weekend at Brands Hatch. So there's Craig Pollard on 80 points, Matt Higginson 73, Rob Wellham 68. That's after 3 rounds of what's going to be a 16-round championship during the course of this season. So still a very long way to go. And you can see the qualifying times there, 1:34.014 was the pole position time, which is underneath the lap record of Richard Mitchum, who did a 1:34.96 all of 13 years ago. So could we see the lap record go in official racing conditions here today? There's a good chance, I'd say, Andy.
I'd say so, and there will be a few drivers feeling that they've got the potential to do that, because the top 3 on the grid, Rob Wellham, Tom Gadd and Craig Pollard, all within a 1/10 of a second of each other in qualifying, which is exceptionally tight, and it was less than a 1/10 further back to Chaz Heighton in 4th position, so exceptionally close at the front of the grid in qualifying. But lap records, that's sort of an afterthought, isn't it? Right now it's all about trying to win the race, and the start of the race could could be pivotal because they're all so evenly matched in lap time. It's not going to be that easy to overtake each other once we get going. So the first sort of 15-20 seconds of the race, Ian, could be really important.
Yeah, absolutely right. The cars here were here only, I think, last October for the final round of last year's championship. 5-second board is shown then. We're ready to go racing here at Oulton Park. 15 minutes for the Jello Racing Cars F1000 Championship. The lights have gone out, the race underway, but some not getting away. Unfortunately, we'll try and pick up on who those are. There's 3 or 4 cars that have not started the race by the looks of it, but the rest of them are heading down through Old Hall Corner and down towards Cascades for the first time. There's still 1 or 2 cars that are stationary on the grid, but it's Rob Wellen, number 5, that's in the lead of the race. And that's a big, big moment for Craig Pollard, who's off all over the grass at Cascades on the first lap. So he's exited second place. I think that's promoted Tom Gadd, who was on the front row in any place. And Matt Higginson, who started in 6th place, is now up into 3rd spot. So a dramatic start to this race.
Had all the hallmarks of cold tyres, that for Pollard. The car just didn't want to turn into Cascades, understeered onto the grass, did well not to spin it completely, actually. One of the drivers slow away was Chaz Heighton, significantly. 4th on the grid, the number 17 car. Didn't get going. He did eventually get going, but some way adrift of the rest of the pack as one car absolutely clatters the curbs at the Britain chicane. These cars are a handful on cold tyres, aren't they? And a few drivers really demonstrating that on the opening lap. There's an attempted overtake there for 4th position, but James Clennell just about manages to hang on, and that was the 19 of Sam Satchwell trying to get through, but perhaps because of some of the delayed starts, we've got that top 5 breakaway already as we come towards the end of lap 1.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a strange feel to it, because it was a bit of a disjointed start, that, wasn't it? So there's Higginson. He gained from all of this. He's the local driver, multiple RGB champion, driver of car number 83. He's from Chorley in Lancashire. Looks like there's a bit of a challenge on behind him, though, for 4th position. That's the 19 car of Sam Satchwell. He's challenging James Clennell. Satchwell 10th in the championship. Dan Gore is one of the cars that was involved in all of that at the start. He's now heading out of the pit lane. I think Hales Cole, one of the others that belatedly heading out into the race. So they are going to be just over a lap down by the time they get going. So really, this is going to be a little more than an elaborate test session for them now.
Yeah, that is a shame because they've got a lap down, as you said. So in a short race like this, no way to get that time back. So yeah, a couple of the expected front runners not going to play any real further part in this, but we do have this interesting battle going on, don't we, towards the front of the field for what I believe is 3rd position. Matt Higginson then doing his best to hang on, having made a really good start. Yes, he benefited from Chaz not getting away, but Chaz was the car directly in front of Matt on the grid, so Matt actually did a good job to avoid hitting him, and obviously didn't lift off the throttle one bit because he accelerated through into 3rd position, and although he's losing touch to the leaders, is holding on to that 3rd place well. The leaders themselves, though, Ian, I would say getting closer together.
Yeah, we've not got lap times upon our TSL timing screen at the moment at the end of lap 1, which is not helping things, but we'll hopefully get that sorted out with the timekeepers a little bit later on. But yeah, certainly the top 2 not too far apart. Then you've got 3rd, 4th and 5th right together, but it's Rob Wellham, number 5, in the lead of this race. The 22-year-old from Ipswich, a vehicle technician, ahead of Tom Gadd, who's 26 from Lincoln. He was champion last year in F1000. He was champion low cost in 2019 as well. As we're coming up towards the end of the first lap, we do now have some data at the end of the first lap, and now the end of the second lap. There's a 1/4 of a second between the 2 leaders. That's all. Tom Gadd very much in striking distance as they head out of Old Hall Corner and down towards Cascades. Can he do anything about Rob Wellham?
Yeah, I thought he might have had a look up the inside of Old Hall Corner, but was just a bit too far back. Of course, the problem really for Tom is that you don't do a lot of braking in these cars. You can carry an immense amount of speed into the corner, and that makes it a challenge to outbrake the car ahead. The bigger the braking zone, the more scope there is for overtaking into the corners. So it may be that Tom has to try and force a mistake out of race leader Rob Wellham, but mistakes don't come frequently from Rob Wellham, and that might then make it even more of a challenge to find a way through. It's a similar story really. Higginson and Clennell absolutely nose to tail in their battle for 3rd place as they head through Britain's.
Yeah, and we've got green flags at the end straight because there's yellow flags at delay, but that's because there's a car that's pulled up on the entrance to the pit lane. We'll see if we can pick that up on the stream in a moment, but it might be Dan Gore possibly that has come to a stop again. We'll try and work that out in a moment, but in the meantime, watching this battle for 3rd place, James Clennell, who's been racing in Formula V. He actually commutes to these races. There it is. It's the 3 coming at track. That's Tom Westworth, who started from the back of the grid. He's vacated the car in any case. Yeah, James Clennell, he commutes from Manhattan for every race. He started out racing in Formula V, I think, about 13 years ago when he was living in the UK, moved over to New York, I think in about 2013, but kept commuting over to racing in Formula V. Couldn't commute for a few years because of COVID travel restrictions, and now is back in F1000. But we've got the yellow flags, of course, covering that Tom Westworth car that's pulled onto the side of the track at Dearly. Meanwhile, the leaders, the gap's come down because Tom Gad has done the best lap of the race, 1:34.520. It's a lap record, and it's got him to within just over 2/10 of the race leader.
Yeah, Rob Wellham had a little slide coming out of Lodge Corner then, and I wonder whether that might present an opportunity into Old Hall Corner for Tom Gad, but alas, no, he's still sat in the wheel tracks of the race leader. But as you said, only a couple of tenths of a second back. We had a change for 6th on that lap as well. The recovering Chaz Heighton now up into 6th position. That's at the expense of Mark Betts, who started 9th, so had gained a few spots from where he began the race. That was the only change of position inside the top 10 on that lap. But car number 17, one worth watching.
Yeah, it certainly is. These are the two leaders heading up over Hilltop for the 4th time in this race. There's just over 9 minutes of it left to go, and they are getting quite a long way clear now of Matt Higginson in 3rd place. The gap from 2nd to 3rd was 3.6 seconds at the start of the lap, so Higginson, who qualified in 6th place, not quite able to live with the pace of these two. He was only about 7/10 of a second off their pace in qualifying this morning, but Wellham and Gad seem to be in a bit of a class of their own. Craig Pollard, by the way, is back to 8th after going off at Cascades on the opening lap. We'll see if he makes up any more places, but the battle for 3rd intensifying, as we're just seeing on screen there, the number 18 car of Cal's Cole. So she was one of the cars that started from the pit lane and is a lap down, but actually at the moment classified in 12th because of dramas for others.
Leaders back across the line then, and once again, Tom Gad not quite close enough to throw it up the inside at Old Hall Corner. What about Clennell versus Higginson? Looks to the inside, does James Clennell, but like I said, difficult to make that move stick, and Matt Higginson was confident in taking that outside line going into the corner that he would have the momentum on the exit down the avenue, which proved to be the case. So Matt Higginson stays in 3rd position as they plunge downhill through Cascades, and through that quick left-hander you can see Clennell struggling to follow Higginson. These cars do generate a fair amount of downforce, so the dirty air, the turbulent air, just dropping Clennell back ever so slightly, and he's now got to try and get back into the rhythm, build some momentum and close back onto the gearbox of the 3rd placed man. But yeah, so far Higginson defending that position well as the leading two head through Britons with maybe a length or so more of an advantage now for the leader.
Yeah, that's right. So we're coming up to the halfway point in this race. So maybe Tom Gad is just sort of regathering himself, ready for a renewed effort in the second half of this race. They're 6 seconds or more now clear of Higginson in 3rd place. So he's lapping on the last lap in the high 136s. So I wonder if he's slowing himself up with trying to demand from James Clennell and Sam Satchwell in the battle for 3rd position. Chaz Heighton is closing in on those three as well. I think we're about to see the top 3 just coming in, or the next 3 coming into Druid. So there they are. And yeah, they're in the background now. You can just about see Chaz Heighton in the number 17 car. He's not quite latched himself onto the back of this group yet, but give it another lap or so and he might well do. The driver who featured well, I think, in last season, his first season of racing in the F1000s.
New fastest lap, therefore race lap record for Rob Wellham, a 1:34.2, so now within a quarter of a second of his own pole position time earlier on.
Chaz Heighton's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:34.187, so that's the new lap record, and he's there in 6th place, so he really is closing on the cars in front of us, 1.6 seconds faster than the group in front of him on that last lap, so he's really got his head down.
Wow, so as I was explaining, Rob Wellham had the fastest lap already. That was out of date before I finished the point. Chaz Heighton absolutely flying, and yeah, what was it, a 34.1 means that he is, that's actually quicker than he went in qualifying, I believe. In fact, it's exactly the same lap time to the 1,000th of a second that he set in qualifying. That is some consistency.
It certainly is. That's really impressive stuff, and he has now latched himself onto this group, hasn't he? But as dear old Murray Walker used to say, catching is one thing, passing is quite another, and we've already seen it's not easy around here to make a move in these F1000 cars. James Clennell's about to prove me an idiot, isn't he? Up the inside he goes. No, he's not quite done it. Thank you, James, for pulling out of that one at the last moment. But James Clennell's still there in 4th. Behind him, Sam Satchwell in 5th. Chaz Heighton 6th, but it's 4 cars now for 3rd place.
Yeah, that was all triggered by a mistake from Higginson. He hit the curb too hard at Britons. That slowed him over the top of the hill, allowed Clennell to attack. But now Clennell has lost momentum, and the 2 cars behind gang ganging up on him. That was Heighton looking to the inside of Satchwell at Druids. In the end, they're all still in the same positions, but this battle is definitely starting to reach a bit of a crescendo. Down towards Lodge Corner they go. Still no moves to be made, but Chaz Heighton wants to get on with this. He's proven he's significantly quicker than these 3 cars ahead, but where can he make the move? Perhaps into Old Hall Corner. I don't think he's quite close enough. No, he's not. And so they all stay in the same positions. Higginson 3rd, Clennell 4th, Satchwell 5th, and Heighton 6th. But you feel that there is an overtake looming. It's just a case of who is willing to take the risk.
Oh, and Kales Cole has had an incident there. She's got some damage to that car. She's out of the car, so that's good news. Has that happened up Clay Hill?
I think so. Maybe
Druids?
near Druids, yeah.
Yeah, so Kales Cole out of the race, I'm sad to say, but she's out of the car and looks okay, but obviously disappointed with the incident that's taken her out of the race. It looked like there was a little bit of damage to the right rear corner of the car. 2 leaders are heading back down towards Knickerbrook this time, and about 0.3 of a second between them. Tom Gadd now it is with the fastest lap and lap record. They've been passing this lap record around like a hot potato during the course of this race. And Tom Gadd, the present incumbent, and he is coming into that yellow flag zone, so that is where the Kales Cole car is off. And is that a slippery surface flag that's being shown as well? So possibly some oil down for the unwary.
Yes, not a good place to encounter a slippery surface, is it? Over a blind crest, the fastest part of the circuit in a car such as an F1000 car, the rate at which they accelerate out of Knickerbrook Corner. But it's not deterring either of these top 2 then, is it? Tom Gadd now 4 1,000ths of a second slower than he went in qualifying, but as you said, fastest lap of the race. They burst into sight over the crest at Deer Leap. He's a bit closer this time into Old Hall Corner. Does he think about the inside? The answer is no, so not wanting to take a 50-50 lunge here, is he? He's going to wait until there's a clear opportunity, and that could come in traffic because there is a lapped car up the road that they're about to encounter. If Rob Wellham stumbles in traffic, that could be Gadd's chance to make his move.
Yeah, and that's going to be the 15 car, isn't it, of Dane Christensen, newcomer to the championship, and they passing both passing very easily indeed on the way through Island Bend. So down towards Shallow Corner they go. With 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. There's nothing to choose between these 2. Probably the 2 quickest drivers over the last few seasons in F1000. The 22 champion being followed here by the 23 champion. Rob Wellham in the number 5 car, a JRC, Jedi Racing Cars run car. It's a TSR car, Team Sellers Racing run car for Tom Gadd. TSR having moved across from low cost, and Mazda 7's also run with the 750 Motor Club running quite a stable of these cars now in the F1000 Championship as well, and Tom Gadd, the man from Lincolnshire, staying with them. So we have got 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. We've still got the leaders' nose to tail, about 11 seconds behind them. The battle for 3rd, I think, is still raging on. We'll perhaps pick up on a gain on that in a moment. They are probably going to have 2 more laps to go here, Andy, aren't they?
They are indeed. You're right about that battle for 3rd still raging. Chaz Heighton got past James Clennell on the previous lap, and I think was having a go at Sam Satchwell into Old Hall Corner. The checkered flag, though, is being waved, so that is the race over. So because we are behind time, they're ending the race early, and so Rob Wellham here is your race winner.
He is indeed, so that's caught us a little bit off guard. And who's going to be 3rd then? Up to the line they come. It's Higginson, or is it? Oh, he just hold on from Chaz Heighton by 0.04 of a second in the end. So they were probably as surprised to see the checkered flags we were. I'm sure that gave Chaz Heighton just extra motivation to try and urge his car over the line as he crested Deer Leap, but he couldn't quite do it. If the finish line had been another 10 metres further up the straight, Chaz Heighton would have been on the podium there, but as it was, a great fight for victory and a great fight for 3rd place as well. Rob Wellham, number 5, taking the win from 12, Tom Gadd. Matt Higginson, number 83, 3rd. 17, Chaz Heighton, 4th. 19, Sam Satchwell, 5th. And 42, James Clennell, completing the top 6. Craig Pollard was across the line in 7th, head of Mark Betts, James Hills. And then I think we've just got Josh Dimmant yet to come through. Dane Christensen already having completed the race. A lap down. Well, that was entertaining stuff, Andy, to start the day.
You'd expect nothing less from F1000. Always produces close racing, but Rob Wellham drove superbly well under race-long pressure there from Tom Gadd. He never had more than, a 1/4 of a second's worth of an advantage over Tom Gadd, which is nothing in cars that are covering the ground at this sort of speed. So Wellham, in fairness to him, didn't put a foot wrong, didn't make even the slightest mistake, and Tom Gadd having to settle for 2nd. And you've got to feel a bit for Chaz Heighton there, who so nearly got himself onto the podium. 42,000ths of a second in the end was all that separated him from 3rd place after what was an impressive recovery drive. unlike, I must say, Craig Pollard, who, of course, qualified actually third on the grid, one place higher than Chaz, but having had that moment at Cascades on the opening lap, never seemed to be able to rebound. He was 30 seconds off the leaders at the flag.
You wonder if he might have picked some damage up when he was sort of probably bouncing over the grass. I'm not sure how forgiving that grass at Cascades is to something like an F1000 single-seater car. So it may have been just something on the setup had been knocked awry, and he wasn't able to lap in the paces that we'd seen in this morning. Yeah, his best lap was a 1:35.3 compared to the low 1:34s that he'd been doing in qualifying. So probably all not quite right with that car. Let's have a look at the results then from that race. Confirmation that after 8 laps it was Rob Wellham, number 5, that took the win by 0.4 of a second from number 12, Tom Gadd, in second place. Third place went the way of number 83, Matt Higginson, but he was 12 seconds behind the leader and only, 42 thousandths ahead of number 17, Chaz Hyton, who took 4th. 5th to number 19, Sam Satchwell, then 6th, James Cornell, in 42. 7th number 92, Craig Pollard. 8th was number 89, Mark Betts. 9th was number 77, Josh Hills. And then the last finisher on the lead lap was number 35, which was Joshua Dimmant, with Dane Christensen a lap down and everyone else a DNF or a DNS. So we have another race later on this afternoon for the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship. They are back out at around about 3:30 after the 116 trophy race. On screen we can see the marshals heading with the buckets and brooms to dress the oil that has been put down in that accident on the way up towards Druids, and hopefully they'll be able to get that incident cleared relatively quickly, and that was probably another reason why we had the checkered flag a little bit early as well, with that car stranded there on the approach to Druids Corner. Cars will be heading around on their slowing down lap and heading into Parc Ferme. All being well, we'll be able to hear from Kieran Mogg in a moment, who's on duty for us, grabbing drivers in Parc Ferme during the course of the day, but we'll hear from them. Don't forget, lots of other action going on here at BMW Live. There's those drift rides that get taking place on the infield. There's a cost associated with that, but you can certainly enjoy those. You can also head to the Fogarty Moss Centre if you want to get indoors. There's the sim racings, the Scale Electric there. There's also face painting and lots of other activities going on all around the venue as well. But we're ready to hear from Kieran Mogg now. He's down in the pit lane with our top 3 from the F1000 race.
Oh, you have to love the F1000 series. They are fantastic cars. And our first race winner of the day is Robert Wellham. Robert, fantastic race there. You really had to hold off Tom there. How was the race for you?
Yeah, it was all right. We're trying to still learn these tyres, and obviously Tom did a good job of keeping with me, and we sort of, I looked at my lap and we were sort of doing quali pace. But no, it was good. It was a good race. I don't know what happened further back, but yeah, it was interesting for us because it was a bit of a yo-yo effect with me and Tom, but he was always on my heels, so... But no, it's good. Good start to the weekend.
Absolutely. And how are you finding the car around this circuit?
The car is odd. We did a lot of testing yesterday, and found a setup now that we're confident with. But the cars are good, but it's totally different. The tyres are totally different to how they were at Brands. The tyres pretty much were dead at the end of Brands, but then we used them in testing yesterday, and they sort of come back to life. But it's good. We've got good pace around here, so I'm happy.
Absolutely. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll pass on to Thomas Gadd. Thomas, so close but not quite.
Yeah, I'd say it was a good race. Me and Rob were well clear of the field, so I thought we could have a little bit of a dice here. But unfortunately, yellow flags in certain places where I felt like I was a bit quicker, just sort of stifled it a little bit. But no, it's good. Nice to have a nice clean race with Rob, and yeah, this car seems to feel good.
Do you reckon you could take him later?
I would like to see. Think so, yeah. It's reverse grid, so he's got to start behind me this time. We seem to be a bit quicker than everyone else, so hopefully now it's just going to be getting through the field.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're going to our next race now, so we're going back in time, the historic.
Yes, it's the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series that is up next here at Oulton Park. Second race of the day, and a definite change in pace compared to the earlier race. The historic 750 Formula Series, it harks back to the early days of the 750 Motor Club, which was inaugurated back in 1939, and it was for the impecunious motorsport enthusiast. It was based around the Austin 7 with its 750cc engine, hence the name, the 750 Motor Club. The 750 Motor Club introduced 750 Formula in 1949, 10 years later, and it's the oldest continued running championship in the world since then. And the historic 750 Formula series caters for cars from the earlier days. It also caters for Austin 7s as well, and other similar sort of specifications of cars as well. Let's have a look at how the grid's going to line up for this first, and I'll tell you a little more about the class structure after that for historic 750 Formula. So let's have a look at the grid for what's going to be, or scheduled to be, a 15-minute race. I can tell you that on pole position, it's Lyndon Thruston in the HES Mark II, at a time of 2:16.915. So that's about 40 seconds slower than the F1000s, just to put that into context for you. Alongside him on the grid, number 31, Greg Catton. He did a 2:19.035. On the second row of the grid, it's 65, Jörg Schneider, and number 7, Graham Wilson. On the third row, number 29, John Village. A surprise to see him as far back as that. Number 29, John Village, and 72, Trevor Slatter. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 27, which is Richard Pryor, and 18, which is Timothy Roebuck. Number 61, Simon Gallen, and number 1, Gregan Thruston on row 5 of the grid. Row 6 is number 47, which is Mark Laundon in the Cotswold Garages V, and Andrew Kelsey, number 4, in JGS 7. Row 7 of the grid, 81, that's the car of Samuel Bayliss in the Centaur Mark 14, and it's the Centaur Mark 16 for number 13, Ben Bolt, next to him. Row 8 of the grid is number 37, that's John Donnelly in the Race Kits Merlin, and 69 is Hugo Pickup in the Austin 7. James Miles, number 11, is on the inside of the 9th row, besides number 5, Michael Harvey. Then on row 10, it's going to be number 22, Charlie Plain Jones, and 6, Richard Verheyden. Nick Hayward Cook in 66 is on the inside of the 11th row, next to number 87, which is Luigi Bayliss, and then it's William Kirk and Tim Mile in 77 and 30 respectively, that round out a very, very healthy indeed 24-car field. So that is the way that the grid lines up. There is a new class structure for historic 750 Formula for this season. So Class A is for non-supercharged Austin 7s and Austin 7 Specials. Class AS has been renamed Class B and is for supercharged Austin 7s, Austin 7 Specials, and for pre-66 750 Formula cars. Class C, more or less as it was, is for pre-750 1974 750 Formula cars, and Class D is for historic 500cc racing cars and other cars of a similar performance to that. So great to have such a good field of cars. There's 2 races today for them. This first race is an orthodox scratch race. Later on today we have the excitement of the handicap race as well, which we'll explain more about later on. But cars already well onto their green flag lap here, and that clear up at on the way up to Druids didn't take too long, actually, a bit quicker than we thought it might be, which was good news. And we're looking forward to this second race of the day.
Indeed so, yes. Historic 750 Formula has not looked this strong, certainly for the last couple of rounds that I've covered of it. So nice to have, like you said, a really, really big grid of cars, a great variety of cars as well, and across those different classes, hopefully some entertaining battles, although the Class C and D cars mixing a little bit at the front. Well, actually, the majority of the front runners running in Class C. Greg Catton, the exception, isn't he? Number 31, who starts second, is a Class D runner, but was 2 seconds slower than Lyndon Thruston, who has been winning historic 750 Formula Series races, I should say, for as long as I've been covering them, about 8, 9, 10 years or so now. He's always been a front runner, hasn't he, in that number 23 car, which looks incredibly different to the Greg Catton car, the Dyson Type 64 behind, which does look more like your sort of 60s sports car as opposed to a single-seater. But yeah, going to be interesting to see how Greg goes on and whether Lyndon can maintain that pace over the course of a race. 15 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but in cars like these, you do often find that that pace can wane over a race distance and could give others opportunities.
And you can see the slippery surface flag is still being shown there, just to let the drivers know on this green flag lap for them that there is some fluid down. It's been dressed by the marshals, so It should be in reasonably good order, but just to warn the drivers to watch out for any danger as they come up over Clay Hill and into Druitt. At Brands Hatch, that was the opening meeting of the season for these cars. John Village it was that took both of the wins. They were just going through shot now, actually. John Village. Jörg Schneider took a couple of second places, and the third places were split between the two front row drivers, Lyndon Thruston and Greg Catton, with Class A wins being shared between Nick Hayward-Cook and Mike Pickup. Simon Gallen won twice in Class B. John Village and Greg Catton won both of their respective classes as well at Brands Hatch. And yeah, looking forward to a really good race here for the historic 750 Formula Series. We've got the cars making their way out to the grid. Pole position, as we've said, is Lyndon Thruston. He's 38 years of age, from Bromsgrove in Worcestershire, a quality manager by occupation. He's got 3 kids. He's been racing in historic 750 Formula since 2010. He's also the coordinator of the series as well. And he's in the HCS Mark II. HCS stands for Home Care Services, actually, which is the name of the company owned by the person that built the car. And it runs the Reliant 850cc engine. I think it was originally built back in 1969. So he's on pole position. Besides him, you've got that unusual looking Dyson of Greg Catton, which is a beautiful looking thing, isn't it? The sports car style bodywork, as we've seen on that one. And that's car number 31 for Greg Catton. Second row on the inside, you've got 65. Jörg Schneider, as we said, he had a couple of second place finishes at Brands Hatch in the Arthur JSG, and next to him on the grid is number 7, Graham Wilson, who lists Oulton Park as one of his favourite circuits. He's 61 years of age. He's the managing director of a company. Only been racing for the past 3 seasons or so. Also does some racing in a Triumph TR6 and in the Clubman's Championship as well. And he's in the Reliant engine Time 3B that was built by Tim Green, and it's been owned by Graham for the last few years. And it's also been raced by Anthony Reid, this car, the former British Touring Car Championship driver and sports car ace. We get the green flag at the back of the grid, so we're about to go racing for the second time today. It's the Race Pass Historic 750 Formula Series. It's going to be 15 minutes long, and the red lights go out now. Away they go then. Yellow flag has 1 or 2, haven't got away quite so well, or indeed, if at all. But heading down to the first corner, it's Lyndon Thruston leading. Is that John Village that's made his way up to second place? I thought he was a bit out of position in 5th place in qualifying, so maybe he had some dramas that he has now resolved, and he is snapping at the heels of Lyndon Thruston as they head down towards Cascades for the first time in this race. So it's, Lyndon Thruston 23 leading, then John Village second in number 29. Third place, I think that's Jörg Schneider at the moment, with Trevor Slatter in 4th place. The Greg Catton Dyson, that's dropped back quite a long way to about 7th or 8th position. In fact, it's just going to be overtaken, I think, by Gregan Thruston, Lyndon's father, as they head down towards Ireland. Or maybe not, he's getting involved in a little battle there with the 27 car of Richard Pryor, the DNC, and he's recovered one of those places back as they head down towards Shallows Corner for the first time.
Yep, so he's been overtaken by a few drivers. Craig Catton, as the lead changes up at the Shell hairpin. So yeah, brilliant start to the race this has been, hasn't it, from John Village then, from 5th on the grid up into the lead. He made the move into the Shell hairpin, and he has held it on the exit. A big lock up then from Lyndon Thruston as he tries to come back at him into the Britain chicane. And in fact, he's not the only one. A couple of other cars further back. That was Gregan Thruston, wasn't it? Snatching the brake as well into the chicane. So a few of them struggling on cold tyres and cold brakes. Sam Bayliss, by the way, was the slow starter. So slow, actually, that he was overtaken by the ambulance on the run through the first corner. That had to get out of the way down the avenue. And Bayliss is now back into the race, albeit detached from the rest of the pack.
Yep, so down into the chicane they come at Hislops, and then through Knickerbrook. So Greg Catton in the Dyson trying to come back. He's looking to challenge the number 18 car of Timothy Roebuck at the moment in the ex-John Miles Austin 7 as they make their way up Clay Hill. But now he's got out into the front. John Village, the winner of both of the races at Brands Hatch, the winner of the majority of the races last season as well. He has started to pull away a little bit from Lyndon Thruston in second place. And as they head towards, as it is, I think Jörg Schneider in the Arthur in 3rd position, and then Trevor Slatter in 4th, and then a bit of a gap back to the next group of cars. But towards the end of lap 1, John Village it is that's up and over Deer Leap and over the line now to complete the first lap, and he's got a second advantage over Thruston in second place. Another second bet to Schneider in third, and only 3/10 between Schneider and South Africa's Simon Gallen in the Austin Pigsty Special in fifth place, the single-seater Austin 7, and Tim Roebuck in sixth place. Both of those in Class B for supercharged Austin 7s.
And Greg Catton at only 8th at the end of the opening lap, so a lot of ground lost. He's sort of stuck in this four-way battle now that makes its way down towards the left-hander at Cascades. Gregan Thruston will be the man ahead, so actually that has been a change, and now Gregan is up the inside of Tim Roebuck heading out of Cascades as well. Now these two, all three of these cars run in different classes, but it's a battle for track position nonetheless, and Gregan Thruston makes another place and moves to 6th position.
Out of the race, though, has gone the man that started in 4th place. That's Graham Wilson in the time 3B. That's pulled off into the pit lane. But the lead has suddenly got very spicy again. I thought we were going to see John Village pull away here, but Lyndon Thruston has got other ideas in the number 23 HCS Mark II. Then you've got Jörg Schneider in the Arthur. The Village V2 of John Village. It's a replica of the car that he raced in 750 Formula back in 1974. He went on to be a Formula 4 champion both in the UK and Europe, did John Village, and of course also well known for the team that he ran, John Village Automotive as well, up to and including the likes of F3000 and A1 GP as well. But in recent years he's built this replica of the car that he raced back in the 1970s, and it's been tremendously successful for him. But here he's actually under quite a bit of pressure from not just Lyndon Thruston, but also Jörg Schneider and Trevor Slatter as well.
And all of these cars running Class C as well, so it's a battle for Class podiums too. And yeah, Lyndon Thruston spurred on perhaps by being overtaken by John Village on that opening lap of the race, now doing his best to come back at him. It's fascinating to watch the gap sort of ebb and flow corner to corner through Druids. Jörg Schneider dropping a little bit of ground to the two ahead, but then may well gain it back through Lodge Corner. There's a huge battle making its way out of Knickerbrook though, further back, Ian. This is outside of the top 10, isn't it? I think the battle for 11th place maybe?
Yeah, I think James Miles is at the front of that in sort of duck egg blue. Austin 7 for the man from Billingshurst, 60 years of age. I think that's just some cement dust or something that's being kicked up there, at least I hope it is. Behind him I can see the number 4 car of Andrew Kelsey, the 71-year-old coach driver from Royston, who briefly raced in about 1970 and is making a comeback 54 years later. He's involved in that as well in the number 4 car. You've got the number 5 car of the 78-year-old Michael Harvey, and up the inside of them coming there is the number 37 John Donnelly Race Kits Merlin as well, a modern reconstruction. But going back to the lead battle, which is heading back to Island Bend on lap 3, it's still John Village number 29 the lead, but there's less than half a second in it. Yeah,
Lyndon Thruston had a good exit out of Cascades, but doesn't seem to have the straight line speed. He was gaining a little bit in the slipstream, then dropped back. Look at the manoeuvrability round the outside at Shell. He tries to go in the HCS Mark II. I don't think that was a successful attempt at overtaking, but his advantage is definitely through the corners, the second placed car, whereas the race leader John Village maybe has slightly better straight line speed. So this will make for a really interesting dice, because if Lyndon is going to make the move stick, he's going to have to get inventive. Up and over Hilltop they come, then dropping down towards the Hislop chicane. Still the 4 of them covered by not very much at all, but Lyndon Thruston still cannot find a way back through into the lead.
No, absolutely not. So half a second there was between them at the start of the lap. Looking a bit further back, this is the 27 car. That's Richard Pryor in the DNC. Now, he was 9th at the start of the lap. He's got Tim Roebuck ahead of him. It looks like Greg Catton has made up an extra place as well. I think he might have got ahead of Simon Gallen now. There's only 0.3 of a second between them at the start of the lap. We're going back to the lead group now. They're up at Druids at the moment. John Village with only about 3 car lengths in number 29 between himself and Lyndon Thruston in second place, the prime mover behind this championship. He put so much work in to encourage these cars out. I mean, the numbers have swelled, as you were saying, Andy, in recent seasons. Cars have been found in garages and barns and have been rebuilt, and where they've not been used, they've found new owners who have been willing to drive them on the circuit. He's done a great job to improve the interest and attendance in this championship, or this series, I should say, Lyndon Thruston. They are just starting to pair off a little bit now, the top 2 and the next 2. But having said that, Trevor Slatter in 4th place has just done the best lap of the race, a 2:15.9. 1:02.55.
And he just had a big look at Jörg Schneider into Old Hall Corner, which is what Lyndon Thruston is doing now to John Village, looking to the inside into Cascades, late on the brakes, but can't quite get the overlap. And we'll see now whether or not he can do anything with John Village down the straight. Gets a much superior exit from Cascades, pulls to the inside line, but then John Village just slowly starts to drag himself back ahead again. And by the time they arrive at Island Bend, he's a car length or two in front. So a definite straight line speed advantage for the race leader. But yeah, Trevor Slatter behind had a big look at Jörg Schneider into Old Hall Corner. The door was closed firmly in his face, and Trevor actually had to snatch the brakes to avoid running into the back of the third place man. That's dropped him away from the leading three now, who are once again nose to tail heading for Britons.
They certainly are, and look how much pressure Lyndon Thruston is piling on here. Jörg Schneider there in third, and Trevor Slatter in fourth place. He's 72 years of age, a retired QA manager. Raced in 750 Formula between 75 and 78 and came back to racing historic 750 Formula just over a decade ago. He did some auto-cross racing in the past. He raced against Jenson Button's dad, John, back in the day. And the car was in a Centaur Mark 11, built in 1969, this one. So, but he's actually just falling off the back of these three now, having set the fastest lap on the previous time, and Lyndon Thruston is having another attempt as they head up Clay Hill, and they're going to start to hit traffic now, because that's Tim Mile that is just ahead of them on the circuit, the 86-year-old from Handcross, number 30 Tim Mile in the Pigsty Mark 13, originally a 1937 car, but built into this specification around about a decade or so ago. As to nothing really to change the order of the lead battle, though, has it, Andy? No, although I would argue that Trevor Slatter has gained some of that ground that he lost earlier on in the lap, not necessarily because of the lapped car, just a strong run through Druids. Lyndon Thruston quick off Lodge Corner, tries to get to the inside over the line, but again John Village crosses the line ahead by under 0.2 of a second though, and this time I think Lyndon Thruston might be tempted by a move at Old Hall Corner. He thinks about it, goes in on the tight line, but John Village retains the advantage. I just don't know where Lyndon Thruston is going to make this move. He is much quicker mid-corner to corner exit, but can't then live with John Village down the straight. We'll probably see them overlapping again as they exit Cascades Corner. John Village takes a much tighter line than his pursuer, who once again draws to the inside line, down the lakeside straight. Now he's further alongside. This might just work for Lyndon Thruston. Gets his nose ahead into Island Bend and suddenly seems to find an extra few mile an hour down the lakeside straight than he'd had on previous laps, and does now move car number 23 back to the race lead. Yeah, so first time in a few laps, he's back in front. We're on lap 5 of this race now. Actually, his dad, Gregan Thruston, set the best lap of the race on the previous lap, up into 5th position. He has gone, he did a 2:14.339. He started back in 10th place, so he's made up 5 places during the course of the race there. So he's up to 5th. But we're watching this battle a bit further back. This again is just outside the top 10 here. That's the Andrew Kelsey car, number 4 going through. He's being challenged by the 6 car, which is that of Richard Verheyden, the Austin Ulster Bad Frog, but a lock-up there. Was that for John Village?
It was, yeah. He got a bit too close to the back of Lyndon Thruston's car into his lops and, again, locked up the front brakes to avoid contact, but that has just dropped John Village away now from the race leader. Looking at those lap times there, I was pulling a slightly funny face when you said that Gregan Thruston had set the fastest lap. A 2:14.3 is nearly 3 seconds quicker than the race leader, but he wasn't the only one, because actually Greg Catton was only about half a second slower than him. So those two suddenly have found seconds on what they were running earlier on. I don't think they're going to have time to catch the leading group, but 3 and a bit seconds faster, that is impressive.
We should put this in a little bit of context. I'll do that in a minute, though, because John Village up the inside of Lyndon Thruston at Lodge Corner. Does he get the lead away? Lyndon Thruston doesn't really want to concede it, but I fear he might have to. Up to the line they come over Dearly. It's going to be John Village on the inside, Lyndon Thruston on the outside line. It's Village with a lead of about a length as they go over the line, and he does indeed retake the lead there. Just to finish what we're saying, to put the 2:14s for Gregan Thruston in context, that record for these cars is a 2:10.61 for Christian Pedersen, so they're not quite on the ultimate pace for historic 750 Formula here today.
And on that lap, Thruston and Catton back into the low 15s, which was only fractionally quicker than the race leaders, who all did personal best laps despite the battling that they're doing. And that battle continues now down the lakeside straight, where once again Lyndon Thruston is on the attack, trying to find a way past John Village. Cascades is definitely Lyndon Thrusten's best corner, isn't it? A lap ago, he was able to use that to his advantage to get the lead, but not on this occasion. So with 2 3/4 minutes still to go, John Village retains the advantage. Oh no, they're tangled! They're both off the road. Up at the shell, hairpin backwards is John Village. Into the gravel goes Lyndon Thrusten, and that can only have been a little bit of a tangling of wheels on corner entry.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to leave Jörg Schneider in the lead of the race. John Village trying to recover. It looks like Lyndon Thrusten well and truly beached in the HCS. But there's our new race leader, number 65, Jörg Schneider from Gerlafingen, which I think is in Switzerland. And he has taken the lead of the race then. Can Trevor Slatter, though, do anything about him in the closing stages of the race? Unless they get the checker flag this time and it comes a bit early, there's only one more lap to go.
Meanwhile, up at Shell, John Village rejoining the race, but out of the car is Lyndon Thrusten trudging away towards the marshals, so that car is in a bit of a dangerous position. Ordinarily, that would require a safety car, but as we saw in the previous race, in this kind of situation, sometimes race control decides to throw the flag early. I can't see the checkered flag. Oh, now there is a flag being ready to pit exit. That might be what's about to happen, so this could be the run into Lodge Corner for the final time, and if it is, Jörg Schneider looks good for the win.
Yeah, it's either this time the checkered flag or the next time, because we've already got 1.5 minutes of the race left to go. So Jörg Schneider's been in third place basically all race long, hasn't he? Sitting in, watching in that grandstand position that he had, the battle between John Village and Lyndon Thrusten, which ultimately came unstuck, and the checkered flag is waved this time, as we thought it might be. So it's Jörg Schneider that gets his first win in historic 750 Formula. Trevor Slatter 0.6 of a second behind in second place. And who's going to be third? It's Greg and Thrusten then. So we still get a Thrusten on the podium. Not the one we thought we were going to get. Not son, but dad, Greg and Thrusten third in the number 1 car, the Rawson Special. Fourth to number 4, Greg Catton, who came back reasonably well after that rather dodgy first lap. And then who's going to be fifth? That looks like it's the number 18 car of Tim Roebuck from number 27, Richard Price. Simon Gallen in the Austin 7 Monoposto is going to take 7th place. And who's that looking a little bit smoky?
John Donnelly.
Okay, yeah, that's the Race Kits Merlin, isn't it? The Reliant engined sort of historic 750 Formula recreation car. There's John Village just going through shot into Lodge Corner. So he's going to come home, and he's probably still going to come home. Is he going to be inside the top 10 even? Next car coming through, though, is the Formula V, which is the 47 car of Mark Lawton, the Cotswold Garages Formula V for the drive from Chesterfield. Then it's Lyndon Thrusten that is, John Village that is 9th, and still waiting for the 10th place car to. It's not going to be Lyndon Thrusten because he's stuck in the gravel trap at Shell Oil's Corner. It's going to be this car instead, which is the 81 car, I think. Samuel Bayliss, who's had a good drive there in the Centaur Mark 14. So he is completing the top 10 at the end of a historic 750 Formula race that got a little bit too eventful in the end.
Yes, but very exciting. I mean, a 4-way battle for the race lead and multiple changes of lead as well. That's exactly what we like to see. A shame that it ended in contact. Hopefully neither car is too badly damaged, and they'll get back out there again for the handicap race later on. But the handicappers have got quite the job on their hands to try and figure out what to do, because there was a massive variation in lap times as we went through that first race.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting, and those top 4 so evenly matched. Hopefully we'll see those 4 sort of moving through the pack together, and we could get another grandstand finish.
Yeah, it didn't look like there's too much damage on those 2 cars. John Village obviously got his car home, and hopefully Lyndon Thrusten, it's just a question of getting it back out of the gravel trap. To pick up on class winners as well, Class D won by Greg Catton, of course. Class B, the supercharged Austin 7 class, by Timothy Roebuck in 5th place overall. And Class A, the normally aspirated Austin 7s, Hugo Pickup in number 69, who I don't think we saw too much of in that race, but he was the best of the normally aspirated Austin 7s, as a 14th place overall for him. And we had, I think, 21 cars finished the race, 23 in the end started, the 24 that were promoted, and certainly a very entertaining race indeed. And Jörg Schneider it was that eventually, I won't use the word inherited, that's unfair, but he took the victory. Let's have a confirmation of those results then now at the end of 6 laps of racing. Jörg Schneider in the Arthur JSG, the winner. car 65, he was 0.6 seconds clear of number 72, Trevor Slatter, in second place. Third to number 1, Greg and Thruston. Fourth to number 31, Greg Catton, who won his class. Fifth to number 18, Timothy Roebuck, who won his. Sixth was number 27, Richard Pryor in the DNC. Seventh, 61, Simon Gallen in the Austin Pigsty Special. 8th, 47, Mark Lawton in the Cotswold Garages V. 9th, number 29, John Village in the Village V2, having been leading for quite a large chunk of that race, eventually finishing about a minute behind. And number 81, Samuel Bayliss, rounded out the top 10 ahead of John Donnelly, Ben Bolt, Mike Harvey and Hugo Pickup, number 69, who was the best of the Class A cars. Second within that class was number 6, Richard Verheyden, and completing the Class A podium in 17th place overall was number 22, Charlie Plain Jones, and the best lap of the race went to Greg and Thruston with a 2:14.339. So that's historic 750 formula for the moment, but they are back out later on this afternoon for their handicap race. That's due off at around about 4:35. There is still one more race to come before the lunch break here at Oulton Park this morning, as it still is, just about, and that is going to be for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which we look forward to coming up next. And then, of course, we take a much more of a focus on BMWs here at BMW Live, because during the course of the lunch break we're going to have a pit lane walk to speak to some of the 116 trophy competitors. We'll be on the grid for the grid walk ahead of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. We've got 7 races this afternoon. 4 of those are purely for BMWs, the 2 BMW Car Club Racing Championship races, the Ultimate BMW race, and of course the 116 trophy as well. So very much BMW bias this afternoon here at BMW Live, this event that's been organised by the BMW Car Club and has been blessed with, if not sunny, at least dry weather here at Oulton Park today, and a great sight it's making on the infield as well, with so many BMWs, Alpinas and the modern minis as well. There you can see the final few cars making their way into Parc Ferme, and our hard-working marshals signalling the way if we don't get another chance to do so. Many, many thanks to all of the marshals who are doing such fantastic work here today at Oulton Park. Always very well supported here at the Cheshire Circuit. But for now, let's head down to Parc Ferme, where Kieran Mogg is waiting for us.
Well, that was certainly a fascinating race. We're going to go and take a chat with our winner, Jurek Schneider. Jurek, I believe this is your first win in the category.
Yes, it's the very first win. I'm very pleased with it. I mean, it's been a bit of luck. Obviously, Lyndon and John, they had a mishap. But I also had Trevor in my rearview mirror all the time, so the pressure has been on all the time, but it's great racing.
Did you get the popcorn out at any point during that battle for first place with them two?
I was afraid that something is going to happen, because obviously Lyndon was very close behind him. So I thought, as long as they're fighting, there's no chance that I could pass. I've been in 2 corners. I've been a bit quicker than they were. I could always close up very, very close. But yeah, without the incident, I think it would be third place.
Excellent. And obviously you've got a race later on as well. You've won the first race, your first race win in the category. Do you reckon you could do it again later?
It's a handicap race in the afternoon, so that means I'm starting at the very rear end. It always depends. I mean, it's an advantage for the Austin cars because they don't need to overtake. So if all the overtaking maneuvers are going well, then there's a chance for a place up front. But if not, then it will be an Austin driver.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your first win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll head over to Greg Catton. Greg, this is obviously class winner as well. Congratulations. How was your race?
It was very entertaining. I misselected second gear on the start line, so got 4th. So that immediately put me behind, and then these little 750 cars, they've gone. Yeah. And I did my best to try and catch up with them, but couldn't.
And how are you finding the track conditions today?
Lovely. Very dry, sticky. Yeah.
Excellent. And how are you thinking ahead of the race later on? Do you think you can do again? Obviously, it's a handicap race, so you will be starting a little bit further back. Do you reckon you can take the class win again?
Well, class win shouldn't be a problem, as there's only me in it, I think, and another one. But yeah, we'll do our best to get up near the front.
Excellent. Good luck later then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll head over now to Timothy Roebuck. Timothy is over here. Timothy, can I grab you a second? Class winner again. Obviously, interesting race. How was it for you?
Exciting, actually. It was busy. Simon got the jump on me from the start. I had nowhere to go and had to back out going down to the first corner. So Simon came past me, and I struggled to keep up with him with the other cars that were around us. And eventually managed to get back behind him again. And then I don't know whether he had a problem going into the first corner, but he seemed to brake very early. And it was all I could do to avoid going into the back of him. I think I inherited the lead by avoiding an accident.
Absolutely. And obviously, people have been mentioning we've got the handicap race coming up later on as well. How are you mentally preparing for that later?
I'm not sure you can mentally prepare for a handicap race. All you can do is go absolutely flat out from the start and see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll be heading quickly to an ad break before coming back for the Armed Forces. We'll see you in a second.
Nice car. Shame about the wheels. Don't let your style be curbed by damaged alloys. Whether you need them fully restored or just fancy a change, the Wheel Specialist is the UK's industry-leading wheel refurbisher. With over 1 million wheels refurbished and repaired, the Wheel Specialist brings you long-lasting guaranteed finishes, quality workmanship, as well as a warm welcome in our showroom. Already trusted by thousands of public and business customers, you can be confident that your wheels will get the specialist treatment. The Wheel Specialist. Get your quote today. thewheelspecialist.co.uk.
We are about to go racing for the third time today. It's the first of 2 races for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. The cars were released out onto the circuit for their green flag lap very shortly, just still clearing up from that previous race, the Race Parks historic 750 Formula Series race, and then the Armed Forces race cars will be out. There's a lot of them, over 30 of them. I think we have lost a few from qualifying. We saw at the end of qualifying Alex Rivette's 350Z being brought back on the recovery truck. That sadly is order combat, not going to be out for the rest of the day. We've also lost the 57 Simon Vernon Mazda MX-5 and the 911 car, the 911, which is actually a Toyota MR2 Roadster. Tim Royal and Scott Lara, they sadly are not going to be out for this race, but that should still leave, I think, about 32 cars for this. There are a couple of class changes to tell you about as well. Class B to Class A for number 8, Phil England, and going the other way is number 13, Adam Dewis. So he is into Class B from Class A. So the Armed Forces Race Challenge, it's been developed to bring together four-wheeled motor racers from all of the armed forces. The challenge allows a level playing field of competition irrespective of car performance by awarding consistency during races. So the championship points in this are based on your performance index result from each race, which effectively is a measure of your consistency, dividing your total race time divided by your best lap time. So it really is a focus on the driver rather than the performance of the machine. But obviously, we also have a number of different classes as well for the purpose of what we can see on track. Scratch races, and those are based on power to weight. So you've got 4 different classes based on power to weight as well. We've had a couple of races so far this year. They were at Brands Hatch, and in terms of the on-track results in that race, it was Mark White that took the 2 wins there from David Russell, and Alex Smith and Jonathan Candler took a podium apiece there. But in terms of the performance index, it was Dave Russell that won the first race, and the second race, which I've stapled upside down, Simon Vernon took that. But overall in the points, it's Ben McLaughlin that leads the championship at the moment on 32 points, from Dave Russell on 31. Simon Vernon has 26, Keith Atwood 23, Richard Phillips 22, and Dougie Inglis 21. I say all of that is based on performance index rather than the actual pace on track. Let's have a look at how this grid is going to line up then ahead of the 20-minute race. On pole position, it's the number 65 car, which is Chalky White, Mark White, and next to him is number 84, that's Alex Smith in the Honda Integra Type R. On the second row of the grid, that's number 12, Dave Russell in the BMW E36. Besides him is number 1, the reigning champion, Jonathan Candler in the Peugeot. Row 3, we have the 8th car, that's the Subaru of Phil England. Besides him, number 13, Adam Dewis in the Vauxhall Astra. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 815, that's Keith Atwood in the Mini. We don't, though, have number 3, Alex Rivette. He's pulled out, as we've said. Row 5 of the grid, number 22, that's Paul Mellor in the Caterham 7. Besides him, 113 is Paul Chapman in the Clio. Row 6 of the grid, 51, that's Ian Cooper in the Daewoo. And number 96, that's the driver that leads the championship, Ben McLaughlin in the Clio 172. On row 7 of the grid, that's number 15, which is Chris Dancer in the Escort Mark 1. 26 next to him is Gareth Moss in the Mazda MX-5. 62 is the Holden Commodore of Paul Martin Jones. And then it's the 230 car of Paul Waterhouse, who's rebuilt a car. We've got that ready for racing after the car that he started the season was very badly damaged at Brands Hatch. So 230 Paul Waterhouse next to him on row 8 of the grid. Row 9 on the inside, you've got number 6, which is Dougie Inglis, and 7, which is Kieran Lambourne. Row 10 of the grid, 23, that's Alex Waldeck's Peugeot. Treble 4 is Richard Phillips in the 116. 16 on the inside of row 11, that's the car of Trevor Hancock, the Peugeot, and number 17 next to him is Sebastian Unwin in another 116. On the 12th row of the grid, it's number 72. That was the car of Andrew Holmes, the MGB Roadster, and besides him is 64, which is Harry Townsend, and he's in a Peugeot. Row 13 is 35 and 34. That's Richard Brown in the MR2 Roadster, Sean Graham in the Sultan Low Cost. Row 14, it's the number 14 car, which is Peter McNichol in the Mazda MX-5, and number 300, Ewan Evans in the 116. 15th row, number 92, is the car of Jack Squires. Number 88 next to him is Adam Stanbury. And then towards the back, we've got on row 16, number 4, which is Mel Highland in the 116. 57, which is actually the one that's pulled out, Simon Vernon in the MX-5. So row 17, then we have 44, which is the car of Gemma Barnsdale, the 116, and completing the grid, number 24, Lloyd Fountain in the Toyota MR2. So that's what we have on the grid. More than 30 cars, and it's taken so long to go through that. They're nearly all back on the grid. It's going to take a moment or two to grid all of these up, Andy, and this, of course, was a qualifying session that was a bit disjointed, wasn't it? There was a red flag in this session, so I suspect some cars out of position for this.
Yes, I think so. It makes it all the more impressive then, really, that it's still pretty tight at the top, isn't it? Those top 3 covered by just 0.7 of a second. Mark White, Alex Smith and Dave Russell. So expect it to be a good battle, at least initially, between those 3. But yes, I would be looking for a couple of cars a bit further back, maybe, to make their presence felt towards the front. It's a 2x2 grid, so it's going to be a very congested run into what is a natural sort of pinch point into Old Hall Corner. So important that they all sort of mind their space and try and avoid trouble through the first couple of corners, but also all of the drivers understanding that track position is at a premium. It's a short race, so relatively short, 20 minutes in length. But you see, you don't have a lot of time really to get towards the front, and a lot of them I'm sure will try and do so right the way through the first couple of corners, and then also keep an eye on some of the class battles going on further back. Class D in particular looks pretty competitive, doesn't it? So yeah, lots to look for here, but in particular this battle of the Hondas, the battle of the Type Rs heading into Old Hall Corner.
Absolutely, and they are there. They are both Class B cars. That's the class up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, Class A up to 300, Class C up to 180, Class D up to 135. But the 5-second board has already been shown. The red lights are about to go out. The race getting underway. A pretty good start by Alexander Smith from the outside of the front row of the grid, but I think it's going to be Mark White that's going to lead into Old Hall Corner for the first time. Yes, it is. Dave Russell there in the BMW is in third place, and I'm sure he'll be cheered on by the BMW Live crowds here today. He's been very successful in this series over the years. Down towards Cascades they go for the first time, and Alex Smith's got the lead then in the Integra from Mark White in second place, Dave Russell third, and then it's Phil England in that Subaru is in fourth position.
Yeah, expected to see Phil go well. Four-wheel drive traction off the line. He's gained a few positions, but David Russell, rear-wheel drive BMW, got a storming start, tried to go between the two Hondas in front of him. They squeezed into him, and there was definitely paint traded between the three cars, but they all survived, and they run 1, 2, 3 then out of the shell hairpin with, as you said, the Subaru Impreza in fourth position of Phil England. Still, they're trying to sort themselves out. 2 by 2, they're running through the shell hairpin, but the leading 3 exiting Britons. It's another BMW then in fifth position. That looks like Adam Dewis in the 125i BMW, and I think there might have been another, at least the BMW Mini behind, of Keith Atwood. So lots of BMW interest inside the top half dozen, but the car on the move is the yellow Subaru, isn't it? Phil England up to fourth position, and I would say, Ian, over the middle part of the lap, catching the leading 3.
Yep, certainly is. They are making their way out of Hislops and towards Knickerbrook. Then they'll climb up Clay Hill for the first time. There we can see Dougie Inglis with his bereaved MX-5 there, and he's being chased by Paul Martin-Jones in the Commodore. But as the leaders already turning their way through Druids for the first time. Move being made there, possibly by the number 113 car, Paul Chapman in the Clio. He's trying to get past that unlikely car, the Daewoo Nexia of Ian Cooper as well, number 51. But I think that's been uprated since the last time, certainly I saw it. And it's certainly a bit further up the grid than it was. But the two leads have gone across the line, only a quarter of a second between them, so we'll keep an eye on the battle for the lead as well. But a great field that is still streaming its way through Lodge Corner as well.
Yeah, a couple of the Class D BMW 116i's getting themselves together here, and in fact they might even be side by side up over the line. The Holden Commodore there at the inside at Old Hall Corner trying to make a move, and does indeed successfully get past the Mazda MX-5. There aren't that many opportunities to see a Holden Commodore battling an MX-5 on track, or indeed a Daewoo Nexia anywhere, quite frankly. We've got a BMW, 2 BMWs bouncing down the grass coming out of Old Hall Corner, but the Daewoo here of Ian Cooper under threat, and I think now does finally relinquish that place, does it? Yes, the Clio manages to slip through. That was Douglas Inglis, was it then, slipping through?
Paul Chapman.
Sorry, Paul Chapman, I beg your pardon, on the run down the Lakeside Straight.
Yeah, for 12th place as well. So we are well into the second lap of this race. There is the battle for the lead. It is tied, isn't it, on the way down from Hilltop towards Hislop. So Mark White is pulling out here down the inside. He is going into the right-hander at Hislops, and I don't think he quite made it through. No, he didn't. And they're taking Dave Russell, who's in a different class, a less powerful, lower power to weight ratio class, the Class C car. He's going right with them as well. I think he's won something like 16 out of 18 times his last 18 starts within that class. So he's certainly one to beat.
Yeah, but he'll want an overall race victory if he can get one, and we saw in that historic 750 Formula race, didn't we? Sometimes it is the driver in third place who's in the best position. When you've got two drivers ahead battling to and fro for the race lead, sometimes it's better just to try and keep a watching brief and sort of wait for things to fall into your lap. The leading 3 then round Lodge Corner, through the dip, back over the crest at Deer Leap. Honda from BMW, and Alexander Smith retains the advantage. His margin actually goes out slightly to 0.4 of a second, so about 2 car lengths as they turned through Old Hall Corner that time. But David Russell in third position, highlighting your point there, Ian. New fastest lap of the race, 1:58.5, was half a second quicker than them on that lap.
Indeed so. So we're working now lap 3 of the race. 2 Class B cars together out front, Alex Smith and Mark White. There's the Nexi, which is now being lapped by the Oulton Commodore. It gets more ridiculous, doesn't it? The contrast of cars that we have on circuit together. So that's the number 62 car going through, Paul Martin Jones, and that's for 13th place now in this race. Doug Inglis, I could just see behind in the MX-5 leading his class as well. There's the Chris Dancer Escort Mark 1. He's in 12th position at the moment, car number 15. He's chasing after Paul Chapman in the much more modern Renault Clio. You can see that just ahead, and then in front of him it's Gareth Moss in the Mark 1 MX-5, and that we can see is the Caterham as well, which belongs to number 22, Paul Meller, who is in 8th place.
Yes, he is. Paul Meller then sort of on his own, one of the few drivers actually with no one to battle with at the moment. Side-by-side action meanwhile, and a spinning Mazda. Around goes the number 26, and that was looking not to result in further contact for Gareth Moss. He forces the Escort to bounce across the grass, but Gareth Moss just locked up the rear brakes there, turning into the Britain chicane. He was on the inside line and trying to defend his position, but a bit too late on the brakes in the end. Around he went. He's rejoined now with no damage done, which is good news. Meanwhile, the leaders at Druids, Ian, there was an attempted move again there from Mark White, but once again not able to break through the defences of Alex Smith.
No, and Alex Smith, a local driver from Oswald Street, 27 years of age, been racing since 2021. This is a 1996 Type R Integra with the K20 engine, and he built this car between his deployments in 2020 and 2021. He's under threat here though from Mark White, who again is unable to find a way through going into Old Hall Corner, but Smith there goes just a little bit wide over the green stuff at the exit of the first turn. That doesn't really give Mark White any more of an opportunity, and Dave Russell still there in third place. I think that car is back on standard fuel now. It was on synthetic fuel, one of the first cars on synthetic fuel last season, but I think it's back on standard fuel now based on what he's told us.
And he is continuing to keep pace with the Hondas as they do battle. Mark White continuing to just kind of look to the inside into places like Old Hall. He had a little look at Lodge, but doesn't really help his exit speed, so needs to try and build up a bit of momentum here. Closes right in again through the middle of the Shell hairpin. No doubt in my mind that Mark White is a little bit quicker at the moment, but just can't find a way past the Integra. Again, peaks to the inside on the way into Britain chicane. We saw a moment ago how that can go wrong over the newly reprofiled curve on the way into the chicane, and on the exit actually the Integra of Smith just pulls a length or so once again. Up and over Hilltop, it dropped down towards the Hislop chicane where Mark White had a look a lap ago. He's doing the same thing again this time, but still can't fully commit to the manoeuvre. So frustrating this for Mark. He can see the opportunities, but he's always just that half a car length or so too far back to make anything of them.
Yeah, there you can see the Andrew Holmes MGB. That's probably one of the older cars on the grid here, and a couple of the more modern Peugeots up behind. And I think one of those was that of Paul Waterhouse. And that is a battle for 17th, 18th, 19th, that kind of position, a bit further back down the order. Here it is, and also getting involved in that, I think, is Alex Waldeck. Yes, it is, in the number 23 car as well, just behind Paul Waterhouse. But it's Andrew Holmes at the head of that group in that MGB GT. As I say, 17th, 18th and 19th positions I think they're occupying. Then they've got the Sultan Low Cost, I think, just behind them as well, of Sean Graham, and also another Peugeot 206 as well I can see. So a bit of a Peugeot feel to this battle, which is heading out of Hislops up through Knickerbrook and Clay Hill. We've got 11 and a half minutes or so of this race left to go, 20-minute race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. There's Doug Inglis going through in 15th place overall in his Class D leading car. He's just ahead of this battle that's continuing to work its way through the right-hander at Druids.
Yep, underneath the bridge then, towards the braking zone at Lodge Corner. The leaders are at Shell, and we've had a lead change, so we have now finally seen the Civic get back ahead of the Integra, and Mark White leads the way then. So Alex Smith down to second position, and David Russell in the BMW in third. And already you can see the Civic getting away, although he understeers pretty horrendously through the middle of the British chicane then. And Mark White, did he lose much time on the exit? No, not really. I think the Civic Type R should now have the pace to clear off at the front of the pack. Wriggling around under braking there as they turn into the Britain chicane. And into the slightly awkward right-hander at Knickerbrook. Meanwhile, Townsend pulling over at Lodge Corner. So that number 64 Peugeot that we've just been watching, Harry Townsend, the man from Cambridge, pulling off at Lodge Corner and finding a gap in the barriers, thankfully, so he could pull the car well out of harm's way. No need even really for yellow flags anymore. But he is out of the race. That looked like a mistake for the race leader. Mark White wide at Druids, Ian, so he's not escaping yet.
It did. He's not having this all his own way, is he? Isn't Chalky White, 46-year-old from Wantage, an operations manager for Mission Motorsport. And yet he's got his work cut here to keep that RAF engineering car of Alex Smith behind him, and also Dave Russell as well, the 35-year-old, two-time Burkitt winner as well, is Dave Russell. Mark White now taking the fastest lap of the race, 1:57.909, which is outside the lap record, which within that class is held by Mark Inman. There's Phil England, who's rather lonely in fourth place now, isn't he? He's about 10 seconds behind the leaders and nearly 10 seconds ahead of Adam Dewis as well. But it's much closer for the leader in particular, actually, for second place now. So it feels to me as if Smith is starting to have to defend more from Russell than he's at sort of attack Mark White now.
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. Maybe he made a mistake somewhere off camera, but either way, the leader definitely getting away. We've had a spin up at the Shell hairpin. That looks a bit BMW 116-y, doesn't it? Well, maybe a Peugeot. One of the smaller cars. It's on the grass. No, it was a BMW, and it rejoins just behind the leading trio, number 44, I think that was, which is Gemma Barnsdale from Market Raisin. So Gemma, unfortunately, has had a rotation, but gets going again, albeit slipping one lap down. But yeah, Shell has been the scene of a bit of drama already today, hasn't it? And drama continues.
Certainly does. And so there's now some traffic to be dealt with in the form of number 88, which is Adam Stanbury. And he'll be lapped by the race leader, so there's now a slower car between the race leader and the second place man, Alex Smith. And he is pulling away now, isn't he, Mark White? Most definitely from Alex Smith. Oh, and that's a problem for number 34, Sean Graham. The Sultan Low Cost has gone off there into the barriers. He's just trying to find a way over the barriers now to a position of safety. And where is that? Is that at Clay Hill?
Might
no,
be
it's
Lodge.
Deer Leap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Deer Leap, yeah. Well, foot of Deer Leap, between Lodge and Deer Leap. Trying to work out which part of the circuit that was. So yellow flags on the way into Lodge Corner. So there's going to be no overtaking there now. 8 minutes of this race left to go, and the leader's just going through that part of the circuit now, and of course can't overtake that back marker until he's gone past that green lighting panel.
And because of that, he's lost a lot of momentum over the start-finish straight, and here comes another challenge for the race lead. Alex Smith up the inside line. There's just about an Integra-sized gap, but he hasn't got the momentum on corner exit. That was really opportunistic stuff, that, from Alexander Smith. It almost got him back into the race lead, but in traffic now, this race will take on a new dynamic. We still have a third of the race to go, just over 7.5 minutes left, and with every back marker comes a new opportunity for Alex Smith and David Russell to get back on terms with Mark White.
Absolutely right. Another 116 being lapped that time as well. That's the Mel Highland number 4 car. So there's quite a bit of traffic for the quicker guys to deal with in this 116. So in this Armed Forces race, challenge race with the 116s, the slower cars. Very much forming part of that traffic. There's quite a few of them. Of course, we've got the 116 trophy race a little bit later on as well for similar cars. And Dave Russell having to go the long way around the MX-5 there. Peter McNichol, that was, number 14, the 67-year-old RAF veteran from Mablethorpe, who's been racing in since 1981. It's a 1994 car that he's built up himself, but Dave Russell just managed to negotiate that, albeit slightly more arduously than he would have hoped at Britain's.
Yeah, just put himself in a slightly tricky spot there, didn't he? But managed to come out the other side without actually going off the track, which was fairly impressive. Makes his way up and over Deer Leap. The lead gap now once again starting to extend. Mark White back to Alex Smith. You can't fault either of them, though. They've both been prepared to get stuck in here. They've both had stints in the lead of the race, and they're still only separated by, what, just under a second or so, maybe, as they arrive down at Lodge Corner. Integra late on the brakes, sweeps into the right hand of David Russell's BMW. Looks like it's becoming a real handful, wriggling around under braking into the final turn. Leaders come across the line, and I think that will now be the biggest lead that Mark White has had. Yeah, nearly 1.4 seconds and a new fastest lap to boot. So now he's starting to settle into it. There's no traffic on the horizon for the time being, and he is starting to assert his authority.
Yep, so heading down to the Cascades with 5 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. There is the race leader, Mark White, number 65, from number 84, Alex Smith in second place, 1.4 seconds between them. Dave Russell in third, 4.2 seconds behind the lead, and now he's lost a bit of time and momentum with that issue at Britain's a lap ago. But of course, as we've said, it's also about being consistent as you can. That is more tricky in the traffic than it is when you're out on your own, of course. And those performance index results will be decided once a spreadsheet has been cranked up later on, no doubt. Phil England, he's done some of the back marker lappery as well. He's gone through, still in 4th place in car number 8. 45-year-old project manager from Louth in that 2-litre turbo car prepared by Team Monkfish Racing, 1997 car. It's done sprints and time attack over the years, that car, before it's been prepared for racing in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. I think it was a road car as well for Phil initially. And there you can see it's got the Army Motorsport livery and logo on the side of that particular car, but he is very much out on his own. He's 15 seconds behind David Russell. He's 8 seconds ahead of Adam Dewis, who's in that BMW. Oh, and there's a yellow flag. Someone's gone off at Cascades. We'll try and pick up what's gone on there. Oh, yeah. It's the Chris Dancer car. Well, he's danced off. He's watched off the circuit, hasn't he, in the number 15 Escort Mark 1. But it looks like he's managed to get all the way through the gravel trap and back onto the circuit. I suppose being an Escort Mark 1, it's got rallying type routes, and it thought it would head off into the gravel.
Yes, did well to dig itself out of that gravel though and continue on its way. Meanwhile, the race leader Mark White heads through Old Hall Corner again, having set another fastest lap of the race, 1:56.1, 1.3 seconds quicker that time than Alex Smith, so he really is starting to extend his margin. Had a change for 6th place on the previous lap, by the way. Jonathan Candler ahead of Keith Atwood. That was Peugeot ahead of Mini, and it was a change for 2nd place in class as well.
Looks like a problem there for Kieran Lambourne with his 330 BMW with the exhaust dropping off the back of it. We've got the 51 car just ahead of him, which is Ian Cooper in the Daewoo Nexus. So this is the battle for 13th and 14th positions, which is just heading through Knickerbrook, then up Clay Hill now. We've got 3 minutes or so left on the clock in this race, which has been very busy indeed, with more than 30 cars starting it. And a variety of different performances. It's been certainly very entertaining up at the front of the field, with some interesting battles down the order and the lappery to deal with as well. But there's the race, and you can see he's got a couple of slower cars now, Mark White, between himself and Alex Smith. One of them is one of the MR2s, and I suspect, but on the back end shot, yeah, Alex Smith has cleared the other car, which was one of the 116s as well. Blue flags waving to those slower cars to let them know that quicker drivers are coming through. David Russell also trying to make up some ground there as well. We're very much into the closing stages now, though, Andy.
Yes, we are. We're going to have time for 2 more laps probably after this one, unless they end the race early, as we've seen for some of the other categories so far today. But so far, everything looking good for Mark White, who pitches the Civic Type R into Lodge Corner. He's got the MGB ahead to put a lap down. And quite a lot of traffic on the horizon, actually. That won't exactly be the sight that Mark White wanted to be greeted with there as he burst over Deer Leap. Means there's quite a bit more overtaking to be done before the end of the race. One of the little battles going on ahead of him is the Astra MX-5 versus the Hancock Peugeot. So that is Inglis versus Hancock for 17th overall, but for the lead, I believe that is Ian, in Class D, isn't it? The number 6 Astra MX-5 leads the class, but not by very much.
Yeah, that's developed as the race has gone. Inglis, I think, has dropped back a little bit. Trevor Hancock has moved forward, and now as we go into the closing stages, there is a bit of a battle on for Class D victory, which is for the cars with the lowest power to weight ratio. But Mark White now just getting himself between those. He'll soon pass the other car as well. that of Dougie Inglis, who's been leading this class. In that opening meeting of the season, it was Dougie Inglis who took both of the Class D wins there. Of course, Mark White was successful overall and in Class A on the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch there, so he's looking for a hat-trick. So too is Dougie Inglis. Paul Waterhouse has just been lapped as well in the number 230 car as well. He's in 16th position, just ahead of that Class D battle.
Yep, there is the Class D leader then, Doug Inglis in the number 6 Mazda MX-5. Rare, really, in this country to see a Mazda MX-5 with a hard top on it, but that is perhaps the more aerodynamic way to race one of those cars. He's definitely benefited through being lapped, if you like, by Mark White, hasn't he? As there's a lock-up for the number 23 Peugeot, which almost deposits itself in the gravel trap. That was Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot 306, right in front of the race leader.
Yeah, who is heading into Lodge Corner with only about 20 seconds on the clock. And we'll see if we do get the checkered flag this time or not, because it's going to be very nip and tuck in terms of the time. There's another flag, a driving standards flag, being shown as well. So no, he's going to go on to his final lap of the race. Then one more lap for Mark White to go. And he's got a very decent advantage over Alex Smith now. It's 5 seconds amid traffic. And Smith now only has 0.7 of a second to play with over Dave Russell. So second and third, could we have a change there before the end?
Well, we may well have, actually, because Russell's had a good run out of Old Hall Corner. Alex Smith, for some reason, losing pace in the closing stages. And the BMW right on his tail now as they drop down through Cascades. They may be in different classes, but if there's another position overall to be gained here, then David Russell is going to give it a go. And the Lakeside Straight they go, still Integra ahead of BMW, but perhaps it was just the traffic that was delaying Alex Smith. If so, he won't be terribly thrilled to find another slow car in front of him into a yellow flag zone at Shell, because there's a car pointing the wrong way again on the inside of the track at Shell. To the inside had gone Russell, but realising, I think, that it was a yellow flag zone, he bailed out of the move on Alex Smith, but that's another car that's ended up on the inside at Shell. That's an odd place to go off.
Yeah, quite unusual, isn't it? So Dave Russell now having another go, but he's got another car involved as well. That's that Alex Waldeck Peugeot 5, another of the RAF cars, and it's not giving Dave Russell any room at all, really, as they come up over Hilltop. Russell will pass him now on the way down towards his lots, but that's done Russell's hopes of getting P2 overall no good whatsoever.
2 RAF liveried cars as well. They're not exactly working together as the team, were they, as they came out of the Britain's chicane on different laps too, which makes that all the more awkward, really. But anyway, Mark White makes his way through Druids Corner. He has no idea this has all been kicking off behind him, because he cleared off already by 5 seconds at the beginning of the lap. He's further clear now as he heads towards Lodge Corner for the final time.
Yeah, indeed. So White into Lodge, where we lost the Sean Graham Sultan low cost earlier on. Out of the confession he comes up over Dearleap, and he'll see the checkered flag this time. He does, and takes the win for the 3rd time this season in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Alex Smith is going to come across the line second, a long way behind, 8.5 seconds. That doesn't really tell the story of the race, does it? In second place, and Dave Russell has got a penalty by the looks of it. So that must be a penalty for was that a jump start? I don't know if I've got any notification. Plus 10, so that looks like a jump start penalty for Dave Russell.
Out of position at the start.
Yeah, that's effectively what it is. So Dave Russell, I think he's still going to be 3rd though. Such was the gap over Phil England in 4th place. So it made that sort of battle for 2nd and 3rd somewhat academic, if you like. Phil England, number 8, takes 4th place. 5th place going the way of, or it will do, number 13, Adam Jewis. He's just coming across the line now. And then Jonathan Candler, number 1, last year's champion, in 6th place in the Peugeot 306. And then the rest of them still to come through. It looks like Keith Atwood is going to be 7th in the Mini, number 815. Then the next car through should be Paul Chapman in the Clio. Let's see if it is in the 113 car. There he is, he's just heading through now. Paul Martin Jones has made up a place on the last lap. It's all the Pauls, isn't it? 8th, 9th and 10th. Paul Martin Jones ahead of Paul Meller in the Caterham on this final lap of the race. So they are turning their way through the final couple of corners. It is Chapman 8th, Martin Jones 9th and Meller in 10th position in the end. So class wins go to Mark White and to Dave Russell and to Phil England. And I think Doug Inglis has already gone across the line as well. Yes, he has, as the class winner in Class D by about 0.7 of a second over Trevor Hancock. So, again, rich entertainment that, Andy, from the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
Yeah, as you said, the end result doesn't do it justice. That was a brilliant three-way tussle at the front, but as we predicted, some of the lower class battles were equally as entertaining. That Class D scrap in particular. There is the Kieran Lambourne BMW E46, which had that exhaust dragging on the floor race long. He was never called into the pit lane that we know of to get it sorted, so he was able to complete the race, and the Army Motorsport liveried BMW, I think the last driver to see the checkered flag, finishing down in 12th position. So the race leaders lapped everybody up to and including 13th place. That gives you an idea of how much lapped traffic there was to deal with there, and we saw, didn't we, how much of a factor that was in the race. It certainly provided lots of entertainment amongst the front runners, and Mark White a deserved race winner.
He certainly was then. So at the end of 20 minutes of racing, 11 laps were completed by Mark White in the number 65 Honda Civic Type R. He finished 8.5 seconds clear of number 84 Alex Russell in second place. In third position, it was number 12 Dave Russell, who won Class C in the BMW E36. Fourth to number 8 Phil England in the Subaru Impreza. Fifth to number 13 Adam Dewis. Sorry, Phil England also won his class as well, Class A I should say. Fifth to number 13 Adam Dewis in the BMW. Sixth to number 1 Jonathan Candler in the Peugeot 306. Seventh was number 8 1-5 Keith Atwood in the Mini. 8th 113 Paul Chapman in the Renault. 9th 62 Paul Martin Jones in the Holden, and 10th was number 22 Paul Meller in the Caterham ahead of Ben McLaughlin, who was the championship leader coming into this round. Kieran Lambourne, Ian Cooper and Chris Dancer. And a bit further back down the order, we will see who was in 15th place. That was Alex Waldeck ahead of Paul Waterhouse. And then Doug Inglis won Class D in car number 6 in 17th position overall ahead of Trevor Hancock. Andrew Holmes and Richard Brown round out the top 20. The best of the 116s was Seb Unwin in number 17. So that's the result of the Armed Forces Race Challenge. There'll be a second race for them later on at around about 5:05 this afternoon. Cars heading into Parc Fermé. A reminder of all of the activity that's going on here at BMW Live today. You've got the drift rides, you've got the scale extra, you've got the sim racing even, you've got the trade shows, you've got the car club displays of BMWs, Alpinas and Mod Minis, you've got face painting, craft shows. You can also head out for a meal at the Checkers restaurant, of course, as well. Lots and lots of entertainment on the infield. We're going to have the grid walk. That's going to take place relatively shortly. So make your way over towards the podium area in the paddock if you'd like to join the grid walk. That will be on track very shortly indeed. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And we will be hearing from some of the drivers during the course of that grid walk. I think we'll hopefully hear from some of the 116 drivers as well in pit lane before that as well. And we will have 7 more races coming for you after the lunch break. But for now, we'll head down to Kieran Mogg to hear from our winner in the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
We're back down here in Parc Fermé to what you call a very eclectic car park, I believe. We've got a BMW E36 here, we've got a Honda Civic, we have a Mazda MX-5 and, of course, Subaru WRX. We're going to take a chat with our overall winner, Mark White. Mark, he's over here. Mark, can I just grab a chat with you? Congratulations.
Thank you very
you worked the traffic very well to your advantage there.
Yeah, I got lucky, good racecraft, a little bit of both, I think. It all fell at the right time. I got caught out badly at Brands last time out through back markers, so yeah, managed to fight my way through, which was really good. Some really close racing with Alex and Dave to start with, and then I think these two started tussling each other and managed to get out ahead a little bit. So yeah, just managed to keep it smooth and keep it on the black stuff.
Alex was really putting on the pressure at one point as well, and obviously you had to really defend for your position. How are you sort of taking that into the race later on?
Well, I'm actually starting P3, so Alex and Dave will both be ahead of me. So I'll just try and repeat what I did this time round. I'll just try and stay consistent, stay close. I think I've got a little more oomph out of the corners than Alex. Dave does really well. He's a Class C car competing with the two Class B cars. Yeah, just try and be consistent and wait for the gap.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later on then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaking of David, obviously you're Class C winner. You were mixing it up with obviously the front guys as well. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, really good race. It was brilliant watching those two fighting in front. I had the best seat in the house, and Alex was all over him. He had his elbows out. He was trying his absolute hardest, and bearing in mind his car's only just inside Class B as well, so he drove phenomenally well. It's a shame he's not stood here with us really, but yeah, it was a great race. Nearly a helicopter crash on the last lap with some back markers, but we survived, and here we are. It's all good.
Excellent. And how are you feeling ahead of the race later?
Looking forward to it. We're a little bit the wrong way round. Chalky's behind us on the grid, so I think Alex and I in true RAF fashion will try and fly side by side and keep him behind us. But don't tell him in case he's listening. But hopefully we'll have a good, clean race again. And everybody out there was brilliant. You know, AFRC is good, clean racing.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later on then.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you. We'll head down obviously to our other class winners over here. So firstly we have got Douglas Inglis. Firstly, congratulations obviously on the win. Now Ian up in the commentary box was talking about how you've got a hardtop MX-5. Do you want to talk us through the decision of that?
Yeah, so it wasn't really my decision actually. It was my father-in-law. He was a fiberglass laminator for many years, and he decided that he didn't like wanting me to do some more aero, so he did a little project for him, and he made this up for me, and it was and it's actually quite a good little talking point. And the only downside is it gets hot in there. It gets really hot sat in that gearbox. But for like logistics of even just moving it around in aerodynamics, as the car stays dry now, even in the wet conditions. Before open top trailer, everything was just soaking inside. So yeah, but really good, really good.
There is obviously a talk of some perhaps rain coming later. We don't know for definite, but there is maybe. So is that obviously giving you the confidence then if the car is that stable in the wet?
Yeah, this car goes so well in the wet. I think I've got a little bit of a safe setup on it at the minute. I just never had a chance to change it. If the rain comes, perfect. A couple of damper settings, it's good to go, and I quite like the wet because it's cheaper in it, less tyre, less fuel, all that good stuff in it. So yeah, and it's good fun. It's just slightly happy, but yeah, it's fantastic. And she's done me well again today, so I'm proud of it.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll speak to our Class A winner, Phil England. Fantastic win again from you. Did the same in Brands Hatch. Looking to do the same again later on?
Hopefully, yeah. So it's a pretty good start. I was boxed in a bit. But yeah, I couldn't keep up with the three in front of me. But yeah, it's going around all right. So yeah, happy with that.
And of course, with this being four-wheel drive, if it does rain a bit later on, that's giving you some confidence?
Maybe. It didn't help at Brands, did it? But we'll see.
Bit of a different nature of a circuit, though.
Yeah, it's a bit more faster flowing and yeah, more curbs to it. But yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck later on then.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And we'll be heading to a quick VT over in the BMW section. I can't remember what it's called. I was told I can't remember what it's called, but yeah. I can't remember. Anyway, so we're heading over there just for a couple of minutes, and then we're into the pit walk in just a couple of minutes' time. I'll see you then.
You've joined me in the infield with the show cars, where they all are, probably in the depths of the show now. We seem to be right in the middle of what is kind of the rare M car area. So we've got a huge selection, which is quite remarkable because it's not a very popular car. Well, there weren't many of them. They're a very popular car now. But we've got a lot of Z3M coupes all here, and plenty of Estoril blue ones, and then we've got a variety of colours as well, all up here. So these all look fantastic. These are a car that I think was always quite a strange looking thing. There's always never quite sure about the sort of proportions of them myself, but not at the time. But now they look exceptional. They're so unique. They're so different from anything else that has ever really existed, and they're just utterly brilliant. And I think we've got I particularly love this Dakar yellow one. It is just what a fantastic looking machine, and it's kind of weird combination of almost like a estate back. It's a Z3 Touring, as it was, rather than a coupe. So that's fantastic. But we've also got sneaking through there, we've got a M3 CSL, so another rare M car, and up here we've got a 1M coupe as well. So yeah, another limited edition production, M car. So that this is what this show's all about. This is this fantastic selection of cars that you don't get to see all the time. And when have you ever seen this row of Z3M coupes together? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen it. And like I say, I was never sure about them when they first came, but now I definitely am. And if I'd had the opportunity to see quite as many as this in one place, I absolutely would have done before. So yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. And we've got some modified ones, slightly a few AC Schnitzer wheels, and I can see up there. We've got have a peek into this one. So this is the M engine, obviously within in these Z3M coupes, and yeah, that was from the E36 M3 they started out with, but the later cars did end up with the E46's M engine. We've got just behind there. We missed out slightly as well, but there is a Z4 M coupe, so it was a successor to the Z3. But then, as well as that Z4, but if you like Z4s, don't worry, there are plenty behind me here. So we've got not just the M versions, but still, even when they're not the M versions, they still look utterly wonderful. And then this car is a car that is aging so exceptionally well. We've got great proportions, much more conventional, I suppose, than the Z3M, which makes it not feel, there's maybe a downside to it being a bit more conventional in its proportions, but its actual details and things are quite unique and quite exceptional, really. For when you think about it, the big slash down the side, which creates a Z for Z4 on when we're looking at it backwards on here. So you'll have to forgive us for some sight noise. We're near the drift display. We've got the low friction track just behind us, and we've got the drift cars going on about bouncing off the limiters as they wheel spin their way around there. So we've got this selection of Z4s. We've got the E85 and 86. So the E85 is the roadster with the drop top, and then we've got plenty of these coupes, the E86, which again, not a car that you see very often. And I would have thought that trying to gather together a selection of this many Z4 coupes, whether they're Z4Ms or non-Ms, which we've got, would be quite exceptional. But this red one is, I think Imola Red's example is utterly wonderful. Behind us, we've also got the latest Z4 as well, which actually, I'll be totally honest, although not an M car, this is probably the most underappreciated car in the BMW range, I think. Maybe because it's not a traditional BMW, it's not a saloon or a coupe, it's a roadster. It kind of gets overlooked, but actually there aren't many cars that BMW have ever produced, or possibly, and certainly don't at the moment, that will drive quite as wonderfully as the Z4 currently does. And I recently released that there will be a manual version of it as well. So we're going to get that later in the year, which will be a car to have, I can show you. If you like drop-top motoring, that will be the car that you want. So we'll go and find out some other fantastic, probably rare, exceptionally well-presented cars, and we'll join you in a bit.
Nice car. Shame about the wheels. Don't let your style be curbed by damaged alloys. Whether you need them fully restored or just fancy a change, the Wheel Specialist is the UK's industry-leading wheel refurbisher. With over 1 million wheels refurbished and repaired, the Wheel Specialist brings you long-lasting guaranteed finishes, quality workmanship, as well as a warm welcome in our showroom. Already trusted by thousands of public and business customers, you can be confident that your wheels will get the specialist treatment. The Wheel Specialist. Get your quote today. thewheelspecialist.co.uk.
We're in the Fogarty Moss Centre, which is the indoor bit of BMW Live. And despite the fact that we're indoors, there is still plenty of racing going on. We've got a sim racing going on here, so you can have a go. You can try your hand at Oulton Park for fake, I suppose, for simulation on virtual reality. And you have a go there. It doesn't matter if you crash. It doesn't matter. But we've got some real life racing, but on a much smaller scale. We've got some scale electric going on as well. So we've got a selection, not just of, it's a lovely selection of BMWs to race around, and some proper sort of track action going there. Oh, someone's been T-boned as well, which we've just got in time to witness a crash. So yeah, we've got this fantastic setup here, which is great. We're a proper pit area, all sort of sorted with scale electric things. As we walk through in the indoor bit, we've got a selection of art as well, which is all BMW related art, some fantastic photos and pictures there. This is all brilliant stuff. You can watch the racing from the comfort in here if you don't want to go outside, but the weather is utterly brilliant, so there's no need to be in here unless you want to be. Face painting, I'll maybe get my face painted later. And we've got the merchandise from the rest of the club. If you're going to come down and get yourself a special club T-shirt or jacket, and we've got Steve Saxty, who here as well, it looks like, who is the publisher of a new book called BMW by Design, 3-volume book. He's here selling that too. So this is the sort of the whole range of things that are at BMW Live. There's indoor stuff, and there's as well as the outdoor racing, we've got indoor racing too.
Welcome back. We are down in the pit lane and the grid walk is just about to start. I'm joined with Andy. You've come down from the commentary box. He has been complaining that he hasn't had his food yet, but you've got to talk to us first before you can go and get it. How has the racing been from your point of view?
Fantastic. I must say, I'm only here because I could smell the bacon butties, the smell wafting up from the garages. There's a party going on in the pit lane here at Oulton Park, everyone getting into the spirit of things. But yeah, it's been a good morning's racing. 3 races that have all sort of kept us guessing right until the end. That historic 750 Formula race in particular, a highlight. You know, that's a series that sometimes, because of the nature of the cars, it can get a bit spread out, but not the case at all today. And it's been nice to see some BMW flavour across the other races as well. So yeah, good start to the day, a busy afternoon incoming, and I'm particularly excited for our next race.
Absolutely. What do you predict is going to happen? Because anything could happen with this category. As we can see, they are just about coming over the hill onto the start-finish straight now. What do you predict?
That is a difficult question, as you well know, which I suspect is why you've asked me, Kieran. Multi-class racing, as we've seen already in that Armed Forces Challenge Series race, is inevitably unpredictable because there are so many moving parts. You know, you've got the quick cars vaguely towards the front of the field, but as soon as they start getting into lap traffic, then your rhythm is completely disrupted. It's a long enough race that will happen, and you're going to get a very jumbled up sort of order, I think, and you'll find that the car that maybe does have a little bit of pace over the rest just isn't able to use their speed in the right way to escape at the front of the field. So I predict an action-packed race. I predict a very busy run into that first corner as well. It's such a narrow circuit. We saw it in the Armed Forces race as well. If a car from the second or third row gets a really good launch, they can go for a gap that suddenly closes, and that stacks the field up as well. So, you know, any grid that has this much variety, you know you're in for a good race. There will always be a battle somewhere. And again, as we've seen already today, it's not always right at the front, but in the classes further back.
Absolutely. So it should be fantastic racing anyway, but there's also a slim chance of some rain as well, which could throw it all completely out of the window, and well, we don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know what you're talking about. It never rains at Oulton Park, as Northerners are famous for having suntans all year round for that very reason. Now, there is a threat of some rain this afternoon. I don't know, I'm cautiously optimistic. There's a breeze blowing through as well, so if it does arrive, it shouldn't stick around for too long, and I don't think it's due until much later on in the afternoon anyway. So for now, a dry circuit, and as we touched upon during the races earlier on as well, they've done some resurfacing work here at Oulton over the winter, and in the dry, the drivers are saying it is much, much grippier, particularly out the back end of the circuit, and that's what's leading to a few real improvements in lap time. We've seen some lap records going already today, and probably won't be the last.
Absolutely. So hopefully we've got an action-packed afternoon coming up, and hopefully a safe one as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Best get back up to the box.
Wait, you're going to go get some food first?
Don't tell anyone.
They all know now, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, I've got to do some work and he can go and eat. So, yes, I can't say what I was going to say. But let's head over to the grid and, well, let's get up the starting grid. So I have been sent the starting grid now. So we'll head onto the grid and see if we can grab some people. So we have got the number 26 and the number 73 on the front row. Obviously, we spoke to, I don't know who we spoke to this morning. Can't quite remember. We spoke to. Let's jump in here, shall we? To number 73. Can I just jump in a second? So obviously you're on the front of the grid. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, we're in a class of our own. Don't mean that in the wrong way, but we've actually been put into a different class, so I just try not to get in the way of the other drivers.
And how are you finding the circuit conditions? Obviously, the temperature is heating up a bit. Obviously, you've just done an outlap. How much information do you get from that outlap?
It's definitely useful. There's a bit of cement dust on the run-in towards Druids, so it was good to see that. Obviously, we wouldn't have seen that if we hadn't had this grid walk. And yeah, no, it's definitely useful just to get a feel for the car again. Obviously, it's been a few hours since I was last in it.
Absolutely. And speaking of the car, it is very, very smart looking. So talk us through it.
Yeah, well, it's a E46 M3 GTR kind of spec. It's got some modifications to it. It's paddle shift. It's got ABS. It's got some trick bits. So yeah, it's a pretty well developed race car.
And how long have you been racing it?
I'm not the owner of the car. I race it alongside the owner, Matthew Sanders. So we've teamed up for about 3 years now.
Excellent. And how's Matthew been getting on?
Really good. His pace is improving all the time. He'll be also running in the ultimate BMW race and the second one of these races. Yeah, and he's getting closer and closer to me every time we go out. So I have to start slowing him down soon.
Excellent. Well, good luck and for the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you. All the public now are coming onto the grid, so we'll try and get out of the way of everyone. But what we're going to do is we're just going to have a wander around and see who we can find. So obviously we did speak to the number 70 earlier on. I don't know where the driver has gone, and also I believe there's somebody on the grid we need to speak to, but I don't know where he is. I don't know. Well, right, we'll head over here. If we can just jump in here a second. Which car is yours?
666.
The 66. That is the 92, am I correct?
92, yeah, that's correct, yes.
How are you finding the day so far? Are you enjoying the event? And are you looking forward to the day?
Good day, yeah. Really good. Good racing, good people, so happy enough, yeah.
So ahead of the race, where do you predict, who do you predict is going to be your competition, do you think?
Obviously the car's in front at the minute, so we'll just see where it goes and take it from there. Yeah. So.
And which class are you racing in?
M1.
Do you think you can take the M1 win?
I'm not sure yet. It's the first time out with the car, so just getting to grips with the car, see what happens with it, yeah. We'll have a good go though.
Absolutely. And talk us through the event, obviously. How are you finding the event so far?
Yeah, it's brilliant, yeah. Everyone's enjoying it. Good people, good crowd, good cars and that. So, yeah, sun's out. What more can we want? Happy racing.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. I'll head on a little bit to my right. We are going over here. I believe I'm being called to go and have a chat with someone, but... Adam. Adam, can I just jump in a second? So obviously welcome to BMW Live, and how are you finding the day?
It's good. It's always nice when the weather's out, isn't it, at a racetrack, but no, it's really busy. Lots of people, met lots of people I know around the paddock and stuff, so it's great to be here, and thanks for the invite.
Do you sort of watch these guys on track and just say, I wish I was out there?
Funnily enough, I was asked to do with the last race of the weekend, but because we're racing here in touring cars in a couple of weeks, I won't be allowed. But any invite to race any car, I am there. I've got my helmet in my car ready to go. But yeah, just a shame I won't be allowed to do it. But any other chance, I'd have raced in a heartbeat.
And speaking of obviously your actual racing, this year going a bit better.
Yeah, we're doing okay. We've shown some really good pace on Saturdays. We've qualified really well. Sundays for me at the minute just haven't quite come together. We've had some okay results, but some of them just haven't been as good as we want them to be. But the car's feeling really good. West Surrey and Team BMW have worked really hard, and the car is strong. It's competitive. We've closed that gap to the front wheel drive cars. So I think just still need that good, consistent weekend, and then we'll be back in the hunt towards the front of the championship.
Excellent, yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously, good luck for the rest of the championship. And speaking of, the day and everything, how are you finding obviously, you've mentioned that you've spoken to a few people that you know. How you find the atmosphere? How you found the fans as well?
It's really nice. I was saying before, as a driver, when you arrive at a touring car weekend, it's kind of high stress, high pressure. You never really get a chance to sort of switch off and relax. And it's very rarely I come to a racetrack where I'm not racing. So it's nice just to be here and just enjoy it, watch some racing, talk to some people, and relax and work on my tan at the same time.
Which is quite rare in the UK to work on a tan.
Well, when you just got this hair colour, it happens like that. So no, it's all good, and yeah, thanks again to BMW. I'm really enjoying it.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for obviously the rest of the season, and enjoy the rest of your day as well.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll just head over here. So we've been told that we need to go a little bit further down the grid, and as we can see, there are some spectacular. There are obviously some grid goals around with the BMW signs. Don't want to get in their way, so we'll just nip over here a second. And let's take a look at the front of this car. Although from a distance, from the trackside cameras, you'll probably notice all these cars look very, very lovely. But if you look at the front of this is what they actually look like. All the stone chips that are being flung up from the cars in front of them and just battering the front of it. So you've got all the stone chips, you've got all the bugs, all being caught at the front of this car. This is a very, very well-used race car. And clearly, the number 66 is towards the front of the grid. So clearly it's going very well this weekend with Mark Coleman at the wheel. Got an E46 here, very lovely looking number 37 here. And we can just jump in here. I see a driver and he is licking his lips and putting his eyebrows up, making sure all your hair looks good. How are you today?
Not too bad, thanks.
Excellent. And how are you doing?
A bit further up the grid, but it is what it is, isn't it, unfortunately?
You've got accelerators, don't you?
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, we'll see what happens in the race, won't we?
So, speaking of the race, how are you mentally preparing for it? Obviously, it's a big race. Lots
going on. Yeah, lots going on. But be honest, once you get in your green flag lap, you sit here and you get in the zone. Watch your lights, and that's when you concentrate. Everything else goes out the window. You can have elephants running past you, you wouldn't notice you're concentrating on that light. As soon as that light goes, you're gone, and then you're just 20 minutes of pure concentration. And that's what wears you out, funny enough. It's not so much the driving, it's the mental. Just wearing, just concentrating for 20 minutes without, too many distractions. I mean, you don't even see the crowds, daft thing is. You do see the marshals, you do look for them, and you see the lights and the flags, but you don't really notice the crowds there. It's just, you're concentrating, you're trying to guess what's going to happen. If you're a group of cars, you're trying to dictate what everyone's going to do in front of you. So no, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
And where do you think you're predicting to maybe finish?
Well, I'm in class M1, which is a top class. Unfortunately, I'm not as powerful as some others. So yeah, if I finish this, I'm quite happy. Yeah, 7th or 8th, hopefully. Yeah, obviously, be nice to win, but I don't think so. Not when you've got these ultra fast cars up front. But yeah, I hold my own. Put it that way. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race then.
Thank you very much. Hopefully see you afterwards.
Yes, absolutely. Fingers crossed. I'll see you at the end of the race. Right. I believe we can keep going down. Okay. I just heard some whistles. So I didn't know if we were nearly done, but we'll carry on. And we do have the number 27 here. If I can just jump in here a second, just before you jump in the car. Yes, obviously have a look in the car. But how are you preparing for the race? Obviously, we've spoken to a few people, and they're just trying to obviously somewhat ignore the massive crowd that's just been on the grid. Are you doing the same sort of thing?
Pretty much, yeah. I was going to try and jump in the shade for a bit cool, but I don't think we're going to get that in it now. We're straight out now. So, yeah, just got to focus on the guy in front of me after Steve now. So, watch out for Paul alongside me, and yeah, just clean start and away we go, I think. So.
And how are you finding the Oulton Park circuit?
I love Oulton Park. This is only my 3rd time here, but I love it. Absolutely love it. It's great. The scenery's great. It's like a bigger version of Cadwell, which is my home track. So yeah, I really love Cadwell. So yeah, should be good.
And talk us through your car. Is it your own? And how long have you had it?
So I've had this 5-6 years now. It was originally a road car, beautiful cream interior, and then I've since ruined it and turned it into a race car. Yeah, it's a Class 6 330 CI. Standard 245 Nankang AR1 tyres all round, gas suspension. It's fairly reliable, touch wood. But yeah, it's all my own work. Take that for what it is. So, but yeah, it's a good car.
And how long have you been racing it?
I've only been racing 2 years, so this is my 2nd proper season. So that's it. Just finally made it into too much of a unusable road car. It's now just went full racing. So, and absolutely love racing with the BMW guys. Great close racing with everybody. So, fingers crossed for a half decent result today.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, and maybe we'll see you at the end of it as well.
Brilliant. Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now, I believe I'm being told in my ear that... oh, no, we can carry on a little bit further. OK, we'll carry on. So we've got a Z3 here. So we talked earlier about that MX-5 in the Parc Fermé that had the roof on it, and we've obviously got a fantastic roof on this, including a little air duct in there, so to try and keep the cabin a bit cooler, because it will get very, very hot. And yes, it does happen in England. Got the rest of the grid, unfortunately we can't go all the way down, but just look at that view. We've got an E36 here, we've got an E46 back there, we've got some compacts, we've got E90s. That is just a massive, just eclectic mix of different BMWs. That is what the point of this race is. It is fantastic. There is so much competition, there are so many different drivers, so many different cars. Anything could happen, and we're about to find out. So we'll pass it back to the commentary box, and we'll see what happens in the race.
So we are looking ahead then to the first race of the afternoon here at Oulton Park, but BMW Live, this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club, and it is the first of two races this afternoon for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. A very truncated grid walk, unfortunately, because of the delays early to the programme, but hopefully you did have at least a brief chance to head out onto the circuit to get up close to the cars and drivers and walk on the hallowed Oulton Park tarmac ahead of the race. But the drivers getting into their cars now, the doors getting closed, the grid being cleared of anyone that doesn't need to be there. And once all of that is done, we will have a green flag lap, and then the race will get underway. Scheduled to be a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. A very good looking grid of cars that we had. I think we had 26 cars in total out in qualifying this morning, headed by the invitation class car of Jack Layton in the BMW E46 M3, who's not eligible for points in the championship. He's going to be quite a bit quicker than everybody else, so we will primarily probably be focusing on the battles behind in the respective classes. The BMW Car Club Racing Championship has a number of different classes, which we'll tell you about in a moment. First, though, let's run you through the grid for this 20-minute race. On pole position, it is the number 73 car of Jack Layton, 144.498. That's an invitation class car, not part of the main championship, as we said. So the first of the championship cars is number 26, Paul Cook, with a 151.155. He lines upon the outside of the first row of the grid. The second row on the inside is number 7, Wayne Lewis, who Paul will be sharing a car with later on in the Ultimate BMW race. And besides them, the treble 6 car, that's David Jefferson in the E92 M3. On the third row of the grid, it's number 76, that's Stuart Pywell in the E46 M3, a change from the programme. And next to him is 66, Mark Colmer in the E36 M3. On the fourth row of the grid, on the inside, is number 43, and he is the first of the Class 6 drivers. That's SWAC, Steve Schweikart, did a 147.57, I should say, .420, and next to him is number 37, Cavan Granger. On the fifth row of the grid, number 31, Paul Laramie, has 27, Chris Blakey, who we're hearing from on the grid besides him. Row 6, number 20, David Aspton, has number 17, Andy Pywell beside him. On row 7 of the grid, it's 67, which is the car of Adrian Williams, and treble 8, Andy Phillips. Aidan Vilku from the West Midlands is there in number 69 on the inside of row 8. Next to him is number 311, which is Steve Walton in the E36 M3. Row 9 on the inside is number 10, Clive Watson in the compact, and 71 being the car of Sean Foley. On row 10 of the grid, that's where we find number 68, that's Gareth Thomas, and he's on pole position within the budget class, the Cup class, and besides him is his arch rival, number 4, Will Lake. Row 11 on the inside is number 30, that's Matthew Smith. Next to him is number 9, which is Jason Rees. Row 12 is 36, which is the Gareth Pywell car, in addition to the programme in Class 6, a BMW E36 328i, 2.8 litre car. And besides him is number 9, Jason Rees, in his compact in this particular race. And then row 12, that's the... it's number 6, I should say, Sam Walton next to him in the Cup Glass car on row 12. And row 13, finally, if I get my grid in the right order, it is the number 42 car of Paul Neville in the 325 Ti, and 50, Stephen Kay, in a similar car. So 26 cars that we should have then for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and the cars have headed off onto the green flag lap now, and promised that I'd tell you about the different classes. They are Class M1 for the most modified M series engined cars. There's Class M2 for those that are a little bit less powerful. Class 6 is for 6-cylinder BMWs, and then we have the I don't think we've got any Class 4 entrants, so we've got the Cup class, which is for BMW 325 Ti Compacts, built to a specific set of regulations. It's really the entry point for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship these days, and there's quite a decent field of, I think, half a dozen cars within that class having their own battle today. As I mentioned, in qualifying this morning, it was Jack Layton that put his car on pole position, but he's not eligible for points, so Paul Cook it is that is effectively on pole position. We've had 2 meetings in the championship so far this season. Those have been at Donington Park and at Thruxton. At Donington Park, it was Paul Cook that took both of the victories, the man who's on effectively pole position here. But we had the likes of Stuart Pywell and Wayne Lewis also on the podium there at Donington. And at Thruxton, it was a slightly depleted field at Thruxton, where Ben Pearson in the M Series 235i BMW took the 2 victories at Thruxton from Cavan Granger, Mark Colmer and Chris Blakey also featured on the podiums there, with some of the best racing at Thruxton coming within the Cup class. And we'll look forward to battles all the way down the field again today, as we have cars coming round onto the grid for what should be a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's been going for a few seasons now. BMW CCR 2019, it was the first year it was inaugurated as a championship, when Matt Page from the Cup class actually took the championship title. Kevin Denwood took it in 2020 in his E46 Compact. Then in 2021, Ben Pearson in a 330i. He was the champion. 2022, a couple of years ago, Leo Pearson in his 328i E36. And last year, it was Steve Schweikart. So I think it's only Steve Schweikart that's on the grid of that roster of past champions. He was in the E46 330 last year. Graham Crowhurst was second in the championship last year, and Gareth Thomas in third. But coming into this weekend, it is leading the way in the points. Gareth Thomas on 47, Andrew Pywell and Aidan Vilku second equal on 44 points, and then fourth equal on 42 points it's Steve Schweikart and Paul Travers. There's still a long way to go in this championship. Good to have a couple of on-board cars. We've got Jason Rees. We managed to curse him earlier on in the Ultimate BMW qualifying session when he was off, having only really navigated his way around, well, not even around the first corner, because he comes straight out of the pit lane. He's out in his compact this time, and they're a bit further up the grid is number 43, Steve Schweikart. He's on pole position within Class 6, and in all, he is lining up on row 4 of the grid. So final few cars coming into position. 5-second board there, you can see it lifted and shown to the drivers. So the revs starting to rise here at Oulton Park for the first of 2 races today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and it gets underway now, and it's a good start from Paul Cook from the outside of the front row of the grid. A bit of wheel spin there from Jack Layton on pole position, so he drops back down into second position as they go into Old Hall corner. Wayne Lewis it is in third by the looks of it, as they all head their way through Old Hall for the first time. Steve Schweikart going out wide, and 1 or 2 even wider than him through Old Hall corner for the first time, and now they dive down through Cascades for the first time, and it is for the moment still Paul Cook ahead of Jack Layton and then Wayne Lewis in third, but I think that lead about to change.
Yeah, Layton much quicker off Cascades corner, then looking to the inside as we head towards Island Bend. It's been a big sort out, as we expected in the early stages, because of that jumbled grid in what was a very heavily interrupted qualifying session earlier on this morning. But Paul Cook and Jack Layton, we expected to be two of the front runners, and off has gone. That's Layton, isn't it? Off at Shell Oil. So Jack Layton then was challenging Paul Cook for the lead. He's gone straight on up at the Shell hairpin and has clobbered the tyre barriers on the outside of the track. So Jack Layton out of the race surely. The marshal's running over to make sure he's okay, to assess the situation as to whether this will require a safety car. There's another car on the grass at the Britain chicane, but Jack Layton out of the race.
Yeah, so in some ways that makes this a little bit more straightforward, because that was an invitation class car, which is possibly going to be a bit of a distraction from the main business in the championship. But we're now going to have a pure fight out in the front of the field. There we can see the number 27 car, I should say, going through. And we've got a variety of different shapes of BMW here, as Kieran was examining down there on the grid just a few moments ago. There we can see the 311 car, Steve Walden, his E36 M3, which I think is a new car to him. He only bought it last year and he made its debut in it at Mallory Park only a couple of weeks ago. But the leaders turning in towards Lodge for the first time. There is Steve Schweikart. He's just heading up into Lodge Corner now in the number 43 car. He's got a bit of daylight ahead of him. Is that Mark Colmer possibly in his BMW that's just immediately in front of him on track? But at the end of the first lap, it's Paul Cook leading in number 26 from number 7 Wayne Lewis. Treble 6 is in third place. That's the car of David Jefferson. Fourth is number 76 Stuart Pywell. Fifth is 37, which is Kevin Granger. And then I think it's Mark Colmer in sixth.
Yep, side-by-side battle further back. That's the number 27 car on the outside line of Chris Blakey. But the safety car is being scrambled. Yeah, not a huge surprise with Jack Layton's car in the wall up at the Shell hairpin. And so the race gets neutralised as a result. The field slows down. No overtaking allowed, and Paul Cook's little margin that he pulled over Wayne Lewis will evaporate.
Yeah, now the safety car didn't get out in time to pick up the leader. I can see it is still waiting at the pit lane exit, so it's going to wait for the whole field to go through, and then it will pick up the cars at the end of the lap. But they're still under neutralised, effectively full course yellow conditions for the moment. You can see the marshals there are trackside with the Jack Layton car, the car that started on pole position, the E46 M3, the very hot car indeed of Jack Layton. That will be dealt with by the marshals. It will probably involve a visit by the recovery truck as well to move that to a position of safety. So for the moment here, we're behind the safety car here at Oulton Park, where Paul Cook was leading at the end of the first lap from Wayne Lewis, David Jefferson, Stuart Pywell, Kevin Granger and Mark Colmer. Class leaders, Steve Schweikart leading Class 6, David Aspden leading Class M2, and Gareth Thomas in car 68, 17th place overall, leading the Cup class from Will Lake. And it's Gareth Thomas, as we were saying, that leads the championship coming into this weekend.
Yep, so shame that the safety car's out, but hopefully won't take too long. They'll send a recovery vehicle from the Cascades area of the track, I would have thought, up to Shell, get it out of the gravel trap. Might be a couple of laps behind the safety car, but hopefully the second half of the race we will get going once again. Now that looks like a fairly expensive engine blow-up for car number 69 up at Druids. That's not a good place for fluid to be laid, and that is Aidan Vilku, who was his class championship leader, was he not, and up there in the overall standings, and he is also out of the race.
That's a real shame for Aidan Vilku. He's 24 years old from Willenhall, an electrical engineer. His first season of racing, he had a stunning debut at Oulton Park, 2 months ago now, in this 1994 E36 M3 that he's built up with his stepfather. But it does look like there's some probably rather expensive engine work going to be required there after that blow-up. So the cars are passing him. Obviously they're under yellow flags, but I think it's clear in this instance that this is a slow car with a problem. There's another one in the background that also looks like it is going to be pit lane bound as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. Aidan's actually not going to make it to the pit lane, pulls into the access road on the inside at Lodge Corner. Now, the question is, has that car been depositing fluid on the circuit? Because if it has, there is a trail of fluid potentially now from the top of Clay Hill all the way around to the apex of Lodge Corner, which hopefully isn't the case. The other car, by the way, that we saw going slowly was the number 71, so that's Sean Foley, but he's continued, albeit with the indicator on and at a massively reduced pace, so I'm not sure what that was all about. But anyway, Aidan at least gets his car out of the way. The recovery vehicle is on point at Shell. They've already actually got Jack Layton's car out of the barrier and are ready to present it to the recovery crews, so it shouldn't take long to get the race back underway, provided there is no surface work that needs to go on in the final sector.
Yep, that's right. We'll obviously keep an eye on that. The marshals will have a look at that and work out if there is anything that needs to be done in the way of addressing a fluid spill in the sort of final part of the lap. We've got, as you can see, the safety car panels as well as the safety car boards being shown, yellow flags as well being waved by the marshals, with the majority of circuits now having been upgraded, those certainly hosting British Touring Car Championship rounds, to have the lighting panels as well as flag points for the marshals. So there you can see the recovery truck is about to head into position at Shellowers Corner to collect that Jack Layton car that sort of headed more or less straight on into the barriers at Shellowers Corner. The slippery surface flag, that's the red and yellow stripe flag, that's being prepared by the marshals up towards Druids. And so, yes, as we possibly thought, Andy, I think some fluid has been put down by the hapless Aidan Vilku.
Yeah, nothing he could do about it, of course. He was going slowly behind the safety car, not expecting that. He did well, actually, to get off the racing line as soon as he did feel that there was an issue, but how much of that did then end up, particularly on the apex at Druids, we'll have to wait and see. But there didn't seem to be any activity from marshals heading to the track with buckets of cement dust, so hopefully it's there more as a precaution than a confirmation that, that there is fluid down on the track.
That's right. So we've got the cars under caution conditions here for the moment. Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis out in front, long-time competitors with the 750 Motor Club. They both started out with the MR2 Championship, and then they raced in the M3 Championship when that ran for a couple of seasons with the 750 Motor Club as well. David Jefferson, as we've said, third place at the moment in his E92 M3, the driver from Ormskirk in the treble 6 car, ahead of Stuart Pywell, number 76, who is in the E46 M3 on this particular occasion. Then we've got Cavan Granger, number 37, in the E46 330ci for the driver from Woking. Then Mark Colmer, number 66, is next up in his E36 M3. Steve Schreikart leading Class 6, he's in 7th place, he's 49 years of age, from Spalding. He is been racing for 3 years in Class 6, was the overall champion last year, did some racing on the ovals as well, between the ages of 15 and 22 as well. And the engine in the car that we're on board with now, it's an M54 3-litre engine prepared by Swap Motorsport. It was upgraded this from a 316 Ti car, so an engine change and quite a bit of modification to accommodate the extra power, I should think, has been done to that car over the years. And he's ahead on the track of number 20, David Aspton, who's 55 years old, from Bradford, a vehicle telemetry engineer, easy for me to say. Actually started out racing with 750 Motor Club in kit cars some time ago. His claim to fame is beating Andy Hiley at Cadwell Park, and his car was a 1998 normally aspirated 2.8 litre straight 6 car, and he runs as a privateer. Paul Laramie is next up, number 31, 43 years old. He's head of programme management. He's been racing since 2018, initially in the Cup class, illustrating the fact that it is a very good place to start your racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And now in Class 6 in this Automac prepared 3-litre car from 2002. And then behind Paul Laramie, you've got the number 17 car of Andrew Pywell, who's one of the younger drivers on the grid in the 328i that he raced. So he's running out the top 10 at the moment, just ahead of Chris Blakey, one of the drivers that we were hearing from on the grid. He's from Lincoln, an IT consultant, 40 years of age. Again, pretty new to racing, only started racing in 2022, and the car that he races is, I think, pretty much all of his own work. So something that he's no doubt pretty proud of. So we're still behind the safety car here. How long have we got left to go? About 10 minutes, Andy, but perhaps we'll be able to get going at the end of this one.
You would hope so, although intriguingly, having sent a flatbed truck up to the shell area of the circuit, they then sent it back again, but not with a BMW on the back of it. The marshals instead pushing the car further around the corner, so I'm not entirely sure where the Jack Layton E46 M3 ended up, but out of the way, I hope, is the answer. And if that is the case, then yes, we should go racing again at the end of this lap. Didn't get a view, or there you can see. So Shell is clear. There's a marshal sort of waving. It's just on the left of shot. Yes, it had been hidden by the timing tower. So that is Jack Layton's car. Maybe just getting it onto a flatter surface because there's so much camber in the road up there at Shell. It does complicate actually the recovery process a little bit. So they've got that car out of the way, or will have shortly.
Probably going to be another lap though, at least I would
fear
think.
So, yeah, because they've got to get it off the recovery truck off the track. Now, the soonest they can do that, realistically, is on the exit of Knickerbrook Corner. There is an access road onto the old range corner, as it used to be called, on the inside line, but that will take another minute or two at least. So yeah, one more lap, I fear.
Yeah, a great shame that one of the feature races here today, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, is being disrupted by the safety car after that first lap incident, which befell Jack Layton, who went off at Shell Oil's corner. His car still needing to be recovered. And of course, safety the absolute priority here, over and above everything else. We don't have facility in these races for more time to be added on in the end, like in the British Touring Car Championship, where you can have up to an extra 3 laps at the end of a safety car period, but such are the timetables that we work with in club racing. That's not necessarily possible here. I think you're just looking there, Andy, to see what damage there might be to the front of that car.
Oh, and the answer is very little, actually. I mean, I'm no mechanic. There's a little bit of superficial damage, sure, but the bumper looks very much intact. Everything's still attached. It's all got 4 wheels. So, yeah, hopefully that car will be back out again later on. It was more the fact that I think it was stuck in the gravel and couldn't dig its way out. So that's good news.
Yeah, so safety car lights are still on, so it will do another lap. I suspect now that they know that recovery truck is on the move, the safety car driver might be instructed just ease his right foot a little bit further down and make it a slightly quicker lap this time, just to maximise the amount of racing laps that we get in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Another driver to talk about, another Oulton Park fan, by the way, is the 888 car. That's Andy Phillips, who's from Nantwich, just up the road, 44-year-old company director. Only started racing last year, I think. Also does some Legends racing as well. And he's an ex-GP midget champion on the ovals as well. And he's out there in his APA Motorsport prepared E46 car from 2002. And then you get into some of the Cup class cars as well. So there's drivers there that we can tell you about, including, for example, Paul Neville, who's 57. He's retired. And he only started racing last year. I think I talked to him on the grid on last year's grid walk at this meeting. And he did all the work himself on the car, on the drive, in the garage, whatever. And very pleased with that, he was too. He's now back for his second season of racing in the 325 Ti. So you can certainly build and prepare these cars yourself in the Cup class from your own home. And there's that Sean Foley car that's right at the back of the field here, the mighty M3 GTR E46 for the man from Wigan. And you can sense now on this safety car lap that pace has picked up, Andy.
Yes, definitely. It will still take them another minute and a bit probably to get back to the start-finish line from where they are now. So we're looking really at a 5-minute shootout here, I think, and makes the restart all the more important. If Paul Cook can build a margin over Wayne Lewis, then it might take Wayne the rest of the race to close in. You can see Paul Cook, years of experience, Paul Cook, he knows what he's doing. He's backing away from the safety car. We're only at his lap, so they've got still a third of the lap to go, but Paul wants to leave as much space between himself and the safety car as possible so that he can accelerate into that space and try and gap Wayne Lewis off the restart. Wayne, though, of course, will be wise to that. He'll know what's going on too. It's going to be an interesting cat and mouse game, this, to see who can get the advantage.
Yeah, so probably that 5 minutes is going to equate to 3 laps, I would think, something like that. When this race gets back in the way. Safety car lights are still on that. There is some oil that has been dressed there at Druids, as evidenced by the dust that's now being kicked up by the safety car as it runs over it. Some of the drivers either choosing to go either one side or the other of it if they can. So I think that's the fluid that was dropped by Aidan Vulku's Aileen car about 10 minutes ago now. But it did look like the marshals had managed to get out there in order to dress that oil slick. Safety car lights are out, so that's going to peel into the pit lane with just under now 5 minutes of the race left to go. So it's Paul Cook left to control the pace. I'm not sure he could make this last another 5 minutes, although it would be desirable for him to do so. He has gone now. He's accelerated, so he's heading through Lodge Corner. He's going to be up to the line, and yeah, they should get 3 laps, I would think, out of this restart. He is over the line now, and green flags are waving here at Oulton Park with 4.5 minutes to go. So Paul Cook it is that leads from Wayne Lewis by 1.4 seconds, with David Jefferson third, Stuart Pyrewell fourth, Kevin Granger fifth, and Mark Colmer sixth. And obviously, unlike on the original start, Andy, they're much more spread out.
Yes, a little bit more orderly through Old Hall Corner this time. Single file, a couple of gaps further back where drivers maybe weren't quite awake at the restart, and that separates the field a little bit. But Paul Cook nailed the restart. 1.4 seconds his margin over Wayne Lewis before they even got to the first corner. So a fantastic restart for him. Good battle raging further back though. That's Andrew Pyrewell on the tail of Paul Laramie. Paul Laramie in 9th overall, but this is the fight for second place within Class 6. Laramie having to go defensive into Island Bend. Chris Blakey is the car behind as well. It would be remiss of me not to mention the fact that Paul Laramie and Chris Blakey do a lot of sim racing together for the VRRC. They're currently competing in a one-mate BMW Championship and vying for an all-important 10th spot in the points. Those two very evenly matched on the sim and always seem to find each other other on track as well.
And that's the value you can add to this commentary team, Andy, because I would have had no idea about any of that. Anyway, they're turning their way through Britain's for the, what are we on? 6th time, although only really the sort of 2nd time in Anglia. At the front of Steve Schweikart, behind him is David Aspden then in that BMW Z3 for the driver from Bradford, the sort of Gulf-esque liveried car, just ahead of this battle between Paul Laramie and Andrew Pywell, and then just behind them Chris Blakey. It's all rather tight for 9th, 10th and 11th positions. Some dust, as you can see, those of you watching on the live stream, being kicked up through Druids now where the oil was dressed, and it is quite thick for a moment, the dust screen that emerges, but everyone looks to have made it safely through there. As we're coming up to the end of another lap, Paul Cook has just done the best lap of the race, really the first flying lap of the race, a 1:52.512, which is about 1.5 seconds slower than he went in qualifying.
Laramie there defending his 2nd place in class through Lodge Corner, car number 31, and defended it successfully. Remember, it's Schweikart who leads in Class 6. David Aspden is then between Stephen and this battle for 2nd place, which right now is the focus point in this race, isn't it? Sideways goes Pywell on the exit of Old Hall Corner, but carries good momentum towards Cascades, and the sort of 90s works BMW livery from the British Touring Car Championships, sort of still on the attack, but sideways again through Cascades. So Andrew Pywell's car is, I think drivers would say, rear grip limited at the moment, but it isn't slowing him down.
No, it's certainly not. Heading through that left-hander at Island before they head to the banked right-handed hairpin at Shell Oil's corner. That's Mark Coleman, number 66, going through. Then Steve Schweikart, our Class 6 leader. And then in this battle, David Aspden does seem to have bottled up quite a few cars behind him, really, doesn't he? All the way back to, I think, probably sort of Clive Watson or something like that in 13th position. Immediately behind him is that number 31 car of Paul Laramie. The man has been racing in this championship ever since it was created, basically, and has moved up through the classes as time has gone on. Chris Blakey in the 27 car looked to be having a look down the inside, but that didn't work out. I don't think he was really close enough to actually do anything about it. So that didn't come off, but still very much could come off, this battle between Andrew Pywell and Paul Laramie for 9th and 2nd in Class 6.
And it's backing them up into Andrew Phillips and Adrian Williams, who are also running in Class 6. So you've got 2nd through to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all together within class, led by the number 31 car, and sort of getting bottled up, really, behind the Z3, the Gulf liveried Z3 of David Aspden, who doesn't run in their class. Pywell's had a good run out of Druids, peeking to the inside of Laramie now as we head towards Lodge Corner, and I think this time he will commit to the manoeuvre, gets to the apex first, parks the car on the inside. Laramie squeezed out over the curb, and here now comes Chris Blakey to take advantage.
Yeah, Chris Blakey, it looks like he's going to pounce there, and he's going to be on the inside line for Old Hall Corner as well. In fact, he's already made it through as they arrive at Old Hall Corner that time, so bit of a disappointment there for number 31, Paul Laramie. He loses a couple of places in one fell swoop, really, and now he's got to be mindful of the cars that are coming up behind him, Andy Phillips and Adrian Williams amongst them, as they head now down to Cascades once again. A spin for Andy Pywell, and oh, thank goodness for that. I thought the next car was going to go straight into the side, but I think he managed to avoid it.
That would have been Chris Blakey. I didn't see Chris come back on the track, though. He had to take to the grass to avoid, and I'm not sure where he ended up, but you could see that coming, couldn't you? Andrew Pywell's car was getting more and more oversteery on acceleration, and he almost lost it at Cascades a lap ago. Properly lost it this time. Up at Shell goes Laramie. There is no sign still of Chris Blakey, I'm afraid. So Blakey may have been delayed, may have sustained some damage. We'll try and pick him out later on, but a shame because that sort of split that pack now.
Yeah, absolutely right. So out of Britain's they come, the survivors from that pack. We'll see if Andrew Pywell managed to get going as well, maybe, after all of that. But David Aspden, he's in a Class M2 car, so he's not in the same class as those behind him in Class 6. There's the race leader, which is still Paul Cook, by the way, and the clock has counted down to 0. We kind of missed that, didn't we? And therefore, the checkered flag is waved, so it's Paul Cook that wins round 5 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Wayne Lewis, number 7, is in 2nd place. David Jefferson, number 6, is in 3rd position. Paul Cook also doing the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Stuart Pywell, number 76, takes 4th position in the green and gold car, and quite a gap back to 5th because that is going to be either Kevin Granger or Mark Culmer. Meanwhile, are we going to get a change in this battle, which involves Adrian Williams? No, here's Steve Schreikart, number 43. He's going to come through to take 7th place in the Class 6 win. Over the line that he goes now. He sees the checkered flag. So it's another win for Steve Schreikart in Class 6. That is only his 2nd of the season, though. Paul Travers and Chris Blakey also having had class wins during the course of the year. Not such a successful season so far, at least, for last year's class champion. Overall champion, I should say. And there, towards the back, you can see the 71 car coming through. That is still the Sean Foley M3 GTR.
Sorry, Ian, so we've just had Pywell across the line. Pywell finished 14th, but
Yes.
Blakey has vanished, and so has Andrew Phillips. So, of course, he would have been the next car behind again. So, have to wonder whether maybe as Blakey backed off, Phillips has sort of collected him or something. But 2 cars, both of them front runners within their class, seemingly not set to reach the flag.
Yeah, and there's one that's actually just pulled into the pit lane before the checkered flag as well. Didn't quite see that was. Oh, that might be Phillips, actually. I think that's headed down pit lane before it's arrived at the checkered flag. So I think that's just about everybody over the line that's going to get to the line now. Just 1 or 2 more cars to come, maybe.
It was Phillips in the pit lane, by the way, and confirm.
Yeah, okay, yes, we've got that graphic on our screen. Now there is Chris Blakey's car. So where did he end up?
That's on the exit of Cascades, and there is steam coming from the front, which suggests a frontal impact might have damaged the radiator. So, or could have, of course, just dug in on the grass, I guess.
Yes, yeah, okay, we're seeing it from Knickerbrook, aren't we? There, that's the view across there. Just trying to place that, but your local knowledge came to the fore.
Well, that's the view I normally get when I'm allowed down in the Knickerbrook commentary box. It's a cracking place to go and watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, no, I've been there many times. There, a different angle. Marshall's giving the drivers a wave and a smile and slowing down lap, which is always good. And hopefully the drivers are reciprocating, and most drivers do, don't they? They show their appreciation to the marshals on the slowing down lap, and you know, there's a mutually beneficial relationship between them, isn't there? Because we couldn't have the drivers without the marshals, and the marshals would have nothing to do without the drivers. Let's have a look at the results then. Paul Cook it was that took the win at the end of 20 minutes and 8 laps of racing in car number 26, the E46 M3. He finished ahead of number 7, Wayne Lewis. The gap between them 3.8 seconds. Third was number treble 6, David Jefferson. Fourth was number 76, Stuart Pywell. Fifth, 37, Kevin Granger. And sixth, 66, Mark Colmer. Those all Class M1 cars. Then a Class 6 car, the Class 6 winner, Stephen Schreikart, number 43. And an M2 class car, the M2 class winner, number 20, David Aspen. He was 8th. Paul Laramie was 9th in number 31. Adrian Williams was 10th in number 67. Head of Clive Watson and Steve Walls. And then in 13th place, number 68, Gareth Thomas. He took the win in the Cup class for the 325 Ti Compacts ahead of Andrew Pywell, who recovered after that big moment on the exit of Cascades. Will Lake, number 4, was 2nd in the Cup class, and Jason Rees, number 9, was 3rd in that class in 16th place overall, with Sam Oulton, Sean Foley, Matthew Smith, Stephen Kay, Gareth Pywell, Andrew Phillips and Paul Neville completing the finishers in the end. So that's the first BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. Now there's not that long of a turnaround. It's 4 o'clock that we are due out for the second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race, because just 2 races between them. Coming up next, we're going to have the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, the 90-minute endurance race for the BMWs, and then the F1000 Championship has its second race of the day before the BMW Car Club Racing Championship out for the second time. We do, of course, have the Ultimate BMW race rounding out the day here at Oulton Park. Special 40-minute race to find which is the best and the fastest of the BMWs out there here at Oulton Park this weekend at BMW Live, where there's ongoing attractions on the infield, in the Fogarty Moss Centre, the trade stands, the displays, the scale extract, the sim racings, lots and lots to see and do here at Oulton Park. And we'll perhaps be able to hear some more about that later on during the stream here at Oulton Park today. But we can head down now to Kieran Rock, who once again is in Parc Fermé, and he's going to catch up with our successful drivers from the BMWs.
Certainly quite an interesting race there, and out for the overall win, Mr. Paul Cook. We spoke earlier, and you managed to convert the pole that you took to a win. Congratulations.
Yes, in a different car actually than what I was in earlier. It's had a good start. My race wasn't with, I can't remember the number now, the guy who went off on the first lap. It was with Wayne and a few others, but when he overtook me, I wasn't going to battle with him, and then he overshot into shell, and that was the end of his race. And I was grateful of the long safety car for a bit of a rest, to be honest. It's going to be a long day.
Absolutely. And is there anybody you'd like to thank for the win?
Yeah, definitely. My sponsor, Quick Charge, sponsors my tyres, and my family for letting me be here. So, all good.
Excellent. Congratulations then.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yes, thank you. So, move on to class winner, Strikeart. So, congratulations. Obviously, right in the pack there, but how was it?
Short. Yeah, it was a good race, but obviously it's a bit short. But yeah, hopefully next time we have a full race and not just a short one. But yeah, unfortunate. But there you go.
Did you find on the chance that on the small bits that you did actually get some racing? Did you find the competition tough, or did you find it relatively easy?
I was just pushing as hard as I could and hoping, keeping my eye on people in the back. I thought they was going to come, but it's short race, so it helped me a little bit. So I'm pleased about that, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Congratulations on your class win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So head over to our next class winner, which is Mr. David Aspen in the number 20, the Z3 machine here, which I spoke about actually just on the grid before we jumped in. So David, we're actually having a bit of a talk about your car. Just for the race, because we've spoken to a guy with an MX-5 with a roof on it and said how obviously it helps the aerodynamics, and obviously I'm guessing that then that air vent there throws the air into the cabin.
It does.
And
it really needs it. It really needs it.
I was about to say, is it a bit hot in there today?
It's a bit warm in there, yeah. I can't get all the heat out of the engine, so it radiates down the transmission tunnel. Obviously the exhaust is under there, and yeah, the roof vent and the window vents help. But yeah, it can be hard work, especially when I previously did road sports with this car. So 45 minutes sat in there, I'm sweating buckets when I come out.
Absolutely, it might be difficult, but you won your class, so congratulations.
Yes, yeah, I'm surprised that I actually qualified first in class. It's been almost 20 years since I last raced here, and that wasn't with much success back in the kit car days. But yeah, it kept all four wheels on the black stuff, and here we are.
Is it
more this afternoon?
Absolutely. Is anybody you'd like to thank for the class win?
Just my brother, my wife, Caroline, my brother Paul, Andy, Terry, who helps me out in the paddock. And if this is my first race win, class win, then I'll dedicate this to my daughter Phoebe.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. And to our fourth class winner, which is Mr. Gareth Thomas in the 68 machine here. Congratulations. Obviously, again, right in the pack as well. So how was it out there?
It was a bit of a strange race, to be honest. I mean, I had a fantastic start. There was cars all over the place. Coming up to the first bend, there was cars on the grass, gravel everywhere, but I managed to dice in between them. I got a gap on Will, which was, my next one down, and I thought this was going to be good. Then we come around 2 bends later, car in the gravel, so then safety car came. So that was panic stations then, all that good work has just come back to nothing. But yeah, on the restart again, there was a big gap, and I managed to maintain it. Not there was many racing laps, but yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll take it for the win, that's fine, yeah.
Absolutely. Is anybody like to thank for it?
Well, Laura's always here by my side, trackside, and a couple of years ago, Neil made some fantastic setup changes on the car, and since then, it's been non-stop. I've been happy with that, yeah, all good.
Great, well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And before the next race, we are going to an interview with Will Beaumont.
On the top of the hill in the infield is a spectacular place to see bits of the track and also be surrounded completely by wonderful BMWs again. What else would you expect at BMW Live? We are going to be here with Martin. We're in front of your M535i, an E28? Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm making sure I get everything correct. Fantastic stuff. How long have you had this, and what do you use it for?
I've had it for 12 years, and I just use it for shows now, but I mean, it does go to long trips as well, because it's got the capability to do that.
It still has that capability, even though, I mean, how old is it? I mean,
It'll be 40 years next year. So it should be tax exempt and MOT exempt as well next year, so that'd be great.
Well,
no stress.
Fantastic stuff. And yeah, so even as a 40-year-old car, you're using it. It's still capable of doing what it was originally designed to do, which was fast, big motorway miles. Or obviously, but at 70 miles an hour, not autobahn speeds like it would do in Germany.
No, not at all. But I mean, I took the family to Norfolk in it a few years ago, straight down the 14 from Shropshire where we live, and it was just fabulous. 4 people, suitcases, and it was just great, and just loved it. It's just.
I can see why.
As well, it still drives modern. But it doesn't drink modern.
No, that's an unfortunate problem, isn't it? But, aerodynamics and efficiencies have all moved on a little bit. But possibly, not necessarily always to the benefit of us, because these cars look utterly wonderful, and we don't get to see things as that are as this really traditional BMW shape, which has become iconic and classic, and it's absolutely, and so it's great that you're preserving it and using it and getting it out there so other people can see it, and great to be at shows.
Bit of presence, haven't they? Like when they come out, they got that presence. They're so quite slippery nowadays as they get more modern. These BMs and more of a muchness.
Yeah, again, like I say, aerodynamics makes that a necessity, I suppose. But it's great that we have lost a little bit of this, style.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So thank you very much for showing us around it, and I hope you have a great show. Thank you very much. Thank you. So as we move from one 5 Series, we move to another. We've got the next. The successor to the E28, the E34, we've got here, which again, I'll be totally honest, as much as I love that car, and that is wonderful, the E34 shape is my favourite 5 Series shape. My dad had one, and I suppose I got a lot of good memories with E34s, and I think they're just sort of, they encapsulate, when I think 5 Series, this is the car that I envisage, and I suppose it's special to see them, because you used to see so many of them. They were a popular car, and now you very rarely get to see things like that on the road. And as great as many modern cars are, it is wonderful to see the individual and the iconic sort of traditional BMW design language, on the road when we get opportunity. And there's plenty of that here. So we'll keep moving down because we've got a wonderful selection of. And more cars. Talking about individual looking cars, we've got a 325 Ti, which was a straight. I've been given a fact sheet here of I can't go through the whole thing. I don't think we've got time. We've got this wonderful, great selection of all the things that I did, and I was right. It's the 325 Ti. I knew I was right. I don't know why I doubted myself, but these are great things. A really sort of a really great take on the E46 sort of front end to give it its own unique look and own unique style. The compact, which the short back end that started with the E36, and then they followed into the E46 before obviously then the successors really to the 1 Series and the proper sort of more hatch on its own. This is an absolutely great car and a very sort of interesting, and for BMW to put a straight 6 engine in essentially what is a hatch, and create a really unique hot hatch, which doesn't really we don't get that anymore. We have not had we don't get a straight 6-cylinder hot hatch anymore. Right then, so we've got plenty of wonderful cars here, and we're gonna carry on walk around the show, and we will catch up with you in a bit later after we've had a quick look at this E31 8 Series. Thanks very much.
So the cars on the green flag lap ahead of a rolling start for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. A big grid of cars headed by number 173 Matt Priestwood, and besides him is Treble 5 Matt Highcock, the 2 drivers to have won races so far this season. On the second row of the grid it's 151, which is the car of Peter Keane, and besides them is number 5, which is going to be started by Anthony Seddon. Third row of the grid is the 228 car, that's going to be started by Matty Street. 252 is James Dunn. On the fourth row of the grid it's 34, that car being started by Lewis Tyndall, and 87 is Louis Woodward. Row 5 is number 30, that's the car of Harry Miles, and next to him 121, that's the car being started by Luke Fox. Row 6 is 25, which is the car of Ethan Hall. Antonio Souza, 111, is on the outside of row 6. On row 7 of the grid, it's the 101 car. That's being started by Ben Wilshire. Treble 8 is the machine of David Hudson. Row 8, the 106 car being started by I don't know actually which of those two, whether it was Carvalho or Lindsay, but the 104 car is being started by Dan Lavery. Row 9 is started by Michael Lavery, and then next to him, which is just dropped off my screen now. Oh well, never mind. We've gone to row 10. That's the car of number 31, which is Sam Holman. Next to him is number 10, which is Lewis White-Turner starting that car. And that's probably about all we've got time for from that grid, because the cars are already heading around onto the final part of the circuit. They're lined up very nicely in 2x2 formation. We've got lots of time to talk about all the drivers as we go through this 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy. 2 mandatory pit stops. They take place between 15 and 75 minutes into the race. They cannot take place behind a safety car though. So strategy comes into play. There's teams of 1, 2 and 3 drivers in this race, and it's the 3rd race of the season for these cars. They're coming up to the line now, and the red lights go out and the race gets underway then. So it's Matt Priestwood and Matthew Highcock that are side by side down towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. They're going 3 wide, a little bit further back, but it looks like it's going to be Highcock all the way around the outside that might get the lead here. He's going to have the inside line as they head down towards Cascades Corner for the first time. There's nearly 40 of them. They more or less all get safely through. 1 or 2 a little bit sideways and skittery as they headed through Old Hall Corner, but I think they've all made it. And it is Matthew Highcock in the treble 5 car that's got the lead of the race then. From number 18, I think it is, in second place. The car of 173, I beg your pardon, the car of Matt Priestwood, and then a bit of a gap back to 3rd place. That's the car being started by Alan Caulfield, number 5.
Yep, so clean start, that's good news. A lot of them to get through those first couple of corners, as you made the point, and they all managed it safely. And a big gaggle of BMWs make their way around the Shell hairpin. What a fantastic series this has become. So popular, capacity grids, and great racing throughout. And we're bound to get a few comers and goers, because this is a long race. There will be certain cars that were perhaps qualified by the quicker driver in the team that might then struggle a bit later on. So early track position is important, but there are plenty of opportunities to regain that track position a little bit later on in the race. But for now, it is car 555 that leads them down the hill. Matthew Highcock, the man from Stockport, who is going it alone for the duration of the 90 minutes, has got his car out in the wind, but so far, Ian, not really able to pull away.
No, absolutely not. I think it's Anthony Seddon, actually, in the number 5 car, rather than Alan Caulfield, as I said initially. Got far too many pieces of paper and grids and things in front of me here in the commentary box. It really is quite confusing. Anyway, up towards Clay Hill and Druids they go for the first one. So a 90-minute race. Lots of time for this to play out, but we've seen some very good racing from the 116s over the past couple of seasons. Of course, they're very evenly matched. It's a very affordable way to go into endurance racing as well, and it's a credible car. I mean, there are other low-cost endurance race series, but they possibly don't use a car quite as impressive as a BMW 116. There's the number 31 car making a bit of a move there. That's being started by Sam Holman, that particular car, the green one, about halfway down the field. But at the end of that lap 1, it's Matthew Highcock that leads the way in treble 5 from number 173. Matt Priestwood in 2nd place, and 3rd is Anthony Seddon, number 5. But the top 10 only covered by 6.5 seconds at the end of lap 1.
Indeed so. Down through Cascades they go then. Highcock leading this leading quintet then that heads down the Lakeside straight. Then that gap back to 6th position, which was the number 87 car of Louis Woodward. But Highcock, Priestwood and Seddon the top 3. Anthony Seddon, the man from Tarpley, so not a long way to travel to get to Oulton Park here. Very much his home circuit, sharing that car with former BMW Compact Cup racer Alan Caulfield, who is still racing BMWs. I suppose this in some ways the natural successor of that style of car, albeit a different kind of race format.
I was just going to say, one of the biggest improvers on the first lap, possibly not a surprise. The 105 car was started by Darren Turner. Yes, that Darren Turner, and he made up 5 places on the opening lap of the race in the car that he's sharing with Michael Lavery. So he started the car, I think, made up 5 places on the opening lap. I think he's won 6 24-hour races, 3 times at Le Mans in his career. He's raced just about everything, hasn't he? The British Touring Car Championship as well, British GT over the years. So it's good to see him in one of the DTO cars here this weekend, and he said he made up some ground on the opening lap of the race.
DTO have taken over the pit lane this weekend. I think they've got about 5 garages between them. So many cars that they're running in the series, but it's great to have a team like that on board, a team that competes at higher levels of British motor racing as well, and Darren Turner bringing a real touch of class to the grid. But, you know, I don't think he's going to have it easy. He might not even be the fastest driver on the grid. Many people would expect him to be, but it's a very high level of talent out there on show, particularly among the teams at the front. And it is the top two, I would say, starting just slightly now to pull away. Highcock leading from Priestwood, then a bit of a gap back to the Seddon car in third position, which has got its hands full, hasn't it, of the Peter Keane number 151 car. That is the battle really to focus on, I think, as they head towards Old Hall Corner. Two pairs of cars at the front of the field.
And the lap record's gone already. A 2:10.397 for Matt Priestwood in second place, beating the lap record of 2:11.27 set by Sam Carrington-Yates, another very local driver, who was quite successful in 116s for a couple of seasons, but that lap record has gone. The quality and the depth of talent in this series just improves year on year, and as does the quantity of cars. I think 38 in the end we had to start. Look here though, Matt Priestwood really pushing Matthew Highcock along that stretch towards Island Bend. Now they go through the left-hand, a bit of curb taken by both of them, not the next two drivers. They're heading now into Shallows Corner, and they are still in the same order, still in the same formation. If anything, though, possibly, the cars in third and fourth have got a bit closer to them again.
Quite possible, because as the leaders started to battle, they inevitably lose a bit of pace. Even if you're not actively defending as the race leader, you're just a little distracted, as you would be if someone was pushing you down the Lakeside Straight, and that can sometimes make you just drop a tenth or so here and there. But anyway, over hill top they head. The top two absolutely together. And this, as Ian was making the point earlier on, is the joy of one make endurance championship, which is really starting to catch on now. Battle for fifth position, and that is the 228 car looking up the inside into Hislops, committing to the move, clattering over the curb and almost clattering into the side of James Dunn. Thankfully, contact was avoided. The position stays unchanged, and James Waring, the man from Preston in the 228 car, stays down in sixth position. But that was a spirited effort to get to the inside through the Hislop chicane, but that big curb, which is there to deter you from corner cutting, did its job, really, because I don't think he'll take that line again in a great hurry, because it nearly ended in disaster. But thankfully they avoided the collision, and that battle for fifth continues.
Meanwhile, the battle for the lead continues as well, and it's the first two, treble 5 and 173, a little bit of a gap back to third place, Anthony Seddon, and then Peter Keane. He's been a race winner in the past. There's Louis Woodward, another past race winner in this 116 trophy. So there's quite a few drivers that have enjoyed success in this category. It does run as a series of races. It's not a point scoring championship. The sister category or sister competition, the 116 sprint series, that's now a championship for the first time this year, after initially running last year. That's not here this weekend. That happens when there's a two-day meeting featuring these cars, and many will do both the sprints and the long distance race as well during the course of the weekend. But these two evenly matched. Priestwood did another best lap of the race, a 2:10.105, but Highcock did a 2:10.128. There really is very little to choose between these two, who once again are edging away a little bit from Anthony Seddon in third, Peter Keane fourth, Dunn in fifth, and James Waring in sixth position.
I suspect what we're seeing here, Ian, between the top two anyway, is a little bit of working together. I think they know they've got the pace if they don't battle to pull a gap on the rest of the field. That's always a handy thing to have, and not really worth taking a major risk at the beginning of a 90-minute race to try and get the lead at all costs. So I suspect we're going to see them work together for a little while. How long that lasts, I'm not sure. Maybe as we get closer to the pit window, then we'll see the battle start to erupt a little bit more, as they'll both want to try and steal the advantage going into that pit window, during which two mandatory pit stops must be made. More on that later. Down towards the Hislop chicane, meanwhile, comes this continuing scrap for fifth position. And actually, they've got some company now, because they've been reeled in by Louis Woodward, number 87, and the number 34 car. That was the car started by Toby O'Reilly. They are starting to creep onto the tail of these two cars as well. So two for the lead, two for third, and then now four cars in a line battling over fifth position.
It probably is relevant to bring those pit stops up sooner rather than later. So there's two mandatory stops, and they have to be 3 minutes, 60 seconds, sorry, I beg your pardon, in length in this particular championship. But Matt Priestwood is going to have to be stationary for another 30 seconds because he won the last round. So really, he could do with getting past Matthew Highcock and pulling away by about half a minute if he's going to have any chance of winning this race. That's because he was successful in the previous round. The fact that Matthew Highcock was the winner in the previous round. Well, that doesn't count in terms of any form of penalty for this particular race. They're not cumulative. It's just based on the previous round. Deep intake of breath there, or sharp intake of breath there from you, Andy. That was a bit close, wasn't it, into Oulton?
It was indeed. That was James Waring finally getting up the inside of the 252 of James Dunn, but then he ran wide on the exit, and Dunn has come back at him, I think, as they head for Cascades, where it's also side-by-side for third position, and that's Peter Keane trying the long way round on Anthony Seddon to no avail. So Seddon keeps car number 5 in third position. Keane in fourth, but what is going on in the battle for fifth place? They will be the next group of cars into shot through Island Bend. Wait for it, there they are. Well, it's anyone's guess. They're side by side, and around the outside, is that still 252 in front?
Yeah, it looked like Louis Woodward had squeezed into sixth position. No, he's got the lead now, Louis Woodward. Up the inside, he's gone into Shallow's corner in the number 87 car. So Louis Woodward from seventh at the beginning of the lap, now up into fifth position there. But there's two cars side by side behind him. The other one trying to buy into all of this as well is the number 34 car. That's the car started by Lewis Tyndall, who I think has also been a race winner in the past. So there is quite a lot of talent down this 116 trophy field.
Over hilltop they come then. He is the man on the move, is Tyndall now, trying to make a position on the run into his lops. He's stuck on the outside line though. It is the 228 car that he's trying to get past, and he can't quite do it. So after all of that battling, and it looked like James Waring had made the move stick at Old Hall Corner, all it ultimately did was cost them both the position, and it has waved through now. Louis Woodward, who already is starting to check out in the white number 87 car. He's got, what, 3 or 4 cars length over the next 3 as they arrive up at the double apex right-hander at Druids. So a good example there of how momentum-based these cars are. They're not the most powerful cars. If you start going side by side, you lose corner speed, you lose speed down the next straight, and ultimately you can lose positions too.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's very important to carry that momentum if you can. So just 1.6 litre 116i models. These are the cars that were produced from around 2004 to 2006. Out of our commentary box window, I can tell you it's still very close for the overall lead of the race as well, with no change in the order. Highcock and Priestwood still the top 2, but we're still watching this little battle a bit further back. And what's interesting now is that we've got 25, which is Ethan Hall, just ahead of the 30 car, which is Harry Miles. So this is for the final 2 positions inside the top 10. But here are the leaders, and much as it was about 3 laps ago, almost literally, there's about 2 inches there, isn't there, between the back of 555, the front of the 173 car, between Highcock and Priestwood. And that really are very close together indeed, very evenly matched. Matt Priestwood, the 19-year-old powder coater from Halifax, winner of the previous round. He's been a Polaris British SXS racing champion as well in the past, and this he lists as his favourite circuit of all, Oulton Park. He likes the technical aspects of this circuit. He'd like it even more, though, I think, if he could find a way past Matthew Highcock, and that is proving difficult right now.
Oh, well, indeed so, especially given that the point that you made before about that extra time to be spent in the pit lane, as the Louis Woodward car clobbers over the curb, headbutts the marker post on the apex, but carries a lot of speed over the hill and leaves in his dust now the side-by-side battle behind him, which is still going on between Dunn and Waring. James Waring trying to go right round the outside now into his lops, and that might just work. He's got the inside line for the left-hander, and at last he thinks he's found a way through, and the 228 car gains the position. James Waring, who will hand over to Matty Street later on in the race, now has to go defensive on the exit of Knickerbrook Corner because Dunn comes back at him, and they are wheel to wheel once more heading towards Druids. Dunn will be on the outside line though, Ian, and that's not really the place you want to be into Druids.
No, absolutely not. So they are heading underneath the vehicle bridge now, those two, as they make their way up to Lodge, and side by side further back here as well. This is the fight for what's now 6th place, isn't it? Really 3 of them together, but it's the 228 car of Waring trying to find a gap that's not really there. And he doesn't indeed make contact. The wheel hooked over the curb, though, for the 252 car of James Dunn. Does that cost him a little bit of momentum as they head up to Old Hall that time? We'll pick that up out of our commentary box window. It's still very close between them. And I can tell you, up the inside into Old Hall has gone the 252 car. 228 car, I should say, of Waring to take the position away from Dunn. So that's a change for 6th position. We didn't catch that on the stream. We did see that out of our commentary box window, though.
And what I can tell you is Dunn is going back round the outside again now at Cascades. This is the 4th consecutive corner he's found himself on the outside line, and still he can't make the move stick. This battle began at Hislop's a lap ago, and they have been side by side ever since. James Dunn again gets his car ahead, but that's the outside line into Island Bend, and I think that we're going to see Waring stick it in on the inside line, try to carry the speed through the left-hander. He's sideways over the curb, gathers it together, and finally I think maybe James Dunn might have made the move stick. Yes, the Gulf liveried car appears in 6th position, but he went round the outside at Druids, the outside at Lodge, the outside at Old Hall, switched back to the outside at Cascades, and finally got the move made on the outside at Island Bend. But he's not escaping yet, is he? A slightly scrappy run for both of them through the Britain chicane, and they might be side by side again at Hislop's as they were a lap ago.
Wouldn't be a surprise. It's starting to shape up that way, isn't it? Down towards Hislop. So it's the blue and orange car in the middle of the road. But is it going to be the 34 car that actually appears? Well, he's got one place up as Lewis Tyndall and the Anthony Seddon Racing prepared car. He's got one place. He's got the position away from 228, which is the car started by James Waring. So he's lost a couple of positions now in recent corners. And the complexion of that battle just changing a little bit. There's the 87 car of Louis Woodward. He was involved in a scrap with them, but look how much daylight he's got between himself and the 252 car now in 5th position. Louis Woodward there does have about 8 seconds to make up, though, on the car in front. 7 or 8 seconds to catch Peter Keane, who's in 4th place. So it's just a question now of Louis getting his head down, I think, in the number 87 car.
The most frustrated man in that battle, though, no doubt, James Waring, because that's twice now he's tried and almost succeeded in getting past James Dunn, and twice it's ended up costing him a position. But now into the pit lane, we're getting a few of the front runners, including Dunn. In also was that Waring who followed him. Possibly Woodward is in too, so we've got 3 of the top 8 cars pitting early.
Yeah, it's the first opportunity they've had to do so, because the pit lane window opens 15 minutes into the race, and we've had 15 and a half minutes now of this race. You see the cars are having to park at a 45-degree angle. That's because the pit lane is tight and there's 38 cars to accommodate, so drivers have to drive in at a 45-degree angle, stop for 60 seconds or a bit longer if you're the likes of Mac Priestwood, who has to serve a 90-second stop. Then they have to be pushed back out into the race by their team. And of course there's penalties if you're speeding in the pit lane, or you make an unsafe release, or your pit stop is not long enough, or any other problems like that. But as we watch the battle for 3rd position coming through Britain's again, there's still no change in the order there. It's Anthony Seddon in the eponymously named team car and Peter Keane together in 151, but it's the 555 car of Matty Highcock that leads the way from 173 Matt Priestwood, as it has been all the way through this race so far.
Yeah, Priestwood showing no interest in challenging for the lead yet, is he? I think he is still content to work with Highcock. Clearly believes that even if he could get through, he probably wouldn't be able to pull away, so better not to waste time battling and just keep on following each other around. Meanwhile, out of the pit lane has gone the number 87 car now, so that's the first of the 2 stops done for Louis Woodward, and he will be the highest placed of the cars to have made a pit stop. Quite a lot of time lost, I would say, by car 228. James Waring's handed over now, we presume, to Matty Street, but seems to be rejoining the track later than expected.
Yes, a bit longer to complete that stop than you might have thought. I wonder if it just, when you've got the driver change there to do it, can sometimes take a little bit longer than the 60 seconds. Looks like the race leader's going to go into the pit lane this time, so Matthew Highcock heads into the pits. Matt Priestwood there is staying out, though, so he will go into the lead of the race as we're seeing the number 28 car come back out into the race. That's Melissa Bexley after she's made an early stop in the race.
Yep, so in comes the leader then. Not at all surprising to me this, to see the leading contenders coming in early, because as we said, if we get a safety car later on, you can't pit during the safety car period, and because you don't lose a lap by pitting here, you can sort of get a free pit stop if you pit early and then a safety car comes out. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a few teams getting maybe both of their stops done as early as possible, just in case we get that safety car interruption later on. It is the kind of circuit at which safety cars can make appearances, as we've seen already today, so this could be the strategy for most of the front-running teams.
Yeah, I have seen a race already this season, not in the 116s, where you've effectively had cars struggling to be able to make their pit stop because of the rule about not stopping behind the safety car. So that is something that can come into play. Nothing to stop you making your 2 pit stops back-to-back if you want to in this, and we've certainly seen that done before. Matt Highcock, you can see sort of in the middle of that line of cars in the pit lane in the treble 5, but it is quite busy in pit lane now. There's at least 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 cars in that shot alone, and we had a few in on the previous lap as well. There's Matt Highcock getting back out into the race. Also being pushed back out into the race is the number 9 car as well, which is Julian Howe. And there's Highcock. So he'll probably feed in something like, I don't know, about 2/3 of a lap behind the race leader now. It's 60 seconds stationary. It's probably 80 or 90 seconds by the time you've gone in and out of the pit lane as well at the mandatory speed limit that's required of you in the pit lane. And but Highcock back out into the race, so we'll have to see where exactly he does slot in. And if indeed he maybe decides to make 2 early stops back to back, I'm pretty sure I remember him doing something similar before. He was, by the way, the winner of the race here at Oulton Park last October, so he is a form man here at Oulton Park.
Yeah, well, as long as you can make 2 pit stops without going a lap down, then I suspect that is not a bad strategy, really. He's rejoined the circuit. We'll have to wait and see exactly how much time he's lost to the race leader. Well, the race leader just crossed the line, so that gives you an idea. It's about half a lap, so it would be touch and go as to whether you could make 2.
Yeah, I don't think you can quite. I mean, as I say, it's 60 seconds stationary, but then you've got to add the time in and out. And as we've just seen, a new fastest lap for Matt Priest with a 2:09.672. So there's not a lot of leeway there, is there, to really make that a really good option.
Although, of course, the race leader will eventually make his first pit stop as well, which then buys you that extra time.
Exactly.
Interesting, isn't it?
But then you have all kinds of things that could come into play, like a safety car then could shuffle the pack, and where does that safety car pick the pack up, and all of those kind of things. So, yeah, different things can come into play there, but there is the race leader, so he has got other cars around him now. We'll see where exactly he's slotted in when they come back through, but through our headsets we can hear the regular wailing of the pit lane klaxon that sounds every time a driver heads into pit lane. So here's Highcock. Is he going to go straight back in? He is, you know. He is. So I've got a feeling, whether it was this meeting last year, he did the same thing, but I'm sure he has done it before. And, yeah, 2 stops back-to-back for Matthew Highcock. There you can see the treble 5 team with their liveried hoodies. And, Highcock back in for his second stop. And, looking at our time screens, he's now got a 2 next to his name in the PS column, which means 2 pit stops for him so far.
It's a strategy that can only really be carried out by drivers who are driving on their own. Because if you've got a second driver, then you're sort of obligated in a way, aren't you, to try and sort of evenly share the drive time. You can't have one driver do 1 lap and the other driver do the other sort of 95 minutes. So he has free rein to do what he likes, and I think this is a really smart strategy. But now, actually, it makes perfect sense for Priestwood to stay out as long as possible and kind of hope for a safety car, maybe, that would trap his rival, biggest rival for the race, a lap down. This is going to be fascinating. We are only 22 minutes into the race, and already one of our potential race winners has made both of their mandatory pit stops.
Number 89, which is Freddie Tatham, that was who the black and white flag was for. That's a flag that indicates your driving standards are being observed, and usually these days that means for exceeding track limits as well. We saw in qualifying quite a lot of drivers had 1 or more lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits. There's Matthew Highcock going back out into the race for a second time, and he has done his mandatory stops now, both of them, his obligations.
Priestwood is in though, so Priestwood pitted just as the 555 car left the pit lane, so he won't actually go a lap down quite. That's worked perfectly.
Yeah, that's worked well for him. So the question will be, will Priestwood do the same thing? That's the question. The problem that Priestwood has still got in this race is this 30-second success penalty from the previous round, because it's hard to see how he's going to make that up, particularly now that Highcock served both of his stops smoothly as far as one could tell. Where is that going to come back to play for Priestwood? So it might just be a question of seeing how far up the order he can finish today, rather than going for overall honours.
And that 30 seconds is served at the second stop?
The first
stop,
yeah.
OK, right. So
the one he's doing right now.
OK, interesting. So we'll know in a couple of laps' time then exactly what that has cost him. We know it will cost him 30 seconds in theory, but, once they're both on the same strategy, and if they've both then made both of their pit stops, then a safety car at that point could well close them back in together.
That's right. So who's going to be leading the race then after all of this? It's going to be number 30, Harry Miles, as Priestwood goes back out into the race. So Harry Miles it will be that takes the lead of the race. Antonio Sousa in the 111 car will move up into second position. And then I think the 101 car will be third, which has been started by Ben Wilshire. So that will be the top three. Ben Wilshire, who's the 41-year-old from Hampshire, the founder of Driven International Racetrack Design. And he's in one of the DTO Motorsport Pedals. He's a big fan of Oulton Park, and he has good memories of taking supercar wins here at Oulton Park and enjoys the undulation. So Ben Walsh has been successful here in the past, but in a very different machine, the supercar to 116 trophy car.
Yeah, these cars move around a lot more, don't they? They've got a lot less grip, definitely, but they don't look any less fun, do they? And the racing certainly is entertaining. Another side-by-side battle here heading for Ireland Bend. That's the number 25 car of Ethan Hall trying to go around the outside and then getting boxed in behind, I think, maybe a lapped car, and ending up losing a position instead, although the lap car then gets out of the way, annoyingly, at the very next corner. So that sort of sorts itself out. Then comes the first of the DTO cars. I noticed 3 of the DTO cars had found each other on track before the pit stops began. They may well now have separated each other, but Darren Turner's opening stint in the race has been completed. He's handed over the 105 car now to Michael Lavery, which I think might be one of the DTO cars making their way through the Britain chicane and up over Hilltop right now.
So we're coming up to 25 minutes gone in this race. 90-minute race it is in total. There's the 105 car now. Is that, have we had a driver change in that? Yes, we have. So it may or may not be Darren Turner still in that car, because we've got 2 mandatory pit stops and mostly 2 drivers in the cars. You never quite know who's in the car after the first pit stop, because you don't know necessarily whether they've done a driver change or not. So it's all a bit of a mystery after that.
So it's a mandatory pit stop as opposed to a mandatory driver change.
Correct.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Well, that doesn't affect most of the real front-running drivers, because they're mainly solo drivers, aren't they? Although there are a couple of the cars that have been at the front of the pack who will be doing driver changes at some point. But keep an eye on the lap tyres maybe of that 105 car, see where they have put themselves in the order. We've got a battle for the lead, by the way, at the moment, admittedly between 2 cars that haven't stopped yet. Car 111 leads the way at the moment, Antonio Sousa, and number 30, Harry Miles, was only 0.4 of a second behind at the beginning of the lap. They're going to be coming around towards the end of the lap, I'd imagine, in the next 20 seconds or so, but they may not be following it on screen because they weren't at the front of the field earlier on, but those 2 yet to stop are pretty much nose to tail in the fight for the race lead.
Black and white flag has gone out to the 969 car of Bart Lang, so he now is also being warned about track limits. By the looks of it, it's a car he shares with Simon Moss as well, 2 of them together in that car. Bart Lang, who is 29 years of vegetarian and justice, now based up the road in Wigan, a university lecturer in motorsport. Done lots of rallying, but not so much racing. But this, I think, actually his first race possibly at his favourite circuit here at Oulton Park, where his team is being run by the University Centre Myasco Motorsport students. He thanks them for their hard work.
Into the pit lane has come the second-placed car, so that's Harry Miles. Just as I was picking up that battle for the lead, he bails for the pit lane, leaves the 111 now as a clear race leader. Also, we've had some dramas for the number 78 car. James Poole has been in the pit lane for a few laps. Kieran tells us from the pit lane it's a rear control rod change on car 78, and that is why he's been stuck in the pit lane for a number of laps now. So number 78 still in the garage, but not serving. I suppose they can count it as one of the mandatory stops as long as he entered the pit lane after the window had opened, but clearly spending a longer time in the pit lane than they wanted to.
Yeah, just looking at Matt Priestwood, the lap that he made his stop took 1 minute and 50 seconds more. Now that was a 90-second stationary, so it's about 20 seconds additional that you lose by the looks of it in your pit stop compared to just the time that you're stationary. Bold move there around the outside. Of course, we are going to be in a position where we're starting to get cars on different laps. Most of them have now made at least 1 pit stop. There's a couple that have. There's one that's made 2, including the treble 8 car of David Hudson, who somehow, now has he done 2, maybe he's in the pits now still, but he was showing ahead of Matthew Highcock, so he must be still in the pit lane now, although it doesn't say that on the timing screen at the moment. But we'll pick that up as the race goes on. I struggle to see how he could have got ahead of Matthew Highcock, but
I suspect he's on an outlap,
yeah.
and the timing screen needs another lap just to...
you're probably right.
Yeah. It does happen occasionally, only very occasionally, but no, I think that's probably all that is, because you would expect, wouldn't you, the 555 car to emerge from all of this. Realistically, with the race lead, if we have an uninterrupted race, everybody makes their 2 stops, no safety cars, no dramas, they should come out with the race lead, over whom we don't know, but anything other than that would be a surprise, I think.
Yeah, and Highcock is now the first of the 2 stoppers as well. At 25th position he is overall. He is, how far behind was showing a lap down, but it might not be quite a full lap down on the exit. It probably is, though, just about, I would think. There's the 25 car of Ethan Hall. He's in 12th position. He's made 1 stop. The only ones that haven't made any stops at all are Antonio Souza, who now leads in the 111 car, the number 40 car, which is Giles Carter, who started, and Tristan Rogers, and the 82 car, which is interesting. That's not stopped because it's got 3 different drivers that they need to share the driving between. It was started by Mark McCulloch, but it's also got Stefan Guarneri and James Rolfe aboard as well, that one. So those are the only 3 that I can see have yet to make any stop at all, Andy.
Not sure if you mentioned this, but Louis Woodward has made 2 stops as well. So number 87, another of the front runners, has made a 2nd stop and has emerged 28th position.
Yes.
But behind, crucially, Highcock by a fair chunk, something like 20-odd seconds adrift. So he's lost, I think he lost time the first time he pitted, and has now definitely lost time the second time. So those 2, really the only 2 expected front runners that have made both their stops.
Yeah, that's right, and quite a little bit of time between them then. We've only just gone past the half-hour mark, so they're going to have an hour or so of solid driving to do. Likes of Louis Woodward and Matthew Highcock here in the Gasshocks 116 trophy here at BMW Live. Hope you're enjoying your day here at Oulton Park. If you're here at the circuit, if not, you're enjoying watching the live stream wherever you are in the world. Good afternoon to you from Andy McEwen and myself, Ian Simon, as we are now watching a scrap that involves Ethan Hall. Who's the 30 car? That was the car that was leading briefly, wasn't it?
Harry Miles.
Harry Miles. He's made just the 1 stop, I think, so far.
Oh, and onto the grass goes the 25, I think, of Ethan Hall. He tried the outside line at the Island Bend, and that rarely works well. Now, did he bounce his way back on the track? Yes, he did, the blue and pink car. But it's a very bumpy, rutted runoff area there. You can easily do some damage to the suspension, to the floor of the car. Hopefully he's avoided that. He's rejoined just ahead of car 105, I think, hasn't he, which is the DTO machine of Michael Lavery and Darren Turner. As Ian made the point, we don't know exactly who is in that car right now, but thankfully car 25 seems to have emerged from that relatively unscathed, but a scary place to run out of road, Ian.
Absolutely. Ethan Hall, who's only 18 years old, from Newdigate, a student at college in his 2nd season of racing, and he's backed by the Classic FX Porsche race team. And yeah, a moment for him, and also a moment for one of the front runners in the early stages of the race. Now that's come to rest on the access road, but there's some damage down the right-hand side of the driver's side of that car. That's the 228 car, of course, James Waring and Matty Street. Again, not sure who's in that car at the moment. But that's come to rest at basically the Knickerbrook on the old circuit there, pre-chicane circuit. That's come to rest.
Yeah, and again, having spent many a day down at that part of the circuit, I can say you don't often see cars end up there by themselves. Yes, there's normally something interesting has happened, usually coming out of the left-hand element of his lops. So that's a shame, though, because that is, as you said, one of the cars we expected to be a front runner. Matt Priestwood, by the way, is back in the pit lane now. That's for his 2nd pit stop. So this is a key moment in the race to see where he comes out in relation in particular to the 555 of Matthew Highcock.
Yeah, which just leaves Antonio Souza now as the only driver who's yet to make a stop. The 44-year-old who's originally Brazilian but now based in Cambridgeshire, an engineer by occupation, started racing back in 2021 in the 116 trophy, and he's been loyal to it ever since. So Antonio Sousa there in the number 111 car, still leading the race. And I think he has, as we've said that, now made his stop. So I think that's everybody who's anybody that's now been into the pits at least once, and some have been in twice, including the two front runners before the first pit stops happened. Matthew Highcock and Matt Priestwood. Looks like driver of 228 is now out of the car. There's double waved yellows on the approach. Be interesting to see what he's done about that in terms of recovery, Andy.
Yeah, if it needs a safety car, this is not a great time for there to be a safety car right in the middle of second round of pit stops being completed. Right, out of the pit lane has gone Mac Priestwood,
Right.
I reckon about 30 seconds behind Matthew Highcock, which makes sense. He had that
Yes.
extra 30 seconds to serve, so it's all coming together quite nicely. Now that they've both done their 2 pit stops, actually, Mac would quite like to see a safety car because those 30 seconds would evaporate, or at least a chunk of it would, and we'd be game on again for the race win.
It could be perfect timing for him from that point of view, couldn't it? Of course, there will be cars between them on the road as well, and that will make things a bit more complicated. So they won't, and some of those might be on different laps as well, potentially. To add to the confusion, but anyway, we're speculating about a safety car that hasn't been called yet, so we'll wait and see what is done. If the marshals can just move that car safely down at Nickelbrook.
I wonder whether that did play into Mac Priestwood's thinking, though. Again, he's a solo driver. He can kind of pit when he likes.
Yes.
Did he see that car at the side of the road and think, hang on, this could be my chance? So
Yeah, possibly.
this is where the car is. I mean, there's no way he would have missed it. He would know that there was a chance of a safety car, so I suppose it was worth the punt, wasn't it?
Definitely, definitely. 55 minutes left in this race. Antonio Sousa still shown on our timing screens as the leader. Looks like the Seddon Caulfield number 5 car, which was in third place pre-stops, that's now is making, I should say, its second stop. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's one that will certainly be in play, I think. Probably likely to be between Highcock and Priestwood when it goes back out.
It's being pushed out of its pit bay now, Ian, I can tell you, so it's going to be tight.
Yeah, I mean, well, on screen is an important battle between two cars that both made both of their stops, Woodward and Dunn, and these were battling for position in the early part of the race. And now it's the 252 car of James Dunn pulling alongside Louis Woodward now. It's for 25th or position or something at the moment. But we do get the change. The 252 car has gone through. Meanwhile, what's the situation with the pit stops?
Well, out of the pit lane has gone the number 5 car as the safety car is scrambled. Safety car scrambled. Oh, wow. What does this mean? Well, we'll get to that in a moment. But I think car number 5 got out ahead of Mac Priestwood, who is the next car ahead of the battle you were just describing to us. So they are all going to be pretty much bumper to bumper. And, of course, they will all now gain time on the driver we expected to be the net race leader, Matthew Highcock. But this safety car coming out, there are still quite a lot of cars who owe us a pit stop, and I really don't think this is going to benefit them.
No, so that's the car that needs to be recovered, the James Waring Matty Street number 228 car. And there you can see safety car boards and flags being shown. So that's the car that needs to be recovered. James Waring, who is only 16 years of age, from Garstang. And he's been racing since 2022, been some karting at Wilton Mill as well, and sees a future himself in British GT, but this is his first season in car racing. He's been driving the Alexandro Ballesteros car. So that's the one that needs to be recovered now, but we are going to go into a period of caution. Yellow flags waving all around the circuit and the safety car panels being illuminated. And we'll see exactly what this means for this race, where a lot of the leading contenders now have taken 2 stops, including Matt Priestwood, who also had that 30-second pit stop penalty to serve because he won the previous race at Brands Hatch as well. Safety car hasn't picked up the race leader, so he's now waving past him all of the cars until he picks up the leader, which at the moment is the number 34 car. So he's got a few more to do there. The 34 car right now is the Lewis Tyndall and Toby O'Reilly car. Again, not sure who's at the wheel of that at the moment, but that is the race lead. The car behind the safety car at the minute is the 33 car of Sean Uden and Simon Uden.
So, Matthew Highcock is in 15th position, the highest placed car to have made 2 pit stops, the driver who was leading before the pit window opened. The next car that has made 2 pit stops is the number 5. So Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield's number 5 car, but that is some 20 odd seconds behind. So there's quite a bit of traffic between them. They've got a small advantage then over the 173 of Mac Priestwood, who, as I've mentioned, is basically in the same bit of track as the number 252 of James Dunn and the 151 of Peter Keane, and so between them the number 87 of Louis Woodward, of course. So that group, 173, 252, 87 and 151, pretty much nose to tail, but they are going to be quite a long way behind the 555 car, but things still looking good for Highcock, definitely. He's come out of all of that, crucially still on the lead lap. They're all still on the lead lap, so once those ahead of them make their second stop, they should cycle back to the front.
Yes, indeed. So we'll try and pick them up in the queue as well, behind the safety car, as to where they're going to be. Matthew Highcock just making his way through Britain's now. So there's two cars between himself and Seddon and Caulfield. Then there's another 2 cars by the looks of it between them and Mac Priestwood. So those are both back markers, whereas the 2 between Highcock and Seddon and Caulfield are there legitimately, if you like, although they've still got another pit stop to serve.
Yes, which you'd imagine they'll probably want to get done pretty soon once the safety car is back in. I'm still struggling to figure out what's happened to James Waring's car, because the damage is on the right-hand side of the road. There was debris on the road earlier. I think that's been moved now, whether by Marshall or by other car, I'm not sure. But that would have been on the left-hand side of the road, so I struggle to see a way that he's got there on his own, but only he can tell us probably, and perhaps one other driver who may or may not have been involved. But anyway, the car's going nowhere, it needs recovery. There was, I think, a recovery vehicle heading that way.
It was.
And so it shouldn't be too long before we get the race back underway, with still over half of it to go in. We've packed a lot of action into the first just under 45 minutes.
Yeah, we certainly have here at Oulton Park for this 750 Motor Club race meeting and BMW Live. And whether you're watching it here at the circuit or on the live stream, good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying the racing. If you are here at the circuit, there's lots of alternative attractions besides the on-track racing. Don't forget to head into the Fogarty Moss Centre. There's various things going on in there, including a Scale Extric setup and sim racing as well. You can head around the trade stands, you can have a look at all of the beautiful display cars. Those of you watching on the stream have seen Will Beaumont having a nose around those during the course of the day as well. So lots and lots to have a look at here. I don't know if the drift rides are still going on, but they certainly were going on the sort of rally course on the inside of the circuit here at Oulton Park. And we'll, during the course of the rest of the afternoon, hopefully be hearing from all of our race winners. We'll, I think, have coverage of the presentation that took place a little bit earlier on from the BMW Car Club championship race, which took place earlier this afternoon. And I think we'll probably have another chance to hear from Will Beaumont as well during the course of the afternoon as well. But with 48 minutes of the race to go, the order looks like this in terms of the overall classification. It's number 34, Tyndall and O'Reilly that lead the way with 70 laps completed from number 121 in second place. That's the car of AJ Duffel and Luke Fox. Third is the 104 car, which is that of Dan Lavery and Ben Dobbs. Fourth is 111, which is Antonio Sousa. Fifth is number 30, Harry Miles. And sixth is 86, Pete Brand and Martin Brand. But in terms of those that have made 2 stops, the leader is treble 5 Matthew Highcock, who's in 15th position overall. Then in 18th position overall, it's Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield, number 5. Then it's Mac Priestwood, number 173, 252 James Dunn, 87 Louis Woodward, and 151 Peter Keane. So those are the best of the drivers that have made 2 stops at the moment behind the safety car, and while the safety car is out, drivers are not able to make any more pit stops. So we're in a sort of hiatus at the moment, Andy, where we're not necessarily going to have a lot of action while that recovery is being done down at Knickerbrook.
But it gives us plenty of time to build up the second half of this race, which is going to be fascinating, isn't it, with those leading cars all sort of bunched back together. The safety car, in a way, the best thing that could have happened from a neutral perspective, because we would have had quite a bit of separation between the race leader and second position. There is the 555 car, centre of screen, the white, blue and red sort of works BMW liveried car. That car, we believe, will come out of all of this with the race lead from there, car number 5 in second position. That would have been 20 odd seconds of a gap but without the safety car, and as it is, it all gets bunched back together. Now, granted, from what we saw in the first 20 minutes or so of racing, Highcock should have the pace to pull a bit of a lead. The key, I think, is going to be how quickly Mac Priestwood can deal with the number 5 car and then set off after him. I was saying at the first part of the race here, and I felt like maybe Priestwood was hanging back, content to sit behind Highcock, maybe saving himself for the second half of the race. Well, if he's got extra pace to spare now, Mac Priestwood, we're only probably a couple of minutes away from him having to show that.
Indeed so. Well, we've got the safety car continuing. Let's just have a look at a bit more about a few of the drivers. 34 is the car that's leading the race at the moment, Lewis Tindall and Toby O'Reilly. And Lewis, he is 41 years old, he's a hotelier from Essex, started racing back in 2001, and he's out in this car that was built in 2021 by Anthony Seddon Racing, but he's been successful in the past. A bit further back down the order, we've got the number 40 car in 23rd position. That's Giles Carter and Tristan Rogers, and Giles can tell you he is 49 years of age. He's yes, 49 years of age, my maths doesn't desert me. A furniture dealer from Huddersfield, only in his second season of racing. I think it's all been in the 116 trophy. He's done some track days though, including in a Radical SR3. His future race plans, he says, include Fun Cup, so he's clearly a man of impeccable taste, and he's out in one of the 4040 racing prepared cars at the moment. We are not going to go racing again this time, clearly. So to continue the tale of some of the drivers that are out there, car 82 is what he's one that's being shared by 3 drivers, but it's Jamie Rolfe that I can tell you a little bit about. He is 42, originally from Plymouth, but now Sydney, Australia. He's a pilot by occupation, and he enjoys racing and brewing beer as well. And Oulton Park, he says, is his favourite circuit because of the nice mix of technical sections. And he's in a Team Hamster prepared BMW 116, of course. And then car 83, you've got Ben Atwood aboard that. He's a technical account manager. Just trying to see where car 83 is. It's not in the top 27 places at the moment on my timing screen.
33rd.
33rd. So Ben, who is 33, from Bedford, technical account manager. He's got a wife and 4 Labradors, he says. He started racing in 2022 in Citroen C1s. He's done some recreational karting in the past as well, and another Team Hamster racing car. So a couple of cars entered for that team. Told you a little bit about Ben Wilshire already. 102 is worth talking about because that's the car in 10th position, belonging to James Allen and Sean Frey. James listed his date of birth as August this year, which must be wrong, but he started racing last season. He was it was his novice year last year. He's in one of the DTO cars. It's the one with the yellow mirror caps on mainly black and white car. He's a market trader, and his teammate Sean Frey is a fleet manager who is 41 years of age, and he prefers Silverstone to Oulton Park. But let's head down to Kieran Rock. He's in the pit lane with one of the drivers to talk to.
I'm down here with Will Tindall from the DTO Motorsport guys. Car 101, you're currently in 7th place. How is your race going so far?
Safety car is going to make a big difference. Yeah, pretty interesting. So we've only done 1 pit stop so far. Quite a lot of the other cars are on 2 now. Certainly the single guys are on 2. So yeah, I think the key thing is as soon as that safety car comes in, which should be just about now, there's going to be a lot of people pit stopping. So yeah, it'll all be about who gets out quick.
And who's the driver that's currently in the car?
So Ben Wilshire.
And how's Ben doing so far?
Yeah, he's done really well. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, so up to 7th at the moment, but still got another pit stop to do.
And where do you think you're going to be sort of looking to predict at the end of the race?
Yeah, we'd like to be kind of mid-teens, something like that. So around that, yeah, 14, 15 would be great.
Great. Well, good luck with your stint.
Cheers. Thanks.
you very much, and back up to the comms box.
Thank you very much. It looks like we're about to go racing again, so that was very well timed indeed. The 34 car of Lewis Tyndall and Toby O'Reilly is leading the way around, and I'm just going to have a look to my left, and we do get a green flag right at the last moment. Green flag is waved and the race gets back underway. So it's Tyndall and O'Reilly that are leading the way then out there on circuit. And we'll see if anyone does make their stops. It looks like they're all going to come across the line this time, but possibly at the end of this lap, Andy, we could have quite a rush for the pit lane.
I suspect you may be right. Keep an eye, remember, on the battle going on further back for what will become the race lead as well. Down at Cascade, one of the DTO cars charging round the outside there. Some of this may be for position, but I suspect there are cars on different laps in this group as well, as they head down the Lakeside Straight side by side towards the quick left-hander at Island Bend, one of the quickest left-hand corners in British motor racing. And as we've seen already today, it can be a fairly unforgiving one, particularly on cold tyres. These cars, of course, don't run on slick tyres, but still they do require a little bit of tyre temperature, and they will have lost a little bit of that during that safety car period. Round the right-hander at Shell we go. 2x2 battling going on, and not far behind there, 555, the car of Matthew Highcock, who just really needs to stay out of trouble. This is the part of the racing where he needs to pick his battles, doesn't he? Keep the car in one piece. It will come back to him.
Yeah, I think it probably will. They're on Nankang control tyres, by the way, which are very affordably priced at less than £90 a tyre, so good way to go. Highcock is, picking off cars where he can now. Of course, it's important that he does that. Good to put as many cars between himself and drivers. But there's a bit of leaning going on there between the 105 car and the 31 car. 31 is the car of Sam Holman and David Smith. The 105 car is the one of Darren Turner and Michael Lavery. Not quite sure who it is at the wheel at the moment, but certainly some door handle to door handle action there. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a few sort of wing mirrors folded during the course of this 116 trophy race, as cars get a little bit too close together.
Matthew Highcock right in the middle of this as well now. This is a nervy time, isn't it, for Matthew? Just needs to stay out of trouble. He's got pace on these cars, but just needs to pick his moments. He's looking to the inside of one of the DTO machines as we head towards Lodge here.
Indeed so. Just looking, he was only 9 seconds behind the overall lead as well, Matthew Highcock, when they crossed the line to restart that race. There is Mac Priestwood, and he has got ahead, crucially, of the number 5 car of Seddon and Caulfield. So that is effectively for second position, and he almost got involved in an accident there as well. So they're coming through to the end of the lap. Sure enough, there are quite a few cars heading into the pit lane to make their stops as well.
Yep, so Priestwood is crucially about 5 seconds behind Highcock. That should be 30 seconds because of that extra time that he spent in the pit lane. So that shows how much he's gained from the safety car, and he is now in a net second position with quite a bit of traffic between himself and Matthew Highcock. But they are the cars to watch. 555 Matthew Highcock, 173 Mac Priestwood, the two who were nose to tail, bumper to bumper for much of the first 20 or so minutes of the race. Could they find themselves back together again in the closing stages, fighting for the race win?
We'll soon find out. So we've got, 38 minutes to go. So already nearly an hour into this race. It's gone by quite quickly, hasn't it? Down there in the DTO garage at the moment. Which car is that? That's the 104 car, the Dan Lavery and Ben Dobbs car that the driver is being sort of strapped into. You'll see that they're timing the stop on the phone there to make sure it's 60 seconds. They're keeping an eye on the clock. Now they know that 60 seconds have ticked around. They are pushing the car back out into the pit lane and back out into the race. A squeal of those very affordable Nankang tyres as they go, and away they go back out into the race. And look at this, we've got almost 3 wide, including Matthew Highcock, who's sort of finding it not that straightforward to get past some of the other cars that are out there. And all the while, Andy, you've got Mac Priestwood bearing down on him. So I think there's very much a race on here.
I think Priestwood has definitely taken some time out of Highcock on this lap. Highcock there trying to get around the outside of the 105 car. Of course, the trouble is the cars that he's overtaking, many of them he's overtaking for position, so there's no obligation for them to get out of the way, but also they won't have a clue that he is the net race leader because it's just a swarm of cars around them at the moment, and they are going to put up a fight, and they are putting up a fight, and you can see the time that it's cost him. That is definitely not 5 seconds anymore.
Yeah, as you say, 5.1 seconds it was at the start of the lap. It's certainly not that now. There's about 3 or 4 cars between them. but very soon I think we're going to get this together. One of those cars, helpfully, disappears into the pit lane, or helpfully from Matt Priestwood's point of view. So over the line they come now. Priestwood is up to 8th position. And Highcock is up to 5th position, and the gap between them is now 1.8 seconds. Priestwood on that lap, in all that traffic, did the best lap of the race. Now the fuel load will have come down a bit, the car will be a bit lighter, but still, that's an impressive effort. 2 minutes, 9.417 seconds, a new lap record. It's now nearly 2 seconds faster than the previous mark set by Sam Carrington-Yates.
And crucially, 3.3 seconds or so quicker than Highcock could do in all of that traffic, so the gap definitely coming down. The number 5 car, by the way, is still ahead of James Dunn and Peter Keane, but that's a pretty tight battle still for what I think will emerge as the battle for 3rd position in the closing stages. 36 minutes and a bit to go. There goes Highcock, and the next car behind him now is Matt Priestwood, who has made very short work of that group of back markers and now has just clear track between himself and potentially the race lead.
Yep, so there we go. It's going to be a battle on, and that is an incredible turnaround, helped by the safety car, no doubt about it. But Matt Priestwood here is going to think he's in with a chance of winning this race. With that 30-second penalty, he was probably thinking, well, a podium might not be a bad return from this weekend, but win very much on now. But he's still got to catch and pass Matt Highcock. He wasn't able to do that in the first 20 minutes or so before the first pit stop, and Highcock is a man who's won a lot of these races, won one this year. Last year he won 3 of them. He won half of the races that we had last year, so he's difficult to beat.
He is, but I think it's going to be a great battle. We're going to definitely be the winners out of this. We get to sit back and enjoy a fight between these two. I know you make the point that Priestwood couldn't get past Highcock before, but I really don't think he was trying. I think he was quite happy just to bank those laps. And look, again, Highcock just not getting the rub of the green in traffic, delayed here into Lodge Corner. Priestwood will carry a lot more speed through the turn, a lot more speed onto the next straight, and it's now down to a couple of cars' length. The number 9 car is separating them at the moment. That is one of the additions to the programme, helpfully, but anyway, car number 9 is now the only car that Priestwood needs to get by, and then he'll be on the tail of the race leader. Up the inside into Old Hall Corner he goes, but no, the 9 car slams the door in his face.
And that's Julian Howe and Michael Loveland that are sharing the number 9 car. Julian Howe it was that started that car a long time ago now, nearly 60 minutes ago. So down they go into Cascades, and now Priestwood, I think, is going to clear that by the time they get to Ireland. Yes, he is. And so we've got the 2 leaders together again. The Spray Tech sponsored car, number 173. Matt Priestwood, the 19-year-old Power Dakota, chasing after Matthew Highcock, Treble 5, been so successful in this series over the past couple of seasons. Louis Woodward, I can see, is just heading out of the pit lane again, having made his 2nd stop, so we'll see where he filters into all of this, or 3rd stop possibly, yeah, so something unscheduled there. And we've got the whole of the DTO team have seemingly stopped together for some kind of photo opportunity or something. They're all in the pit lane at exactly the same time. I don't know if that is all of them, actually. There's 4 of them. How many cars is there all together, do we know?
5 or 6,
5 or 6, we reckon. So there's someone still out on circuit for the DTO team. But it sounds like one of them's about to be pushed back out into the race, which is the 101 car, which is the Ben Bush and Will Tyndall car. So I think that'll be Will Tyndall now aboard that car, won't it? We're hearing from him a few moments ago with Kieran.
Harry Miles also has just made his final pit stop, the number 30 car that had been up there battling for the lead earlier on. Worth pointing out that actually the race is still being led by number 34, Toby O'Reilly and Lewis Tyndall. No, it's not, because the overtakes happen now. Highcock's gone through at the top of Clay Hill. I was about to make the point that these two were rapidly closing in on the 34 car, and they have now found a way through it. In fairness, even though this is for position, they know this isn't their battle. They're moving out of the way of the 2nd place man, and now the top 2 in the race are cars 555 and 173, and it's a straight up fight for the win.
But we've still got 33 minutes of this race to go as well, so it could be quite a prolonged and dramatic battle between these two. Then the next of the 2 stoppers is the Harry Miles car, isn't it, at the moment, in 3rd place, but that's now dropping down, having just completed its stop. Oh, there's a huge gaggle of cars going into Old Hall outside our commentary box window.
And in that is the number 5, 252 and 151, who will be fighting for 3rd place when all is said and done. So that's another great battle going on.
So they're not too far behind the leaders, are they, really? So, no, anything could happen. We could have another situation like we had earlier on in the historic 754, where the two leaders collide and someone else picks up the pieces.
So that is the 105 car being overtaken. That is for 4th position. So the number 5 car going into 4th place, but 105, the DTO car, which I'm going to guess has got Michael Lavery at the wheel at the moment, is battling them for position, but owes us a pit stop. So number 5 goes through. The next to challenge will be James Dunn in the Gulf livery 252, and he needs to get a wriggle on here, really, so that the number 5 machine, the Seddon and Caulfield car, doesn't get too far up the road.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here's another little battle coming through. There it is, the 252 battle that we're seeing once again. So this is what effectively is going to be for potentially a podium position, the Clodhopper Racing. That's some great team names. We've got Team Hamster, haven't we? Now we've got Clodhopper Racing. So some imaginative names gone into all of this. Here's the lead battle though, 173. That's still the Matt Priestwood car in 2nd place. He's still got the best lap of those, 209.417. Highcock's been in the 209s as well during this race, a 209.746. I think it's only those two that have. A few in the 210s. And the best time in qualifying actually was a 209.091 for Priestwood, so we've not had that time replicated as yet in the racing conditions. And of course, lap records only count when set in a race, not in a qualifying session. But this is now basically nose to tail.
I'm really interested to see what Priestwood does now. He's arrived on the tail of Matthew Highcock. Does he now decide, right, I'm going to go for it straight away, or is he once again content to wait, bide his time? This will be quite telling, I think, because it's the first time he's been within striking range, a 209.137, a new fastest lap, Ian.
And he's getting closer to that time from qualifying, only a few hundredths outside of it now, about half a tenth, I would say, as they make their way down to the Cascades once again. There's, what, half a car length between them, a bonnet length maybe between them now. I mean, the thing here is, our slower cars going to come into play? Because there will be a lot of those to contend with in the next half an hour. And it could easily be a back marker that decides the course of this race.
It could very much so, especially momentum-based cars, as Priestwood gets very sideways through Island Bend. He will tell us he had that under control and it was just a nice 4-wheel drift. Maybe it was, but it looked spectacular anyway. Didn't slow him down. He carried good speed through Shell and rolls up onto the rear bumper of car 555 again, which has to go to the outside of a back marker. They will both negotiate that car before the Britain's chicane, though, so no gain or loss for either driver. Looked to me like Highcock was a bit faster through Britain's that time, though. Just pulled a margin again over Priestwood as we head over the hill. Behind them, by the way, Dunn and Keane, James Dunn and Peter Keane, both got themselves ahead of the 105 DTO car, which I think is the only DTO car that owes us a pit stop now. So they are into 5th and 6th, respectively. But we're still waiting for that 34 car in 3rd position to make its stop.
It's worth mentioning, Matt Priestwood set a new fastest lap on the last lap, but Matthew Highcock also did a personal best as well, 209.610. So they are really pushing hard still, even at this stage of the race, with the win very much on the line. Another car about to go back out of this. There's not many teams that have got to make another stop now. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe about 5 teams that still need to make another stop. It's the 83 car back out into the race. That's shared 3 ways. James Callan, Thomas Littlechild and Ben Atwood, the 3 drivers at the wheel of that car. We'll keep an eye, though, on the leaders, though, as they are about to come through to complete lap number 25 of the race with 28 minutes to go.
Yep, and Highcock just sort of holding the middle of the road there into Old Hall Corner before drifting over to the racing line. Bit of debris on the track. Where's that? Knickerbrook, I think. Exit off. It's off the racing line, but there isn't really a gap in the... Oh, well, there is a gap in the traffic for the marshals to run out to collect it, because that's exactly what they did, so that's not going to present a problem for long. Car 105 is back in now for its final pit stop, and I reckon, looking out the window, that's Darren Turner about to get on board, but for the race lead, Ian, it's spicing up, heading towards Island Bend.
Yeah, it certainly is. They are absolutely together now through the left-hander at Island, and again, a bit of sideways action, but it looks like Matt Priestwood has done it. Get confirmation as they arrive at the right hand, but Shallows corner, and he has. Matt Priestwood has gone through into the lead of the race from Matthew Highcock now in 2nd place. He's overcome a 30-second penalty, a success penalty that he had to serve at his first pit stop. aided by the safety car, no doubt about that, but he's really got his head down in this second part of the race, and he's got through now ahead of Matthew Highcock, who is off the road as he comes over Hilltop. Well, that was dramatic. Not quite sure how that happened. There was no other cars around, so maybe just pushing too hard as he tried to get back on terms with Matt Priestwood, and it's been counterproductive.
Quite easy to hit that curb a bit too hard at the exit of Britons and bounce onto the grass. Maybe that's what he did, but anyway, that means that now Matt Priestwood doesn't really have any threat as they head over Deer Leap for the 26th time of asking. There is the 105 car, trying to peer into that car to see whether it is Darren Turner getting on board. I suspect it probably will be. 82 is in as well for its final pit stop of the race. There's a 5-second penalty, by the way. It's been handed to Simon Moss and Bartholomew Lang in the 989 car. They're also in serving their final pit stop. 5 seconds, I'm going to guess, for exceeding track limits.
I would have thought so.
That will be added on at the end of the race.
Yeah, it will be. And yeah, how much of a difference that will make at the end, not quite sure, but we'll find out. The penalties do step up the more and more times you are found guilty of exceeding track limits. And so if the next time they do it, it might be 15, or go up to 15 seconds from 5 seconds, and then potentially another 30 seconds on top of that. Then you get into really serious territory. So there is now a car between the two race leaders. And so that's delaying Matthew Highcock a little bit, about allowing Matt Priestwood to make his escape. It'd be interesting to see if there is anything that Matthew Highcock can do now to come back at Matt Priestwood. Possibly he'll just sort of regather his thoughts for a couple of laps, preserve the car, but he can't afford to give too much away. He's only about a second or so behind the race leader, and that will be tough to make up again. I think he does need to keep Priestwood in his sights and possibly hope that Priestwood has a bit of bad luck with back markers or yellow flags or something like that, or makes some other mistake.
Yeah, Highcock has kept his headlights on, hasn't he, which is a sign that he's still pushing. You can see he's still pushing as he rattles over the curbs through all 3 elements of the Britain's chicane. But yeah, just slipping back ever so slightly now as they drop down towards Hislops. He's up the inside of a lapped car there, turning into the chicane. Clears that pretty swiftly. That was the 83 of James Cannon, Tom Littlechild and Ben Atwood. And that car stays dutifully out of the way. But yeah, Matt Highcock is going to have to push now and dig deep. There's more debris now on the road exiting Knickerbrook. But again, thankfully that is more or less off the racing line, I'd say.
Yeah, shouldn't pose too much of a problem. So here's Priestwood putting a lap on the 105 DTO car. And we're going to head down to the pit lane once again. Kieran Mogg has found somebody else to talk to.
Yes, I'm down here at garage number 10 with Darren Turner from the DTO Motorsport and the 105 car. You've just jumped out of the car from your session. How was it out there?
It was good until I looked up and I just saw time penalty 105 plus 5 seconds. So I thought I had a good stint, but obviously not. So I think that must be down to some track limits maybe. I don't know, maybe. But I loved it. It's like the first couple of laps, made up a few places, was getting stuck in. And then as everyone got up to speed, I just started to drop back. I don't know if we were one of the last cars to come in for the pit stop or not, so it was a good hour or so in the little BMW, but yeah, I had a great time. DTO guys have done a great job, made me feel at home, first experience with the car after qualifying, so yeah, loved it.
And how are you finding the competition out there?
Yeah, they're strong, aren't they? Yeah, they're a feisty bunch out there, but like really good fun. I mean, there's a bit of like trading paint, but nothing like too aggressive. And yeah, there's a bit of hand waving from people and bits and bobs. But yeah, what you expect when you're on a sort of a tight, twisty circuit like Oulton Park, and then you know the cars are so close in terms of performance, so you are going to trip over people, and that's just this type of racing, isn't it? But yeah, with 38 cars out there, it was a lot of fun.
Absolutely, and obviously this isn't like a normal race day, it's a whole event that's going on with BMW Live and everything. How are you finding the event as a whole?
It's great. I mean, I always love coming back to Oulton Park. It's such a wonderful circuit, very open, and you know everyone's having a nice time here on days like this. And yeah, it's good to see so many races on one day, really. So yeah, I'm used to sort of maybe one or two on a day, and that's it. So yeah, with a packed calendar or schedule that they've got today, it's been great to have a look around and just see what's out on the racetrack.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully that penalty doesn't cause too many issues.
Well, we'll see. I mean, now it's number 83, so yeah, you know, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully Mikey doesn't get any more penalties on 105.
Absolutely, good luck.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. And head back up to guys up in the commentary box.
Where we've got 22 minutes of the race left to go, and it's Matt Priestwood leading by about a second still. It's sort of stayed at that kind of gap for a couple of laps now, so 173 leading from 555. Matthew Highcock in second place. In third place, it's the number 5 car, Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. They're about 8 seconds behind the leader. Then we are looking on screen now, a decent battle further down the order. This is for 6th and 7th place. It's the 186 car of Daniel and Jamie Petters and the treble 8 car of David Hudson. So he was one of the drivers to make both of his stops relatively early. And we've got this nice little fight going on, Andy, for 6th and 7th.
Yes, now they had swapped positions actually on this lap. Hudson had got ahead of Petters, but then got it all wrong through his laps, and Petters took it straight back again. So briefly we had a change for 6th position, and the Triple 8 car will now try to make the move stick for good at Lodge Corner. Up the inside he goes, the door's going to close. That's always slightly concerning. From that angle, way wide over the curb they go, and they will be side by side again, heading up and over Deer Leap. But yeah, this is a very entertaining tussle. Is it going to be decided in the favour of car 888? I think it may be. They've got the inside line heading for Old Hall Corner, and that usually is the best place to be, at least on the way in. Can Petters get the switch back, carry the momentum down the straight though towards Dentons and Cascades? He's going to try the right hand side of the road. That gets blocked off, so he thinks, okay, I'll go to the left instead, but that doesn't work, and so it is car 888 then, Hudson, who manages to move through, but that was an overtake, nearly a full lap in the making.
It might not surprise you to know that David Hudson is originally from Johannesburg.
Yes.
In his BMW 116, their second season of racing. Jeff still racing prepared car, and he's owned the car for one season now. Now based in Surrey. He's 49 years of age, already retired and enjoying his racing in the 116 Trophy, where he's just found another place. Up to 6th he's gone. We'll see if the Petters car is one that's going to drop back, but doesn't look like it at the moment, Andy.
Well, except they will drop back because they've just picked up a 5-second penalty. And they're only 2.8 seconds ahead of the number 28 car, which is Melissa Bexley, in 8th position. So they will lose 1 place when that's applied. We're seeing a bit of a spate of track limits penalties creeping in now late in the day. Remember, they're not changing tyres during pit stops, so they're running out of grip now. The drivers are probably getting quite tired, especially those who are solo driving. And we're getting to the part of the race where actually you start asking more of driver and car as we get into the closing stages. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more of that.
Absolutely. Melissa Bexley, yes, doing very well in 8th position there, isn't she? She's a vehicle technician from Sunderland, 31 years of age, Mel as she prefers to be known, and been racing for a couple of seasons in both the 116 Trophy and the Armed Forces Race Challenge as well. And she's another driver that says she loves Oulton Park, and this car is one that she prepares herself. So that's Mel Bexley, going very well in 8th position overall, number 28. That's the 83 car. That's a car that's in the penalty area. So there's been some kind of misdemeanour committed by James Cannon, Thomas Littlechild and Ben Atwood. I'm not quite sure what that is for, but it's usually probably something to do with a pit lane infringement, speeding, or a short stop or something like that. But Anna's just looking down the list of penalties, and yeah, nothing noted there, I don't think.
No, just a stop-go penalty. We've had 15 seconds added on now to car 969. So as you said earlier on, that was 5 seconds. It's now been increased with extra track limits misdemeanours taking place. So yeah, that has unfortunately ruined their chances of a decent result. But yeah, track limits a talking point always these days, but particularly towards the end of long distance races where, like I said, mistakes are perhaps a bit more likely to happen. At the front of the field, Matt Priestwood now 2.1 seconds clear of Highcock, Matthew Highcock in second place. Highcock lapping actually slower now, slightly, than the Seddon and Caulfield car in third place, but that gap is 8 seconds. They're 2.6 ahead of Peter Keane. So Peter Keane's got himself ahead of James Dunn. I don't think I noticed that yet, for fourth position.
Yeah, and of course Peter Keane was there in fourth position in the early stages of the race as well, so everything is being restored back to its more or less natural order, with the exception of the fact that Matt Priestwood now is ahead of Matthew Highcock, and there's a bit more daylight between them now, and a good few cars between them as well, certainly a couple of them, as they make their way up to complete lap number 30 of this race.
Oh, but look at this though, side-by-side battle just in front of Mac Priestwood, the race leader, so he is facing the potential of losing some time here. Highcock was launching up the inside of a back marker further back. I think he knows that he's got to try and capitalise on these situations, has Highcock, if he's going to have any shot at Priestwood in the closing stages.
Yeah, 17 minutes to go, and Priestwood really can do without almost leaning on one of those DTO cars there. He's going to get through here, but the last thing he needs is a collision with one of these cars after all the work he's done. But equally, because Highcock isn't too far behind, he can't afford to play it ultra safely, can he? He's really got to just keep making as much progress as he can here, because now there's just one car between them. And what 2.1 seconds as one of them goes off on the grass, what was 2.1 seconds is now looking like it is soon going to be less than a second, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see if he can get past the 106 car quickly here, Highcock. The 106 car, the DTO car will pull out of the way. That's good news. So Matthew Highcock gets to the inside line, and yes, on the previous lap, not only did Priestwood have a slow lap in traffic, but actually Highcock set his personal best lap of the race. Apologies if you mentioned that already, a 2:09.3, so 9/10 gain, but it's not just Priestwood getting slower, it is Highcock getting quicker.
Yeah, it certainly is. Flat out, it says on the side of his car, which is appropriate. He's having to push flat out here to try and get back on terms with Matt Priestwood in the closing stage of the race. But it does seem to me, there's a lot of quality and depth in the 116 trophy this year, but these are the two drivers who are just a little cut above the rest, don't they, it would seem. I mean, in terms of time, they're not a huge distance ahead of Sutton and Crawford at Keenan. Maybe other circuits will suit them better, but here at Oulton Park, it's really all about these two drivers who are now in successive track position. No cars between them now. Let's have a look at the gap as they come up the line. It was 1.3. It might be roughly the same, actually, as they come across the line this time. In fact, it's gone out to 1.5 seconds. Both of them lapping in the 2-minute 10s that time. I had quite a few things going on, so they couldn't really set their best lap times.
Yeah, this will be the important lap because they're both in clean air, at least for the time being. But as I just saw, there is another group of back markers not that far ahead. They will likely catch them in the second half of the lap. So in clean air, can Highcock still maintain the same pace as Priestwood? If he can't, then that tells us he is really reliant on the traffic. But we will find out in another 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes. They head towards Island Bend on the 32nd lap of the race with just under a quarter of an hour still to go in it. And Highcock at least is keeping himself in the window that if there is an issue or a little delay for Priestwood, he's close enough to take advantage.
That's absolutely right. Into the final sixth of this race, 14.5 minutes are left to go here. It's 173 Matt Priestwood leading from 555 Matthew Highcock in second, number 5 Anthony Sutton, Alan Caulfield in third place, 151 Peter Keane in fourth, 252 James Dunn in fifth, treble 8 David Hudson in sixth. And then it's the Petters car, 186, 28 Mel Bexley, 87 Louis Woodward, who had 3 stops for some reason, and 47, which is Connor Anderson, who I think in the end is driving solo in the 47 car.
Ooh, Highcock had to take a risk there at the inside of, I think, car number 8 that was, wasn't it? John Turner and Robert Reese's number 8 machine. But he's taking the risk because he can see the gap coming down. He's definitely gained over the first 2/3 of this lap over Mac Priestwood. As they head through towards Druids, there you can see visibly the gap. I don't think that's 1.5 seconds anymore. And of course, the closer Highcock gets, the more confidence he will feel. He's wide at Druids though, and undoes, I suspect, all of the hard work that he'd done thus far on this lap, and almost threw it away altogether. But the closer he gets, the more incentivised he is to keep pushing, and the more pressure Priestwood is under.
Absolutely right. So up the line there, come on. I think that gap's going to have gone out again from 1.5 seconds. Someone's getting a black flag there, which is telling them to call into the pits, possibly to serve a penalty.
Peter Keane, that is, in 4th place.
Ah, right. So that is interesting. One of the front runners is being called into the pits, and yeah, you can only pass that black flag so many times before people start getting very upset. The gap went out to more than 2 seconds. Only by 9 thousandths, more than 2 seconds, but nevertheless, it had gone out. A couple more back markers though here for Matt Priestwood to focus on. One of them is the R.A. Potter car, which is number 30, isn't it? That's the car of Harry Miles. And then also there's the 31 car, I think. Sam Holman, David Smith car ahead. And the 30 car's gone off. Well, that's off at Island Bend, so that's made it a little bit easier. Still a 31 car there for Matt Priestwood to try and get past. And I think this has delayed him a bit. There's the car that's recovering onto the circuit, number 30, which is the car that is in, or was in 19th position. Priestwood climbing out of Britain's up towards Hilltop, local high point of the circuit, and will drop back down to the right left at Hislops. On an overcast afternoon here at Oulton Park now.
Ooh, 31 turning across in front of Highcock there. Highcock, I could have done without that really. Any little delay that he has now is going to take away time that he's got to chase after the race leader. Now that car gets out of the way, but a little bit too late for Matthew Highcock's liking. But every corner that comes, there is always the potential for more back markers. It only takes one lapped car to appear on an apex somewhere, particularly in a high-speed corner, and you could lose a second easily. So Highcock's just got to keep the pressure on as long as he can.
Certainly has. This is the third race of the season for these cars. There is another 4 to come after this. They go to Anglesey on the 7th of July, Sletton, the 300 circuit on the 4th of August, Croft on the 22nd of September, and the 13th of October they're at Donington Park for their concluding event of the season. I say no championship points or anything like that at stake in the 116 trophy. It's all about the individual races. As we said, so far this season it's been one apiece between Matt Priestwood and Matthew Highcock. Priestwood winning last time out at Brands Hatch and looking to add to that success here today.
Yep, heads through Cascades Corner. The 1-2-1 car of Luke Fox and AJ DeFeel are together as they head for Island Bend. He's going to get past that car pretty easily. He's just catching those back markers at nice, easy parts of the circuit, isn't he? Off the corners, down the straights, whereas it feels like Highcock's just having to put a bit more work in to make his way around the lapped traffic. So round Shell they go. Peter Keane, by the way, not yet served this penalty, which is it's a shame he's got it because he's catching the Seddon and Caulfield car for third place, but it's not really going to matter with the penalty applied. In the closing stages, 10 minutes to go.
Paul Whiten and Lewis Whiten Turner, car 10, they've now got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well. They're in 19th position. As we continue to work our way through, they've got the cars here at Shallows Corner now. We've picked up the second place car. He's just getting past that back marker 1-2-1 as well, the Duffel and Fox car. That means that again, briefly, there's no cars between the two race leaders, although I think that Matt Priestwood is about to change that by going ahead of the 104. Yes, he is at Druids Corner, the 104 car of Laffrey and Dobbs. Out of Druids goes Matt Highcock in second position, trying to chase down the 173 car of Matt Priestwood. 9 minutes to go, and that's going to be probably at most 5 laps that he's going to have. Oh, and the 1-2-1 car had a big moment there, but I think caught it back in again on the exit of Lodge Corner without too much damage done. So yes, the 969 car yet to make a stop-go penalty. Take a stop-go penalty. That's the Moss and Lang car. That's well down the order, that one, isn't it, at the moment. There's Priestwood, a couple of cars between himself and Highcock here. As we work into the closing stages of this race, every sort of lap that ticks down now, it's going to get hard for Matthew Highcock to bounce back here and get the win, which will be a disappointment for him, I think, after a strong showing earlier on in the race.
Yeah, seemed to have control of the race, didn't he? Had it not been for the safety car, it would have been a very different second half of the race. I think there's the 969 car finally serving its stop-go penalty. So they'll have a rap on the knuckles and sent back out on their way. But yeah, Highcock will rue that safety car, definitely, because I'm not convinced that even Matt Priestwood could have bridged a 30-second gap. I think Highcott probably would have been able to control the race from there, wouldn't he? But that's racing, and with the rules set as it is with regards to pit stops during safety cars, it all worked out the way of Priestwood, but he still has to keep the car on the island for another 7.5 minutes amongst all of this traffic, where things can so easily go wrong. But so far so good. There is the 11th placed car. Appropriately, that is number 111, Antonio Souza, who is just outside of the top 10 then. Makes his way across the timing line, and yeah, 23 seconds away from the top 10, but still on for a decent result.
Yeah, he had a 10-second extra penalty to serve because he was on the podium at Brands last time, and yeah, he's 23 seconds, as you say, behind the car in front, so it's not particularly done him any damage in terms of finishing position here. He's not going to quite get the result here that he had down at Brands, but maybe this is just a circuit that doesn't suit him quite as well as the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch. But we've got 6.5 minutes to go now. Oh, and the 82 car there, slow coming into our shot, which is the Mark McCulloch, Stefan Guarneri and Jamie Rolfe car. Didn't quite see what was causing that to be particularly slow.
That happened just in front of the battle on the road, at least, for 6th position between 888 Hudson and 186 Petters, although, of course, Petters has this 5-second penalty, but if he could get through and pull 5 seconds over Hudson, then he would retain what would be 6th position.
Mel Bexley's not too far behind either. She's there, right there as well. So she could be in with a shot of a top 6 here, with 6 minutes of the race left to go.
She's the white car, I think, isn't she, at the back of that shot? So, yeah, needs to get past those 2 lapped cars, but if these two start battling, she could very easily become a part of the battle as well. But this really looks like being the tightest scrap now, doesn't it, to the flag? 5 minutes, 40 seconds left, and these two cars have been inseparable, really, since the safety car.
Yeah, no, good scrap has gone on between these two. Bexley, as yet unable to find a way past the 82 and the 9 car. The 9 car being that of Julian Howe and Michael Loveland. So we'll see if she can ease her way through there and take the fight to these cars disputing 6th place before the end of the race, which is now not too far away here at Oulton Park at BMW Live. The 750 Motor Club organised race meeting. So they turn their way through the left-hander at Island Bend, down to the far end of the circuit at Shallows Corner, the banked right-handed hairpin. They'll come off that now, head down towards Britain's the left chicane. After that, then they climb up to Hilltop, then back down to Hislops, the right, left, right. Hislops and Knickerbrook. Hudson there, man from South Africa, is doing his best to keep the 186 car of Daniel and Jamie Petters at bay.
Yeah, those 2 lapped cars behind having a really entertaining battle. I'm not actually sure if that's for position or not, but they are not leaving each other alone. Oh, now 5-second penalty for car 5. That's the Seddon and Caulfield car. That's in 3rd position. It's 4.4 seconds ahead of Peter Keane. But did Peter Keane not pick up a penalty earlier on?
Did he not get black flag? I've lost track of who got what
black
penalty
and
now.
white, but then I'm sure I recall a penalty being applied as opposed to just a black and white warning flag. Maybe I misread it, but at the moment he's not showing with a penalty.
Yeah.
If that's the case, he's within 5 seconds of car number 5. There is car number 5 at Island Bend. And if the timing screen is to be believed, they could lose a podium position.
Yeah, certainly could. See how that pans out. Yes, I mean, the thing is, you never know. There could be others on the cusp of getting a penalty as well that may not have been sort of applied until after the race has finished. So we've always got to be mindful of that, especially in a long race. In a 90-minute race, obviously there's a lot more chances to pick up a track limits penalty than there is in a 15 or a 20-minute race, as logic would dictate. So, but the penalty regime is the same. So here is that 5 car. There's 4.8 seconds between this car and Peter Keane at the minute. Obviously not quite that much, 4.4 seconds. Oh, and that's getting a little bit too close ahead.
was the 106 car diving to the inside of Sam Holman and David Smith's number 31. But this is all happening in front of the Seddon and Caulfield car, and the last thing they want right now is to be held up in traffic, isn't it? And that's exactly what is likely to happen.
Yeah, I think it's quite likely to happen looking at this. Obviously blue flags are waving to let slower cars know that quicker cars are coming, but they don't need to jump out of the way. They don't carry the same sort of weight as they do in Formula 1, for example, which are more of an instruction than a warning. So the 5 car going through, just in behind the 33 car of Simon Newton and Sean Newton there. And going to get past that now, and then it'll be the 121 car that they need to look at, the Duffin and Fox machine. More blue flags on the way into Oulton corner. Great gaggle of these 116s there. And I mean, the other thing to note, we've seen pretty good reliability from all of these cars, which is very usual. They're usually pretty robust and bulletproof. We've had 1 or 2 incidents, I think, but I've not seen too much in the way of mechanical issues during the course of this race.
Yeah, only 1 car not running, and that is the 228 of James Ware. We know why he's not running. The other car that we know had an issue was number 78. That is back out on track now, 5 laps down. Apart from that, I've not noticed any mechanical dramas really for anybody. So yeah, great advert for the champion, or for the series, that isn't it? The cars are not only affordable, not only great fun to drive, not only do they produce brilliant racing, but also you're not likely to have to spend thousands upon thousands on maintaining the car just so that it makes it to the end of the race. So what more could you want?
Right, on the last lap, Matt Priestwood did a lap within about 4/10 of his best, sorry, 4/100ths of his best. So he is still pushing hard, and he can't afford not to, because Matthew Highcock is still in reasonably close proximity. He was 2.7 seconds behind at the start of the lap. I think they'll get 1 more lap here, won't they?
Yes.
Just about 1 more lap out of this race. I'm just keeping an eye on the finish line marshal to see if they pick up the checkered flag, but Matt Priestwood is turning his way through Druids now. Out of Druids then, this undulating part of the circuit under the vehicle bridge, up towards Lodge Corner, 32 seconds to go. So yes, he should cross the line once more before the checkered flag is waved. The compression in Dearleap now over the crest he goes and over the line, and yet no checkered flag there, so he's going to have 1 more lap to go. I'm sure I wouldn't have minded seeing the checkered flag there. The gap is still about 2.8 seconds, so not really changed much from what it was a lap ago. But now Matt Priestwood, having overcome that 30-second penalty, is leading the field on to the last lap with an advantage of just a shade under 3 seconds.
Car 103 adds its name to the ever-increasing list of teams being given a 5-second penalty. There are, by my maths, about 7 of them at the moment racing under a 5-second penalty to be applied. That's one of the DTO cars, but none of this affecting the race leaders, who are 2.8 seconds apart as they head down the Lakeside Straight for the final time. And a good drive from Matthew Highcock, in fairness. He will count himself reasonably unlucky, I think, after this one. All things being equal, he should have been the winner. But that safety car allowed Matt Priestwood to close the gap, and then in fairness, Matt got the job done. He still had to fight his way through the traffic. He wasn't on the rear bumper of Highcock at the restart. He had to bridge a fairly sizable gap, and then of course get the job done on track, which wasn't the work of a moment, but he's managed to get his way through, bounces over the curbs one last time, as does a sideways Matthew Highcock in second place, less than half a lap from the flag.
Yeah, well, it's not a championship, of course. If it was, Matt Priestwood would be very handily positioned here, because this looks like he's going to be his 2nd win in a row. He was also 2nd in the opening race of the season at Brands Hatch as well, so not yet outside of the top 2 during the course of this season. Highcock, meanwhile, has had a 1st and an 8th at Brands Hatch, but as I say, no points awarded, so it's slightly academic. So it's Priestwood, the 19-year-old from Halifax, making his way up through Water Tower towards Druids for the 39th time in this race. Out of Druids he comes down with the sun now beaming down at Oulton Park. Clouds of, well, there's a break in them at least to mark the end of this race, and Priestwood, youngster, is looking good here for another victory in the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. It's the 3rd race of the season, and it's a 2nd win for Matt Priestwood. He takes the applause from the pit wall, and he has been very, very strong here. He's won by 2.8 seconds from the treble 5 car of Matthew Highcock, and they are away clear of the rest. We do need to sort out with penalties what's going on here. Oh, and there's one car off there, the rest of them coming through. So Seddon and Caulfield have come through, but on adjusted times by less than 0.3 of a second. It's Peter Keane, 151, that will complete the podium position. Seddon Caulfield, number 5, demoted narrowly to 4th place. So 1.1 seconds in the end between them. Then James Dunn, 252, is 5th. And then it should be David Hudson, 6th. And there's a very large cheer from the pit wall for one of the cars coming through there. Wasn't quite sure which one that was. But that's been a really good drive from Matt Priestwood, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and this, remember, is the battle on the road for 6th position, which isn't yet over. Now, Hudson will finish 6th in the Triple Eight as long as he doesn't make a mistake at the last corner, but Petters is driving as if this is a genuine battle for the position. The 8 car is being lapped, it's getting in the way, they're clattering into the side of each other off Lodge Corner. And well, it will be a notional drag race to the line. It won't really be this close at the end. It's certainly catching the attention of those on the pit wall. On the road, Hudson was ahead by 34 thousandths of a second, but it will be a 5.034 second margin in the end after the penalty is applied to 186.
And it was very close for 8th, but it's just Louis Woodward after that extra stop that has snuck into that position by about 0.7 of a second from Mel Bexley. So she is in the end classified 9th, and I still think we're waiting for a 10th place driver to come through. It should be the 47 car of Conor Anderson, I think, that completes the top 10 when he eventually arrives. There he is now, just across the line. So Conor Anderson it is that rounds out the top 10 at the end of that Gas Shocks 116 trophy race. Very dramatic race it has been. Lots of good action. Actually generally pretty good driving standards, I thought, given so many cars on track on a technical and demanding circuit. We've had good reliability. A pretty good advert, I would say, for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. And if you're interested in getting involved in racing, then this is as good a place as any to start out. And I'm sure any of the teams will be very happy to talk to you about how you can get involved. Let's have a look at the results, though. At the end of 39 laps and 90 minutes of racing, number 173, Mac Priestwood, it was that took the win. By 2.873 seconds from Matthew Hycott, 555 in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it was the 151 car of Peter Keane. 4th, number 5, Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. 5th, number 252, which was James Dern. 6th, number 888, David Hudson. 7th, the 186 car of Daniel and Jamie Petters. 8th, number 87, Louis Woodward. 9th was 28, Melissa Bexley, or Mal Bexley. And Conor Anderson, 47, rounded out the top 10 ahead of Antonio Sousa in 111, Tyndall O'Reilly in 34, Freddie Tatham in 89, and Ethan Hall, he had an off, didn't he, on the way. He was 14th in car 25. And further back, you can see the 2 Brands, Pete and Michael Brand were in 15th place there, Lavery and Dobbs 16th, Cavaglio and Lindsay 17th, Fox and Duffel 18th, Miles in 19th, and Holman and Smith rounded out the top 20. All of these drivers, as you can see, a lap down, and there are more on the next screen, which we'll scroll through now. And there you can see we did have just the one retirement. I think 37 cars were still running at the end of the race, which is really impressive, a testament to the preparation that the teams put in for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. And as I say, they are back out at Anglesey in about a month's time. And I think, are we together for that one as well, Andy? I've got a feeling we might be.
I think we might be, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll look forward to that. Cars heading into Parc Fermé, so hopefully shortly we'll be able to hear from our top 3. Reminder, though, that still 5 more races to come here this afternoon here at Oulton Park. We've got the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship coming up next, followed by the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, second race of the day for those. The Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, which has a handicap race this time, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and rounding out the day, the Ultimate BMW Race. But first, let's head down once again to the Parc Fermé and Kieran Mogg.
Well, the 116 trophy certainly never ever fails to deliver, and you had to work for that one.
Yeah, we definitely did. Very close battle at the beginning before pit window opened. We did 2 fairly early pit stops. We came out of the pits after the first one. We had a bit of clean air, so got our heads down. I think we got 2 or 3 laps clean air, so that was good for us. Came out of the second pit stop, I think theoretically 3rd, I believe. And then obviously safety car came out, so that was great. Early safety car, especially with us 30-second success penalty we had from the last round. And then from then out we just got our head down. Had a little bit of a battle with Matt to get past him, and then with traffic and just getting his head down, consistent 209, so really good race.
And how have you found the traffic management today?
Good. I mean, I think we always seem to do quite well with getting around traffic. Pretty happy with it, to be fair.
Absolutely. And obviously you're currently leading the Sprint Championship. Does it obviously giving you a bit more confidence for the rest of the year?
I mean, yeah. Great, really good pace today, obviously. We're always going for first, you know, but 30-second penalty, you've got to be sensible. But obviously, we've came through some really good pace. And obviously, I really want to move on to something bigger and better next year now or this year if anyone's got anything for me, so...
Silent little plug there. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. And we'll grab Matt Highcock over here. Matt, if I can just grab you a second. It was close, but not quite. But you had one hell of a battle there.
Yeah, the start of the race was really close. Good battle with Mark. Had a bit of problem with the back markers after the safety car. Not too bad, but Mark's pace was ridiculous, and I was trying my hardest to keep up with him. He's really fast, obviously. Yeah.
How did you find the conditions out there?
Mixed. I mean, there was a lot of grass and dirt on the track in places from people going off, but other than that, it was all right. Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the second at least. But obviously next time, obviously you go for the win.
Yeah, I'll try.
So good luck then. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, thank you. And head back up to the commentary box with Ian and Andy.
Moving on then to the second race of the day for the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship. Cars are off on their green flag lap already. The grid for this race, that's been determined by the results of the first race, but with the top 10 reversed. So earlier on today, of course, it was a win for Rob Wellham, from Tom Gadd in second and Matthew Higginson in third. So they all have work to do in this second race of the day. The grid then has on pole position the driver that finished 10th in race 1. That's number 35, Joshua Diment, from 77 alongside him, which is James Hills. The second row is 89 Mark Betts and 92 Craig Pollard. He could be one to watch there, actually. Third row, 42 and 19, 42 James Clennell and 19 Sam Satchwell. On row 4 of the grid, it's 17 Chaz Hyton and 83 Matt Higginson. Then the top two from the first race, number 12 Tom Gadd on the inside of row 5 and number 5 Rob Wellham. Row 6 is number 15 Dane Christensen and 18 Cales Cole. On row 7 of the grid, it's 3 Tom Westworth and 80 Dan Gore, 9 Ryan Thomas, 24 Bert Chapman on row 8 and 22 Chris Keir on the 9th and final row of the grid. So we'll see if they're all there. There was a little bit of attrition in the first race. There were non-finishes for Cales Cole, Tom Westworth, Dan Gore, Ryan Thomas and Bert Chapman. But we did have an entertaining race early on, which was won by Rob Wellham by about 0.4 of a second. And Matt Higginson, if you remember, he was quite a long way back in the end, but he had his work cut out keeping Chaz Hyton at bay. So we'll see who can pick their way through the order this time around. I say Craig Pollard is the one who went off at the first corner, or second corner, in the earlier race, but he was the championship leader coming into this weekend, so he's got a bit of a favourable position in a way by dint of his lowly finish in race 1, in that he's going to start 4th, and probably his closest rivals are 8th, 9th and 10th, Andy.
Yeah, indeed so, and these reverse grid races can get fairly manic, can't they? So important to try and make that early progress, break through to the front as quickly as possible. Also important to get off the line well, and there will be some drivers towards the front of the grid now who may have been among those that didn't really get off the line very well the first time around. That could cause a bit of chaos and confusion before we even get to turn 1 as well. They're tricky cars to get off the line, these very notoriously easy to stall, as we saw earlier on this morning.
That's right, so Marshall's just making sure they're all in exactly the correct position. You can see they have this staggered formation for these single-seater racing cars, but the two ranks line up sort of one behind the other rather than staggered across the track. 5-second board is shown then, so these motorcycle engines starting to rise, most of them Suzuki engines, the odd Yamaha in there as well. Lights out, and away they go then for the second time today. Some black rubber being left on the tarmac there. It looks like it's going to be James Clennell that leads into the first quarter. That's Mark Betts in second place. Matt Higginson's already up to about fourth position in the green machine, the disc lock entered car, and he is flying the way forward. So he's had a very good start to the race, and he's up to second place already. Mark Higginson from, what was that, 8th on the grid, I think he started. So an excellent start to the race for him.
Yeah, just the seas parted. He found a gap up the inside and then to the inside again into Cascades. Into second place he goes then. Could be the early race favourite. Then if he can get to the front, there's damage to one of the cars further back, off towards the barriers. They have gone at Shell. Now, I couldn't quite catch the number there, Ian. I don't know if you spotted it.
May have been Sam Satchwell. No, he's still there, beg your pardon. So we'll have to work out who that is when we get towards the end of the lap, possibly. Who it is that's not come through.
It was a strange one. The car just seemed to go straight on, maybe with front wing damage, but where they got that damage from, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, the main contenders are all there, aren't they? Rob Wellham's there, Tom Gadd is there, amongst others. There's Dan Gore as well, who didn't have a happy first race. So they're coming up towards the end of the first lap of this second race. It's James Clennell, number 42, that leads. In second place, it's number 83, the man who was third in last year's championship, Matthew Higginson from Chorley. And he is closing in on Clennell. Thought about having a look into Lodge, probably realised he was too far back. There is Tom Gadd. He's making up places as well, so he's just tucked in behind Craig Pollard now. But ahead of Craig Pollard is Rob Wellham, and he was the winner of race 1.
Yep, across the line they go then. So Wellham from 10th to 5th, the biggest mover on the opening lap. Another bit of jockeying for position going on there. And on the inside line, that was the number 17 of Chaz Heighton trying to get past Sam Satchwell, who slammed the door in his face at Old Hall Corner. And I think that's actually affected Chaz Heighton. Dan Gore might have gone past him by the time they reached Cascade. There was a positional change a little bit further up the road as well, I think. That might have been Pollard and Gadd. And side by side towards Island Bend, Heighton on the inside gets back ahead of Dan Gore, who had briefly found a way past the number 17 after Heighton's failed bid to claim 6th from Sam Satchwell.
There's two cars that didn't make it round at the end of the first lap. Josh Dimmon, who was on pole position, and Mark Betts, who was third on the grid. So it was one of those two cars that I think went off at Shell Oils on the opening lap of the race. But Rob Wellham's made good progress on this lap onto the back of Higginson, but Clennell actually has, if anything, got away a little bit here. Higgins Wellham up the inside of Higginson, and he goes to P2. He loves racing here at Oulton Park. It's far from his local circuit because he's from Ipswich, but he really does enjoy the challenge it presents. And he's made a nice move there on Higginson to get up to second place, and he'll chase down James Clennell now. And Higginson, I'm sure, soon will have his mirrors full of Tom Gadd.
Yeah, well worth the journey up the M6 as far as Rob Wellham is concerned. He's into second place, and that, I think, was a key move because he's got past Higginson. He should fancy his chances against James Clennell, and that's nothing against James, but Rob Wellham, we've seen, has been in a bit of a different league, really, to everyone except for Tom Gadd. But Gadd just hasn't made the same sort of progress through the pack. Tom Gadd up to 4th now and has set the fastest laps. Look, he's on the tail of Higginson now, so that white and blue car in 4th position needs to really clear Higginson, ideally, before Wellham gets past James Clennell. But I think that move is in the post here. He comes up the inside into Cascades Corner, uses the camber, uses the inside line, and Rob Wellham takes the lead.
Yeah, I think we could see that was going to be not too far away, and now Higginson seems to be closing back in on Clennell, pushed on, I think, by Tom Gadd. I think that's really given Matt Higginson the hurry up there. So down towards Shell they come again. It's Wellham leading, Clennell second, Higginson third, Tom Gadd is 4th. Gap back then to Craig Pollard in 5th position. It's Sam Satchwell, number 19, completing the top 6 as things stand. But it's not proving to be such a strong circuit for Craig Pollard as Brands Hatch did, where he had a win and some other strong places that put him into the lead of the championship coming into this weekend. But he's 5th at the moment.
Tom Gadd peeking to the inside of Matt Higginson, but wasn't quite close enough to commit into the Hislop chicane. Higginson a little bit sideways there through the left-hand element of the chicane, sets himself up for the right-hander at Knickerbrook, but then runs wide over the curb. And so Tom Gadd has the run. He's got the slipstream, and I think crucially, he's got the inside line heading towards Druids Corner. Tom Gadd over the cement dust, moves into 3rd position. Full commitment required in these cars over the top of the hill, but he didn't lift, and he moves into a podium place.
He does indeed. So he will now try and get past Clennell. Meanwhile, Wellham is trying to put as much daylight between himself and the rest of the pack. I think he probably realises that Clennell probably won't be able to cling on to second for the rest of the race, and Tom Gadd will start to bear down on him at some point. Gadd already within the wheel tracks of James Clennell, who goes a little bit wide coming off Old Hall Corner that time. We're a third of the way into this race, just 10 minutes of the race left to go. Is Gadd going to make a move down into Cascades? No, I don't think he is. But possibly somewhere further around this lap. I think we might see him make a move up into second position. He's going to try and do it to Ireland, I think, and he's ahead already along the straight before they even arrive at the very fast sweeping left-hander at Island Bend. So it is now Tom Gadd up to second, and he's got probably about 1.3 seconds to make up on the race leader.
Indeed, he does. Let's watch the lap times with interest then. Watch those, watch that margin, see if it's coming down. Well, I don't think we need the timing screen to see that it is coming down. Rob Wellham losing ground already on this lap then to Tom Gadd. Now, that's interesting because Gadd, I thought, might have been a bit quicker than Wellham in race one, but just couldn't find a way through. Well, here we are, 9 minutes 10 seconds to go. We're not even halfway through the race, and we're back to the same situation that we had earlier on this morning. Wellham leading, Gadd in second place, but what has Thomas Gadd learnt from race one that he can now apply to potentially making a move in race two, because he wasn't able to find a way through earlier on today?
Remind then you've got the 22 champion followed by the 23 champion here. Wellham followed by Gadd. Gadd also having won the low-cost championship 5 years ago as well. He's a little bit more older, a little bit more circuit racing experience than Rob Wellham. And they are very evenly matched drivers. Wellham in the General Racing Cars entry. Tom Gadd is just in the fastest lap of the race in the Team Tellers Racing TSR run car. And there's 0.4 of a second, less than 0.4 of a second between them now, and already about a second and a half back to James Clennell in third place. The interesting thing here is whether Higginson is going to be able to get past Clennell, because he's been behind him for a few laps in various different positions now, and as yet he's not able to find a way through.
Yeah, that's really cost him, hasn't it? Because it meant that he was the first one really to come under attack from Wellham and Gadd. They've gone through. That sort of prevented Higginson from attacking Clennell as well for a couple of laps. Leaders then absolutely nose to tail as they head through the Shell hairpin. And Tom Gadd within about half a tenth or so of the pace that we saw in the earlier race today, which was lap record pace. So he's now caught Wellham. Unlikely, you would think, to go any quicker. We are getting some penalties appearing on the timing screen, though, including for James Clennell in third position. A 10-second penalty for he and Sam Satchwell. It doesn't tell us why on the timing screen, but 10 seconds, that sort of smacks of a start line procedural issue, doesn't it?
Out of position or jump start, possibly. We have seen some of those earlier on in today as well in other races. So could be that what it is, the judges watching on from a little bit further up the pit straight than us, keeping an eye on making sure nobody steals a march when the red lights go out. And we've got Rob Wellham and Tom Gadd here, about to complete lap number 5 of this race. Gadd with that 1:34.118, a tenth or so slower than the time that he set in the earlier race. Any improvements on that this time around? Yes, by Wellham at 1:34.043. And what's happened to Gadd? He's dropped off the timing screen, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, maybe an issue with his transponder, because, he's definitely there. There he is, but he wasn't showed on the timing screen. He's not got a penalty next to his name, so I think it is just a transponder issue rather than anything else.
And now that he's reinserted into the timing screen, it actually says that he's got the fastest lap, the first ever 1 minute 33 lap time in F1000 here at Oulton Park. Needless to say, that's a new lap record. Wellham's lap was actually underneath the race 1 lap record pace, but Gadd was even quicker.
Yep, and that's very nearly a second taken off Richard Mitchum's 13-year mark. Richard was a very successful driver in Formula Jedi, as it was then called, for a good few seasons. Certainly one of the men to beat. I think at one point he may still hold the outright circuit record at Cadwell Park, because these cars are pretty much the fastest cars that race there. And I'm not sure we're going to Cadwell Park with these this season. I need to check. But anyway, here at Oulton Park, they're putting on a great show. Now, that's Chaz Hyton. Of course, he was 4th in race 1, only 6th here, and he's chasing Craig Pollard for P5. Meanwhile, the leaders nose to tail, we've basically got a situation of 3 pairs of cars for the first 6 places.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? Because you've got Wellham and Gadd for the lead, then Clennell defending busily here against Matt Higginson towards Lodge Corner. As he does so, that may allow the next pair, Craig Pollard and Chaz Hyton, to close in and make this a 4-way fight. Higginson with the wide line into Lodge Corner, gets the switch back. I think he's got an overlap as we head towards Old Hall Corner, but can he commit to the manoeuvre? Don't think he will, no. James Clennell just manages to stay in front, but behind, that was Hyton to the inside of Pollard. That didn't work either.
No, it didn't. Another lap record. Wellham has now reduced the time to 1:33.866. There's just about another tenth between himself and Tom Gadd in the lead of the race. 4/10 between them, but James Clennell here driving a very wide Jedi. He's got this penalty that will be added to his time though, but it might be academic. Oh, and that was very close to a brush of wheels between Higginson and Clennell through Island Bend. Do they both come out the other side? Yes, they do. It brings the next two a little bit closer to them. Pollard was a bit twitchy through Shallow's corner as well in the number 92 car in 5th position, so that might allow Chaz Heighton to capitalise. These two meanwhile are now 5 seconds up the road. Rob Wellham, number 5, Tom Gadd, number 12. They've got 4.5 minutes of this race left to go. And to answer my earlier question to myself, yes, they do go to Cadwell Park. That's the next round of the championship on the 20th and 21st of July. They also go to Silverstone, Croft and Donington to round out the season.
Well, the rate we're going, you wouldn't bet against them setting a new Cadwell Park record. No. Not only F1000 record there, but a Cadwell Park circuit record, perhaps, because quite clearly Rob Wellham and Tom Gadd are in a league of their own, aren't they? Gadd's frustration, though, must be through the roof at the moment. He proved earlier on in the race that he was quicker than Wellham when he bridged that gap instantly, really, between himself and the leader. He has stuck with Rob Wellham ever since, but can't find a way through. And now, to add insult to injury, Wellham has set the fastest lap and therefore lap record, whilst Gadd is still bottled in behind him. Towards Old Hall Corner they will go. The next group of cars bursting over Deardleep. It is now 5 of them in a line. Higginson ahead of Clennell, then Craig Pollard and Chaz Heighton, with Sam Satchwell joining in the fun now at the tail end of the group.
That's right. And a bit further back from them is Dan Gore, who has been a driver that's been in contention for the championship going into the previous meeting in previous seasons, but his best finish, I think, has been a 3rd or a 4th place in the championship, and he was indeed 4th last year, Dan Gore. And Wellham and Gadd, we could see, were nose to tail there, and they still are as they head to Britain's. Now, Gadd at Brands had a non-finish in the second race there, so he's 26 points behind Wellham coming into this weekend. That would have extended in the first race to basically a win's worth of points. There is provision to drop your worst scores at the end of the season, so that's something that Gadd will be hoping for, but he could really do with finishing ahead of Rob Wellham here. He could have done with that in race 1 as well, but he'll be very keen to find a way through, but he's only going to have a couple more laps left to do that, I think.
Yep, looks like that way, doesn't it? But I just don't see where the move's going to come, because Rob Wellham isn't putting a foot wrong, as was the case in race 1. And Thomas Gadd is constantly there, always applying the pressure. That was Pollard and Clennell side by side in the background, but short of a real sort of banzai lunge, I just don't know what Gadd is going to do here. He's very close again as we come over Dearleap. He's in the slipstream, heading towards Old Hall Corner, but you don't do a lot of braking into this first turn. I don't think he's even going to look to the inside line. Instead, focus on carrying the exit speed, maybe have a pop up the inside at Cascades. He's close enough to think about it. In fact, he's very close this time. Wellham has to go defensive, and now with Wellham defending, this could give Gadd the chance to get the momentum.
Oh, I was watching what was going on at Old Hall off the screen. But that was the fight for third, as we're going to get the challenge for the lead here. It's Tom Gadd up the inside of Rob Wellham into the left-hand of Ireland. He's already made one move there. He's made it again. And Tom Gadd does go into the lead of the race on this, the penultimate lap. Tom Gadd, number 12, takes the lead from number 5, Rob Wellham. A nice move that was down there at Island Bend. Now, can he keep the advantage? We'll pick it up again in a moment. This was the battle that was going through Old Hall, and it involved Clennell and Pollard and Heighton getting very close to one another indeed. But it is Higginson now that has escaped really from this group, and these 4 cars disputing 4th place.
And it's the middle 2 really who are fighting for position, because Clennell and Satchwell topping and tailing this group both have penalties to be applied, so it's really 52 Craig Pollard, who runs a bit wide into his lobs, who is defending what will become 4th position from Chaz Heighton, number 17, but Heighton not yet able to find a way by. Out of Knickerbrook they go then, accelerating towards Druids Corner for the penultimate time of asking. Rob Wellham leads, Tom Gadd second. There was Matt Higginson, the green car, in third. The 4th place battle absolutely together then as they head towards the beginning of the final lap.
Yeah, that's right. There's Higginson about to turn into Lodge Corner. There go the leaders over the line. The gap between Gadd and Wellham was nearly 0.7 of a second that time through. Quite a gap back then to Higginson, and then these 4 cars, you could almost throw a blanket over them, couldn't you? 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Pollard's having a look up the inside of Clennell. He doesn't actually need to, in terms of the fact that Clennell's going to have a 10-second penalty, but equally he does want to try and keep ahead of Chaz Heighton, the best way to do that would be to put a car between himself and his rival.
Well, yes, except if he goes for a move and it doesn't work,
Yeah.
he loses momentum, and then he hands the place maybe to Heighton, who is right on his tail now as they head down the Lakeside Straight. The leaders are back together again as they head through Shell as well. So Rob Wellham is having one last push here to try and get back into the lead of the race. Through the Britain chicane they come. He takes a neater, tidier line through the chicane, but doesn't get the exit speed really. Tom Gadd gaps him by a length or so as we head over Hilltop for the final time of asking. The checkered flag awaits for one of these two drivers. Can Rob Wellham get a second win of the day, or is Tom Gadd going to be able to hang on?
Yeah, Tom Gadd didn't get any wins at Brands Hatch in the opening meeting of the season. Last year's champion, of course, keen to get his first one of the year. Rob Wellham has already had 2 this season. Tom Gadd looking for his first. Out of Druids they go, pushing on, both of them still, even though the clock has ticked down to 0. Wellham has a look up the inside. It looked too far back. It was too far back. He didn't make it through his run wide on the exit. The gap is going to slightly flatter Tom Gadd, I think. In the end, over the line they go. It wasn't for the want of trying, but Tom Gadd wins. Rob Wellham second, and this battle is sorting itself out as well because Craig Pollard is now ahead of James Clennell for 4th place on the road. Chaz Heighton has followed him through as well. Matt Higginson finishes the race in 3rd. Craig Pollard 4th. Chaz Heighton 5th. James Clennell 6th on the road. Sam Satchell 7th, both of them with penalties to be added to their times as well.
Fair play to Rob Wellham. Didn't really need to go for that. I know he'd have liked to have won the race, but to come from that far back, he so nearly got to the apex first, and that could have changed everything. But it was Tom Gadd who held on after a very exciting 5th race of the season, 2nd of the day in the F1000 Championship. That was a very good advert for F1000 racing. They're really unique cars. They're very, very quick, very spectacular. And as we've just seen there, they produce some of the best open-wheel single-seater racing around, with Tom Gadd very happy, I'm sure, to come out of that one with a race victory. But that move that he made for the win, that was particularly impressive. He had one shot, really, to do that, and he took full advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's have a look at the results of that race then. It was a win for number 12, Tom Gadd, by 4/10 of a second at the end of 10 laps of racing. Second to number 5, Rob Wellham. Third was number 83, Matthew Higginson. Fourth was 92, Craig Pollard. Fifth, number 17, Chaz Heighton. Sixth was 42, James Clennell. In 7th place, number 19, Sam Satchell. 8th was number 9, Ryan Thomas. 9th, 22, Chris Keir. And 10th was number 24, Bert Chapman, ahead of James Hills and Josh Dibbond. Dan Gore in the end, a non-finisher. Didn't see what happened to him, but he did not make it to the end of that race, very sadly. Next round of that championships at Cadwell in, I think, about 7 weeks' time in July. And in terms of the lead of the championship, that may well be Rob Wellham, I reckon, that has moved into the championship. But we are going now to head down to the assembly area very shortly to hear from drivers ahead of the 2nd BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. So let's head down there to speak to them now.
For the first time today, welcome to the assembly area. So if you haven't seen it and you don't know too much about motorsport, this is where they all, well, assemble before they go out on circuit. As you can see, all the cars are out in race ready to go. I'm going to jump into these guys here. Looking very stylish, gents, with your sunglasses and everything. Who do we have here?
Matt Smith.
Matt Smith and
Sean Foley.
Sean. So obviously, I think we've spoken earlier. Actually, I remember your car. This very, very nice prepared car. Is it yours, firstly?
It is, yes.
And how long have you had it?
About 3 years. Yeah.
Have you raced it all 3 years?
On and off. It has its issues being an M Sport car, so yeah. But yeah, hopefully I'm going to keep on the track and things. But yeah, it's like I say, just still learning the car.
How are you mentally preparing for the race that you're just about to go into?
Well, I'm struggling with an issue at the moment. That's why I had to drop to the back, and then I came back up again. But hopefully we can get around it, and I might have to do an engineer's reset where we turn it off and on again and finish the race. But hopefully I'm trying to get through. So because I'm meant to be doing the ultimate race later on, so just trying to get through it really and try and get further up the field.
Are you using the same car in the ultimate race?
Yes.
So don't crash it then.
Yeah, no. That's definitely that's what you always aim for. As long as the car comes out in one piece. Like I say, and then it's cheaper, and my wife doesn't shout at me.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race, then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll just head over here because everybody's been told, I believe, to get out of park firming, but not park. I'm used to saying park firming because that's what I've been in all day. But no, this is the assembly area. We'll jump in with number 9 here. Now, this is not the same car that went earlier, but the driver... can I just jump in a second here? Thank you very much. Now, you've not had the smoothest of days so far.
No, it's been interesting. It's been an interesting day.
So can you talk us through what happened earlier? And for the ladies and gentlemen that perhaps not unsure what we're talking about, you spun on the first opening lap.
Yes, I did, unfortunately. A bit of inexperience, a bit of excitement, a bit of looking in the mirror and worried about what's behind me rather than what's in front of me. Cold slicks. And it just went wrong, big time. Too much power and no traction control and just let it go.
Well, now that you've done it, you're not going to do it again.
Well, we learn from our mistakes, apparently. So, touch wood.
So, please don't do it again on the opening lap. Maybe wait till lap 3 at the very, very least. But how are you coping, obviously, with you being sort of new to this? How are you coping with Oulton Park and the racing in general?
I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. This is my first year of racing. This is actually my 6th race now, so we can lose the novice badge. And this sort of, I've learned a little bit. I've learned a lot over the last 6 races, so it's really good. Oulton Park's a fantastic track. I've really enjoyed it. It's close. It's interesting. You know, it's technical. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, really enjoying it. And the championship is fantastic.
Great, and obviously part of the BMW being here is obviously BMW Live. It's a massive event. There's loads of fans here with all their different and their own cars and everything. How are you finding the atmosphere of the event?
Oh, it's electric. It is. When people say about an electric atmosphere, this is certainly it. You know, just talking to everybody and anybody. Everybody is here for the same thing. They've got an interest in cars in general, BMWs. The day is planned out so well. To the organisers, you've got to take your hat off to them. They've done a fantastic job.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Congratulations and thank you to the organisers, and good luck with your race as well.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. Yeah, absolutely. Don't crash this one. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers. Right. So we'll leave that too. It's probably a bit of a warm day, so don't want to close the door just yet. We'll move a little bit further along, so I don't want to just get all the people in the same area. This is very nicely prepared E46 compact here. So we'll jump into the number 67 here and see if we can grab a word. I believe we've got a couple of minutes left. If we could just jump in here a second, just before we jump in. So who do we have here?
Adrian Williams.
Excellent. And how has your day been going so far?
It's been going quite well, actually.
Yeah. I just say, I love your helmet. It is fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's very interestingly designed.
Birthday present. So yeah.
Very good birthday.
Bought it for me. So.
She picked very, very well.
She did.
So, how are you coping with the track conditions and the track in general today?
Okay, no, the track's in good condition. I mean, we had some oil in the last race. It was on one of the corners there, one of the faster corners as well. But no, it feels good. Yeah.
Absolutely. And how you find the competition as well? Is it tough?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, keeping me on my toes. So yeah, they're a good bunch. It's good, clean, fast racing. So yeah.
Exactly what you want. And how are you finding the atmosphere of the event? Well,
I love it, actually. It's a great event. Yeah, it's good to see it really busy like this. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race. Yeah, I think I better get out of it. Oh, God, you've already got to go. No problem. Thank you very much. Right, better go back up to guys in the commentary box because we're about to be run down by some cars.
Yep, so cars heading out onto the circuit then, ahead of this second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race of the day. Let's give you the grid for this one. It's based on the results of the earlier race. So it's number 26, Paul Cook, on pole position. And besides him is number 7, that's Wayne Lewis. The second row of the grid, the treble 6 car of David Jefferson and number 76, Stuart Pywell. Third row on the inside, number 37, Cavan Granger. Next to him, number 66, Mark Coulmer. Back on row 4, 43, the first of the Class 6 cars is Steve Schweikart, and 20, the first of the Class M2 cars, is David Aspton in the Z3. On row 5, it's number 31, Paul Laramie, and number 67, Adrian Williams. On row 6, it's number 10, that's Clive Watson, and 311, Steve Walden. Row 7 is 68, Gareth Thomas, the Cup class winner from earlier on today, and 17, Stuart Pywell. Row 8 is 4, Will Lake, and number 9, Jason Rees, who we're hearing from there in his compact, having had the incident in his M3 earlier on. Row 9 is number 6, Sam Walton, and 71, Sean Foley. Row 10 of the grid, that's going to be the car of number 30, Matt Smith, and 50 next to him is Stephen Kay. Gareth Pywell, number 36, on the inside of row 11, next to 42, Paul Neville. Row 12, 888, the Andrew Phillips car, and 27, Chris Blakey. And row 13, 69, Aidan Vilku, and 73, Matthew Sanders. But obviously, as we got towards the back there, those are some of the cars that didn't, sadly, make it to the end of the first race. So we'll have to see exactly who is there and who is not when the cars come through. And they're down at Shalloyle's corner now, so if we perhaps keep this shot running through, we can see who is there to the back. So the last car there, it looks to be the Andrew Phillips car. So I think that means there's no Chris Blakey, no Aidan Vilku, and no Matthew Sanders by the looks of it. Sanders in the car that was driven in race 1 by Jack Layton, but only for half a lap until it went off at Shalloyle's corner. Andy McEwen with me here in the commentary box, looking ahead to this second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race of the day. And I guess we've both got our fingers crossed, Andy, that we're going to have more green flag running this time.
Yes, because when they were racing, there was some really good battling going on, wasn't there? Certainly amongst the Class C cars, as you documented, we might be missing 1 or 2 of them, or at least Chris Blakey anyway. Andrew Phillips will be interesting to watch from the back because we know that he had pace to be sort of in and around the back of the top 10 overall. And Stephen Schweikart looking for another class victory, but Paul Cook out in front was pretty dominant in the end. After Jack Layton had gone off, there really wasn't then anyone able to challenge Paul Cook, but like you said, we never really settled into a rhythm, so it'll be interesting to see if we do get the full 20 minutes, as it should be. Yep. Then it'll be interesting to see whether or not we do get a few of the challengers, at the very least for podium places, I think, because Wayne Lewis, David Jefferson, Stuart, Lewis and Jefferson particularly, seemed pretty evenly matched, didn't they? And they were very close together, within a second of each other by the flag.
Yeah, that's right. It was a short, sharp race, 8 laps in total, only about sort of 4 actual racing laps, though, in all of that. So hoping for more this time. A reminder that there's a number of different classes here, and one car is the most powerful. You've got separate classes for less powerful M-Series cars. You've also got the 6-cylinder class and the Cup class as well for cars such as that on screen now, the 42 car of Paul Neville. 325 Ti is built to a specific set of regulations.
Hearing as well, by the way, in from Kieran down in the pit lane, that Gareth Pywell will be non-starting. Okay. They have a flywheel bearing that's not behaving itself, and they don't want to take the risk of it doing more damage in the race, so another one that sadly won't be on the grid.
Indeed so. So cars assembling here in front of us. So more than 20 I think we still have for the second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race of the day. We'll see if we've got some good class battles to bring you this time. Will Wayne Lewis take the fight to his buddy Paul Cook? Both of them starting on the front row of the grid. It's Wayne Lewis on the right-hand side of picture for those watching on the stream. Paul Cook on the left-hand side. They'll be sharing Wayne's car for the ultimate BMW race a little bit later on in the day. Green flag is now waved. You can see there at the back of the grid. The 5-second board is shown. The anticipation mounts here for the second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race of the day. And the lights go out and away they go. Paul Cook makes the best of the starts there. Not such a good start from Wayne Lewis, but I think he's just about going to hold on to second position. It's the 76 car of Stuart Pywell that's there in third place as they go through Old Hall Corner for the first time. Looks like they've all made it through more or less safely there, and heading down towards Cascades for the first time. And it is indeed Paul Cook that leads. Got about 6 or 7 car lengths over Wayne Lewis in second place as they make their way off Cascades, down past the lake and in towards the Island Bend for the first time.
Great start made by David Aspden in the Gulf liveried Z3. He's up from 8th to I think 5th as they arrived down Island Bend for the first time. So he was away like a rocket, found a gap on the outside, and there he goes through Shell, definitely having gained a number of positions as they round the right-hander, the banked right-hander at the Shell hairpin. Through come some of the midfielders, and a couple trying to dig their way through from the back as well, all cleanly through the first couple of corners and towards the Britain's chicane, and watching for some of those coming from the back. I think a few of them, Ian, making some pretty good progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Some cars out of position, including Andy Phillips there in the treble 8 car. He was someone who didn't make it to the end of the first race. He just sort of pulled into the pit lane entrance just as the checker flag was coming out, didn't he, in the earlier race? So he had some very late drama in that one, but he's made up several places already here. We'll see where he is as we get towards the end of the first lap. It looks like the two Cup class leaders possibly are together there as well, in the form of Gareth Thomas and Will Lake, renewing their rivalry. We'll see how that battle shapes up. Through Druids they go then for the first time. You've got the Sean Foley car going through, number 71, the M3 GTR, and we've got cars coming through to complete the first lap already. Paul Cook it is, leading Wayne Lewis by 1.3 seconds, but we're watching Paul Laramie, and he's just tucked in behind the number 67 car of Adrian Williams, the man from Cambridge who we're hearing from with Kieran just before the start of the race, and they are battling over the final positions inside the top 10. They're 9th and 10th at the moment. We go on board with Steve Schweikart, number 43 then, who is leading Class 6 at the moment. He's got a lead of 2.3 seconds over Adrian Williams. The car in front of him is that of Mark Colmer in the M1 class car, and through Cascades he makes up a lot of ground. He can pull alongside here, but Colmer should have a bit more straight line speed, and so that proves, Andy, as they head down Lakeside Straight.
Indeed, so Colmer manages to stay ahead. Colmer an M1 class car. Schweikart, as Ian quite rightly said, leads in class 6, but has already built up over 2 seconds worth of an advantage over Williams and Laramie, 9th and 10th, but 2nd and 3rd respectively in that class. There are then a couple of positions ahead of Andrew Pywell, who, remember, is recovering as well after his late race drama down at Cascade. And real drama, ironically, he sort of instigated that melee down at the Cascade corner and came out of it with no damage and a better position than the other two that got tangled up with him. So Pywell did lose a few spots. He was 12th at the start of the lap. I think he's still 12th position, trying to find a way past Clive Watson, as ahead of them Laramie under threat from Adrian Williams. Williams peeks to the inside in the all-black 67 car, but not yet able to move through.
No, absolutely not. It's a good fight going on there. It's all black from one side, but all white more or less from the other. Very interesting. And they've been probably quite confusing for marshals as well. But anyway, so there is that Laramie battle. And coming through there is Andrew Pywell, number 17 as well. So he was in 12th place at the end of the first lap, so he's making up a little bit of ground. Andy Phillips, said we'd mention where he got to, he was 17th at the end of the first lap in the treble 8 car, so he's made up about 3 places, I think.
Yeah, so both
from the start.
Sorry, and so yeah, both I forgot what I was going to say. Watson and Pywell both got past Williams on that lap.
Yes.
Some of that made sense. Anyway, that's what was happening. The 67 car was about to gain a place, then ended up losing a place, and 2 places, in fact, which drops him away now from Paul Laramie, with whom he was fighting for class position. Apologies.
That's all right. Andy Phillips into Oulton College, just about to make another place up. I think that'll be on Gareth Thomas. I think he'll go 15th if he gets through there. This is that Mark Colmer Steve Schweikart battle, and again a sort of carbon copy of what happened a lap ago, in that Schweikart, through the twisty bits, is able to get alongside Mark Colmer. The class 6 car much more effective through Cascades, but out of the corner on acceleration, Colmer able to get away. And that's the fascinating thing about this BMW Car Racing Championship. It is a single mark championship, but multi-model and with different classes as well, and cars will have their strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the circuit, and that will produce some quite intriguing class battles. So we've got Laramie and now Andrew Pywell here in the number 17 car. So where's Clive Watson gone in all of that? He is ahead of them. Yeah, he's up into what is now 9th position. So he is chasing after Schweikart, albeit from an M2 class car.
Yes, and then Pywell locking up, nearly getting into the back of Paul Laramie there, going down into his lops. So, yeah, it's all kicking off in this little group, as really it was in the race earlier on today. As they make their way towards Druids Corner, they're all sort of catching the next group as well, aren't they? Which is led by David Aspleton, who had that brilliant start, but remember, did start the race in 8th place, so his pace is perhaps not quite as good as those around him. This, by the way, has been an entertaining battle going on as well for 3rd position. A lap ago, Stuart Pywell got himself ahead of David Jefferson in the E92 M3, one of the newest cars on the grid, but that time around Jefferson gets back through again, so they've traded this 3rd place a couple of times in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, so very entertaining battle going on for the spectators trackside and on the stream here at BMW Live at Oulton Park today. Good scrap for 3rd position. Not quite the same right up at the front of the field because there was 4.3 seconds between Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis, but all of a sudden there wasn't as the cars came through shot there. And we've got a change of lead. Wayne Lewis has got into the lead. So has Paul Cook had a moment? Has he got a problem? He was, as I say, 4.3 seconds to the good at the start of the lap. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether there's a problem with that car or whether he just made a mistake, possibly on the way into Shallows Corner, that sort of caused him to lose a lot of ground all of a sudden.
Well, his last lap was fine. He was only half a tenth off his fastest lap, which is the fastest lap of the race. So whatever happened after the beginning of the previous lap. So I think maybe a mistake because he's sticking with Wayne Lewis now, isn't he? Maybe he just fancied giving everyone something to get excited about and drop back so that he could have a battle with Wayne. But this is going to certainly be a battle now then. Wayne Lewis out in front. Paul Cook wants to try and get that place back again as we head down toward Lodge Corner. Is he going to go to the inside? No, because Wayne Lewis covers the inside, then drifts back across the nose of his pursuer as they turn into the corner. And if Paul Cook is going to win this race, he's now going to have to try and find a way past car number 7.
Certainly is. So over the line they're going to come. And there's about a car length between them as they start that 15 hundredths of a second. They turn now into Oulton Corner. Looks like Cook carries more momentum through there. Almost gets into the back of Wayne Lewis's car. Dropping down the avenue towards the left-hander at Cascades. We'll pick them up there hopefully in just a moment. And Paul Cook has gone back through. So he has made the most of that momentum. But Wayne Lewis now trying to fight back down Lakeside Straight. He's going to have the inside line for Island Bend. And again, at that part of the circuit, seemingly, Wayne Lewis has a little bit more strength than Paul Cook.
Surface flag out at Island Bend as well, so there's something on the track that shouldn't be that fluid or bodywork or debris. They're side by side again now at Shell. Paul Cook going the high line, trying to carry the momentum around the outside, which would give him the inside line for the entry to the Britain chicane, but he doesn't have an overlap, and so it is still going to be car 7 that stays in front. But Wayne Lewis hanging on by the skin of his teeth here. Paul Cook, for whatever reason, just can't get the job done and has not yet been able to reclaim that race lead that he lost mysteriously a lap ago.
Yep, so it's Wayne Lewis leading, Paul Cook in 2nd place. The last lap they were both in, well, Lewis was a 1:53, Paul Cook was a 1:57 on the previous lap, way off the pace that they have been doing. We have said there is flow down, but other drivers have done their personal best laps on the last lap, so I don't think we can put it down to that.
Except the area of the circuit where the flags are out is where Paul seemed to lose ground a lap ago, so it could be linked.
Yeah, it could be, but he had a specific moment in it rather than the cars more generally slowing down to be more cautious for a slippery surface, which sometimes you get when everyone's lap time just falls off the edge of a cliff because they know there's a hazard at a particular part of the circuit.
And that would also potentially explain why he bailed out of the move he was trying to make into Ireland a lap later. He'd been caught out there once already.
And thought, oh, hold on. I should learn from my mistakes here and not do that again. Anyway, they come through now with just about half of the race left to go. Wayne Lewis, number 7, leading, Paul Cook in 2nd place. David Aspleton has got a load of mates there, hasn't he? He's got Clive Watson behind him and Steve Schweikart and Andy Pywell. So you've got the battle for the M2 class lead and the battle for the class 6 lead together. We're on board with Schweikart here as he heads up in towards Druids, the right-hander, the very heavily wooded part of the circuit here. On a wet day, it'll often be wet all day because it won't dry out for the surrounding trees. But today, no such issues there. Up ahead, you've got Clive Watson in the number 10 car, the compact 3-litre car, trying to find a way past Aspen in the Z3. But yet to make it work.
And don't forget, car 17, Andrew Pywell, also runs in Class 6, so this is a battle for class position between he and Schweikart as well. So you've got 20 and 10, Aspin and Watson battling for their class honours, and behind them, 43 and 17, Schweikart and Pywell, also fighting for a class win, as are these two on screen now. Heading over Hilltop, it is still car 7 Wayne Lewis that leads the way overall, and therefore leads the M1 class, but by only a BMW length over Paul Cook in second place, as we now start coming across some of the slower runners.
So we've got a lead battle, I think, in all of the classes, because there's less than a second between the two in the Cup class as well, Gareth Thomas and Will Lake. So there's battles wherever you look in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. Here is the outright lead battle on screen now. It's up at Druids Corner. Wayne Lewis, number 7. Paul Cook, number 26. Sean Foley is pit-bound by the looks of it in the number 71 car, so I think he'll be well out of the way by the time the leaders arrive there. Paul Cook in the number 26 car has a look up the inside of Wayne Lewis into Lodge Corner, and this time he's able to go through. So Paul Cook gets back into the lead of the race. Has Wayne Lewis got an answer this time? 8 3/4 minutes left to go.
Up towards Old Hall Corner he goes, looks from the outside to the inside, tries to sell the dummy. Is he going to commit to the manoeuvre? Oh no, just a bit too far back, and now Cook will have a lot more momentum on corner exit, kicks the tail out in spectacular style, and tries now to build his advantage. So Paul Cook back to the lead of the race with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Car number 26, as was the case for the entirety of race number 1, is out in the win. Now what's going on further back? That was Clive Watson going through. He has got Stephen Schweikart behind him, and there is big damage to David Aspden. I wondered where the Z3 had gone. The front of the car is hanging off. The exhaust is rattling around as well. He's been off the road, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's collided with, but it may have been circuit furniture rather than another car. I'll have to see if there's any sort of matching damage anywhere else, but there's sort of metalwork dragging underneath the car there as well. And that's Andrew Pywell. Now, is that connected? Is there some damage to the left side of his car? You've got some tyres being fouled by the bodywork, which is stoved in on the left-hand wing of the car. And are those two things connected, we wonder?
Well, they had been running together, hadn't they, at the time. Pywell had been behind Aspden in the fight for 8th position, so I wonder if maybe that does suggest there'd been contact. There was debris, I think, on the road down at Hislops and Knickerbrook, which may be linked as the overall race leaders head over Clay Hill towards Druids Corner. Paul Cook still in front of Wayne Lewis by still only a narrow margin, though. He can't drop Wayne Lewis, can he? Got about a third of the race to go, and it's still nose to tail for the lead.
Yeah, Aspden and Andrew Pywell have both made their way into the pit lane. Leaders, though, with 7 minutes to go, heading up towards Lodge Corner once again. This is where Paul Cook took the lead a lap ago, but he's not been able to make the break from Wayne Lewis here. Got more traffic to deal with ahead of them. Up to the line they come. They're probably going to get, I would say, 5 more laps, maybe 4 more laps out of this one. Lewis to the inside as they go into Old Hall Corner. A little bit too far back to make that work, probably. Yeah, I think so, although Cook then gets it sideways on the way out of the corner, so that changes the complexion of things, although he does have the inside line. But no, I think at Denton's we have had a change. No, we've not had a change. It's Paul Cook that's held on from Wayne Lewis. Through Cascades they go, but it's a pretty evenly matched battle here between Paul Cook, number 26, Wayne Lewis, number 7, that's now heading down Lakeside Straight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Paul Cook in this race, but I'm glad it is, because it's giving us a fantastic battle between the two of them. Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis, inseparable so far in this race. They arrive at the Shell hairpin, actually with a bit of margin between them, but Cook goes wide up the hill. He can't get the car turned in. Then he's got oversteer on corner exit, and Wayne Lewis has gone back through again. Wayne Lewis back to the lead. Can Cook fight back at Britain's? No, he can't. And so that is about the 4th or 5th lead change between these two, and it's Wayne Lewis back to the front of the field. A mistake from Cook at the hairpin again.
Yeah, and you wouldn't bank on there being no more lead changes in this race with still more than 5 minutes to go. It's Paul Cook, number 26, leading, 7 Wayne Lewis in second, still David Jefferson, treble 6 third, 76 Stuart Pywell 4th, 37 Cavan Granger 5th, and Mark Cormer 6th in number 66. Clive Watson leading in Class M2, Steve Schweikart leading in Class 6, and there was his close rival in Class 6 as well. That's the 17 car of Andrew Pywell, and with that heavy damage to the side of the car, and also, of course, to the front end of the David Aspden Z3 as well. So it's a shame to see damage to cars, especially at a meeting like this, and hopefully that can all be fixed before too much longer. Meanwhile, Wayne Lewis still ahead of Paul Cook with 5 minutes of the race left.
Yeah, where does Paul Cook now try and make his latest attack for the race lead? Lewis confirmed once more as the race leader then. Into Old Hall Corner they go. Cook closes right in, almost into the back of him as they turn into Old Hall. Almost got too close there. Cook seems a lot more confident under braking, doesn't he? Carries more speed into the corners, but then maybe his car isn't handling quite as well on corner exit. Maybe those rear tyres are starting to get a little bit hot on the number 26 car. 3/10 between them at the line. Then they're a further 5 seconds clear of David Jefferson, who's really lonely in third. He's got about 13 seconds in hand over Stuart Pywell, who sits in 4th position. It's all about the battle for the race lead then as they head towards the top end of the circuit. With 4.25 minutes to go, though, there's likely to be more traffic. There could be more mistakes from Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook. This race ain't over yet.
And neither is this. This is the Cup class battle we watched there. Will Lake it was that got himself ahead of Gareth Thomas, so that had changed since the start of the lap. But we're back briefly with the leaders who have flipped around. So Paul Cook from Wayne Lewis. They're going past a slower car there and down towards Hislops. I think Wayne Lewis was thinking about having another look there. That's the Cup class battle going through at Druids, and here's the overall battle, and the overall battle will catch that Cup class battle, I think, before the end of the race.
And possibly quite close to the end of the race. I think that could be interesting, couldn't it? Here they go to Lodge Corner, a big lunge up the inside. Is that going to work? No, there's contact. Lake is sideways. Thomas gets into him again on corner exit. Very touchy-feely stuff, but somehow no change of position.
No, so it is still Will Lake, number 4, Gareth Thomas, number 68 there, 12th and 13th overall. They're disputing the Cup class lead. And yeah, a little bit too close for comfort there through Lodge Corner that time. Gareth Thomas, of course, it was the race 1 winner, and now Paul Cook has a bit more daylight between himself and Wayne Lewis as they come through to start the penultimate lap of the race.
Yes, they do, through Old Hall Corner then, an enormous 0.6 of a second between them, but that is about the biggest lead, really, that Cook has had for some time. Into the barriers, and that is...
Gareth Thomas, the 68 car.
Exeter Cascades, isn't it, that? So that was the battle that we had been following. It was getting a bit rough, and unfortunately he has found the scenery, and that will have done a lot of damage to the front of that car.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. He was doing battle, obviously, with the number 4 car, so there's yellow flags then at that part of the circuit, which is where Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis have just gone through, as backmarkers also in that part of the circuit, so there's something else to consider to go to the end of the race. And now Paul Cook's gone wide at Shellow's Corner, and Wayne Lewis is going to get back through. This is a very odd race, Andy McEwen. Wayne Lewis retakes the lead with 2 minutes to go.
He's consistent with his mistakes, at least. That's the 3rd time he's got the hairpin wrong, Paul Cook, and the 3rd time that it's cost him the race lead. He's now got half a lap left to try and get it back, but conversely, he has been strong in the final sector, so Paul Cook may be saving this up for the last corner. It wouldn't be a race meeting at Oulton Park if we didn't have a last lap Lodge Corner decider, and that may be what we're heading for, albeit with that car off at Cascades, are we going to see the flag come out a lap early? That could really scupper Paul Cook's plans if that happens.
Up Clay Hill under the pedestrian footbridge they go for the 10th time in this race. 77 it is, Wayne Lewis, 26 Paul Cook. Now through Druids Corner they go, and onto the straight under the vehicle bridge and back round to complete another lap. Gareth Thomas out of his car, which is good to see. Paul Cook was mounting attack on the left, right? He's mounting attack on the left. He's gone all the way around the outside of Wayne Lewis right now at Lodge Corner and retaken the lead. So up the dear leap they're going to come. Are we going to get a checkered flag? Yes, we are! And right at the death, Paul Cook wins it with that move around the outside of Wayne Lewis at Lodge Corner. It's come out a lap early because of that instant at the exit of Cascades, which fortunately Gareth Thomas out of his car from. So Cook is from Lewis. David Jefferson has come across the line now in 3rd position. 4th place is going to be Stuart Pywell. He's just across the line now in the number 76 car. 5th, I think, should be Cavan Granger, Mark Colmer 6th. And then, just having a look, I don't think there's any sort of particular drama in the classes anymore, because we've sort of the classes battles have been split up. In the M2, it's down to Clive Watson to win that, as we're watching Stephen Kane, number 50, go through in his Cup class car. He's going to take the checkered flag and finish in, I think, about 16th position. But yes, Class M2 is going to go the way of Watson. Class 6 the way of Stephen Schreikott. He had about 3 seconds in hand over Paul Laramie. There's the man who's going to become the M2 class winner, and there's the man who's going to become the Class 6 winner. Mark Colmer goes across the line, number 66 in 6th position. There's Clive Watson winning Class M2 in 7th place overall. And here's Steve Schreikott up over the crest at Deer Leap for the final time. And he takes the checkered flag. There he goes to seal another class win in Class 6 ahead of Paul Laramie and Adrian Williams. So that's your top 3 in Class 6. Cup class yet to be completed by William Lake. He's yet to come through, I don't think. So we'll get confirmation of that when he does. But he's not shown us having seen the checkered flag as yet, although having said that, neither of the first 2 drivers. So possibly just a slight glitch on the timing there. But an entertaining race that was. An odd race between Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis, but it kept us entertained, and I hope it kept everyone trackside and watching on the live stream entertained as well.
I think it probably did, yeah. Paul Cook made hard work of that for himself, I would say, and did get the better of Wayne Lewis, but yeah, Wayne on numerous occasions led the race and might be a tad frustrated not to have won it, you suspect. But anyway, Paul Cook able to bounce back with a terrifically brave move around the outside on the brakes into Lodge Corner. I said earlier on that he was more confident under braking, and he demonstrated that brilliantly on the final corner of what became the final lap. He wouldn't have known it was the final lap, I suppose, but it was, and the checkered flag waved for Paul Cook.
It did indeed at the end of 10 laps of racing. And number 26 won by 0.197 seconds. The 2 E46 M3s of 26 Paul Cook and 7 Wayne Lewis first and second. Treble 6 David Jefferson and the E92 M3 was third. 76 Stuart Pywell on the 346 was fourth. But it was 37 Cavan Granger and 66 Mark Colmer rounding out the top 6. Number 10 Clive Watson finished in 7th place, but more importantly took the M2 class win, while in 8th place number 43 Steve Schreikart won Class 6 once again, so second win of the day. Paul Laramie, number 31, was 9th, and Adrian Williams, number 67, was 10th. They wraps up the podium in Class 6, and Andrew Phillips on the back of the grid to 11th place in Treble 8. Will Lake, after the late demise of Gareth Thomas, took 12th place in car number 4 and the Cup class win ahead of Matt Smith in the Z3, Sam Walton in another of the Cup class cars, and Jason Rees, number 9 it was, that finished third within that class ahead of Steve Clay and Paul Neville, and the rest of the drivers unfortunately failed to make it to the end of the race. So that's all the BMW Car Club racing action for this weekend. But we've still got one more BMW race to come before the end of the day. That's the ultimate BMW race, the 40-minute race, which features a pit stop as well. So if you're a BMW fan, don't head home just yet. There's still some more BMW racing for you. We've got a couple more races to go before that, though, here at Oulton Park, the historic 750 Formula Series and the Armed Forces Race Challenge as well. Here's the view of the driver on his slowing down lap, heading into Parc Fermé. Number 43, Steve Schreikart, and he's going to be signalled straight through, by the looks of it, straight through Parc Fermé, so not being stopped there on this occasion, and back into the paddock he will go at the end of that race. So as I say, 2 more races to go, then the Ultimate BMWs to round out proceedings here today at Oulton Park. There's also a BMW Car Club parade at the end of the day after racing has finished as well. So don't forget, there's more racing action here at Oulton Park next weekend as well, when it's the TCR UK, so the BRSEC organised race meeting next weekend. Then in 3 weeks' time, it's the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, so make sure you get your tickets for that. That's here on the 22nd and 23rd of June. There's then the Supercar Pageant featuring the GT Cup Championship on the end of June, Saturday the 29th of June. Get all the information about all of the forthcoming events here at Oulton Park on the Oulton Park website. It's always advantageous to buy your tickets in advance as well via the website oultonpark.co.uk. And you can find out where the 750 Motor Club is going. That's by heading to the 750 Motor Club website as well, 750mc.co.uk. So we are ready now to head down to Parc Fermé, and once again we've got Kieran Mogg there.
Yes, there was a lot that happened in that race, and one of the absolute stars of the show, Paul Cook. What a phenomenal battle that was between you and Wayne. How was it out there?
I seemed to have a great start off the line again, and then I seemed to get a big gap, and then sort of 3 or 4 laps into the race, I kept on over braking into Shao and a couple of other corners, and yeah, Wayne just closed the gap, and we had a bit of fun.
Managed to make that last lap dive around the outside as well.
No, I didn't realise it was going to be the last lap. But yeah, I made it a little bit earlier.
Well, pole position and 2 wins. It's got to be good.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. The lap times weren't great today, but you know, we've had some fun, so that's the main thing.
Absolutely. Congratulations then.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. And we'll go on to Clive Watson. Clive, class winner. Fantastic job, well done as well. How was it out there?
It was hot and a good experience. Yeah, loved it. Yeah.
How have you found the track evolving from earlier and now to now? Now I can't even speak. From earlier to now.
Well, it's just about the same, I'd have said, but yeah, you know, I just had it go. It's all good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you. And we'll move on to William Lake, our class winner here. William, can we just jump in a second? Yeah. Congratulations, obviously right in the mix out there.
Thank you
how was it?
Lots going on. I started off behind Gareth, and then we had a bit of a coming together. I hope he's okay. He went off in the grass. But really tough race. It's a very challenging circuit. I haven't quite got the hand of it yet. But it was really good. Lots of fun.
And how you find the competition out there?
Tough. There's some people from Class 6 and even M2 who at the start are right in the mix, either behind or in front of us. So it's chaotic the first few laps. As last race, someone came off 5th corner on the first lap. So the competition is good. Yeah, there's lots to race for.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Anybody you'd like to thank for this?
Anyone I'd like to thank? Oof. My family, my girlfriend, and all my friends, and Neil, of course, who puts the car where it is and does all the hard work. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll go to a quick break and we're going to view with Will Beaumont, and then coming up next is the handicap race for the 750 historic category.
If we're talking about rare and special cars, which again this entire show seems to be completely full of, every single time you turn a corner there's something new that you've not seen for a long time, we've also got a very rare and very special 3-litre CSL Batmobile. And if it's Cliff, the owner, and this is your car, and tell us how long have you had it?
I've probably only had it for about 6 or 7 months. I bought it like this. It was restored by the previous owner. He did a full bare metal respray and restoration on the car. Took over a year and cost a lot of money because I've got the invoices. And so I've taken it over. It wasn't used much, so I've just given it shakedown tests and I've been driving it regularly because I am a driver. I like to drive them. It's nice to come to shows, but I enjoy driving the cars. And so I've recently been doing lots and lots of small little jobs on it just to make it good and right, and it's just about there now, I think. Touch wood.
Excellent stuff. Fantastic. Well, so you've not had it very long, so you've not had opportunity to do many adventures in it or to use it much, but so why did you buy this car? Because obviously it's certainly not a cheap car. So I won't ask you how much you paid for it. That's not very tactful. Yeah, we know. But so you had a lot of choice. You could have bought an awful lot of things, not just BMWs, but an awful lot of other cars. But why this car specifically?
Okay, so I've got 3 or 4 other older cars. I like 70s cars. I actually had a Lotus Esprit Turbo and I sold that. It was a bit low, a bit awkward to get in and out of. I enjoyed it, but I'd had my time with it. And so I had a space in the garage, and of course, if you've got a space, it has to be filled. And this is one of my sort of poster cars from the 70s. I could never afford one then. They were super expensive new. I think they were nearly as much as a Rolls-Royce back then. And they were about £7,500. So I remember them, and I remember thinking they were amazing. And I mean, they're more expensive now, which is a joke, but I can afford one now. So I've got one, and I love it. I just love everything about it. I've had lots of BMWs in the past, more modern BMWs, M5s, E39s, E34s, but and I've had most of the coupe. I've had all the coupes, but I hadn't ever had an E9. So when I saw this, I had to buy it.
Excellent stuff. Well, I mean, it's a car that is not only sort of very special looking and has a special history, because we were just discussing before that this is BMW Motorsport's first car. But I think what's mostly sort of very special about this car, and it's something we sort of touched upon with the M1 we've spoken about earlier in the show, is that BMW didn't just throw these cars together. They were obviously built for homologation purposes, and they could have just gone, oh, we just need to stick some wings and some bigger engine, some lightweight panels on it, and we'll just sort of we'll just usher it through the workshop, and no one will care if it drives any well or not. It doesn't really matter. But actually, the detail they went to in creating these cars to make them really, really great road cars and really great fun and really communicative cars. These are incredibly interesting and really quite modern in the way they drive. So it holds up. It's still fun and usable to drive, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I'm a driver and I enjoy driving them. This is a car, as you say, a usable car. You could use it. You could use it every day if you wanted to. I don't do that, but you could drive anywhere in it. It's got a boot. It's it's 4 seats, although because it's got the fixed shield bucket seats, you have to climb round them if you want to get in the back, and I've tried that. It's awkward, but you can do it. So yeah, it's a usable car. It's got power steering. It's the heater works. Doesn't have air conditioning or anything. Obviously, it was the lightweight car, so it was just made to homologate for the racing because BMW wanted to beat the Capris, and they did.
Yeah,
for the next 6 years out of 7 or something. So
they absolutely they wiped the floor with them, didn't they? So yeah, this is, and like I say, well, you're going to have hopefully a great time at the show and an even better drive home, I imagine, because that's what happens when you pass CSL. So thank you so much for chatting to us, and we're gonna go and find out what else is in the rest of the show.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, on track next, it's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and this time it's a handicap race rather than the scratch race earlier on. So earlier today, it was Jörg Schneider that took the win after that dramatic incident between the two that have been battling for the race victory, Lyndon Thruston and John Village. Of course, Jörg Schneider picked up the pieces and took the victory. Trevor Slatter, it was in second place, Greg and Thruston third, and Greg Catton I should say, in fourth position. So the grid for this one, and it's based on a handicap. So this is the order in which they're starting. So as we go through this, I'll tell you how much handicap they've got as well. The first 3 rows are all going off scratch. So there are 4, which is Andrew Kelsey, 5 Mike Harvey, 81, which is Samuel Bayliss, 13 Ben Bolton, 37 John Donnelly, all going off scratch for a 7-lap race. Then we get on to row the next row is going to be the 47 car of Mark Lawton in the Cotswold Garages V. He's going to have 87 Luigi Bayliss besides him, and they're going to be starting 10 seconds later. Then the next car is going to be Tim Roebuck, number 18, 61 Simon Gallen. They're going to be starting 28 seconds after the first lot. The fourth start will be 7 and 27, so that's going to be Graham Wilson and Richard Pryor. They're going to be 43 seconds after the first group. I hope you're following this. Then the next group, they line up from row 7 onwards. So that's Greg and Thruston and Lyndon Thruston, father and son together. Then 29 and 31, John Village and Greg Catton. And 65 and 72, Jörg Schneider and Trevor Slatter. They are all starting 52 seconds after the first car has gone. So the idea being that they're more or less going to be the same kind of pace. Then we get into the cars that have a credit lap. So the 6th wave of cars from row 10 backwards, you've got Charlie Plain Jones in 22 and Nick Haywood Cook in 66. They're starting 1 minute 13 seconds behind the first cars, but have 1 lap left to do. They only have to do 6 laps rather than 7. Then the next wave is the 7th wave, so that's where you've got 11, which is James Miles, and 6, Richard Verheyden. They have 1 minute 23, they're starting behind. Then it's number 69, which for this race is Mike Pickup, I think. He's starting 1 minute 50 seconds behind. All of those have 1 credit lap, and then on his own on row 13, the 9th wave, if you like, starting 2 minutes and 15 seconds after the first car, but with only 5 laps to do rather than 7. That is Tim Mile in his Austin 7. What could be more straightforward than that? The cars are heading around to the grid now, so as I say, they're going to be flagged off group by group, and with the idea being that by the time we get to the end of the race, in about a quarter of an hour's time, they'll all be more or less together at the end of it. But as I say, some drivers with 1 credit lap, 1 driver, Tim Mile, has 2, but the majority will have 7 laps of this race to do. and the idea is that should take about a quarter of an hour to complete, or maybe just a little bit over. Andy McKeown looks very doubtful about this.
I'm not going to lie, Ian. I've got a headache just listening to you run through that grid. These races, in fairness, I've covered a couple of these over the years. They are quite interesting. It's just you've got to be concentrating in order to follow what's going on. But they are quite interesting. Usually, they do a pretty good job of calculating the handicap accurately. It's normally pretty close at the end.
Yes, it is.
But you've just got to be a bit smarter than I am, I think, to fully understand it, which is why I'm glad I'm next to you.
Oh, you say the nicest things. Andrew Kelsey is not there, I don't think, on the front of the grid in the JGS 7. It looked like there was a gap there. So Mike Harvey, I think, on his own on the front row of the grid. But it looks like we've got the two on the second row, 81 and 13, which is Ben Bolton, 13, and 81, which is Samuel Bayliss. Looks like we're nearly all there. So we'll start to see the cars being flagged off any moment. Giles Greenbridge is there, and there's a man with a Union flag next to him, and the flag falls, and the first group of cars get their race underway, but not Mike Harvey. Mike Harvey does not get away from the start, so it's a good start instead made by the Race Kits Merlin there. He's heading down towards us, but in the end it's the 81 car of Samuel Bayliss, the Centaur Mark 14, that takes the lead then from number 37. In second place, John Donnelly. This all on the road, of course. This is not how it looks at the timing screen, which shows that Tim Mile has already completed 2 laps. The reality is he's not going to be moving for another minute and 45 seconds or something, although we'll have 2 laps less to do than anybody else once the race does get underway. So we've got cars out on circuit, more of them being released. Now that's Simon Gallen. He's gone off, I think, possibly on his own in the end in the 61 car. Didn't see Timothy Roebuck's number 18 car alongside him. Mike Harvey did get away in the end in the number 5 car, and he's already been caught by the Cotswold Garage V of Mark Lawton from Chesterfield. And they've got, that's good to see, Graham Wilson is out there in the time 3B, number 7. And the 27 car is there as well, which is Richard Pryor. So a lot of the cars have now made their way off. There's still cars on the grid. Next group of cars can just see about to come past our commentary box window. And it looks like it's Charlie Plain-Jones has just been released there in the number 22 car. So these are the first of the cars that have got a credit lap. So these only have to actually complete 6 laps of racing rather than the full 7. And various of the Austin 7s that form the basis of the 750 Most Club way back in the 1930s and 40s being released out onto their race. I did once see a clubman's handicap race at Silverstone on the national circuit where the handicapping didn't really work out, and we got the very fast clubman's cars coming around Woodcote Corner while there were still cars on the grid. There was a red flag. But no, this seems to have worked much more effectively here, and very shortly Tim Mile will be going off into the race as well. And the leaders are already, where are they? Heading presumably now up towards Lodge Corner. Yeah, there they are. The number 81 car, Samuel Bayliss it is, that leads the race then. And there's Tim Mile, and he's off onto his 5 laps, Andy.
Indeed, and he has about the length of the pit straight in hand over the first of the cars that was released. That's the number 81 of Sam Bayliss. So Sam Bayliss then is chasing Mile, but he is a lap and a bit behind, essentially. So that white number 81 car has to catch, overtake Mile, and then gain a whole lap on Mile in order to be classified the winner. I think really the group of cars that we will end up following inevitably are the group that are probably just coming towards the completion of the lap now, because that's where we've got our front runners from the earlier race, and we know that they should, in theory, end up at the back, at the front of the field come the end of it as well, but might take them a few laps before they catch the next group of drivers in front of them.
Yeah, there's Graham Wilson, number 7. He's there in the time 3B. We've got Richard Pryor as well in the DNC Mark III. So he's just tucked in behind there in that number 27 car. Richard Pryor. This is his backup car at the moment. He previously raced the JGS 3, but this is just something he's using just for the moment. Richard Pryor, who is 56-year-old company director from Warwickshire, seen down at Chellows Corner. where Mike Harvey, number 5, who made that rather shoddy start, is now making his way through. The order at the moment is about to appear on our screens again, hopefully, but we're just waiting for it to the timekeepers to sort itself out and themselves out and keep up with what's going on here. But heading down to Britain, so you've got this battle between Pryor and Wilson at the moment. Graham Wilson in the Time 3B, who lists Oulton Park as his favourite circuit. He's the managing director of a company. 2021 was when he started racing. He's also out in the Trump TR6. Now behind them here, you can see you've got John Village bearing down on them, and also Greg and Thruston as well, I think that is, behind. So we are going to get some passing being done here now. And they were both on scratch, so this is for position then.
Yes, John Village gets past going over Clay Hill. John Village started the lap, I think I'm right in saying, about 17 seconds behind the cars that he's catching now. There's a bit of a lock-up there going into Druids for the number 1 car. That's the Greg and Thruston car, which had a little bit of a snatched break. But they are all sort of coming together, aren't they, here, as they head towards Lodge Corner. But John Village, as we expected, the one that is sort of making all of the moves, peeks to the inside there at Lodge Corner. Ultimately a bit too far back to make a move on that occasion. On the timing screen, the race being led by the number 30 of Tim Miles still, but that changes then as others come across the line, most notably number 22, Charlie Plain Jones in the Austin 7 Cowley Special, who is sort of a lap ahead, essentially, on the handicap.
Luigi Bayliss in the Centaur Mark 16, he's going pretty well there. He's in 12th position at the moment. He's sort of looks to be going pretty quickly, as Mike Harvey there is passed by John Village. John Village now 70 years of age, of course. Started racing in 1973 in 750 Formula in the Village, which he has now replicated with the Village V2, which he's been racing for 2 or 3 seasons now with the 750 model. And this is how, you all of a sudden get a very busy piece of circuit there. In these historic 750 Formula handicap races. That's exactly what you've got on at Shell's Corner now, and this will, generally speaking, be for position as well, as quicker cars are coming through.
Yes, fastest lap of the race, Greg and Thruston, 2:15.2. He's the number 1 car. Big lock up there for Graham Wilson in the number 7, going through the Britain chicane. He's just ahead of Greg and Thruston, actually. So Thruston, fastest man on track. Now he's in the same part of the race, if you like, as the likes of John Village, who he is behind. So that is a genuine fight, really. He needs to try and get on terms with Village as soon as he can.
And look at Greg Catton in the Dyson trying to get past Lyndon Thruston, who was battling for the victory in race 1 as well before that incident with John Village. Thruston doing well to keep him at bay. He's trying to get through the traffic as well to try and catch back up on terms with John Village as well, and doesn't want him to get too far up the road. He's got some empty tarmac in front of him though at the moment, as John Village, which will help him to possibly make a bit of a break here.
It's a 1-minute 22-second lead at the moment for Tim Mile, but on his his previous lap was the first lap of the race, I suppose, so we'll get his proper lap times in a moment or two. As this group makes its way towards Lodge Corner, Greg and Thruston then ahead of still the number 23 as they head towards Lodge Corner. And that, of course, is Lyndon Thruston, so the 2 of the Thrustons together. But that car, number 31, looks quicker in this race, doesn't it, really, than it did in the first one earlier on today?
Yeah, it seems to be. It was obviously right at the front in qualifying, wasn't it? But didn't have such a strong first race as we thought it might do. Eventually finished 4th in the end, which was probably slightly flattering given the couple of cars that had dramas ahead of it. But Greg Catton seems to be going pretty well here in the number 31. He's one of the entries in Class D, a new class structure this season for Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. So we've got the historic 750 Formula cars, the supercharged and non-supercharged Austin 7s, and that's a problem for Greg and Thruston all of a sudden going slowly, isn't it? He was one of the favourites because he was the fastest man in race 1, and he looks like he's got a problem, so that's probably cooked his goose as far as this race is concerned.
Yeah, fastest man in the handicap race as well, but not anymore, as he slows, not quite to a halt, but crawling along the Lakeside Straight. That's a shame. Takes one of our contenders out of it. Meanwhile, Tim Mile has completed his first full flying lap on the timing screen. That's his 4th lap of the race. It was a 2:57.2, so best part of 20 seconds slower than Charlie Plain Jones behind him, but that is, nearly 30 seconds or more slower than the quickest cars on track. But they're over a lap behind, if that makes any kind of sense. So this is how the handicap works. He is quite a bit slower than everybody else, but giving him that advantage at the start means the rest of them really have to push quite hard, actually, to have any chance of catching him.
That's right. So you're seeing some good battles on track here. You've got Graham Wilson in the Time 3B. You've got Greg Catton in the Dyson. You've got Lyndon Thruston in the HCS. And at the moment, it's for 13th, 14th and 15th position. I think that they're battling. I'm sure they'll be close towards the sharp end by the time this race is completed. Tim Mile leads by 1 minute and 2 seconds from number 11 now, which is James Miles, the 60-year-old from Billingshurst. He's moved up into second position in the Austin 7 Monoposto Special with the Pigsty supercharged engine. So he's 1 minute and 2 seconds behind, lapping about 20 seconds a lap faster than Tim Mile with 3 laps to go. So they're going to be pretty close towards the end. And Charlie Plain Jones is only a couple of seconds behind him. It was at the start of the lap anyway. And similarly, I think that will work out to get them quite close together by the end of the race. So there's the... and there's Greg and Thruston now stopped on the side of the circuit. So... his race has been run, unfortunately. I'm trying to work out exactly where he stopped there.
Up at Britain's, I think that is.
Yeah.
But on the cut through, so he's out of the way.
That's good to know.
So, James Miles, you may have just mentioned this.
Yes.
James Miles only a minute now behind Tim Mile, but lapping 20-odd seconds a lap faster.
That's exactly what I just said, yeah.
Do apologise. Yes, James Miles then. But he's really not the danger man, is he? It's those further back that should be. But then, are they going to have time to overcome such a big deficit from the handicap? It may be that actually it's one of the drivers we've not really sort of mentioned so far that ends up coming out of this a race winner.
It certainly could be, and that's the beauty of the handicap format. They've all got an even chance of doing it. I mean, John Village is going quite well, though, isn't he? What's he doing? He did a 2:15.846 last time through. He was lapping quicker than Lyndon Thruston, but not as quick and slightly not as quick as Greg Catton. Tim Mile, the race leader, is sort of chugging into Oulton corner that time. He's completed another lap in the 3:01s, but he's smoking now as he heads around Oulton corner once again. So I think Tim Mile, the race leader, may not be much longer for this race. And it looks like he's going to pull off the circuit at the pit lane exit, so he's getting well out of the way there. I'm afraid Tim Miles' race is over, so that means we're going to have a new race, and not Mile, but Miles. Going to be taking the lead of the race, I think. James Miles, who has just come across the line now, actually, to complete lap number 5, when he's within 35 seconds, was within 35 seconds of the race leader, who's just pulled off.
But significantly, the likes of John Village only at Druid, so not that far behind, really,
No.
and on the same lap, essentially. So, John Village, how long has he got, though? That's the question.
There's 2 more laps to go.
2 more laps to gain what is going to be, well, we'll see exactly what the gap is. You can ignore Tim Mile now on your timing tower. It is James Miles in second place, so he comes across the line very shortly, does John Village. There he goes, and Village is, what's that, 33 seconds or so behind James Miles.
And lapping about 19 seconds a lap faster, so you know, it's touch and go, but it looks like that could be possible for John Village to overhaul that gap.
But he's got a few overtakes to do on his way, which could delay him, and he can only afford... He's got about 10 seconds, I reckon, to play with. He can't afford to lose much more than that.
Samuel Bayliss, I think, is one to watch, because he's 14 seconds lap faster than James Miles, and only 21 seconds behind with 2 laps to go. So he's someone to watch. That's Samuel Bayliss in the number 81 car.
It's all going to come together on the final half a lap here.
It is, exactly. Almost like it was planned that way. There's Samuel Bayliss. He's just getting through Shell Oil's corner now in the 81 car. The car behind him is the 47 car, which is the historic Formula V of Mark Lawton, the Cotswold Garages V, with the 1.3 litre big air-cooled engine. And there's Charlie Plain Jones just heading down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook once again. So we are most of the way around the penultimate lap of this race. We've still got a good fight going on, including Greg Catton, but Lyndon Thruston, I noticed, has sort of dropped back from Catton, so he's not going to be winning this race, I don't think.
But this is the man you think might have a chance.
I could
Sam
do.
Bayliss through
Yeah.
Knickerbrook Corner then. So can we see who's that in the distance? That's maybe Verheyden and Haywood Cook and Hugo Pickup ahead of him. So he can't yet see James Miles, but James Miles can't be that much further round the lap. They'll be coming through to start their final lap in a
There
moment.
he is.
There he is at Druids. So this is definitely doable, isn't it?
It is, and he's just going into Druids now, so he's going to get him at some point early on the final lap of the race, I think, is Samuel Bayliss in the number 81 car. We've just got to see, is there anyone else coming up quickly behind him? Just looking at the timing screens, Simon Gallen a couple of seconds faster, but 7 seconds behind, and John Village, he's the other one still to watch, isn't he?
Yes, because Village is at the line now, and where was Bayliss? Bayliss has gone through... Sorry, that's Bayliss at the line, Village at the line now, so that's going to be only about, well, the timing screen will tell us, 6 seconds or so, just under, between Bayliss and Village. It could boil down to a battle between those two, because Village is 15.5 seconds off the race leader.
But it was a slow last lap from Bayliss. He was 3 seconds off his pace. So he's 10 seconds behind the race leader and only lapping about 10 seconds faster now.
OK, and Village on the last lap was 18 seconds quicker than the leader and started the lap 15.5 behind. This could be close.
So that's Samuel Bayliss. He's ahead of Verheyden. He's up to 3rd place now. He's ahead of Pickup. No, that's up to 3rd. He's past Pickup now. So he's got Charlie Plain Jones in number 22 and number 11 James Miles ahead of him now.
Yep, so he is negotiating the traffic pretty well. How is John Village getting through the traffic, I wonder? Round the Shell hairpin they go. Won't be long then, I don't think, before Sam Bayliss is up into 2nd position, more than likely as they come over Hilltop. And then there is John Village, there is the 81, I beg your pardon, of Sam Bayliss making that move towards the Britain chicane. Where's Village? Where's Village? There is Village. So it's now the length of the Britain chicane between those two as they both pursue James Miles, the race leader, car number 11.
They do indeed. There is James Miles in that monoposto number 11, the Austin 7, for the driver that's been racing since 2010. He races in Europe, races in VSCC events as well as with the 750 Most Club, but now he's got right behind him Samuel Bayliss. Who is he going to be the winner of this race in the number 81 car, the Centaur Mark 14 for the driver from Rugby? There's John Village. He's just climbing Clay Hill as well, so it is going to come together right at the end of the race here.
Up towards Druids they come then, so we could have a change for the lead here. Sam Bayliss is going to pass James Miles, I think, on the exit of Druids. Does John Village have time to get there? Village was 3 abreast, I think, in the background, trying to make progress. There's a surface flag waiting for them at Lodge Corner, but I think behind the timing tower there's going to be a change of lead. Is there? Here he comes, Sam Bayliss up the inside, and I'm not... oh no, he can't pass because there's a yellow flag zone.
So it's not a yellow flag, it's only a slippery surface flag. You can pass there, and I wonder if he realises that. He can pass there if he wants to, and he's going to try and do it now. He's side by side with James Miles. He's getting his nose in front up to the line. They come. It's going to be side by side over the line. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be James Miles or is it going to be Samuel Bayliss? And it's James Miles that wins it. Samuel Bayliss is 2nd, and John Village is in 3rd place. I do wonder though, he was just perturbed by the yellow and red slippery surface flag and thought he couldn't overtake when he could. Charlie Plain Jones is 4th, Hugo Pickup 5th, Simon Gallen 6th, Richard Verheyden 7th, Greg Catton is 8th, Graham Wilson is 9th, and Richard Pryorans are at the top 10. And I don't know why we don't do this more often, Andy.
I think every race should be a handicap race. That was brilliant. Sam Bayliss, I mean, he will be kicking himself afterwards. Maybe he thought that he would have the speed up the hill anyway, but he didn't. James Miles found an extra gear almost and just managed to hang on.
It is a supercharged Austin 7, so that will have helped him, I think, you know, climb the hill and get over the line. So you've got there the top 10 at the end of that, separated by 12 seconds, which is a remarkable thing. The top 14 covered by 29 seconds, a few stragglers still to come through. We don't really concern ourselves with the classes within the handicap race, but for the record, James Miles, Samuel Bayliss, Charlie Plain Jones and Greg Catton were the first cars home in their respective classes. But yeah, 0.134 seconds between the first two at the end of that race, and it wasn't far away from being 3 of them right together. If the finish line was somewhere just around the corner at Oulton, I think John Village might have won that race. So yeah, dramatic stuff from the historic 750 Formula in the first of their handicap race of the season. They used to have a couple each year. I think the drivers enjoy them, and we enjoy them as well. Let's have a look at the results of that race then. is number 11, James Miles, the winner at the end of 7 laps in his Austin 7 monoposto, from number 81, Samuel Bayliss, in second, and Centaur Mark 14, 0.134 seconds behind. In third place, number 29, John Village in the Village V2. Fourth, number 22, Charlie Plain Jones in the Austin 7 County Special. Fifth, number 69, Hugo Pickup in the Austin 7 Ulster. Sixth, number 61, Simon Gallen in the Austin Pigsty Special. Seventh to number 6, Richard Verheyden in the Austin Ulster Bad Frog. Eighth to number 31, Greg Catton in the Dyson Type 64. Ninth to number 7, Graham Wilson in the Time 3B. And 10th, number 27, Richard Pryor in the DNC Mark 3. Then Ben Bolt, Mark Lawton, Nick Hayward-Cook and John Donnelly. And a bit further back, just looking at the next screen, we saw Luigi Bayliss, Michael Harvey. Something happened to Lyndon Thruston, I think, because he is showing a lap down. We know about Tim Mile. I don't think I ever really saw Trevor Slatter during the course of the whole of that race, but he didn't make it to the end apparently, and neither did Greg and Thruston. So that was the his Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series handicap race. We'll return to some sort of normality shortly with the penultimate race of the day, which is going to be for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and then we've got the ultimate BMW race to round out the day here at Oulton Park, and we'll look forward to that. I think we're still waiting for the drivers to head back into Parc Fermé as the course car doing its lap of the circuit, just to make sure that everything is clear before the cars are released onto the track for the next race of the day, which, as I say, is the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Some of the marshals just repositioning themselves. I think at some posts they do sort of swap positions during the course of the day, so they get a variety of different angles to enjoy the action from. As I say, very well supported again by marshals here at Oulton Park this weekend, and once again we extend our sincere thanks to them for all of the hard work that they're doing here today, and at 750 Motor Club race meetings up and down the country. Next time 750 Motor Club are out is at Snetterton later on this month, towards the end of June, and I'm sure we're well supported by marshals there as well. So BMW Live here at Oulton Park. It's, I think, probably winding down a bit now. I expect some drivers and owners of cars have decided to make their way home, but I'm sure we'll still have some for the parade at the end of the day here at Oulton Park for the stalwarts. You can see that the drivers from the historic 750 Formula race have now started to make their way down into Parc Fermé, so hopefully we'll be able to hear from one or two of them at the end of that race. So, rather than going down to Parc Fermé to hear from the winners this time, we are, for those of you watching on the live stream, going to have another little feature with Will Beaumont from BMW Live.
On the top of the hill in the infield is a spectacular place to see bits of the track and also be surrounded completely by wonderful BMWs again. What else would you expect at BMW Live? We are going to be here with Martin. We're in front of your M535i, an E28. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm making sure I get everything correct. Fantastic stuff. How long have you had this, and what do you use it for?
I've had it for 12 years, and I just use it for shows now. But I mean, it does go to long trips as well because it's got the capability to do that.
It still has that capability, even though, I mean, how old is it? I mean,
it'll be 40 years next year. So it should be tax exempt and MOT exempt as well next year, so that'd be great.
Well,
no stress.
Fantastic stuff. And yeah, so even as a 40-year-old car, you're using it. It's still capable of doing what it was originally designed to do, which was fast, big motorway miles. Or obviously, but at 70 miles an hour, not autobahn speeds like it would do in Germany.
No, not at all. But I mean, I took the family to Norfolk in it a few years ago, straight down the 14 from Shropshire where we live, and it was just fabulous. 4 people, suitcases, and it was just great, and just loved it. It's just.
I can see why.
As well, it still drives modern, but it doesn't drink modern.
No, that's an unfortunate problem, isn't it? But aerodynamics and efficiencies have all moved on a little bit, but possibly not necessarily always to the benefit of us, because these cars look utterly wonderful, and we don't get to see things as that are as this really traditional BMW shape, which has become iconic and classic, and it's absolutely, and and so it's great that you're preserving it and using it and getting it out there so other people can see it, and great to be at shows.
Bit of presence, haven't they? Like, when they come out, they got that presence. They're sort of quite slippery nowadays as they get more modern, these BMs, and more of a muchness.
Yeah, again, like I say, aerodynamics makes that a necessity, I suppose. But it's great that we have lost a little bit of this style.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So thank you very much for showing us around it, and I hope you have a great show. Thank you very much. Thank you. So as we move from one 5 Series, we move to another. We've got the next. The successor to the E28, the E34, we've got here, which again, I'll be totally honest, as much as I love that car, and that is wonderful, the E34 shape is my favourite 5 Series shape. My dad had one, and I suppose I got a lot of good memories with E34s, and I think they're just sort of, they encapsulate, when I think 5 Series, this is the car that I envisage, and I suppose it's special to see them, because you used to see so many of them. They were a popular car, and now you very rarely get to see things like that on the road. And as great as many modern cars are, it is wonderful to see the individual and the iconic sort of traditional BMW design language, on the road when we get opportunity. And there's plenty of that here. So we'll keep moving down because we've got a wonderful selection of and more cars. Talking about individual looking cars, we've got a 325 Ti, which was a straight. I've been given a fact sheet here of I can't go into the whole thing. I don't know if we've got time. We've got this wonderful, great selection of all the things that I did, and I was right. It's a 325 Ti. I knew I was right. I don't know why I doubted myself, but these are great things. A really sort of a really great take on the E46 sort of front end to give it its own unique look and own unique style. The compact, which the short back end that started with the E36, and then they followed into the E46 before obviously then the successors really to the 1 Series and the proper sort of more hatch on its own. This is an absolutely great car and a very sort of interesting, and for BMW to put a straight 6 engine in essentially what is a hatch, and create a really unique hot hatch, which doesn't really we don't get that anymore. We have not had we don't get a straight 6-cylinder hot hatch anymore. Right then, so we've got plenty of wonderful cars here, and we're gonna carry on walk around the show, and we will catch up with you in a bit later after we've had a quick look at this E31 8 Series. Thanks very much.
Nice car. Shame about the wheels. Don't let your style be curbed by damaged alloys. Whether you need them fully restored or just fancy a change, the Wheel Specialist is the UK's industry-leading wheel refurbisher. With over 1 million wheels refurbished and repaired, the Wheel Specialist brings you long-lasting guaranteed finishes, quality workmanship, as well as a warm welcome in our showroom. Already trusted by thousands of public and business customers, you can be confident that your wheels will get the specialist treatment. The Wheel Specialist. Get your quote today. thewheelspecialist.co.uk.
So the second race of the day for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. The cars just released out of the assembly area, heading out to the grid for this 20-minute race. Early on today, it was Mark White that took the win in his Honda Civic Type R from the Integra Type R of Alex Smith. Dave Russell was third, winning his class in the BMW E36 ahead of Phil England, who won his class in his Scooby Impreza WRX, and Doug Inglis a bit further back won his class as well. This is how the grid lines up for the second race then. Pole position this time has gone to number 84 I should say, Alex Smith, and then besides him is 12 Dave Russell. Second row, the race 1 winner Mark White, number 65, and Jonathan Candler, number 1. Third row on the inside, you've got number 8 Phil England in the Subaru, and 815 Keith Atwood in the Mini. Row 4 of the grid, number 13 Adam Joyce BMW, and 113, which is the car of Paul Chapman, the Renault Clio. Paul Mellon, number 22, lines up on the inside of row 5, but we're going to be without, I think, Alex Rivette, number 3. Row 6 is Dupes Ian Cooper, number 51, in the Daewoo, and 96 is Ben McLaughlin in the Renault. On the 7th row of the grid, it's the escort of number 15, Chris Dancer, and the Oulton Commodore of 62, Paul Martin Jones. Paul Waterhouse, 230, is on the inside of row 8, and 26 is Gareth Moss in the MX-5. Row 9, Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot, and Douglas Inglis, number 6, in the Mazda. Row 10 of the grid, that's Trevor Hancock, who was vying with Inglis for the Class D victory earlier on, and the Treble 4 car of Richard Phillips. Row 11 is number 7, Kieran Lambourne, who I think had the exhaust dragging, didn't he, in the first race on the BMW, and 17 being the car of Sebastian Unwin. 64 is Harry Townsend on the inside of row 12, besides number 35, which is Richard Brown in the MR2 Roadster. Row 13 of the grid, the MGB of number 72, Andrew Holmes, and 34, this was a car that was off in the first race, Sean Graham in the Sultan Low Cost. 14 is Peter McNichol in his Class D Mazda MX-5 on the inside of row 14, besides him, number 300, Ewan Evans. Row 15 is 88, which is another of the 116s, that's Adam Stanbury, besides him is number 92, which is Jack Squires. Row 16 of the grid, number 4 is the car of Mel Highland, 32 is Gemma Barnsdale, 57 I think probably is missing, which is Simon Vernon, and 24 rounding off this grid, Lloyd Fountain. So, big grid of cars we have for the second Armed Forces Race Challenge event of the day. Andy McEwen, as ever, alongside me, and should be an interesting one this, because the grid just slightly jumbled up from the first race, with the race 1 winner only starting on row 2 this time.
Indeed so. It's why I like this format of second fastest lap times in qualifying determining the race 2 grid. Partly because it makes qualifying more of a challenge. You can't just be a one-hit wonder. You've got to be consistent over a number of laps. But also because it does give us a slightly different look very often at the front of the grid from what we had in the earlier race. The big change really for me, I know Mark White starting third makes a difference, but he and Alex Smith pretty evenly matched. Actually, it's David Russell being on the front row that I'm interested to see, because he got the best start of all 3 of them in race 1, but then got a face full of Honda going into Old Hall Corner. Had nowhere to go with that momentum, but now he's got clear track in front of him. Yes, he's on the outside line, but that isn't always that much of a disadvantage here at Oulton Park. You can carry good momentum on the outside, and that might just propel him into the lead. Also keep an eye on Phil England in the Subaru, because he started a bit further back for race number 1. Got a brilliant launch, as you'd expect. Four-wheel drive Subaru Impreza, probably the fastest accelerating car off the line, and he's starting from 5th place, so we could have even more action through the first couple of corners that could mix the field up even more. So yeah, should be a good race.
Certainly should. 20 minutes of it. What time are we at? 5:07. We are only about 2 or 3 minutes late starting this race, so good effort after a couple of delays there by the 750 Motor Club to keep us on track. So this Armed Forces Race Challenge, you can see Jockey White's got his driver's door open there just to get some air into the cockpit before the race gets underway. Warm work on what is a warmish day by the standards of this so far. Dry at least, that's something, isn't it? That's been quite the result today. Last few cars coming into place then. Be interesting to see how this one pans out. Don't forget the championship points in this awarded based on the performance index results, which rewards consistency rather than on overall finishing position. And it was Ben McLaughlin that led the championship coming into this round from Dave Russell. Right, green flag waved at the back. So very shortly, the 5-second board will be shown. Mark White closes his door very wisely. And the race about to get underway. Cars are on the way towards us now, and let's see, is it going to be Dave Russell that gets into the lead? He's alongside Alex Smith into the first corner. I think Smith is just about going to have his nose ahead, so it's Smith leading, and Russell's second, and White third, and England fourth, but White's majorly out of shape there, so he's going to lose out at least one place to Phil England, who's now hassling Dave Russell as they head down through Denton's towards the right-hand cascade at the start of this first lap of the second race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, but it's Smith that leads in his Integra Type R.
Yeah, so as I predicted, Phil England away well. He might now lose a place to Mark White, though, who's coming back at him as they head down the Lakeside Straight for the first time and towards the quick left-hander at Island Bend. All of them safely through the first couple of corners by the looks of it, despite a couple of sketchy moments over the curb at Old Hall. The order at Shell, though, it is now Honda, BMW Honda, as we saw, I believe, in the early stages of race number 1, but it is still Alex Smith leading the way, then Russell second, White third, and Phil England, as I thought might happen, just slipping out of the overall podium position. The Subaru, once we get going, doesn't really seem to have anybody else that's on the same pace as it. So Phil had a bit of a lonely race the first time around. The same could not be said for the top three, though, who are continuing their battle. Here comes Mark White into second place, round the outside of David Russell, and now sets off after his race one sparring partner.
Absolutely. Adam Jewis there locking up a little bit in the BMW. He was not too far behind Jonathan Candler. And then you've got, that's the 96 car of Ben McLaughlin, isn't it, who is in the Clio 172, just ahead of the Caterham. Then you've got the Oulton Commodore, and that sentence in its own right sort of summarises quite nicely the diversity of cars that we have on this Armed Forces Race Challenge grid. Heading through Druids they go then. There is a bit of a gap back behind Adam Jewis. There's Candler, who has the number 1 in his car, having been the champion last year. I don't think Brands went completely to plan from his point of view, but it's good that he's getting stuck in here at Oulton Park today. Then you've got coming towards us now the McLaughlin Clio, then the Caterham, then the Paul Martin Jones car, and then the rest of them going through. I can see for the lead of the race out of our commentary box window, it was pretty much side by side. It is still just about Alex Smith holding on though, Andy.
Yeah, Mark White had a big lunge up the inside at Old Hall Corner, nearly got the job done. He's hunting around again, heading for Cascades for the second time, but it is still the Integra ahead, and of course as they battle, David Russell not being dropped either. Good exit from Cascades there from Mark White, gets himself up alongside, gets his nose ahead, and he's got the preferred line for Ireland Bend. That might not matter though, because I think he's cleared the Integra. No, not quite. Smith, very brave into the corner, carries the speed round the outside, and that gives him the inside line for the Shell hairpin. Who comes out of this on top, Ian?
We'll find out. I still don't know, actually. They're still side by side all the way around Shell Oil's corner. Smith and White in their 2 Type Rs, one the Integra, one the Civic, and it's a touch between them. That's unusual in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It is White that comes out in front. The Integra loses ground because of that, and it's Russell that actually is the biggest loser there, and Phil England with the pull that he's able to get with the four-wheel drive out of the slow corners, he gets ahead of both of them, and he goes up into second place ahead of Smith and Russell now in fourth. That was all really caused by that little touch between the Integra and the Civic and the momentum that Alex Smith lost.
Yeah, put Smith completely on the wrong line through the chicane, then he picked up a load of understeer mid-corner, and that just absolutely destroyed his exit speed. But Phil England read the situation perfectly and blasted past a lot of them into second place, and he looks quicker in this race, I'd say, than he did in race number 1. I know he benefited from that battle then, but the car looks quicker. He's gapped the rest of the field a little bit more quickly than he did earlier on today. So we'll see whether he can keep that going over the remaining 16 minutes of the race, which comes towards the completion of its second lap now. Through Lodge Corner they go. There's the Peugeot then of Candler in 5th position, the number 1 car. Had some good battling going on further back. The Commodore's not lost as much ground this time either.
The Clio is losing ground though. That's Ben McLaughlin going rather slowly underneath the vehicle bridge there. So it looks like he's got a problem. The man that was leading the championship coming into this round, and he's being lapped by being passed by quite a few cars into the corner. There's the Kieran Lambourne BMW. Looks like the exhaust is holding up quite well on that. And what's the car in front of him? Oh, that'll be the Daewoo.
Very nice, very nice. Yes, it will. And unique car it is on the grid. It's about to lose a place, though, I think, to the BMW, which does slip through on the inside at Old Hall Corner. Sideways for Lambourne, but he gathers it all together. Now, at the front of the field, Phil England has set the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minute 0.039. His fastest lap earlier on was a 2 minute 0.067. So actually what it is that everyone else is going a little bit more slowly than they were in the earlier race. And Phil England, off like a rocket, is actually chasing after Mark White. He was closing in on Mark as they left our view down towards Cascade. So I'll be interested to check back in with the leaders there, coming over Hilltop towards the Hislop chicane. But Mark White may not have this race sewn up just yet.
Unsurprisingly, Ben McLaughlin's broken Clio has made its way into the pit lane. There's our Class D winner from race 1, Doug Inglis, heading through, and he's in 12th position overall. But we saw this, he had a relatively good start in race 1, then dropped back a bit, back into the clutches of Trevor Hancock, and this race is currently in 2nd in Class D, in 18th position, but we'll see if they close into one another as the race goes on. We've got the Holden, then the Mazda. That was off, wasn't it, in the first race? Gareth Moss in the 26 car. And then you've got the Paul Chapman Clio just in behind him as well. So we are working lap 3 of the race. Mark White it is that continues to lead from Phil England and Alex Smith. There is the number 22 car, which is the Paul Meller Caterham 7, the driver from Seaford, 54-year-old aircraft engineer. First season of racing, he's done some auto testing for this. It's a Rover K series engine car that he's owned for 8 years, that Caterham, and it's done 80,000 miles on the road. Meanwhile, some flames are being spat by the Holden.
I enjoyed that. I don't think I was the only one that did either. That is the sort of iconic shot of a V8 type racing car, isn't it? It's closing in on the car ahead now as well, actually, as they head through Old Hall Corner. Lead gap is out, by the way. Mark White now starting to establish himself out in front, but second, third and fourth pretty much nose to tail as they began their fourth lap of racing. It's further back there. The MX-5 finally does lose that position, I think, now, down towards the bottom of the hill. So Chapman gets ahead of Gareth Moss, and here comes the Holden. This is for 7th position, isn't it? Paul Meller now has to give second best to the V8-powered number 62 machine, which blasts through into 7th, but now they're about 13 seconds or so behind the top half dozen, so that might be as good as it gets.
And we've got the 3 Pauls together again. Paul Martin-Jones, Paul Meller and Paul Chapman all together in 7th, 8th and 9th position. Meanwhile, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are equally as close to one another. They don't share a name though. Phil England, Alex Smith, Dave Russell. In 3 different classes, classes A, B and C respectively. Russell leading his class by about 7.5 seconds from Jonathan Candler in the Peugeot a bit further back. Phil England leading Class A. Paul Martin-Jones is his rival in that class, and he's quite a bit further back. But Russell, I think, more likely focused on his overall finishing position here and looking to get back onto the podium as he was in race 1.
Yep, and as you said, continuing to run a consistent, safe pace, which he's been able to do so far, but if they start battling ahead of him, that might interrupt his ability to do that. It does look as though Alex Smith is very shortly going to start trying to find a way past Phil England, but that Subaru is performing very well off the corners, as you'd expect, but also in a straight line, and that's going to make it tricky for Alex Smith to find a way through. It's very difficult to overtake a car that's getting off the corners and then quicker in the speed traps than yours is. So Alex, if he wants to get that second place, he's going to have to invent a new way of finding a way through. The frustration is that he probably could do something about Mark White if he could find a way through, because lap times are pretty comparable. White just did a 57.768, Smith about 9/10 slower, but of course at times you feel getting held up maybe by the Subaru, as once again he closes in on second place towards Shell.
Indeed so. Meanwhile, the Pauls have been separated because Gareth Moss in his Mazda MX-5 has got back amongst them again, and Chris Dancer in the Escort not too far behind either. Meanwhile, that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th still continuing on. Representation, as we've said, from all of the different classes, and it's a bit of a primary colour battle as well, isn't it? We've got the yellow, red and blue cars here, predominantly red car anyway, of Alex Smith with the Air Force livery on the side as well. Down to the chicane they come, at the bottom of the hill, a favoured viewing position for so many spectators. Watching the cars heading their way through that, and now through Nickerbrook and up Clay Hill once again. They've not lost sight of Mark White, have they? Whose best lap on the last lap of 1:57.7, a little bit off what he did in the first race. See if we can do anything. Well, he has got a clear track, because I suspect he's not going to have a clear track for too much longer, as traffic will start to come into play.
Yep, good run through Druids here for Alex Smith. Is he going to be close enough to have a go under braking into Lodge? That's maybe the one area where the Subaru is vulnerable to attack, but Phil England moves to the middle of the road to cover, so he is going to actively defend this second place if he can, even though his class victory is pretty much in the bag unless he makes a mistake. Mark White, meanwhile, continuing to set fastest lap after fastest lap, a 1:57.523. What was his fastest lap earlier on today? It was a 56.1, so we're quite a way off that pace, actually, but then he doesn't really need to push. He's gapping them anyway because they're all busy battling for second place.
They are indeed, and they're lapping within a couple of tenths of one another, aren't they? 1:58.2s and 1:58.4s. The lap times that these 3 cars are pulling in at the moment, now 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, this group of cars, as they turn their way through the left-hander at Island once again. Phil England in that number 8 car, second place car, 45-year-old project manager from Louth, 2-litre turbo car from 1997. Originally, it was his road car, and he's converted it to doing sprints and time attack events over the years. Then you've got Alex Smith with this 1996 Type R with the K20 engine that he's sort of built between his deployments about 3 or 4 years ago now. There's Doug Inglis. Now he's still in the lead of Class D, but as I predicted, he has dropped back down the order. He's gone to 15th now, and he is still a couple of places ahead of Trevor Hancock. So there's about 8 seconds between the two of them. So he looks reasonably safe still for his class victory. But as I said, he seems to make a good start to the race and then drop back a little bit. Actually, where did he start for this race? He was started 18th, got up to 12th, and now he's dropping back down again.
Yes, but you often see that. Again, that is a car you'd expect to make good progress early on, lightweight and pretty good off the line, so maybe flattering slightly that position after a couple of laps and then slipping back to where he ought to be, but still lapping quicker than second place in class, so that shouldn't change hands. Across the line comes a battle for a position that may well change hands. Second position, Phil England, Alexander Smith. Alex has been within a car's length or so of the Subaru now for a lap and a bit, and just hasn't yet been able to find a way through. Whilst up the road, look at that, Mark White in a world of trouble, surrounded by back markers. These are some of the 116 BMWs, and this is massively delaying the race leader. Now, he had time to play with, 3.3 seconds up the road at the beginning of the lap, but he could have done without that.
He certainly could. So, of course, now the back markers will be in the way of the likes of Alex Smith, as they are right now. Smith ahead of Phil England now, so they have swapped around. Smith on the last lap did a best lap of the race, a 1:57.512, and he has got ahead of Phil England, possibly with that as they came into this traffic. They've got a bit of daylight between themselves and Dave Russell now as well in the BMW, as England goes past the number 4 car of Mel Hyland there, the 35-year-old from Dublin, a driver in the Armed Forces. First season of racing for him in the Army Sports Car Racing prepared car. 65 then, Mark White in the lead of the race with 6 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. He's climbing back up the hill. The 113 car is into the pit lane by the looks of it, which is Paul Chapman in the Clio, so he'd dropped back a little bit outside the top 10. So he's presumably got a problem which has caused him to head into pit lane. Meanwhile, second and third a bit more spread out than they were, and Dave Russell not really in the picture now.
No, he's not, is he? Dave Russell hasn't looked as competitive, strangely, as he did earlier on in the day. Whilst conversely, Phil England really holding his own now in third place. Yes, he's lost that position to Alexander Smith, but running a lot more strongly than he did in race number 1. Phil England comes across the line. The lead gap is 4 seconds, because in the end, actually, Smith was slower by a couple of tenths than Mark White. So I think second place might be the position that Alex Smith has to settle for here now. Just lost too much time behind Phil England. But Phil England now coming across on one of the MR2s. Phil's best lap in this race is now a 57.677. So, wow, yeah, he's going almost 4 seconds quicker than he did in race 1, Phil England. So he has found a big chunk of performance, and looks as though maybe he'll be rewarded with an outright podium.
Certainly looks like that could be on the cards. Although, in the first part of this lap was Dave Russell starting to close back in on him, because the gap between them was 4 seconds at the start of the lap, and it ain't 4 seconds now. So as Phil England, having been picked up by Andy McEwen, actually got a bit of a problem. Meanwhile, Mark White still seems to be going pretty well in that number 65 car. Chalky White, a man from Wantage, operations manager with Mission Motorsport, which do such tremendous work. He was the runner-up in 2023, and he's got the K20. Oh, and that's Andrew Holmes going off in the MGB. So that's a shame to see the roads to leave the circuit for the driver from Chesterfield over in Derbyshire. One of the 116s going through, of which there are quite a few. Highland there in the number 4 car. 300 is Ewan Evans, who coming into this weekend was leading the Novice Championship and the Graduate Championship as well, which run alongside the main Armed Forces Race Challenge. Jonathan Kander there, you can see he's now getting stuck into these back markers as well in the number 1 car. He's in 5th position overall with his beautifully turned out Peugeot 306 GTI. The other points table we have is for the teams championship as well, where the services sort of do battle with one another. The Navy and the Marines were narrowly ahead of the RAF, the veterans and the Army coming into this meeting. We'll have to see how things look between the different services after that, Andy.
That was Kieran Lambourne going slowly, I think, out of Britain. So that number 7 BMW that had the exhaust falling loose in race 1, but never lost any pace because of it. Well, this race, the car keeping itself at least externally together, but something seems to be going wrong underneath because he was definitely slowing as he came over Hilltop.
So this is the battle for the final place inside the top 10 that was just going through there. Moss and Dancer. A bit further up the road, you've got Martin Jones and Mellor making their way through. Martin is just looking a little bit out of shape on the exit of Lodge Corner. Over the line they're going to go again with 3 minutes of the race left to go. It's still Mark White leading in that 65 car from 84 Alex Smith, 8 for England, 12 Dave Russell, and 1 Jonathan Candler.
Andrew Holmes, by the way, we saw pulling off at Druids, did complete that lap, so he got going again. So not sure what the issue was. Obviously an intermittent problem of some sort for Andrew. Not to be confused with our Alpha Live camera operator, Andrew Holmes, who is somewhere around the circuit filming the racing. I did wonder for a moment, but then I just saw he put a message on our WhatsApp group. So if he's driving whilst doing that, then that is definitely to be frowned upon. But yes, the MG unfortunately slowing, but then did eventually get going once again. And hopefully will continue until the flag. And Shell goes the Holden. Mark White then 5.2 seconds up the road from Alex Smith, and David Russell still not really able to get within striking range of Phil England, is he?
Chris Dan's got ahead of Gareth Moss by the looks of it for the 9th position, and there you can see the evidence that Andrew Holmes is back on the circuit. Indeed. So there is Smith in the background. It looks like Phil England in the number 8 car, just breaking a little bit more of a break away again from Dave Russell, having been reeled in on the previous lap. His last lap was a 1:58. The previous lap was a 2:01. So I think there must have been a bit of a mistake from Phil England on the previous lap that dropped him back into the clutches of Dave Russell. Having said that, what was 9/10 of a second at the start of the lap, it was looking like less than that now, though they're back into the back marker lap route once again.
I think he's just struggling under braking a little bit. He's braking a lot earlier than David Russell is and not carrying the speed into the corners, but then he's being rescued by that four-wheel drive traction and the extra horsepower that he's got down the straights. So he should be okay, I think. Even if Russell gets any closer, it would be difficult for David to get through, unless he fancies a real lunge under braking. But they are in different classes, and yes, they want to finish inside the top 3 overall, but it is the class position really that matters a little bit more, as they've just worked their way past the number 64 Peugeot of Harry Townsend, who is running outside of the top 10 somewhere. In fact, outside of the top 18th place Harry Townsend is.
Yep.
As they drop downhill and battling with, is this a battle for position? I think it is, isn't it, with Richard Brown?
Yeah, the Harry Townsend car locks up quite heavily there into his lots. There's the Kieran Lambourne car, which is looking rather like it's been driven into a hedge.
Well, I wonder, it's back up to speed now, so I wonder whether maybe we caught it recovering from a moment, maybe.
Yes, I think we rather might have done there. Alex Waldeck is right behind the Daewoo of Dupsy and Cooper, and they were in 12th and 13th position, respectively, over the line. The clock is counting down to 0, but Mark White has already gone through. Yep, so he's going to get one more lap out of this. Checker flag hasn't been shown. So, yeah, 19 minutes and 53 seconds when he went over the line, Mark White. So he's going to get best part of 22 minutes of racing out of this. He's going to make it an 11-lap race, as it was earlier on. There's Paul Martin Jones in the number 62 Holden Commodore, still there in 7th place and still second in Class A behind Phil England. Interesting that he's still got Paul Mellor for close company. There's not been much to choose between them for the whole race, I don't think, despite the vastly different nature of those cars.
Yeah, both generating lap time in very different ways, aren't they, these two?
Absolutely. And less flames being put out by the little Rover K-Series engined car.
Indeed so. Well, and the 116s, excuse me, all staying together as well. This has been a brilliant battle all race long, and it is for position, isn't it, within class and overall positions. The number 4 of Bell Highland still at the front of this queue, with Jack Squires and Ewan Evans behind, but they've never been more than that sort of distance apart since the start.
No, absolutely. Really nice battle for that 23rd, 24th, 25th position. And that's what they've been disputing. So cars a bit further back and a bit more spread out here. Is this going to be Kieran Lambourne coming back towards us again? Meanwhile, what Mark White, he's heading into Druids Corner for the final time in this race. And he's had a pretty good day, hasn't he? A win earlier on. And although he started on the secondary of the grid for this one, was able to get into the lead relatively early on during this race. And is going to make it 2 from 2, and indeed 4 from 4 for the season so far after the opening meeting at Brands Hatch. Another double victory here at Oulton Park in the Armed Forces Race Challenge for number 65, Mark White. And he does another lap in the 157s on the final lap of the race. Second place goes the way of Alex Smith. Third place the way of Phil England, who wins his class. Fourth place Dave Russell in the BMW 3 Series. He wins his class as well. Then there will be a bit of a gap back to Jonathan Candler, who is going to be 5th overall in car number 1 in the Peugeot 306. And then the next car after that should be the BMW 125i of Adam Dewis. There, no, not yet, is Jonathan Candler. So he's yet to come through. We've got back marks coming through beforehand. It's rather further back that we find Jonathan Candler than I thought. And Adam Dewis wasn't very far behind him. It was a slightly slow lap from Candler on the final lap and a slightly quicker lap from Dewis. So he did close the gap a little bit on the car in front of him. So that's the way the top 6 finished. We're still waiting for Paul Martin Jones, who should be 7th in the Holden. Paul Mellor 8th in the Caterham. Chris Dunson 9th in the Escort. And Kieran Lambourne 10th in the E46 330 BMW. So they're all going to come through. Andrew Holmes as well after his drama in the middle of that race. But certainly up front we had some entertainment again, Andy, in that one, with Mark White eventually coming home with a sort of 9-second victory, so relatively clear cut in the end.
Yeah, I'd be interested to have seen how different it might have been had Alex Smith been second the entire race. It kind of felt that once he got past Phil England, he wasn't ever really in with much of a chance of catching White, and indeed his pace was not as quick as it had been in the earlier race, so maybe he knew that as well and just sort of stroked it home. But yeah, entertaining battling going on behind, definitely, and that is what we like about multi-class racing, such a wide variety of car out on track, still cars battling to the line. That's the Daewoo, isn't it, that has just about, I think, held on to its position to the timing line. And yeah, some good scrapping, and the main thing is the majority of them getting to the end of that race with minimal damage, and they'll be looking forward, I'm sure, to their next event in a few weeks' time.
Yes, they will indeed. The Armed Force Race Challenge continuing with the 750 Motor Club later in the year, but we're going to have a look at the result of that race now. 65 Mark White it was that took the victory at the end of 11 laps in his Honda Civic Type R. Second place went the way of number 84 Alex Smith in the Integra Type R, the gap between them 8.9 seconds. Third to number 8 and a Class A win for Phil England in the Super Impreza WRX. Fourth number 12 Dave Russell, who won Class C in the BMW E36. Fifth was number 1 Jonathan Candler in the Peugeot 306. Sixth number 13 Adam Dewis in the BMW 125i. That was Paul Martin Jones, Paul Mellor, Chris Dancer, Kieran Lambourne completing the top 10. But it was Ian Cooper in the Daewoo and Alex Waldeck, the last of the cars on the lead lap, with Doug Inglis in the Mazda MX-5 winning Class D once again, ahead of Paul Waterhouse in his Peugeot 306. You can see as well, Trevor Hancock was the second car in Class D, and Seb Unwin was third within that class. Best of the 116s was Seb Unwin, quite a few of those completing the race. Gareth Moss, we lost him towards the end, not sure what happened to him with the MX-5, but he wasn't classified there. You can see showing 27th, and I think there's probably one or two more that didn't make it to the end. Yeah, Lloyd Fountain, Paul Chapman, Ben McLaughlin all sadly retiring from that race before the end. So that's the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Hope you enjoyed that. The marshals are out with their brooms, and their spades, making sure that the circuit is clear for the final race of the day, which is for the going to be for the BMW Ultimate Race.
We're down here in the assembly area for the final race of the day. The BMWs are all lined up, getting ready to go. We've got the 1.4 right. There's just had a bit of an issue getting in, but luckily all looks good. So we're going to have a quick chat here. Jump in with Ethan Hall here, if we can just jump in here a second. I did spot during the race earlier, they were taping up this during the middle of the race. So Ethan, if I could just jump in, what happened earlier with that bump?
It's literally just us hitting that barrier down at the chicane. Everyone just keeps hitting it, and then we wipe all the black stuff off, and then it just comes back straight away. So I don't know. I keep saying to them, just don't wipe it off, because I'll just hit it again and again. But then that's just from, you know, giving people little love taps and bumping them along.
Basically, it's just you trying your best.
Yeah, just pushing my hardest.
Absolutely. So obviously, last race of the day. How are you feeling ahead of this race? How's your nerves? How's the competition out there?
I think all 6 of us 116 drivers, I think we're all just going into this just thinking of it as just like a fun sprint race, just sort of have fun. It's not really a competition because you've got all those fast BMWs at the front, so just have fun and just stay out of trouble.
Absolutely. And where do you think you're going to be any good? Do you want to be aiming for the class win?
No, I think Peter's got that sealed in the bag, but I think it'd be nice to get onto the class podium, maybe have a good battle with Toby and just, yeah, see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. I'll just move on here. So, yes, as you can see, there are a couple of 116s here that were racing during the trophy race a bit earlier on, and they can, because it is a BMW event, join the main BMW race. So we'll just jump in here. So we've got a lovely old, I think this is E30, I believe it is. If we can just jump in here with the number 37 driver. If I could just jump in a second, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the E30, right?
It's what? It's an E30, yeah.
Yes, E30.
Standard E30, it's a 316 that my mate had rotting at the end of his garden. So we didn't think that was right, so took it, stripped it, put a 2.5 litre standard M20 engine in it, and it's just a bit of fun, really. I've got to try and drive it home later as well.
It's certainly better to do this than to leave it rotting in the garden.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, stage 1 was driving it here, stage 2 is finishing the race, and then stage 3 is getting home to Bristol.
You're going to go to Bristol?
Yeah.
In a race car?
Well, yeah.
Are you dead? Are your ears ringing by the end of that journey?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you got earplugs help.
I'm not surprised. Wow. Well, I'll leave you to it then, because you probably don't want to hear anybody else in your ear then. So good luck for the race.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you. Right, bloody hell, driving to Bristol, that is one hell of a drive in a race car. That is commitment. That's what it is. That's what you get from racing drivers. What can you expect? So jumping with the 116 here is a big thumbs up. If I could just jump in a second, how are you feeling ahead of the race?
I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a long day waiting for the start of the race, but look, we got sunshine, no rain. Can't be bad. We're all here at Oulton Park and racing. Couldn't be better.
Absolutely. How are you finding the event in general, with the BMWs all out and being showed over there?
It's been a fantastic day, hasn't it? Having the BMW Car Club here, these BMW races, and we've had a wander around and look at the other BMW Car Club stuff going on. What a great day, just amazing.
Absolutely. And where are you thinking you're going to be ending up for the race?
Oh, crikey. Well, I've done very well to get to 9th in this old girl in the in quali, so all to play for in the race, isn't it? Hey, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race then.
Thank you very much. Yeah, have a great day. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, so green flag is out. We need to get out of the way. John, do you want to come over here? And we'll just make our way out over here so we can watch all the cars going out on track. It's the last race of the day. Anything could happen. We'll be passing back up to Ian and Andy in the commentary box. Cannot wait for the last one.
Yeah, indeed. Cars being released out onto the circuit for the ultimate BMW race here at Oulton Park. The conclusion to this 750 Motor Club race meeting and BMW Live. It's going to be a 40-minute race. which we should just about be able to squeeze in before the 6:30 curfew here at Oulton Park. A long old day it's been for everybody, but we've enjoyed some great racing, and I'm sure this race will be no exception. Let's take a look at the grid for this one. Pole position in qualifying this morning went the way of number 70, which was the car being shared by Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis. We saw them do battle earlier on in the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge race. They're teaming up now in Wayne Lewis's car. Besides them on the grid is number 33, Kevin Clark, who's won the Ultimate BMW race at different circuits for the past couple of seasons. On the second row of the grid, it's number 87, Louis Woodward. He's there in his M235i this time, and 73 is the car of Jack Layton and his teammate Matthew Sanders. That was the car that was off on the first lap of the first BMW Car Club Racing race after brake failure, wheel sensor issue, I've been told, at Shallow's Corner. Third row of the grid on the inside, you've got number 148, that's Stephen Scott Dunwoody. That's an E46 M3. Besides him is number 7, and that is John Brown. On the fourth row of the grid, that's 66 Mark Colmer, who we've seen out a couple of times already in the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge races, and 43 Steve Schreikart. 116 David Nunes, who we're hearing from on the grid there in his E30 M3, beautiful car, and he's going to be alongside the number 17 E36 328i of the Pywells. The 93 car of Johnny Hayes is on the inside of row 6 of the grid, and then it's number 5, which is Anthony Seddon, who's out in the 120 this time rather than the 116 that we saw him in earlier. On row 7 of the grid, it's the number 37 car, which is Robert Keogh in the 325i, and 151 is Peter Keane in the 116. Then it's the 34 car, which is O'Reilly in Tyndall, another 116, and 25 Ethan Hall. The 9th row is 8 and 40. 8 is the Robert Rees and Ray Grimes 116, and the number 40 car is that of Tristan Rogers. And then at the back of the grid, all being well, we have the 31 car of Smith and Holman and the 76 car of Stuart Pywell. So that's how the grid is going to line up for 40 minutes of racing, and we do have pit stop in this race. The pit lane window will open after 15 minutes, and pit lane will close after 30 minutes. There has to be a 60-second pit stop made during that time, and that is to allow those teams with more than one driver to change drivers. It's going to be Gareth Pywell who's starting car 17, I can tell you. David Smith car 31, Toby O'Reilly 34, and Jack Layton starting in car 73. The rest of the drivers I think all have just single drivers.
We are sadly missing car 148, that's Stephen Scott Dunwoody. Okay. Kieran tells us he failed the noise test, so hasn't been allowed out to race, which is a shame, due to start 5th.
Yeah, and this was the only races he was going to be doing today, so yeah, a sad end to his day here at Oulton Park, not able to take part in the race because he was just a little bit too loud on the noise meter. So cars are coming into position at the end of the green flag lap. You can see on pole position it is Wayne Lewis in the number 70 car as it's been numbered for this race, and number 33 next to him, Kevin Clark in the M3 CSL next to him on the grid. Great variety of cars that we have, and remember that the qualifying session this morning was interrupted. There was a stoppage. We had the safety car briefly, didn't we, as well, during the session, and as a result of that, maybe this could be just a little bit out of order, but we'll see how things pan out during the course of the race. Green flag at the back, 5-second board is shown. No time being wasted here at Oulton Park by the 750 to get this final race of the day underway, which it is now. And it's a great start by the car from pole position, number 70, which is Paul Cook at the start of the race, but Kevin Clark has the advantage just about as they go around Old Hall Corner for the first time. They're still side by side. Clark, though, all the way around the outside, I think has just about done it. I think he's got into the lead of the race as they head down the avenue into Cascades for the first time. He has indeed, gone through. It looks like it's Louis Woodward there in 3rd position, and John Brown, I think, in that yellow BMW is in 4th place as they head towards the left-hander at Island Bend for the first time. Steve Schweikart is out there, but he's been passed now by Jack Layton, that car that had dramas in the early race. He has taken the start. He was a bit worried that the problem might not have been fixed.
Yeah, braking issue, wasn't it, that sent him off here at the Shell hairpin. He said, if I don't take the start, it means that we haven't fixed the problem. But obviously they have managed to do that. But brilliant commitment there from Kevin Clark on cold, slick tyres to go round the outside of Paul Cook through Old Hall Corner. That took some doing. So he's got the lead, but now can he escape? He was a second and a half, nearly 1.6 seconds slower than the Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook car in qualifying earlier on, but as Ian made the point, it was a very, very interrupted qualifying session, and I do feel we didn't necessarily see the best of some of our potential front runners, including this car number 73 then, that started 4th on the grid. Didn't have a great start to the race, but they are clawing their way back towards the pointy end.
Certainly are. Up the hill they go, and it is 33 that leads then. Kevin Clark, 70, Paul Cook is in 2nd place, 87, Louis Woodward in 3rd in that very nicely turned out car indeed. That's the M235i, and then it's John Brown, number 7 in the E46 M3 for the drive from Glasgow. I think he raced that car in the M3 Cup Championship, the 750 Most Club round for a couple of seasons a few years ago. We've got a battle on. This is the car that started at the back of the grid, 76, which is Stuart Pywell, and he's up with the E30 M3 there of David Nunes in the 116 car, and that then is the battle for 9th and 10th position. Pywell having made the place by the time they got to the finish line.
Jack Layton has just blasted past John Brown down the avenue for 4th position, spotted that out of the window, so another place gain now for car number 73, which is charging through the order. That has already vacated Cascade, headed down towards Island Bend, but that car is really looking racy, isn't it? There are the top 2 then. And that is still Clark ahead of Cook, then 3rd position Louis Woodward, but look at the way that Jack Layton's already almost on his tail. That would be for 3rd position, so if these two don't get a move on, they could have car 73 arriving in their mirrors before too much longer.
Yeah, absolutely right. Going to be an interesting race, this one. But Kevin Clark, he won at Brands Hatch last year, he won at Donington Park the year before. Here's Jack Layton. Louis Woodward's not making it easy to get through, and why should he? In that number 87 car, but I think you'll find that the 73 car being started by Jack Layton, the E46 M3, is going to be a good deal quicker than the M235i, and again he looks to the right hand side of the circuit, and it's quite wide, isn't it, that 235 of Louis Woodward. Jack Layton as yet unable to find a way through. Dropping the John Brown car now, which is on its own in 5th position, and he still can't find a way through past Louis Woodward. He thinks he's got the pace in a straight line, but he's been unable to do anything with it as yet.
Yeah, so where can he make the move then? Gets a good run out of Lodge Corner, but again, the inside line is very robustly blocked by Louis Woodward, but blasting round the outside, in the end goes Jack Layton. And I don't know what all the fuss was about. He made it look quite easy. In the end, drove past the number 87 car and moves through into 3rd position. Now, his gap to the leaders is about 6 seconds or so. Paul Cook within 3 or 4 tenths of Kevin Clark. They're essentially circulating as one. I will be very interested over the next couple of laps, Ian, to watch the lap times for Jack Layton and see whether he's got a chance of catching those top 2. I think he might.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that, looking at what we saw from him in qualifying for the BMW Car Club race earlier on, but time will tell, and it's still nose to tail between Kevin Clark and Paul Cook here. 4 tenths between them at the start of the lap. We're working lap 3 of the race. Remember, it's a 40-minute race, so a long while still to go here. And nose to tail out of Britain's, up over hilltop they go, then dropping back down towards the chicane, and not a lot to choose between them. Kevin Clark, very experienced racer in primarily BMWs, really, in the Intersport, those Intersport prepared cars. As Paul Cook mounting an attack here on the lead of the race, but unable to do anything on the way up Clay Hill or into his. Yeah, Kevin Clark, as I was saying earlier on in qualifying, I remember him best for his racing in Eurocar in the 1990s, sort of the UK version, if you like, of NASCAR racing, which was based on circuits like the Mallory Mile for its first season, also raced on the short ovals as well as the full circuits. Meanwhile, what's Jack Layton done in terms of lap time this time through? Let's have a look. He was 6.2 seconds behind the leader at the start of the lap. He's about to come over the line now to complete another lap. Although TSL is not updating itself this time, which is unhelpful, as we tried to get that. It is just catching up now, but yeah, it's put Louis Woodward in the lead of the race, so we'll come back to that, Andy.
Yes, not entirely sure, but I think it's come down. I don't think he's 6 seconds back anymore. We've got a slow car here over Clay Hill.
Pywell.
Yes,
yeah.
it is, isn't it? Stuart Pywell, who you said started from the back anyway, and unfortunately that car not running at full pace, which is a shame because it's maybe, I think, the best looking car on the grid. I love that livery, and it's a beautifully prepared car, which sadly is not going to be taking much further part in the race by the looks of it. A couple of the 116s up and over Clay Hill. Now the tiring screen catches up, and yes, Jack Layton, new fastest lap of the race, 1:45.178, 2.5 seconds quicker than the leader.
Yeah, so he's going to get there in a lap or so, isn't he? Lap and a half, something like that. We'll have Jack Layton into the lead, or challenging for the lead of the race. Certainly it'll be more difficult, as we've seen, to get past. If they defend like Louis Woodward was defending a few moments ago, certainly Jack Layton will have his work out. And that's the Stuart Pywell car just diving for the pit lane there. So that car coming in and is in 14th position at the moment. A good battle here going on between the 116s. That's Ethan Hall in 25 and the 34 car, which has been started by Toby O'Reilly. And they're more or less together, but well, it was who's going to come out of the corner in front. O'Reilly, yeah, carried more speed in and has managed to make a move on Ethan Hall there, who did look like he had a bit of a dab on the brakes on the way into Cascades, which probably explains what happened there. And there's the Stuart Pywell car out of the race by the looks of it, in pit lane.
Yes, and just blasting past him were the leading trio, who are now covered by less than 2 seconds. So Jack Layton almost onto the tail of the squabbling Kevin Clark and Paul Cook. Sadly, Pywell taking no further part in the race. I think that he will be heading home early. Here are the leaders, though, heading up towards Island Bend. And look what looms on the horizon. Back markers. Pause there, because I thought I saw a bit of smoke coming from the right rear corner of Paul Cook's car, but I actually think it was tyre smoke. I think it was either sliding across the road or rubbing on the guard slightly. Nothing majorly to worry about, but he is wringing the neck of his car to try and get the lead before Layton starts applying the pressure to him.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to try and get alongside on the way out of Britain's, but couldn't make it through there. Is he going to manage to get in the tow here? But I think by the time they arrive down at Hislops, we're going to have 3 cars together for the lead of the race. Turning their way through the first element of the chicane they go then. It's Kevin Clark, number 33. Number 70, Paul Cook. Number 73 is Jack Layton. And they're basically together now. They've got 116 trophy spec cars up ahead of them on the circuit. And that traffic will start to come into play before very much longer, with still more than half an hour to go in this Ultimate BMW race put on by the BMW Car Club as part of the BMW Live event here at Oulton Park, which I think has been a good success, with lots of people turning out for this special event. Now, Paul Cook is really, really close to the back now, and he's trying to capitalise when there's back markers ahead. Kevin Clark had to move to the right of the circuit, directly in front of Paul Cook, to keep out of the way of those back markers. Jack Layton a little bit delayed by them, I fancy there, Andy.
Well, maybe. Paul Cook, track limits as he comes out of Old Hall Corner. Maybe. I'm not actually convinced that Layton was delayed by those back markers. I think he just had a poor run through Lodge Corner because he caught the back markers on the straight. That shouldn't really have slowed him down. But anyway, he's got time, I suppose, on his hand, and he's got the opportunity to use the pit stops. So really, having caught these two, he knows now that he's got 2 or 3 seconds a lap in hand over them. Doesn't really need to pass them on track. Either he can pit earlier or might do the overcut, as they like to call it these days, and pit after those two and use that to his advantage. But now he might have no choice but to join in the battle, because Kevin Clark and Paul Cook almost tangled there at the apex of the Shell hairpin. I think they just about avoided contact, but that's bunched all 3 together as Paul Cook goes for a gap up the inside of one of the 116s and elbows his way through at the British chicane.
Yeah, that was the 151 car of Peter Keane, the drive from Reading, that was in the midst of all of that. But yeah, this is one of those races where you could have a perfectly good motor race spoiled by pit stops, couldn't you? Yes. So let's hope they stay out for as long as they possibly can. The pit lane window opens in another, just under 5 minutes now, and it's open for 15 minutes in total. They are heading up the up Clay Hill under the pedestrian bridge towards Druids. Then the 3 cars basically together now. Kevin Clark 33, Paul Cook number 70, and Jack Layton number 73. Best lap of the race has gone to Jack Layton, and he is a couple of seconds faster than these other 2 cars on fastest lap times. But I just sense that he's not quite as confident as the other 2 with making a move, maybe.
Oh.
Well, let's see if I'm about to be proved wrong by that on the way down to Old Hall Corner, though.
Oh, he's got the power, but he's not as late on the brakes as Paul Cook. Paul's got the inside line. Is Layton going to go right round the outside? I think he might try it, but then dabs the brakes, backs out of it. Again, knows he doesn't really need to take the risk on track, but he's got Paul Cook's attention now, hasn't he? Paul tried to get a switchback on Kevin Clark coming off Lodge Corner, and for some reason, rather than getting a better exit, seemed to get a terrible exit from the corner, and that kind of allowed Layton to attack. Layton's car definitely quicker down the straights, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. Again, some of that tyre smoke you could see on the right rear of Paul Cook's car, so he spotted that a lap or so ago as well. But I think that's what it is, tyre smoke rather than anything else, as he's pushing on hard there. So down towards Britons they go once again. Layton, I mean, it's a quicker looking car in a way, isn't it? It's got sort of a more menacing stance about it. It seemed to carry more speed out of the hairpin, possibly just getting onto the power because it's got a bit more power a little bit earlier than the 2 cars in front of it. It's got that very wide wing as well. So down towards the chicane they go at Knickerbrook. 3 of them together, separated by probably about half a second. It's one of those chicken handkerchief over them jobs. Really, really close racing between these 3 there. 20 seconds plus clear of Louis Woodward now, who's in 4th place. John Brown is 40 seconds behind in 5th, and Mark Coleman in 6th. They're quite well spread out behind, but we've got a very good race at the front of the field.
And once again, Kevin Clark defending the lead into Lodge. Paul Cook going to try and go right round the outside this time. He'll be shown the edge of the road, I'm sure. Yes, he is. Over the curb you go. And that could allow Jack Layton this time to get the inside line towards Old Hall Corner. Here they come, the 3 of them together. And Jack Layton going for 2nd place. Is he late enough on the brakes? Paul Cook is going to turn into the corner. Just about stays clear of Layton, but that's twice in a row now, 2 laps in a row, that Cook has tried something at Lodge, and it's nearly cost him 2nd place.
I just sense though that Layton not as strong on the brakes as the other 2 cars, and that ultimately might well prove to be his undoing, because you need to be better on the brakes to make the move, and I'm not sure it may be the particular brakes that he has on that car, different specifications, car set up in a different way or whatever. There's going to be more traffic to deal with soon. You've got the BMW 120 that they're going to pass. I think that's Anthony Seddon's 120i that will be lapped, and also the other E30 as well. That's going to be passed too. Either side of Seddon they go. It's the 37 car that's also being lapped. That's Robert Keogh's 325i. And down into the corner, the E30 between now the 2 more modern cars. It's still, though, Kevin Clark in the lead of the race.
Yeah, that number 5 car of Anthony Seddon really delayed Paul Cook at Britain's. He wasn't able to get through on the way in, whereas Kevin Clark had been. So that's why there's now a bit of a gap between the 2 of them. And that's also why Paul Cook was so late on the brakes at his lob, so as not to get stuck behind another car on the way to the 2nd of the chicanes. So Paul Cook, again, pretty aggressive in traffic, but you can see why he's being aggressive, because the one time that he didn't follow Kevin Clark past a lap car, it's cost him, I would say, over a second.
Yeah, no, I should think pretty more than that. Let's have a look at the gap as they come over the line. Gap from Clark to Cook is 1.5. It's 4 tenths back to Jack Layton in 3rd position. And so Kevin Clark, for a moment at least, can just breathe slightly more easily in this race. Pit lane window will be open in 18 seconds. It'll be interesting to see whether any of these drivers opt to make an early stop in the first few minutes of the pit window. There's a 15-minute opportunity to get into the pit lane. There's going to be a 60-second stationary stop that they need to make. Obviously, Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis need to make a driver change. To Jack Layton and Matthew Sanders. But Kevin Clark might have the advantage here in that he's going to do the full race distance. He knows the conditions. He's not got to worry about the driver change, and that might hold him in good stead for victory for a third time in the BMW Car Club Ultimate BMW race.
Well, we know, don't we, that Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis are pretty evenly matched. They've demonstrated that already today. We don't, well, I don't at least know how Jack Layton and Matthew Sanders compare to each other, but you're absolutely right. Kevin Clark, we know, will have consistent pace, all being well, across the whole race in that race leading number 33. So, in theory, that could give him an edge, as you said, but he needs everything to go right in the pit stops as well. He is being reeled in on this lap, no doubt about it. Paul Cook and Jack Layton coming back at him, so we will have 3 of them for the lead again, I think. Maybe not by the end of this lap, but partway around the next lap, which will be the 10th lap of the race. The traffic on the horizon, is that going to delay Kevin Clark? Maybe a little bit through Lodge Corner. The tighter line in, slows him down on the exit, but then Paul Cook gets blocked as well and didn't really know which way to go. So what is the gap going to be? It was a 2.5, it's down to 8.5 tenths, and Jack Layton sets the fastest lap.
He does indeed, and now he gets up the inside. No, he doesn't get up the inside of Paul Cook. Again, he runs out wide on the exit, over the green concrete, over the textured curb there. So that's a breach of track limit, strictly speaking, so we'll see whether that's picked up. Old Hall is one of the places where the officials are relatively alive to potential track limits breaches. So there's Layton, the Suits Me liveried number 73 car, sweeping his way through the left-hander, now round the shallows corners back mark. That's Stephen Schreikart. He's actually in 7th place overall, but has now been lapped. Schreikart getting some more track time out of this weekend. Now the gap has come down again, hasn't it, between Clark and Cook. It was 8.5 tenths at the start of the lap, and it's come down from that now. That's for certain. And Cook has got away a little bit from Jack Layton also, so the 2 leaders are back together again, Andy.
Yeah, Paul Cook gains a lot of time through Britons. He takes a very different line to Kevin Clark, turns in earlier and sort of straightens the first part of the chicane, which you would think would sacrifice his exit speed, but it doesn't. Now, this might sacrifice some exit speed. They've got 3 of the 116s battling, and they've caught them at Druids, arguably the worst part of the track to catch traffic, and that's really delayed Kevin Clark. Paul Cook tries to get to the inside on corner exit, but the door is firmly shut in his face, and so Kevin Clark retains the advantage. They clear the 116s before we get to Lodge Corner. That group still being led by Tristan Rogers, the number 40 car, in what is a battle for 15th place. Across the line they go again, though. The top 3 staying out once again as we tick towards half-race distance, and still Kevin Clark hanging on.
Couple into the pit lane, Peter Keane and Ethan Hall, both in their BMW 116s. They've come in, and Louis Woodward also in the number 87 car from 4th place to make his mandatory pit stop now that the pit lane window is open. But for the moment we're sticking with this battle for the lead, because it is all about deciding which is the ultimate BMW this race. So really it's only appropriate that we focus in on the leaders, who have got another of the 116s to deal with, and then we'll have Mark Coleman to lap, I think, before too much longer as well, who's in 6th place. So they're going to be lapping a long way up the field, these 3 as well. Kevin Clark, Paul Cook and Jack Layton. Again, probably 6 tenths, 7 tenths of a second between all 3 of them. And Paul Cook, can he carry enough speed out of the corner? No, he can't really that time. Kevin Clark gets away from him, and Jack Layton is going to get alongside on the way down towards the Hislops this time. But again, either doesn't have the confidence or the brakes to be able to do anything about him going into the right-hander.
Yeah, Paul Cook got a snap of oversteer coming out of Britons. He'd carried lovely speed through the chicane, but then a bit too eager with the right foot coming out of it, and that lost him momentum over the hill. He's again under threat over Clay Hill towards Druids, but every time Layton gets within striking distance, as Ian says, he seems to almost back out of the move. I really think Jack Layton is just letting this come to him. He knows the pit stop window is his opportunity to try and make something happen. Stephen Schreikart back out of the pit lane, now in car number 43, as well as the leaders are almost bumper to bumper through Lodge Corner. Paul Cook looking for the exit speed, but Kevin Clark blinks first, heads for the pit lane. So Kevin Clark from the lead, Ian, heads for the pits first. That surprises me.
Well, it does a little bit, doesn't it? So Paul Cook it is that takes over the lead of the race. Then Jack Layton moves up to 2nd. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. On board now with Stephen Schreikart, who's gone back out into the race. He's got a clear track ahead of him at the moment, but I suspect very soon he's going to have those 2 race leaders bearing down on him. We'll see if they possibly flash by. We can't see his mirror from where we are. They are you can see they're not too far behind him, are they now? Heading through Island Bend up towards Shallows Corner. In the next few moments, they'll be right with Stephen Schweikart.
Yes, they will. Now, they might catch him into Britain's, and we've seen this catch Paul Cook out a few times. No, he stays well out of the way. Good heads-up driving that from Stephen. And he just gets out of the way of the leading two then, who bounce and skip over the curbs through Britain's. This time Paul Cook doesn't get any oversteer on corner exit, and so Jack Layton probably won't be close enough to challenge, really, down into his lops. He's weaving around in the mirrors, trying to distract Paul Cook. I'm sure if Paul made a mistake and went off the road, Jack would only too happily take the race lead, but I don't think he's willing to take a big risk by making the move on track. Kevin Clark, I think I'm right in saying, has been and gone from the pit lane, so his pit stop is done, and now the question remains, when will those two pit and head back out onto the circuit, and where will they be when they rejoin in comparison to Kevin, who at least now hopefully is in clean air and isn't having to defend quite so much, which may speed him up.
Yeah, has the chance, doesn't he, to make up some time here if he can get some clear laps in, rather than be battling with these two others who are coming up to complete another lap. Are they both going to dive in, or neither of them going to dive in? I thought there might have been one or other of them going in, but we've got Jack Layton now trying to get alongside Paul Cook over the line this time. 0.1 seconds between them, so a tenth between them exactly, but still Jack Layton unable to find a way through. They both have to keep well to the left-hand side of the circuit because there's one of the 116s rejoining after its pit stop. So with 18 minutes of the race left to go, it's Paul Cook, number 70, that leads, and Jack Layton in second place, and both of these need to head in to hand over to their second drivers.
And whilst they're battling, Kevin Clark has the potential to get his head down, doesn't he, and maybe set faster lap times than them. I don't actually think he's as quick as these two, but he had the track position advantage early. There is Kevin back out into the race now then, so he's at Britain's. He's not that far ahead actually of the Cook and Layton scrap. Here that comes, but that's nearly a lap that he is adrift. But we know that these two will be pitting in the relatively near future. Again, sideways is Cook. Off has gone
40, I think.
40, yeah, I think you're right.
Tristan Rogers in the 116i.
I'm not sure where that was, but hopefully he was able to get himself back on the road.
Yeah, he was in 15th position. Here's the race leader, though, Paul Cook. And probably they're going to need to pit this time, aren't they? Because by the time they get round again, the pit lane window will have closed. So they are both going to have to pit this time, I think. Here's Kevin Clark, who is just turning his way past John Brown and into Lodge Corner. And now heading down in that general direction themselves. You've got these two, Paul Cook and Jack Layton. 10th of a second between them at the start of the lap. They're going to have to go for the pits this time. Well, Paul Cook hasn't. Jack Layton has. And over the line, I mean, he might just about squeeze in. I think. Oh, no, tell you what, I'm wrong. It's 30 minutes, isn't it? Tell you what, blame the commentator for that. I was thinking it's 15 minutes as it was from the end of the 116 trophy, so apologies. They've still got some time. But nevertheless, Jack Layton's gone in to hand over, presumably, to Matthew Sanders.
It drummed up a bit of excitement and drama in what's been a race full of that so far, but yeah, he's got...
Didn't need to create any more, really,
No, not really, no. The script writers have done a good enough job as it is, but we do now have Jack Layton in, so in a minute or so's time, we'll see where he rejoins in comparison to Kevin Clark, even, who is somewhere over Hilltop, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, there he is, heading down towards the chicane now. And there's John Brown, and then the next car, I think, is going to be Paul Cook. Therefore, in a way, I mean, I think Kevin Clark might have lost more time than I might have expected in his pit stop, but maybe that's just me having a slightly incorrect view of where I would have expected to have been on track in relation to Paul Cook having made the stop.
Is there a minimum pit stop time?
60 seconds, yeah.
No, that's a good point, because they're lapping in
145-ish.
Yeah, so 105 seconds or so. Yeah, no, I think you're right, actually, because look, well, there's the point, because out goes the car now driven by Matthew Sanders, and Kevin Clark's only at Lodge Corner, is he? No, they are going to be together, actually.
More or less.
Yeah, here comes Kevin Clark there. So, no, about right then, but Kevin Clark does drop behind number 73.
He does indeed, but yeah, not a huge amount of difference at all. So that just leaves Paul Cook to hand over to Wayne Lewis. In fact, he is in this time. He's in the pits, the race leader, Paul Cook.
And Kevin Clark back ahead of Sanders, who, of course, is getting up to speed, whereas Kevin Clark's been in the car for the entirety of the race. That was the advantage.
Yeah, and after the pit stop, he's been out for a couple of laps as well. So the heat was in the tyres, his head was in the zone, and Matthew Sanders, possibly inevitably, losing out there to Kevin Clark. So we'll see what Sanders can do in the remaining part of this race. We'll also see exactly where Paul Cook is going to feed into this in about half a lap's time.
We will indeed. Paul Cook then over Hilltop. Look at the gap that he's got over Sanders already, so this could boil down at least over the next 5 minutes or so to Cook versus Clark again. No complaints here. That's been a brilliant scrap all race long between those two. But where is that? Well, it won't be Cook, will it? Of course, it will be Wayne Lewis now who takes over car number 70. And again, he's going to have the same problem. Yes, he's done a race already today, but it will still inevitably take him a lap or so to get up to speed, to find the confidence in the car, to figure out how the car is driving now at this point in the race. Whereas Kevin Clark is fully in the groove. He heads towards Lodge Corner, whilst Wayne Lewis is already released from his pit box, but he's got the entire length of the pit lane to go. There he is, look, heading for Old Hall Corner, and over Deer Leap comes Kevin Clark. Ian, this could be very, very close.
It looks like it's going to be close, doesn't it? Over the line goes Kevin Clark. It looks like Kevin Clark, I think, is going to have the advantage when they come out, but not by very much. But of course, he's also got the advantage of having been on track. Look, he's just done the best lap of the race as well. A 1:44.455 when it really mattered to get himself out in front of Wayne Lewis. Albeit, probably he would have got ahead anyway, given that he's already up to speed and Wayne Lewis is just still finding his feet. There's 13 minutes of the race left to go.
And the result of this race now hinges really on how quickly Wayne Lewis can get up to speed, because we saw Cook maybe looking a little bit quicker than Clark in the early stages of the race, but now Wayne Lewis needs to be even faster in comparison to the number 33 car, because it's going to be a sizable gap actually to try and overhaul. Although Clark makes a bit of a mess of the Britain's chicane there. He went in all wrong. They got a big slide midway through the chicane. So Kevin Clark, that shows how hard he's pushing. He's just set that fastest lap, but it isn't necessarily pace that's coming super easily.
We've lost the 37 car of Rob Keogh. That's out of the race. It overheated, I'm afraid to say. So his race is over by the looks of it, down there in the pit lane. Race continues for the rest of them though. 12 minutes of it still to go. And Kevin Clark there back into the 116 zone. A couple of them to deal with. The 31 car is the next of those, which is the Sam Holman David Smith car. Soon made short work of that. But we'll come up towards the end of what will be lap 15 of the race, with probably about 11.5 minutes to go at the time, and we'll see what the gap is between Wayne Lewis, Kevin Clark and Wayne Lewis, and what chances there might be of Wayne Lewis making his way back through. The gap, 4.25 seconds, and for reference, it's another 6.5 seconds back to Matthew Sanders in third.
Yeah, so Sanders has had a few laps to get up to speed now and is still about 5 seconds slower than Clark, so I don't think he's going to be much of a factor, unfortunately, but Wayne Lewis could still, in theory, if he finds some speed now, start eating into that advantage held by the race leader. There through Cascades comes the third place man. The fearsome looking number 73 car that looked really rapid in the first part of the race. Well, maybe Jack Layton should have been more aggressive to try and get into the lead of the race, knowing that maybe he was going to be the quicker of the two drivers in that car, to try and steal a bit of a march on the rest, but that didn't happen, and it now looks as though it's Kevin Clark versus Wayne Lewis, but I don't think that gap is shrinking, Ian.
Let's head down to the pit lane then. Kieran Mogg is down there, and he will find out who he's got to talk to.
Yeah, down here with Jack Layton from the 73 Suits Me car, I've been told to say. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I should have said it earlier, shouldn't I?
Excellent. Right. So, obviously, you guys are battling really hard for the lead. We're just having a bit of a chat as well. You're saying they're defending quite hard out there.
Yeah, really strong defence from the cars in front. Yeah, really good racing. Yeah, the door was closed firmly many times, and obviously we don't want to risk any more damage after the ABS issue earlier. So hand over to Matthew now, who can pick up a few more.
And obviously it's Matthew's car technically, so he can probably push it a little bit more than you would be comfortable to.
100%, yeah. I've got to bring it home.
Absolutely. So do you reckon he can take the win?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Matthew's pace probably isn't quite there, but I think we do stand a chance of figuring in the top end, and he's made great progress all weekend. So yeah, just have a clean race, prove the car's okay. I think that's our main goal. Obviously, we're kind of guest in this race. We don't normally do with 750 Motor Club, but it's been a really good experience for us.
Absolutely. How have you experienced the day as a whole? Obviously, there's a big car club here with all the BMWs on show. Have you enjoyed the experience and the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's really nice to have some people actually attend some motorsport in the UK. So yeah, anything to bring crowds in and get some exposure to, especially younger audiences, to see what's going on here, I think it's a really good thing.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And obviously, we'll head back up to Ian and Andrew. Hopefully that battle for first is still going.
Jack Layton there with Kieran Mogg, and Andy McEwen with me here in the commentary box.
I thought I was in trouble then, being full name like that.
No, well, you never know. Words maybe need to be had. Right, we've got 9 minutes to go. 30 minutes or so have gone then. Kevin Clark it is that leads. He's 9.8 seconds clear now, so he's been pulling away from Wayne Lewis rather than the gap going the other way, which is what we kind of hoped for, I think, didn't we? We were hoping for a battle to build up towards the end, but it looks like the race has settled down now.
It looks like it, and really a race decided by the fact that Kevin Clark was solo driving. I mean, that's really what's, well, he's not won it yet, but that was what looks like might win him the race, because it's just been that time to acclimatise to the car, hasn't it, for the other two, that has cost them, realistically, a shot at the race win. But you never know, something could happen to Kevin Clark. It could yet fall into the hands of this man, in particular Wayne Lewis, or the knot of traffic that he's got himself embedded into through the Britain chicane, not really helping his cause. So with things calming down at the front then, that sort of brings us to where the battles might develop elsewhere up and down the order. Well, what I can tell you, before we move on to that, is there's a penalty for car number 5, which is a 45.2 second penalty, very precise, for car number 5, which I presume is because they were under the minimum pit stop time.
Yeah, I would think that's probably a short pit stop. It's I've got probably the list of penalties here, have I? No, but that's probably going to be 30 seconds plus twice the deficit. So, yeah, probably quite short compared to what it should have been. How hard can it be to time 60 seconds? Question mark.
Yeah, well, apparently quite difficult given the amount of penalties we see for that. But of course, it is, in their defence, slightly complicated by the fact that it's not the stationary time usually, is it? It's the pit entry to pit exit time. So if you haven't practiced it a few times, it can be easy to get it wrong, I suppose.
Let's have a go on board. Put forward one of the final times today with Swack, Steve Schreikart, as he's making his way out of the Knickerbrook complex, up the hill, up Clay Hill, sort of cresting the hill there at about the point of the pedestrian bridge. Then you go through sort of shallow left-hand curve there before going to then the double right-hander that is Druids. A couple of apexes there, then onto the straight. So it looks like it's been relatively recently resurfaced, this part of the circuit, under the vehicle bridge that we use to get into and out of the infield here at Donington Park, then through Lodge Corner, making reasonably close friends with the apex, not using the curbs on the way out of the corner, climbing up Deer Leap and over the line once again. Steve Schreikart in 7th place, now heading into Oulton Corner with Kevin Clark blasting past him on driver's right.
Indeed so, out of Oulton Corner he goes then, down the avenue towards the right-hand kink at Denton's, and then this big bump just as you hit the brakes into Cascades can so easily unsettle the car. Using the camber, well no, not using the camber, off the road goes Stephen Schweikart. I said it could unsettle the car, and I think it did. And Stephen lucky to get away with that, and he will be thrilled to hear after the race, I'm sure, that we caught that all live on camera.
Absolutely, perfect timing to be on board with him. He may have been listening to the commentary as well, and was actually just giving you a demonstration of what you were talking about. He's down at Shell Oil's corner now, which is caught out the way on a few occasions today. Schweikart in 7th place in the number 43 car. Of course, this race doesn't have different classes. It's just a run what you brung, as long as it's a BMW type of situation, this. right, the Wayne Lewis car is now behind Matthew Sanders by quite a long way. 24 seconds behind Sanders. Sanders up to second. So Wayne Lewis somewhere along the line has lost a lot of time here, hasn't he? 58 seconds now behind the leader, Kevin Clark, who's only got 5 minutes to go. He's probably going to get 3 more laps out of this, something like that.
Yeah, I'll try and get a look at the Wayne Lewis car next time we see it, then try and see if there is an issue, if it's slowing. Its lap time last time was, well, okay, not quick. He was 6 seconds or so slower than the race leader, but he's lost more than 6 seconds, hasn't he?
I mean, both Sanders and Lewis were slow, but they weren't together. So it's not like they've had some issue where they've had to come in together or something. Sanders' last lap was a 1:53, Lewis was a 1:51. Last time through.
Well, there is Lewis over hilltop. The car looks okay. Nothing hanging off it. No smoke. It's going at speed. So he must have had a moment somewhere, maybe a quick spin. And, yeah, just has managed to get away without any damage, which is good news. But it does give us a little bit of a chase to be had now. Can he... well, no, I know the answer to that already. He's 24 seconds behind Sanders. So, no, he's not going to be able to catch him, unfortunately, before the checkered flag, which is only 4 minutes away.
Certainly is. Kevin Clark making his, Wayne Lewis making his way through Druids that time. 3 minutes 50 seconds left of this race. 41 seconds now the gap between first and second. Sanders lapping the 1:52. So either he's sort of just given up, or there is a problem with that car, because it's sort of several seconds off what it's capable of. Well, we know that Matthew Sanders isn't as quick, I don't think, as Jack Layton, but even so, he was lapping faster than that a few moments ago. And that time through, Lewis goes through, he's done another 1:50, and he's sort of 6 seconds off the pace that car was doing earlier on, and we wouldn't expect to see that explained just by the drivers. Now, that's a change of position on the road, I think, because Johnny Hayes in the number 93 car is now ahead of Steve Schweikart in number 43, so that's a change for 7th position that we've just had there. I've not really seen too much of Johnny Hayes during the course of this race, the man from Shrewsbury, so at his local circuit here at Oulton Park. And on board we go with Steve Schweikart again to see if he can find a way past Hayes. They're going past one of the 116s, which there's on the left hand side of the shot there, and now into Druids they go. So the red car of Hayes, the white and blue car of Schweikart making their way through Druids corner now with 2.5 minutes to go.
Well, Hayes started the lap 2.3 seconds behind Schweikart, so yeah, something strange has happened there to allow that position to change, especially given the fact that Schweikart now looks every bit as quick as Hayes, if not slightly faster, and may well move to challenge here before too much longer. Towards Old Hall Corner they go, and the wide line on the way in, but a much earlier turn-in look there for Schweikart, so he hits the apex much better than Hayes and then carries the speed down the avenue as well. So Schweikart, I'm not sure what happened, he must have had another moment somewhere, perhaps down here at Cascades. Let's see if he can redeem himself now from earlier on, have a really good run off Cascades and maybe turn that into an overtake down the back straight. He's got the first part right.
Indeed so. So we're back down towards Island Bend, the left-hander once again. Schweikart carrying a bit more speed into that part of the circuit. He's going to try and set himself up for a move at Shallows Corner. And he's still a couple of car lengths behind as they work their way around the hairpin and then sort of head back in the direction of the paddock and the infield. Through Britons they go. The 93 car of Hayes, the 43 car of Schweikart having a nice little scrap here. 93 car of Hayes, the compact, it's a similar type of car, different engines in them. I think it's a 3-litre engine that Schweikart has, it's a 2.8 litre for Hayes. So you'd fancy that Schweikart should be able to find a way back through. You usually see Hayes out in the Club Enduro Championship with the 750 Motor Club, and Schweikart certainly carrying more speed here out of Hislops and through Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill. Is he going to possibly be able to mount an attack at Druids? It kind of feels like he might be able to hit, if not here, then on the way down into Lodge Corner. Hayes on the brakes, Schweikart follows suit, and actually Hayes seems to just pull out a couple of car lengths through that part of the circuit, such that Schweikart is going to be too far back, I think, to outbrake Hayes into Lodge.
Yeah, Hayes took a lot more speed into Druids, but then didn't really sacrifice exit speed. Again, different lines going into Lodge Corner, and that time it was Schweikart who was quicker off the turn. But not quick enough to draw alongside before Old Hall Corner. We've got 16 seconds left on the clock. Where are the race leaders? They've not long gone through, I don't think. Kevin Clark through to begin his final lap. Well, actually, it was about a minute ago because, of course, Sanders is that far back. So, yeah, Kevin Clark, here he comes, right on cue, arrives down at Hislop chicane, now less than half a lap away from what is going to be look like a relatively easy race victory, but actually that first half of the race was very hard work. He has earned this one.
Yeah, and he's probably going to win this by more than a minute in the end, isn't he? Because there's 56 seconds to the good at the start of this final lap of the race, so it's going to be a 22-lap race for this Ultimate BMW contest. Kevin Clark, he won at Donington Park 2 years ago. He won at Brands Hatch last year. The Ultimate BMW race moving to Oulton Park for this season. It's a circuit where a couple of years ago Kevin Clark had a very big accident at Old Hall Corner, but he's going to put that to rights now with a third win in the Ultimate BMW race in that M3 CSL here at Oulton Park. And what was in the early stages a very dramatic, very close and tight race has turned into something different in the second part of it, such that he has a huge margin of victory. The second car across the line is the car in 6th place, but we'll go back, Andy, to this scrap for 7th place.
Yep, Stephen Schweikart on the tail still of Jonathan Hayes, but running out of time to find a way through now. We're on board with Schweikart, exiting Knickerbrook. Now, he's a bit closer, I'd say, at this part of the circuit than he was a lap ago. He won't really be looking for an overtake into Druids, more to try and get the exit from Druids and maybe challenge into Lodge Corner, although he takes a very tight line on the way into the corner, then runs a bit wide of the apex. He's almost off the road again, and that, I'm afraid, has cost him any chance now of taking this 7th place away. Johnny Hayes should be safe to the flag, but Stephen Schweikart threw everything at it on the final few laps.
One of the 116s heading into pit lane a little bit early. We've got these two coming up to the line to confirm their 7th and 8th position, so it's going to be Hayes 7th, Schweikart in 8th. We've still not had the second place car over the line. There is Matthew Sanders, yeah, a minute and 7 seconds behind in the end. Kevin Clark pulled another 11 seconds clear on the final lap of the race, and then there's going to be another gap back, I think, to Wayne Lewis in 3rd place. There he is now, about to cross the line, and yet he another 15 seconds behind the car of Sanders. And just a couple more cars to take the flag, and then we'll take you through the results of that Ultimate BMW race. There's still the parade to come here at Oulton Park, so if you're taking part in that, do enjoy it. If you want to stay and watch that, then please do so. There goes Lou Woodward over the line. He takes 4th place, and also going over the line is Anthony Seddon a lap down. They're the two cars, the 235 and the 120. Go over the line now. So that's all of the cars over the line to end that Ultimate BMW race. Before we give you the results, I'll just say thanks once again to all of the marshals. A few final words from you, Andy?
Very enjoyable day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Always enjoy a day in the sunshine at Oulton Park, but we've had some fantastic racing today, definitely. And nice that the BMW-related content has produced some of the best racing of the day as well. Seems fitting, doesn't it? So, yeah, really enjoyed it, and looking forward to being back with 750 Motor Club again at Anglesey.
Yep, I'll see you there. Let's have a look at the results of that Ultimate BMW race. Kevin Clark it was that took the win after 22 laps of racing in the BMW M3 CSL. Second in car 33, I should say. Second, number 73, Jack Layton and Matthew Sanders in the E46 M3. They were a minute 7.491 seconds behind. Third, number 70, Paul Cook, Wayne Lewis. Fourth, number 87, Louis Woodward. Fifth, number 7, John Brown. Sixth, number 66, Mark Colmer. Seventh, number 93, Johnny Hayes. Eighth, number 43, Stephen Schweikart. Ninth, number 116, David Nunes. And rounding out the top 10 was the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon. Then we get into the 116s. The Lewis, Tyndall and Toby O'Reilly car was the best of those from Ethan Hall, and Peter Keane was third of that group of cars. And just waiting for the rest of them to go through. I think a few non-finishers amongst those as well, unfortunately, during the course of that Ultimate BMW race. Well, that's it. Ultimate BMW race bringing the BMW Live Day and the 750 Motor Club race meeting to a close here at Oulton Park today. Don't forget to come back to Oulton Park next weekend when the TCR UK Touring Car Championship is here, with the race meeting organised by the British Racing and Sports Car Club. The 750 Motor Club are next in action at Snetterton in 3 weeks' time as well. If you're looking for your next fix of 750 MC racing, will be live streaming on one of the days from there as well, courtesy of Alpha Live. And thanks to all of the Alpha Live team for producing the live stream throughout the day. Thanks to Kieran Mark, who's been down in the pit lane with us, and Andy McEwen alongside me in the commentary box all day. Hope you've enjoyed BMW Live. Hope you've enjoyed the 750 Motor Club action here at Oulton Park as well, on a day where the weather has been pretty kind to us, all things considered. And we look forward to being back at Oulton Park in September for our second event of the season. Very shortly, for those of you on the live stream, we'll be able to go down to hear from Kieran Mark, to speak to our top drivers from the Ultimate BMW race. So we'll be introducing him in just a moment for that. We're not going to be able to bring you that on the PA, I don't think, there, because we're up against the 6:30 curfew here at Oulton Park, so we do need to go off air very shortly. So for now, from all of us here at Oulton Park, myself, Ian Soman, Andy McEwen and Kieran Mogg from the whole team at the 750 Motor Club, where we thank all of the officials and marshals of the club, and indeed everyone at the BMW Car Club who've put on BMW Live and Motorsport Vision. From all of us, it's a very good night, and we'll hand down to Kieran Mogg in Parc Fermé.
I absolutely agree, both Ian and Andy. It has been a fantastic day, full of some fantastic racing, fantastic cars, fantastic drivers, and the sun has stayed for the most part. We haven't had any rain though, which is amazing. And we have our final finishers here. Kevin Clark in the number 33 machine took out the final win. Congratulations. And as the title says, this is the ultimate BMW.
Yeah, for the third time. I'm really proud of that. It's a new car for me. I crashed my old one here, actually, quite heavily. A couple of cars tangled, no one's fault in particular, except I was going too fast and I destroyed the car. But new car, I'm really pleased with it. And it's lovely to win it for the third time after it's only been run 3 times, but yeah.
Congratulations. Do you have anybody to thank?
Yeah, everybody. I mean, everybody who's helped me with the car. I got all the names on the car, so I can't go through them all, and the lads who are here today helping me. It's just brilliant to have the camaraderie and the competitiveness out there. It's just unreal, you know. I mean, it's so close right at the beginning. I could not drop that car, and I was as hard as I was trying and taking risks and everything, but I just couldn't get away from him. I know it's always easier to follow than to lead, but it just shows how equal the cars are.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second place is the Leighton & Sanders machine of 73, which is over there. So Matthew Sanders in the car for the second stint. Congratulations, obviously. How was it out there for you?
It was good. It was brilliant. Fast, competitive, a lot of different standards. Couldn't keep up with this guy. And I think he broke down, so I'm happy to be second. Really enjoyed it. Really nice. Surface was nice. Marshall's have done a wonderful job. And yeah, very much enjoyed that.
Absolutely. And how have you found the day as a whole?
Besides having to miss a race because we had ABS failure and we didn't actually think we'd get out this afternoon at all, really enjoyed it. Really nice atmosphere. 750 Motor Club's not won a race with an awful lot, but yeah, I'd come back. I think it's been fantastic. Really, really good. Well organised, lovely day, nice pits, nice people. Can't say enough about it, really.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your second place finish.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And finally, the 70 machine of Cook and Lewis. If I can just jump in here. Oh, where's the driver gone? I don't know. I don't know where the driver's gone. Where's this one here? Lewis, sorry. I didn't know which one you were. I didn't know. Right, so third place. Obviously, you guys are having an absolute storming battle out there.
Yeah, it was Paul Cook driving it at the start of the race, and then we done it as a relay. So, we were lucky to finish, actually. The car cut out, so we were stood next to the marshal's point for 15 seconds or so.
So how have you found the event as a whole?
Yeah, fantastic. The whole day's been, with the weather like this, it's just been, fantastic. So, great result to bring it home after breaking down. So, brilliant.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the third place.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now, they are going to have some trophy giving out, but I believe that's going to be done after the stream. So, from all of us here, thank you very much for watching from myself, from Andrew, and obviously Ian up in the commentary box. Really appreciate you watching. We also want to give a big thank you to the marshals. I know they've already said it, but I want to say it myself as well. Thank you to the marshals. Thank you to 750. Oh, I'm being told the presentation is live, but I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the trophies are over there, ready to be given out. But we don't actually have any drivers at the moment. So, oh, I believe they're coming over. Actually, yes, I do apologise. They are coming over. So, I believe we are ready to give out the awards. Here we go. All right. So, BMW Car Club banner just coming over. Let's get it out of there. If we have a look around, there's obviously all the drivers getting ready for the awards. So we've got all the drivers here from the BMW Car Club in that race. Just fantastic race, obviously, as we've just seen. And we are waiting just for the prizes to be given out. I believe I can see them coming over now, so it shouldn't be too much longer before we can get the prize giving underway. I can see Johnny has found a couple of cars over there as well, which are the cars that did not finish in the top three, but there's obviously plenty of there. So you can see obviously the 116 at the back there, they took part in both the BMW Ultimate race and obviously the 116 trophy as well. I'm sorry, I do apologise, the sun is right on my eyes right now, so I'm struggling to see a little bit. Obviously we can see a few cars further forward as well, so we've got a nice F22 2 Series, there's an IC46 at the front there, the number 7 of Brown. There's an E30, I believe, at the front, the 116 over there as well. So like it isn't a massive eclectic mix of BMWs, and that's why the racing is so good, because there's just a bit of everything. But that's why people take part in it. You never know who's going to end up on top, except that car has won 3 times. I believe we are almost ready to get underway though, so I shall head over to the front. Is this all the awards? I'm not 100% sure. Are we... Let me just ask James, the organiser here. Are we ready to go? Yeah? Excellent. Okay. All right, so I've been given the nod from James. So we've got all the trophies in place now. And... 33 machine there. The overall winner, the Ultimate BMW, 3 times running now. Very well prepared car. Right, if I can just get Johnny now. So I believe we are ready to go. Johnny, if you want to head over here. And here we go.
Right, first award, thank you very much, is for the Modern Classic, which is pre-98. Which is this one, yeah? And that's Mark Colmer. I don't know, I've got so much stuff here. We put the hat on.
I'll put the hat on.
Put the hat on.
Cheers, mate. That's a surprise.
Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank
well
you
done.
very
You see,
much.
it was worth coming now.
Cool. Always worth coming. Thank you.
Okay, next one. First Classic, pre-91. Now, anyone who knows me know I run the E30 register in the car club. So, David Newnes in an E30. Well done, David. Have a hat.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Wonderful. Thank
Not
you very
biased
much.
at all.
Thank you very much. Brilliant.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Now we're on to 116s. first. Actually, we do third first, isn't it? Let's have a look. What have we got here? Yeah, third in the 116s is Ethan Hall. There you go, mate. Have a hat.
Thank you.
Have a lovely trophy.
Cheers.
Congratulations. There you go. Do you want to pose with the camera? There you go. Second 116. Actually, we did that the wrong way round. I think we might have made a mistake there. Sorry. We made a mistake. Anyway, what should we do? How do we sort that one out? Come back. Come back. You got second.
Oh.
I'll swap you for a bigger one.
Thank you.
There you go. Well done. Third, Ray Grimes and Robert Rees. Well done. Who's having the hat and who's having the trophy? Good. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
He deserves that trophy.
Thank you. Yes.
Well done, mate.
Yeah.
First, 116, Toby O'Reilly and Lewis Tyndall.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. There you go.
One and only time I'm getting it.
Where's the other one? Are you on your own?
Just on me. Love it. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Chairman's Cup. This is an interesting one. Jonathan Hayes. There you go, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Drive that. Well done.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Just trying to stick around for the photo.
Yeah, got it.
First on treaded tyres, John Brown.
Thanks, mate.
All right, there you go. It's
Thank
worth
you.
the trip all the way from
Definitely.
Scotland now.
Thank
Look
you
at
very
that. You've
much.
got a plastic trophy.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Third overall, as if they didn't have enough trophies today, Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis. Who's having what? You kiss me, you're dead.
You're told you can drive. See, I told
So
you
what's
you
it?
can drive.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm being told off for the microphone. I get told out at the awards nights. Right, second overall, John Layton and Matthew Sanders. Well done, see?
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Congratulations, well done. Well done. There you go, Aaron, that's one for the wall. And first overall and first on slick tyres, Kevin Clark. Well done, Kevin. There you go, mate, there's one. There's another one. And there's a hat. Keep the sun off you. There you go.
Off my solar panel.
Well done, mate.
Cheers. Thanks ever so much, Neil. Really
All right, no, it's a present. Nice. Thanks for coming.
Oh, well, we're going to do more.
Yeah. All right.
Get out more
You've got to
in the
keep
year.
defending that now.
No, yeah.
All right. Thanks very much, guys, for coming. Please come again. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. All right. Cheers. Bye. There you go.
Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. Congratulations to all the drivers. It's been a fantastic day all round. Fantastic racing, as we've already said, and I can actually round out. I've been given the all clear now to round out the stream. So thank you very much to all of you for watching. From myself, from Andy, from Ian. Thank you to the marshals as well. Thank you to 750 for putting on this amazing event. Thank you to the BMW Car Club for being here and supporting all of this. So we'll be back in a couple of weeks at Snetterton, and I'll be there. So I'll see you then. Don't miss it. It will. I probably should just say that again, because it will be fantastic, so don't miss it. We'll see you there.